Steph Curry downtown again.
And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Oh, what? You were worried. You were worried. Oh, the Seahawks were coming back. They won the game. The 49ers won the game, and everybody should rejoice. It's a Friday, fool. The Niners won in Seattle. I got to tell you, all these years, I got a lot of gray in the beard and the hair. Still love beating the Seahawks in Seattle. Still love it. Brock Purdy's 3-0 up there. I like the all-whites. I'm in a good mood, Waterboy. Good morning, Marcus.
Well, Murph, you have to be in a good mood. First of all, it's a Friday. Happy cheat day to all of our listeners out there. But Murph, 49ers get a win. And after everything that's gone wrong in the first 5-6 weeks of the season, look at the standings in the NFC West and look who's on top. Your San Francisco 49ers.
Listen, man, I actually, believe it or not, read some stuff this morning, listened to Copes and Lund driving home, which I got to tell you about my night last night up in Napa, bro. I'll get to that in a second. And they were, Johnny Lund, I'm going to call him out by name. What's up, Johnny? I love you, buddy. He was doing the whole, some ththings to worry about. And I was like driving home, and I was like, bro.
He didn't go full Johnny Raincloud on you, did he?
No, he was just giving the sober analysis. They got a lot of injuries. They almost gave away the game. The Chiefs are coming in. I was like driving home from Napa, where we had this incredible wine dinner, and I was moderate, being responsible. But shout out Whetstone Wine Cellars up in Napa. So this is all about the Dwight Clark Legacy event that we raise money for the Golden Heart Fund. Long story short, Bryant Young and Patrick Willis were the featured guests at a dinner at the wine cellar, and Kirk Reynolds asked me and our old pal Paulie to go up and just do a little Q&A and then have dinner, wine, and watch the damn game. So I'm driving home from that game on a high because I've been high-fiving Pat Willis, and then I'm like, hey, look at me. I'm buddies with Pat Willis. And I'm driving home all excited, and Johnny's like, some things to not like, and I'm yelling at my windshield. I'm like, I love a win in Seattle, dude. My glass is totally full. Brock Purdy was very, very good.
I mean, what's there not to like? The 49ers won by double digits. They covered the spread. I know it got a little shaky there for a little bit.
It did.
Once there was another special team blunder, which I guess would be the concern since there's been special team blunders week in and week out. But as I said, Murph, a win's a win. Doesn't matter if it's by an inch or by a mile. The 49ers got the job done last night on a short week on the road in a division game that they needed to win.
You just said it. Short week on the road division game they had to win. And they won by 12.
Check.
And for those of us who laid the 3.5, we're feeling good, right?
Congratulations.
Yeah. In fact, we're still feeling so good. Why don't we call it in right now? Who do we have calling him in now? Do we have Nick Sorensen?
Oh, I think it's Sorensen.
Who, by the way, his run defense was fantastic last night. Take it from a guy who owns Kenny Walker in fantasy. My gosh, the Niner run, and with all these D tackles out, with all this linebacker problems, they shut down the Seahawks run game. They just completely stifled it. In fact, Seahawks toted it 20 times, 52 yards.
Yeah, and I'll take it a step further. I think they shut down the entire Seahawks offense. Now, they did score 24 points. 7 of those 17 came from a kick return, as I was about to explain. Sorry, all right. But, looking at DK Metcalf's numbers yesterday, I thought he was going to have a big game after Charvarius Ward was ruled out. Yeah. He got strapped up. 3 catches on 11 targets. I got to say, DK Metcalf is too damn big to be acting that soft.
Niners caught a break on a touchdown to DK with an illegal shift penalty, but hey, you got to get lucky sometimes. And by the way, you know why he didn't play well? Because the hyena.
Dude, the hyena had him strapped up.
You see that quote?
Dude, what a quote from my guy Demo.
We'll have to get into that in just a second. But yeah, we got Nick Sorensen and his crazy hair calling it in, right? And he calls Roger Goodell. Goodell said, wait a minute, I thought you guys were heading down the toilet. He said, nuh-uh. You freaking mannequin. Put this one in the books. San Francisco 49ers 36, Seattle Seahawks 24.
Beautiful people.
Bang, bang, Niner gang. Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Oh, hell yeah.
I love the Niners. This is really fun. I love that.
Oh, that's a new Kittle. I like that.
Added a nice little wrinkle to the
Was that from our interview this week?
That was from our interview this week, and that was suggested by our very own Maria Lopez.
Hey, Emlo. And she's happy. She's got to be happy. By the way, George Kittle, congrats to you and the Kittle Rascals. 2 more touchdowns.
Yeah, shout out my big matchup against young Tony this week in the KNBR Fantasy League.
He couldn't have been happy to see 85 in the end zone.
No, not at all. But I think we should all be happy to see a friend of the program, the Murph and Marcus 49er Player of the Week, get into the end zone not once, but twice. It's a little bit of that morning show magic.
Clearly a direct result of the good energy we had with him on Tuesday, because that was a really positive interview. He enjoyed it. We enjoyed it. He came at it. When he hung up the phone, he's like, yeah, I'm going to go catch 2. I'm going to go catch 2. And by the way, the one that made it 23-3, that was a high-level execution by all parties involved. That's one of Brock's. Driving home, the boys were saying, Copes was suggesting it was the best pass of Brock Purdy's career. I was like, wow. Well, I'd have to go through the Rolodex and think of them. I'll say this. It was an elite throw.
I mean,
That's
it
what
was
I'll say.
an absolute dime. You want to talk about the ball placement right above the pylon, and then George Kittle dragging the Jordan 1s.
I mean,
man, oh man,
the
some
elite
beautiful photos of
it. The scraggly hair, the wrestling obsession, the jokes, all that. Elite athlete, brother. Elite athlete.
Oh, without a question.
I mean, that footwork was insane.
I mean, my guys out here dragging toes in the corner of the end zone, had 2 touchdowns, a couple pancake blocks, and then he's jumping into the stands to celebrate with his wife.
Yeah, somebody pointed out when Debo jumped up, they're like, hey, I heard somebody on ESPN go, wait, his wife's not up there. What's going on?
Hey, back up, Debo.
Trying to keep it spicy. Or maybe all are welcome. Maybe it's what Dan Jenkins used to call an all skate.
Yeah.
Hey, we're getting off topic here.
Yeah.
So listen, bottom line is what? You were worried? Okay, 23-3. You're feeling pretty good. No joke. So I'm
feeling great.
We're at Whetstone Wine Cellars. It was super deluxe, man. It was, Leroy Butler would call it platinum. And BY and Pat Willis were in incredible form, and they had this beautiful outdoor tables under the trees with strung lights and everything. And it was a barbecue. The guy was smoking. We had ribs.
Ooh.
Pulled pork. We had chicken.
Oh, keep going.
Dude, we had brisket.
Oh, I'm almost there.
We had corn on the cob. We had rolls and butter.
Butter.
We had baked beans.
Beans.
I know. And all being poured with this Whetstone wine, which is so good. But my joke, as we left the wine cellar where we were watching the game out to the outdoor, because we ate at halftime, walking out to the tables, I said to the group, Niners are up 16-3. I said, hey, Niners are up 16-3. Seahawks have them right where they want them. Bell went, ha, 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 ha. And then we sipped wine. We said, ha, ha, ha. And I was like, joking, not joking.
Yeah.
Not joking, joking.
There's a little bit of truth there.
Then they score the touchdown, the elite touchdown, 23-3. And now it's 23-17, and the Seahawks have the ball.
Yeah, and you should be thinking to yourself, ball game's over. Kyle Shanahan has a 20-point lead in the second half.
23-17, they have the ball, and then Renardo Green steps in. So Geno was not great last night.
No.
Geno was not great. The first one, the Mustafa was the overthrow. That was a break for the Niners. But hey, London Copes were talking last night. There's pressure in the pocket. Bosa never got home last night, but he was in Geno Smith's
he was disruptive.
airspace.
Yeah, and on the Mustafa pick, he was in on the play. On that third or fourth quarter drive, he made like 3 plays in a row where he was an absolute menace. So Bosa was getting home. I saw the next gen stats said he had 14 total pressures on the night.
Did you see Gruden's recent TikTok / Insta on pressures?
No, I've seen a few of those Gruden TikToks.
Yeah, you have.
Of him breaking down quarterbacks, but I haven't seen the pressures.
The eyes bugging out.
He's punching the camera.
He went on a rant about pressures. I don't want pressures. You don't give me pressures. You got to go down. I don't want, what's a stupid pressure stat? Pressure doesn't exist. I got to go down. He was going on a rant.
Yeah, but I'll remind you, this is the same John Gruden who said how hard it is to find pass rushers after trading away Khalil Mack.
Oh, boy.
Oh.
You're not over that one.
I'm still salty about that one.
Well, you should be. Anyway, guys, there are obviously, because it is the NFL, real-world concerns. Jordan Mason's shoulder. Wow, that looked bad. The Niners running back depth chart. I mean, is there any chance McCaffrey is up for the Chiefs game? I mean, that's, people keep asking me. I'm like, nobody knows. We don't know.
No.
That's the answer. We don't know.
No, exactly. I mean, we're not really getting these crystal clear updates, and I think even a guy like Christian McCaffrey doesn't know what his own timeline is.
Oh, and by the way, before we break for the first segment here, we should say, did you ever doubt, and I already have my nickname for him, Matthew, if loving you is wrong, I don't want to be right.
Wow.
All right. Matty Wright. I'm sure he's going to be our player of the week on Tuesday.
Oh, yeah.
Number 35 out there.
If he's not getting an x-ray for making a tackle on that last kickoff.
What was that?
I mean, Matty, come on.
What was that?
Matty.
Dude.
We don't need you to make kicks. Or make tackles,
At that point, weren't they up 29-17?
Yeah, I believe so, right?
Yeah. And then they give up 2024, and then Garendo breaks it. By the way, this last one before we go to break. Do you think Garendo slid, or do you think he got tripped?
You know, Garendo's telling everybody that he slid on purpose. Yeah. I thought he had an amazing tweet after the game calling out EA Sports Madden, saying, "Don't slow down my speed. I was making a business decision." But everybody else in the locker room is making fun of him like he got caught.
He's supposed to be the fastest guy on the team.
I mean, he's got 4.3 speed, and Debo called him out like, what the hell is he doing out scoring there? Trent said he should have scored. Kyle said he should have scored. I don't know. I don't know if he slowed down on purpose. He definitely did slide once the other guy caught up to him. But
it's a mystery. But the Niners won, and that's no mystery. We'll be talking about it all morning. 808 KNBR is the phone number, whether you want to talk about Brock Purdy or whether we want to talk about Debo Samuel, or whether we want to talk about George Kittle, whether we want to talk about the run defense or the rookie DBs making interceptions or the kicker or the special teams or beating Seattle in Seattle. How annoyed were you by the 12s?
And beating Seattle on Geno Smith's birthday.
That's right. Papa and Geno Smith.
Yeah.
All right. It's a fun Friday. It's Friday, fool, and the Niners won. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Nah, I just know the hyena can't be with.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. We have a new contest over the next 2 weeks. We're going to qualify 30 people and pick 10 winners for a trip for two to the big island of Hawaii. That trip also includes round-trip airfare from Hawaiian Airlines plus a 5-night hotel stay at the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort. Unbelievable, right? So how do you qualify? Stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away in the 8 a.m. hour this morning. So when you hear the cue to call in the 8 a.m. hour, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will qualify. It is all furnished by Hawaiian Airlines. Fly with the airline that knows Hawaii best. And, of course, the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort, where you can experience wellness and rejuvenation on the island of Hawaii. You must be 21 years or older. You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Here's a pistol. They ride the mesh point to Mason. Brock going to throw out left. Wide open. Debo Samuel makes the catch. And now speeding down the sideline. 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! 3rd and 3. Brock shotgun. Taylor Jr. left. 3-er right. Ayuk left. Brock looks right. Throws right. It is Kittle. Made the catch. Touchdown! Play clock at 5, 4. Snap to Brock. Brock going to throw left for the end zone. It's caught by George Kittle. Touchdown! San Francisco!
Listen to that. Greg Papa serenaded by, look at, young Tone heard my nickname for the new kicker. Matthew, if loving you is wrong, I don't want to be right. So he dug up the Luther Ingram sultry ballad here. I love it. There you go, baby. That's for your slow dance. That's your slow jam for your gal, that gal that you meet on your boat party tonight out on the bay, buddy. So thank you for that, Tony. That made my day. It's Friday. Everybody's in a good mood. 49ers beat the Seahawks. 6 straight wins over the Seahawks. Brock Purdy's 3-0 up there. And we touched on a lot of the main storylines coming out, but as the listeners pounded us on the text line, the one we forgot to mention, or didn't forget, we were just squeezing a bunch of stuff in, was the refs almost completely boning the 49ers on the replay challenge that they got wrong. So, man, talk about dodging a bullet, and talk about sometimes in life, if you're a listener that goes back to the 2021 Wilmer Flores check swing, sometimes in life you're going to get boned. That was the time the Niners almost got boned. Thank goodness it didn't cost them the game. But, man, how can the NFL be this multi-billion-dollar industry and make a mistake like that?
I mean, that's just flat out embarrassing when we have better camera angles sitting on our couch than the NFL does in their actual replay room. And you're absolutely right. Thank God for Nick Bosa. The drive that I mentioned in the first segment, 3 and out. Bosa damn near made every single play. Blew up a screen pass, forced Geno Smith out of the pocket, throws the ball away. Nick Bosa saved that drive, saved the 49er defense from letting up any points after what was obviously a blunder. I don't get how they just don't have the camera angles. How does Amazon have more camera angles than the replay center back in New York?
Dude, I mean, Roger, the reason I call Roger Goodell a freaking mannequin every time we call in those stats, this guy's getting, have you seen this guy's salary? He's got like north of $25 million a year or something like that. Bro, you're sitting there with your freaking quarter zip sweater in your freaking luxury suite, yucking it up with somebody. It's your job to get that stuff right. You're getting paid a lot of dough. Hey, you know what I would say? I'd say what Tim Ryan said, you got to tighten it up, man. You got to tighten it up.
Yeah, definitely got to tighten it up. Like, that's unacceptable to have Kyle Shanahan have to go out of his way to throw the challenge flag, and credit to the 49ers spotter for seeing, even without the Amazon Prime angles, that the ball hit off the finger. Kyle said that they were able to judge the finger movements of the Seattle returner and see that it was a fumble. But yeah, man, this is just a bad look for the NFL.
So, Nick Wagner's tweet has the NFL VP of Instant Replay, quote, "Once we had the San Francisco challenge, we were looking to see if the returner did indeed touch the ball." Okay, we have an agreed premise here. "We went through all available angles, and we did get the raw feed from the truck. And there was not clear and obvious video evidence that the returner touched the ball." You're like, okay. But that was like the first look, right? He goes on to say, "After looking at all available angles, we made the determination that we were going to stand on the call because there was no clear and obvious video evidence." So, okay. And then the ref, who was Craig Rolstad, who had a rough night, by the way, says once Craig Rolstad made his announcement and they came back from TV, the network had an enhanced shot that they did not send at all until after they played his announcement.
So the network has to send
Amazon.
their own camera angles to the NFL replay center.
And how does the NFL not have access to all of those angles immediately?
Why doesn't the NFL replay center have more cameras than Amazon Prime?
Hasn't everybody hacked every one of my passwords and has all my credit cards and social security information? And these guys can't get this replay until after the announcement?
Sounds like the NFL needs to do some of our training videos, Murph.
Oh, seriously.
Like, what the hell's going on?
That's just a total breakdown. And Roger Goodell, it's just a crime. You're stealing money. You're stealing money from all of us, living in luxury. And you can't run a shop that can't get that right. Now, they won the game.
Yeah.
So really good.
Luckily the Seahawks went 3-0. But there was a big difference in 70 yards of field position. And the next drive, the 49ers were able to drive down to around the 40-yard line, and then it stalled out. But that would have been like a 57, 58-yard field goal attempt, and they did not want to attempt it with Wright. But if they would have recovered it, they would have been in the red zone already and could have got points in that situation.
It changes everything. So, again, that's just something the NFL is going to have to, bro, you got to tighten it up. You got to clean that up. And I don't know, you got to figure out where the breakdown was. You got to go back. You got to investigate and say, why didn't we have that angle? Now, was it just some jabroni in the truck forgot to hit send or something? Was it that? I don't know. But if that, then Roger Goodell, you got to have a minion in the truck with Amazon to say, hit that angle, send that angle, send that angle. They didn't do it. And the Niners got boned, but won the game and covered the spread.
Yes, they did.
36-24. So good morning, everybody. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, young Tony is here. In fact, a perfect time to say good morning to young Tony right now, who's got a big day on the Bay tonight for Fleet Week. By the way, I was driving up Broadway after work yesterday, and there they were, our finest, some sailors trudging down Broadway.
Ooh.
In full regalia.
Oh, I was going to say,
God bless them.
I saw the Blue Angels yesterday actually testing out their flight pass yesterday.
Don't you have a rooftop situation?
That I do, Murph.
Nice.
I went up to the rooftop and saw some of those.
Now, why is Laceboy having the party?
Around.
Then you should be having it on your rooftop.
It's a great question because I think Laceboy is throwing it down at Fort Mason, so it's a bigger venue.
That's right. I remember going to send Rory to that party.
That's it. Coming down. He could be my +1.
So, young Tone, good morning to you, brother. How are you?
Good morning.
Niners won.
Dude, fantastic.
Right?
By the way, why don't the refs just have someone watching the game on Amazon? Like all of us, everybody in the world.
Well, somehow Amazon didn't find that angle because when they did go to commercial, we hadn't seen that angle. We didn't see it till after they came back from commercial, if I'm correct, right?
I think you are correct. The specific slow-mo angle.
It was a little chaotic. When you go to a watch party, this is why I had a wonderful time last night, and our hosts, Jamie and Michelle Whetstone, were incredible, and BY and Pat Willis are, and I said this to the crowd, we had a little Q&A, just a small group of people. It's like about 2 dozen. I said, you know what? I covered the NFL for a lot of years, and there's a lot of great athletes, but there are the ones who separate are the ones who have the heart and the brain. And Pat Willis and Bryant Young, the way they spoke so eloquently and intensely about their teammates and about how the passion to get better and caring so much about who you were as a person and all that. So I was like, listen to these freaking guys. No wonder why they're in the freaking Hall of Fame, man. Mm-hmm. You get any old Joe can play football, but these guys are elite human beings. They really were. But anyway, the point of the story was when you're at a watch party, you can't watch it as intensely because there's people kind of yapping and this and that, and you want to go get some wine and all that. That's why I don't go to Super Bowl parties, Waterboy.
Yeah.
I don't. I got to stay home and watch the Niners. You know?
I mean, especially when it's your team playing in that big of a game, it feels like you need to just lock in and get away from everybody.
In 1988, the Bengals Super Bowl, the John Candy Super Bowl, I violently and angrily threw everybody out and watched it by myself. We were in college. Everybody's partying, kegging. I'm like, get out. Get out. I sat by myself and watched John Taylor haul that thing in with tears streaming down my face. So, Young Tone, how about you? How'd you watch it last night?
I just watched it by myself. Okay. By the way, for the Super Bowl, I had a bunch of people that weren't football fans, a bunch of my mom's friends. I'm trying to explain what's happening, and it's like, bro, dude, what are we doing here?
Will you ever do that again?
No.
Exactly.
I should have just gone to a different room.
You're a young man. You're learning. And so what was your favorite thing about the game?
Dude, Garendo. Okay. This guy flashed. That 76-yard run, don't get me wrong, he should have scored there, but, looks good. He was on your bench, I know, for fantasy. He hadn't been doing much at all. Now he's kind of a, big-time fantasy pickup this next week for sure.
Well, it's funny because I'm driving home. I got Copes and Lund. Actually, before that, you're getting Papa and Ryan wrap it up from Seattle, the birthday boy, Greg Papa. And it was funny because Papa said to me, he said, what do you take away from this big fella? And Tim Ryan's first thing was, Garendo. I was like, whoa, really?
Wow.
I would have said maybe Purdy or the run defense or something. No.
Or George Kittle or Tebow
George
Samuel.
Kittle, yeah. Instead, he said Garendo. I think it was the high of the 76-yard run because I think everybody was puckering up. Seahawks had 3 timeouts. Because, theoretically, if the Niners would get a first down there, Seahawks would get the ball back with about a minute 25 to go or something like that.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, bro, the way things were going, who says he doesn't hit DK for a touchdown?
No, absolutely. So it was a huge play. Now, Tony, where do you come down on whether or not he was caught or he slid inside the 5-yard line?
He was definitely caught. You could tell. He was definitely caught. I get the fact that he's trying to play it off. Sounds like they were having fun after the game. I mean, you love to see it. It's good camaraderie, good morale after the game. But, yeah, he definitely got caught there.
So it was Devin Witherspoon who caught him, right? And I'm trying to find, if anybody can find me Devin Witherspoon's 40 time at the combine.
Ooh.
Was he like lightning fast?
He's got to be a speedster. But how about this stat I saw from Next Gen last night that Deebo Samuel actually reached a higher mile per hour on his 76-yard touchdown than Isaac Guerrero did on his 76-yard run.
Wow.
Deebo was flying yesterday.
So maybe it's false. Maybe we've been sold a bill of goods on Guerrero's speed.
Or maybe Deebo's faster than we thought.
Here it is. Illinois cornerback Devin Witherspoon runs a 4.2 40.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Oh, pardon me. I read that wrong. 4.42. 4.42. My bad. 4.42. That's still fast.
That's still fast, yeah. Guerrero 4.3 speed. But yeah, check this out. Deebo Samuel reached a top speed of 20.9 miles per hour on his 76-yard touchdown. Meanwhile, Isaac Guerrero was like 20.6, Murph.
Okay,
so pretty close, but Deebo was fine.
That's kind of like the and Guerrero ran a 4.33.
Mm-hmm.
So 4.33 versus Witherspoon's 4.42. And then, that's Jerry Rice, man. He never had the combine speed, but he had game speed. There's just guys who play different in game when their adrenaline's pumping and they do their thing. So, all right, Tone, guest list on a Friday, 10, 11, 24, October 11. Fleet Week, everybody. Enjoy it. Welcome our fine U.S. Naval sailors. They're walking up and down San Francisco. A couple of them on scooters. It was fun. It's good to see. It's old school, baby. What you got, bud?
All right, well, coming up at 6:50 this morning, we are still going to get in Brian and Bobby's best bets for the weekend. A lot of big games this weekend. We will talk all about it at 6:50 this morning. The big hit is going to be at 7:50. Cooler content is going to be at 8:30. We're going to talk to Cam Inman at 8:50. All about the Niners game. And then Greg Papa to close the show out at 9:30. And then, of course, taking your calls all day long. YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, the chat, everything. Take your calls all day long.
Yeah, so 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. And what do the 49ers have to say after a key clutch road win in Seattle? Next on the Sports Leader.
Got a new closer, baby!
Faithful, Murph, and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
We like Ike. Can he do it? Hand off to Garendo off the right side. He runs for a first down, and he's going to score. He should go down, but he may just score his first touchdown in the NFL. Garendo 10, 5, pulled down on the 1 yard line. Perfect. The game is over. Runs it down to the 2 yard line.
We got a new closer, baby.
Once I saw the seam and I hit it, I saw people on the sideline saying get down. So you never know where that decision's coming from. So just wanted to be safe, be smart right there. And then I already told Juice he owes me one at the end. But I was just happy to come out with the team win.
There it is, Isaac Garendo. How about that trio? Isaac Garendo, Tim Ryan, and the boss, Bruce Springsteen. Now, look at you, young Tone. Look at you going to Asbury Park. I like it. Anyway, welcome Garendo, who Tim Ryan has declared the new closer. And if you just get in your car, good morning. Happy Friday, everybody. I love wins in Seattle. I like the all-whites. Oh,
the all-whites, hands down, are my favorite 49er uniform.
Yeah, I still ride with the gold pants, but the all-whites are very high up there for me. And they seem to just wear them in Seattle now. They're like, we're going to Seattle, we're wearing the all-whites. That's just like their look. And Brock Purdy now being 3-0 in Seattle. By the way, while we're on this, we're going to get to some of the post-game sound here in just a second. You know, one of my big takeaways from the game was, bro, Mike McDonald has zero camera presence. Zero. They were showing him, like, who's that, a ball boy? I was like, what's that, the assistant linebacker coach? This guy had zero aura, as the kids would say, right?
It's a little different than Pete Carroll chomping down on the gum on the sideline.
My biggest takeaway, I'm like, Pete Carroll, movie star. This guy, assistant linebacker coach. And the big theory that he was the whisperer did not play out.
No, I mean, we talked all offseason long about Mike McDonald coming in as the Shanahan system solver. Turns out the Baltimore Ravens had a lot better players on that defense than what we saw last night with the Seattle Seahawks. Hey, sometimes it's the X's and O's, sometimes it's the Jimmies and Joes, and it's not looking like they got the Jimmies and Joes up in Seattle.
In general, it's the Jimmies and Joes.
Yeah.
In general. That's as a guy who's coached a lot of youth sports, it's the Jimmies and Joes. Tony, we got after the game, Trent Williams came on with Papa and Lund. We got to hear some of that, too. But after the game, you had Fred Warner, as always, who, by the way, played, even though he's on that bum ankle, and made some plays.
He was flying around. I think he led the team with 11 tackles yesterday.
Yeah, so Z13, Tony, where, you need to hear from your leader after a win like that. Fred Warner giving the summary statement here.
Yeah, I can't say enough about it. So big. We talked about during the week it being a must-win and all those type of things, and the gravity of the game, and to have your young guys, rookies, coming in and making those type of plays to help win a game, so big. And really happy for them, happy for our team finding a way to win. And it was great seeing them do that.
Yeah, and again, we just got to talk about this defense because we listed all the problems. Like we had red zone, which still a couple times they didn't get in.
Yeah, especially in that first half when they went 1 for 4 scoring and settled for 3 field goals.
Yeah, it was 16 instead of more. But we talked about red zone. We talked about special teams, which, by the way, because I was driving home and Copes and Lund were ragging on the special. Well, that's an overstatement. But they were pointing out special teams breaks down. And I was like saying to my car, I was like, yeah, but the special teams also forced a fumble.
Yeah.
Which was a pretty good play.
You had the same take as Kyle yesterday in the presser.
Oh,
he's like, I actually thought the special teams did some good things, forcing that turnover and recovering it. But yeah, obviously the blunder is the kick return touchdown, and it feels like week in and week out we're dealing with a different special team.
We want to shout out. I said it when at the watch party at Whetstone Wine Cellars up there. A listener just told me Pat Willis did an Instagram story from it. There I am in the background on my phone like a D.
Wow.
Like a D.
Wow.
And,
For all the junk you talk about kids being addicted to their phones, there's Brian Murphy at a watch party with BY and Patrick Willis
Wine Cellars.
staring at his phone on the couch.
I think I was sending a text to the fam.
See, this is the TikTok effect already. Murph joins TikTok for a week, and instead of talking to Patrick Willis and BY, he's staring at TikToks on his phone.
I was looking for more sound like, that's not a banger. That's not a banger. And I know bangers. You got it, Tone? Here it is.
This is not a banger. This is not a banger. And I know bangers. I know bangers.
2 days in a row, it's still working.
Yeah.
But anyway, the point is that it was the defense was one of the things that we listed as a concern. Mm-hmm. And we talked to everybody, Kruger, Mayoko, who do we have all week? Everybody we talked to about, what's going on with Nick Sorensen's defense. Man, did they stifle. And it's funny, if I'm a Seahawks fan, I'm like, let's go back to throwing it because they were like, we're going to establish the run. They're like, no, you're not. 20 carries, 52 yards, and Bosa's great against the run, and a couple of D tackles you weren't expecting were out there too, and then the linebacking core. And who seems to always be around, and he's not necessarily finishing, but Leonard Floyd seems to be around the ball and playing some good ball. 56. He'll close in on a quarterback. I like it. But anyway, more Nick Bosa talking about and so we talk about the run defense, and then the safeties or the DBs come up with 2 picks, and they're rookies, right? Mustafa and Malik Mustafa, who, by the way, got injured.
Yeah, that's tough to see because he was playing really well stepping in for Hufanga, and we know Hufanga is now dealing with another wrist injury, so that's going to be a position of need since, I don't want to call it George Odom since we do have positive vibes, but you want to talk about that DK Metcalf touchdown that got wiped off the board because Kenny Walker was shuffling on the line of scrimmage? Like, that can't happen. I thought after the Vikings game, we learned that you shouldn't be putting George Odom on your number 1 wide receiver, and then there goes DK burning him downfield. Luckily, it was wiped off the board, but maybe that's a concern, but how much of a concern can it really be when it doesn't count?
Yeah, well, they got lucky.
Yeah, they got lucky. They got lucky there. But yeah, let's just not put George Odom in that situation.
They got another break. Well, if you're a Niner fan, you're like, yeah, but what about the punt return? Which, by the way, would have credited another special teams plus had that play been ruled correctly.
That's true.
That would have been that would have been 2 turnovers for the special teams. So it was not all bad for the special teams. But I want to get back to the defense, which was under fire. We're like, who the hell's Nick Sorensen? Where's Brandon Staley? Why aren't they playing well? Well, they did. They only gave up 17 points. I mean, 7 was the special teams. And so here's Nick Bosa talking about those D-backs. Yeah.
I think our back end probably had one of their best games, and we needed it. And, yeah, I mean, we rushed. We got pressure. Obviously, we want to get them down, and we had some opportunities there. But we got the win.
Geno Smith only got sacked once.
Yeah, for a performance that he was coming off last week against the Giants where he was sacked 7 times. Yeah. But it definitely felt like there was a pressure and a constant pressure, which led to Geno Smith with multiple overthrows yesterday.
Yeah, he did. He was off.
Including the interception to Mustafa, but Geno Smith did not look good on his birthday.
And was it the pressure, or was it just kind of Geno reverting to the mean or something? Because, that's the guy that's been a backup for a long time, right? But he's been so good all last year and through the first 4 games of this year. You got to give the Niner D some credit. And then also, one of the things that it's tough playing on a Thursday, but here's the plus side now is that they got time, and Bosa points that out. They got now 8, 9, 10 days before the Chiefs.
Yeah, it's huge. Obviously, this was a big one to get, and now we have a little time to get some guys healthy. And then, yeah, I mean, we have a long road ahead, and it starts with the team that we haven't beat yet since I've been here. So definitely trying to get the monkey off our back with that.
How about that? Yeah. I mean, Kruger said it last night on the postgame. He's like, here comes a team that just owns you. And Bosa just acknowledged it right there.
And here comes the Chiefs team that is coming off a bye this week.
Did you hear the stats? Papa laid them out at the end of the radio broadcast.
Oh, about how good Andy Reid is coming off a bye?
You got him?
Oh, I don't even know. I just know just from PTSD against the Raiders.
Yeah, he's 32-6.
Unbelievable.
But, ready for this? With Mahomes, he's 12-1.
Dude, it's unbelievable. It's one of the biggest advantages in football. Andy Reid coming off a bye week. It felt like for years and years and years, the Raiders always played the Chiefs after a bye week, so I would always see that stat, Murph.
Man, oh, man. So, hey, listen, the kicker, we got to give this kid a lot of credit. He came in, he could have easily gagged. He made 3 kicks. He made his PATs. The only thing is, what's up with the kickoffs? I mean, he couldn't reach the end zone.
No, and I just don't think he's that power leg that Jake Moody is. We had the example earlier where the 49ers, after not getting the overturn on that replay challenge, marched all the way down to Seattle's 40-yard line, which I'm thinking to myself, all right, the 40, usually that's like field goal range for a guy like Jake Moody. Probably would have set up like a 56, 57-yard field goal, but that seemed like Kyle Shanahan knew that was out of Matthew Wright's range, and they ended up punting the ball in that situation.
Matthew, if loving you is wrong, I don't want to be right, all right? But, dude, what's he doing with the tackle? I mean, just shove a guy. Don't go down.
Like, I get it. He's got shoulder pads on. He's got helmets on. Like, he wants to be a football player, but, like, you're the backup kicker, bro. Like, you just got a job this weekend. Don't risk yourself. Don't risk yourself.
As Dana Carvey's old SNL impression of the first President Bush would say, you got to be prudent. Prudent. Shanahan on tackling kickoffs here.
Hell no. I don't. I don't know how I feel about that anymore. When they break through and they're the only line left, I would never be the coach that says just let them score. But dang, that's 2 weeks in a row, and I just got his name last night, and Matt was unbelievable today. He was 3 for 3 on field goals, and that was huge for him to stop him. I mean, it looked like they could have scored if he wasn't there, so I just hope he's all right.
Yeah, that's what we got. We don't even know. The injury report will be interesting today. What are you laughing at?
Shout out Kyle saying, yeah, I just learned his name last night.
Yeah, I thought he said that. I was like, did he say that? Yeah.
Go ahead, Tony.
Got his name last night.
Once again, shout out the Bochy outfield.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Yeah, 775 says, Mike McDonald looks like a high school assistant coach in a Disney Channel movie. Yeah, I think I would agree with that.
Looked like he should be coaching an Aaron Hernandez Netflix special.
He didn't have any of Pete Carroll's Riz, right? He didn't. I was I kind of missed the gum and the white shoes and all that, and then we're stomping up and down. So anyway, all right, well, listen, it's up to you guys now. 808 KNBR is the phone number. So let's listen. I'll be controversial sports talk guy. Like,
ooh.
Are you concerned they almost blew the game? Are you concerned? Now, I'm not as much, but you can be. And if you want to vent, you can. If there's things you're concerned about, or if you think that they're not measured up to beat the Chiefs, or if you just want to shout from the mountaintops that the Niners are back. 808 KNBR is the phone number, and 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Friday morning on KNBR. Oh, I should say, we're going to do a quick Brian and Bobby's best bets first. We're not going to do, usually we stretch it out, have some fun, shoot the S about, but given that it's a Niner game, we'll keep it nice and tight and get back to your calls as we react to the 49ers 36-24 win in Seattle. They get their win that they need on a Thursday night on the road in the Pacific Northwest on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I just got his name last night, and Matt was unbelievable today.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. KNBR heads, you ready for your weekend picks?
Yeah, baby!
It's Brian and Bobby's Best Bets on the Sports Leader. But wait, who the are Brian and Bobby?
Oh, wow. We still haven't changed that, have we? Well, you know, it's a tribute of sorts. So here's the deal. You guys know the deal. On Fridays, this is when we usually have fun. We stretch it out. We do our bets. We get you guys ready for the weekend. But it's a Niner Friday. They won the game last night in Seattle. We want to talk about that. We want to tell you that Tim Ryan joins Tolbert and Copes at 4:30 this afternoon. So we'll do all that. So what we're going to do a quick style, the way program directors like us to do everything. You know, people's attention spans are only 5 seconds. You have to move on. And already you've talked too long about this topic. You should move on to the next topic and tease something and forward tease it too. Yeah. Anyway, we'll do that. So what we'll do is I do Saturday Murph, you do Sunday Boosh, and then I do your couch potato guide, and then we get back to your calls. 808 KNBR. So I'll go right in, number one. And so I mean, at this point, 1-1 for me is like a jailbreak.
It's a good week.
Like 2 weeks in a row, I'm 1-1. I'm feeling good. Should have been 2-0. Let's be honest. What was Michigan State doing kicking a field goal with no time left on the clock in a 31-7 game? Jonathan Smith taking care of his boosters is what he was doing.
Yeah, taking care of the bettors, Murph.
Taking care of his alumni donors. So I went 1-1, lost the Michigan State-Oregon game on a brutal, bad beat backdoor field goal, but won the Cal game. They covered. Oh, boy. Hate to even bring it up, but they covered. So anyway, guys, we'll go in. Still limping at 3-7, but better in October. 2-2 so far. So let's just go right to it. We're going to go right back into, and I hate to do this. I can't believe I'm doing this. I just got to keep it real. Cal's going to Pitt. Cal's going to Pittsburgh. It's a tough assignment. It's their third trip to the East Coast already this year, coming off a very emotional loss to Miami. Pitt's really good. They got Eli Holstein. They have a great running back. Pitt's only favored by 3. Pitt's going to win the game, and they're going to win it by more than 3.
Wow, you're turning your back on the Bears,
It's just too tough of an assignment. They'll win more games later in the year, just not this one. So I'm taking Pitt and laying the 3. I told you we're keeping this tight. And then I'm going down to, I'm going to stay away from the Ohio State-Oregon game. Just, there's too many weird thoughts about that. Listen, Minnesota, UCLA. Minnesota just beat SC. UCLA is anywhere close to winning a game. And Minnesota's only laying 3.5? I would have thought it would have been like 10. So I'm going to take Minnesota and lay the 3.5 at the Rose Bowl. UCLA's not ready to win just yet. So there you go. Taking 2 favorites, Pitt and Minnesota. Over to you, Sunday Boosh.
Moving from Saturday to Sunday, Murph. We'll keep it nice and tight and remind the people that I went 1-1 last week, also hovering with a 500 record in Week 5. But now, through 5 weeks of the NFL season, officially 6-4 on the season. So we are in the green. Got a winning bet last Sunday night with the Dallas Cowboys, plus 2.5. They got the upset win over the Pittsburgh Steelers, but ended up losing because the Seahawks didn't cover the spread against the New York Giants. But Murph, this week, I'm looking for my get back against the New York Giants, and I'm going straight back to Sunday Night Football, where the Cincinnati Bengals are on the road up in New York, taking on the Giants as a 3.5-point favorite. Now, Murph, I don't love the hook, but I think the Bengals are going to win this game by a touchdown. Danny Jones, a.k.a. Danny Dimes, is the new Kirk Cousins. And I don't say that as a compliment because for years and years and years, I've been betting against Kirk Cousins in primetime games. But now Kirko Chains has found his swag and has found some success on primetime. Meanwhile, Daniel Jones has played 15 night games in his career. He's 1-14 straight up in those ball games.
He's afraid of the dark.
And when he's played 7 night games at home at MetLife, he's 0-7 in his career. So I'm taking the Bengals to win this game on the road. Malik Neighbors is still in the concussion protocol, even though he was out at a Travis Scott concert earlier this week.
Ooh.
probably not a good idea when you are in the concussion protocol. So give me the Bengals to stay hot and win on the road.
Somebody run down and tell Cleo, our unbelievable night guy who runs basically I told Cleo too, by the way, he was gone a couple of days this week. I said, Cleo, the place fell apart when you were gone, bro. The building almost crumbled. I said, Cleo, we need you, bro. And he's a New York Giants fan.
Oh, tell him the Bengals are coming.
So I gotta develop beef between Cleo and Marcus.
I'm gonna walk out today saying, "Who day, Cleo? Who day? Who day?
Who you that grandma interrupted Lamar Jackson?
Who day?
You know what? If you can find that before we get out of this segment here, and what's your second pick, buddy?
Second pick, Murph. I know you don't like when I do this.
Waterboy and the grandma interrupting Lamar Jackson and Dan Jones.
Yeah. Hooday, the Bengals!
Hooday Bengals is Bobby Boucher's best bet number 1. Best bet number 2, I'm sticking in primetime, Murph. And I know you don't like it when I do this, but I got to go to Monday Night Football because there's a matchup between the Bills and the Jets, and the spread was just way too enticing for me. Bills are only favored by 2.5 points here on the road, playing out at MetLife also, but the New York Jets are a dumpster fire. Everybody knows that they just fired Robert Saleh. Even though the defense is not the problem, it's the offense. I think that offense continues to have more problems against his Buffalo Bills defense. Division game, short travel for the Bills. I'll lay the 2.5 points on Monday night, Murph.
2.5?
And those are Bobby Boucher's best bets.
What a down.
That's what I'm saying. 2.5 is too good not to take, Murph.
How can I enjoy my weekend if I only get one pick?
Well, Murph, the Niners aren't playing on Sunday. It'll give us something to talk about on Monday and Tuesday.
I am going to officially boo you taking a Monday night game.
I'm going to officially boo your 3-7 record. Let me give my picks.
Be patient, baby. It's a weekend treat for the list. I'll say the same thing I said to the other guy who sat in that seat. This is a gift for our weekend listeners, not a gift for a pick you could make on Monday morning. Jesus H.
Yeah, I could also go with the Texans.
Pick a freaking weekend game.
Shout out the Texans -6.5 against the Patriots. That's my honorable mention.
Once we change seats, I'm like, okay, now I got to go make a pick on Sunday.
Nope.
I got a guy making a pick on Monday.
A lot of rules.
Why don't I pick next Tuesday's Jacksonville State game? Why don't I do that?
Oh, if it gives you a winner, go ahead.
Oh, boo. Double, triple thumbs down.
The guy with the losing record's booing me in my bets.
Easy, buddy. Easy, buddy. Easy.
You're
First
the
of
one
all,
booing me.
Years and years of green, and this thing ain't over yet. And second of all, you could be losing games. I said the same thing to the other guy. Don't pick Monday night games for our Friday football forecast. We're here to give the listeners a weekend treat.
Well, good thing it's not the Friday football forecast. It's Brian and Bobby's best bets.
You know what I'm going to take right now? I'm going to take the Cal Stanford game in November. That's going to be my pick right now.
Oh.
All right, your couch potato guide. Here you go. 1-star pick: Arizona, Green Bay, 10 a.m. on Fox. Why? Because if Arizona loses, the Niners are in first place all by themselves. If Arizona wins, the Niners are not in first place all by themselves. That game's on 8-10, the spread. 2-star pick, Texas, Oklahoma, 12:30 ABC. Driving in, I heard some national shows saying it's too hard to say Red River rivalry over and over again. Is it hard to say Red River rivalry over and over again? Is it a tongue twister?
It's a little bit of a tongue twister.
Red River, but anyway, Oklahoma has a true freshman quarterback who's apparently a phenom, as Willie McCovey would say. You got to check him out. His name is, I had it right, was it Michael Hawk? Anyway, he's a phenom. I had it on my cheat sheet, but I lost it. And Texas has Quinn Ewers back. So 12:30 ABC. That game's on KNBR on Saturday. My 3-star game is Cal Pitt, because even though I took Pitt, you still got to ride with your Golden Bears. 12:30 ESPN. That game's on 8-10. My 4-star pick is Detroit, Dallas, 125. Because, if you're thinking about it, Dallas is coming here in 2 weeks. You got to check them out. Also, this is NFC supremacy. If you're going to think the 49ers are going to be up at the top, you got to watch this game. And quite frankly, I think you're rooting for Dallas if you're looking at it that way.
That's tough to say.
Or if you just want to see Dallas lose, you can do that too. And I'm going with my 5-star pick, the one I stayed away from, Ohio State, Oregon. I think that great helmets, great scene, Autzen Stadium, big crowds, Big Ten game, believe it or not, 4:30 on NBC. It's also on KNBR. And, by the way, that game is on Saturday. So you can watch it this weekend, unlike a Bills-Jets game, which is on Monday. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. All right, back to the phones. 808 KNBR is a phone call. We did it a little longer than I thought. That included a 3-minute dispute over the Monday night pick. So
a lot of rules.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like rules, you mean like, rules like we got to get out on time, or we got to, show up at time for work, or we got to hand the mics over to Papa and Lunch. Is that a rule?
Show up to time on work, Murph. That's not a rule on this show.
Very good.
Thank you.
Good.
Let's get back to riffing.
Way to save it, buddy. Way to save it. All right, guys. By the way, the Oklahoma people want to know who the Oklahoma freshman quarterback is I got to get that for you guys.
No way, it's Mike Hawk.
No, it's not. It
sounds like a prank phone call.
No.
I'm looking for Mike Hawk.
I think Hawkins. Hawkins.
Thank you.
Hawkins. Thank you very much, guys. Multiple people think. 408 says, I totally agree with Murph on the picks, but it's hilarious how mad he gets, so keep on picking them, boys. 916, Murph's disrespect for OG Big Ten teams responsible for that 3-7 record. A lot of ball left, baby. A lot of golf left. And by the way, let me tell you what. The college landscape, it ain't for children. Anybody can pick pro games. I'm in that pool with, the big money pool I'm in that we don't talk about. My pro record is significantly better than my college record. As I once, I lived in a dorm my freshman year, and my freshman year roommate was from Palos Verdes. His dad was a rich guy, and his dad would call sometimes the dorm room, and my roommate, was cooler than me, so he was out, and I was stuck in the dorm room like a nerd. So I would answer the phone, and his dad would sometimes be in the cups, in the sauce. And he called one night on a Saturday night, and I was home, of course, because I had nothing going on. And he was hammered, and he was telling me, he had lost a big college bet. He's like, he goes, you know what? Listen to me, Murphy. Never bet college. Never. I was like, why? He goes, these 18-year-old kids, man, 19-year-old kids. The guy broke up with his girlfriend, man. Goes to a terrible game, cost me the bet. I was like, okay. I said, no, I'll tell him you called.
Sounds like a guy who bet on a few college games.
I've always thought of that, though, in college games. I'm like, I'm relying on some 18-year-old kid who had a fight with his girlfriend before the game. You know what I mean? It's like
you're not wrong.
It's so dicey out there, man. Anyway, back to the text line at 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415 says, NFL admitted that their replay reviewers didn't have the Amazon Prime angle that we all had.
Why not?
For the Seattle punt returner. However, the NFL reviewers did have that feed after they made the call. They should have given the timeout back. 2 wrongs don't make a right. That was...
And you're telling me after we talked about Robert Goodell's salary and how much money he makes, he can't afford an Amazon Prime subscription? Like after all that?
Somebody said he makes $60 million a year? Whew. 916 says, no, I'm not worried about almost giving it up. Divisional games are weird, especially on the road. If it weren't for the blown call in the challenge, it would not have felt close. They improvised, adapted, and overcame on the road. I'm with you, 916. I was surprised to read some stuff this morning and hear some people like, oh, they almost blew it. I'm like, what do you mean? Almost blew it. They won the game, 36-24. Yeah, was the booty hole a little tight at 23-17 and Geno had the ball? Sure, but that's football, baby. That's sports. You got to get, I mean, you yourself watching Garrett Cole, and he was pitching well.
He was.
But you said your booty hole got tight on a couple fly balls to the warning track,
yeah,
right?
Juan Soto had to put his back against the fence a couple times. But yeah, you're right. It doesn't matter if you win by an inch or win by a mile. I'll go full fast and furious on you. A win is a win at the end of the day. But I do think that 49er fans were concerned once they saw that lead drop down to 6 points and then eventually drop down to 5 in the fourth
quarter.
quarter.
But that's thinking like a loser.
Yeah.
I've tried to talk to my kids about this in sports. Like, you got to think like a champ, man. You got to think like a winner. You got to be, it's like winning time. You can't be, oh, the bad things are going to happen to me. Then you guess what? Bad things are going to happen to you if you think that way.
Yeah.
You know what? Take it on. Head first. Let's go.
I mean, you have to have that mindset. You have to have that approach. That's why Kyle was actually asked about it yesterday in presser, what was going through his mind in the fourth quarter. He said, look, I was not trying to think about the 2 games that we've blown this year with double-digit leads against divisional opponents. Of course, you can't have that mindset. But when the fans have seen this happen multiple times this year, I think it's a fair assessment to kind of get those feelings during the game.
I mean, you're human. Of course, you're human. Of course, it was in my mind, but I was like, let's find a way to win it. Mm-hmm. I see it. I see it coming. The train's coming, but dodge the train. Jump off the tracks, 415 says the Ravens have much better players on defense than the Seahawks, so Mike McDonald's defense with the Seahawks doesn't look as good.
That's a fact. There's no Roquan Smith or Kyle Hamilton on that defense.
2 + 2 = 4 right there, too. 408 says the Amazon feed was so blurry last night. It was so bad last night. It was blurry. Was yours blurry?
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think I had any
ours
issues.
was pretty sweet up at Whetstone Winery.
Maybe that guy had too many beers.
If you need to see it, go to Pat Willis's Instagram story. We were in this fabulous stone room with a fireplace and a TV, and they're pouring wine. I was like, man, if I didn't have to be... Some guy said to me at one point, he goes, hey, what time do you have to be up tomorrow? I go, don't worry about it, bro.
Yeah,
don't worry about it.
Doesn't matter. Yeah,
I'm going to drive home.
That's a personal problem.
I said to him, it's Friday. We'll get through it we'll just get through on adrenaline, man. 831 says, I'm happy for the win, but it doesn't look like we're ready for the Chiefs. We still need to get healthy. I mean, I like, there's a rule. Like, you're supposed to enjoy a win before you start thinking about the Chiefs. But here on Sports Talk Radio, we should probably start skewing a little bit. Can they stay on the field with the Chiefs? Sure.
I mean, I guess the bigger question is who can keep up with the Chiefs? I mean, they're the best team in football, and until someone takes that crown away from them, they're going to continue to be the best team in football.
Yeah. I mean, they've had close wins this year.
Yeah,
they haven't been blowing teams out.
Yeah, and we're also talking about a team that came back twice in the Super Bowl, and we're talking about special teams play. Maybe the ball doesn't bounce off Luter's legs. Maybe we are talking about the Niners being the Super Bowl champions instead of the Chiefs. But still, at the end of the day, you want to beat the best, you got to beat the best.
Luter forced the fumble on the kickoff, and I shouted out at the Whetstone Wine Cellars. I was like, "Make it up for the Super Bowl!" And the guy's like, "What?" I said, "Don't you remember?" He's like, "Oh yeah, poor kid, because that was a fluke play."
Yeah, but people don't forget Murph.
No, well, I didn't. I called him out right then, and Tatum Bethune recovered it. But Laviska Shenault, you saw he was pouting on the sideline. He made up for it.
Yeah, he
took it 97 yards. That guy was good at Colorado, too. Did we see we go? 510 says, regarding the NFL replay officials, who do they think they are? The ACC? The Cal game didn't get targeting. The Niner game didn't get the fumble. Signed Bob and Hercules there.
I got to say, there was a good text earlier. I lost it with the slottery, or the lottery slot. I don't know. What do we call it? When you pull it?
The draft? What are you talking about?
The slot machines. Slot machines of text. That's what John Joe always calls it.
Oh, yeah, he always calls it a slot
I don't even know why I brought that up.
Yeah.
But anyways, my point I was getting to, we had a text earlier today that said, boys, don't you realize that Amazon is located in Seattle? Are we talking about a conspiracy theory?
Hey, conspiracy theories are hot. You know what I mean? Whether you're talking weather or Amazon. You know what I mean? Conspiracy theories are
You're
hot.
not wrong about that.
Here we go. 209 says, honestly, my wife is just happy the Niner game is over so we can go to the mall on Sunday. This is true. Our Sundays are totally different now. Are you guys like, in a way, to be honest, there's like a double-edged sword. Part of you is like, cool, I'm not stressed out. I don't have to like kind of tense up or anything. The other part is you feel directionless. Now, you have the Raiders, Raiders, Steelers, but honestly, what are you going to do, young Tony? You going to wander around?
No, watch Red Zone, bro.
Well, because you guys are playing each other, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I'm also a degenerate gambler, so I always have action on all the games.
Yeah, if you play
I'm not one of those people that say, oh, an NFL Sunday without your team playing is mid. I don't agree with that take at all.
Well, it's all about fantasy, right?
Well, it's about fantasy. It's about gambling. It's just about the love of football.
In fact, I got to check in on the matchup here. I want to see how you guys are doing here.
Oh, 20-0 Kittle Rascals.
Kittle Rascals are up 20-0, and but the computer says, the robot says this team is dog-ass is favored to win 59-41.
said what?
The computer said what, Merv?
Why is that? They like your Jaden Daniels, your Drake. You got 20 from Kittle. I would have thought.
Well,
you know why? Because you
haven't
haven't put a kicker in.
That's it. I almost picked up Matthew Wright last night.
Dude.
I thought about it, but I was like, oh, I just don't trust the kid yet.
Oh my God!
Are you just not going to start a kicker? I was very confused by that.
I think it might be
interesting
more.
strategy.
I think it might be more disrespectful if I beat Young Tony without a kicker.
Dude.
And me and Young Tony do have a beer bet on this game, Merv. By the way,
Danny Dunn style.
Yeah, that's it. If Tony wins, I'm going to buy him his first beer.
707 says, did you ever wonder why, since we pay for Amazon Prime, why do we still get commercials? Good point, 707. We're getting boned.
That's a great point.
Yeah, we're paying premium. It's like when you play Spotify Premium, you don't get the ads, right?
That is true.
Oh,
is there an Amazon Plus Premium?
408 says, I'll come from a different angle about last night. They could have easily let the Seahawks coming back creep into their head and blow it, but they bowed up and instead added points to pull away. Good win. All right. And 916 says the Niner injury issue is similar to the Warriors. They've played a ton of postseason games. They add up for a while. 916 says Chiefs need to get healthy too.
That is too. No Rasheed Rice.
And 707 says our brand new 65-inch TV had amazing color and clarity. Well, you must have shopped at Video Only where I got my TV.
Wow.
Which is right next to Mancini's Sleep World where we got a fabulous mattress. Shout out Jason.
This guy's just
Took
giving
care of
plugs
us.
left and right.
This is what you do.
What a pro.
This is what you do when you sell your soul to commerce.
That's it. That's how you end up on watch parties with Patrick Willis and BY.
Can I talk to you about Underdogs Fantasy coming up pretty soon?
Ooh, are we going to be going head-to-head with picks?
Well, we do. Well, we don't because it's Saturday versus Sunday.
Yeah.
Although in December, I join you in the NFL because college stops.
That is true.
Although with the new playoff, maybe it'll be different. Maybe we'll get games every week.
I'll be waiting with open arms, Murph.
All right, buddy. All right. In a Monday night game.
And a Monday night.
On top of that all.
Maybe a Monday night
I thought I was
doubleheader.
done with the Monday night picks. And here they are. They're
I actually
back.
snuck in a Monday nighter earlier this season
Did
on
you?
accident. Remember, we pre-recorded on a Thursday because you were gone in Scotland on Friday.
Did you just put a Monday night?
Turns out I actually took the Bills over the Jags, I think, on a Monday night.
Did you win it?
I won it.
Okay.
1-0 on Monday night, baby. Have yet to lose.
There you go. You're like Brock Purdy in Seattle, 3-0. All right, we continue. 808 KNBR is the phone number. What do we got? We got Cam Emmett at 8:50, Greg Pop at 9:30. But you guys, so are you concerned that they almost blew it or blank that? They won the freaking game. What about Brock Purdy? We talked about him and what you needed from him. We talked about this yesterday before the game. I wrote my jock blog. I'm like, bro, you played losing football against the Rams and the Cardinals. Did he do enough last night, to make you feel good about Brock getting the big contract next year? 808 KNBR is the phone number on the Sports Leader. All right, Friday message is score big with your savings with Provident Credit Union. Yeah, I'm talking about checking out Pick a Term certificates from Provident Credit Union, and you can lock in a fantastic 4.25% annual percentage yield with a Pick a Term certificate. So whether you choose a 3-month or a 6-month term, this limited time offer is ideal for hitting your short-term savings goals. Grow your savings and earn a guaranteed rate for the term of the certificate. So earn 4.25% today with a Provident Credit Union Pick a Term certificate. And if you need help getting started, it's easy. The Provident team can walk you through the process and make your savings journey simple and successful. So visit providentcu.org or stop by your local branch and don't sit on the sidelines. Maximize your savings now and watch your money grow. This rate is effective as of October 7, 2024. Minimum balance required of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providentcu.org.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, they're trying to get in here and really light this crowd up with a special teams play. They're going for a block. Wishnowski gets it away. Good punt. G. Williams back to return the punt. Conley ran into him. He muffed the ball, but Conley, I think, hit him. It's a live ball.
He got pushed into him from behind.
Flag is down. Hold on here. Did he muff the ball, D. Williams? Did Conley commit a fair catch interference on the punt?
No, he did not. He got pushed from behind.
Then it could be Niners ball here. Hang on for a moment. The ball hit D. Williams.
I don't think it ever did.
The San Francisco player who hit the Seahawks receiver was blocked into him. Therefore, there is no foul. It'll be first down and 10, Seattle.
So it never hit D. Williams.
It did not.
All right, so it's nothing happened. So it's not a fair catch interference on Chris Conley, and it's not a muff punt on D. Williams.
How about a block in the back blocked into him? Not just blocked into him, but pushed in the back. Is that legal now?
Wait, something did happen. It did hit D. Williams, and it was a fumble. We just found out way too late because of a massive breakdown by the NFL and Amazon Prime for a multi-billion-dollar industry and for Roger Goodell's salary. Unacceptable, boys. Unacceptable. But the 49ers adapt, improvise, and overcome 36-24. Good morning, everybody. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. Young Tony's here. 49ers win. Daft Punk's playing. Everybody's feeling good. Fleet Week this weekend should be gorgeous. We're going to be part of you youngsters will be partying in the city. God bless you.
Tony's going to be on a boat today in the bay.
I'm on a boat.
Drinking mimosas and watching the planes.
I'm going to be at a high school water polo tournament in Walnut Creek.
Ooh.
Shout out Parenthood.
Are you on the call today?
No, we only do home games, but great call. You would get some funny sound. Funny sound, man. Many things that happened yesterday. I got to watch it. And shout out the Dwight Clark Fund. I mean, listen, the Dwight Clark legacy, he lives forever. We miss him every day. So they do that event every spring, and they raise money for the Golden Heart Fund for players who need help. There's a lot of guys who are down and out, and they want to help 49ers players who bring you thrills on the field and then have tough times in life. So the Golden Heart Fund raises money. So Kirk Reynolds put together this wine dinner up in Napa at Whetstone Wine Cellars. Shout out Jamie and Michelle Whetstone who hosted us. And he got Bryant Young and Patrick Willis to agree to come up to Napa, and two guys bid on it. Gary Filizzetti and Jim Ross, I believe. I hope I got the names correct. And it's really nice of them. They very generously bid on it, and it went to the Golden Heart Fund. And Kirk asked me to come up and just hang out and do a little Q&A with them. Anyway, Steve Mariucci showed up.
Ooh.
He brought two things I want to tell you about that dinner. We'll get back to one. Mooch brought a helmet that is signed by every 49er Hall of Famer. Now, I have to put an asterisk on that. Like, not guys like Richard Dent, who was there for like a year, or Chris Dolman, who was there for like a year. We're talking about like lifetime 49ers. And dude, it goes all the way. He has Y.A. Tittle, Hugh McElhaney, Joe Perry, and John Henry Johnson, the $1 Million Backfield. Damn. All the way through the 60s. Dave Wilcox, my neighbor, Jimmy Johnson, who we lost. All the way up through Joe and Ronnie, Charles Haley, Eddie D. It's Leo Nomalini, Bob St. Clair from the 50s. It's like so cool. And what was amazing is he brought it so that Pat Willis and Bryant Young could sign it and add to the helmet. I was like, this is very cool right now. I said, Mooch, what are you going to do with that helmet? That's very valuable, buddy.
I'm surprised that helmet still has space on it, man.
I know. And Shout out older people signing their name where you can read it. Hugh McElhaney White, you can read it perfectly. John Henry Johnson. Nowadays, these guys are writing an X or a smudge.
Well, nowadays, they don't even teach kids cursive.
No, they don't. They do not. They're going to write it with AI.
That's the problem.
The other thing was we asked BY, and we did a little chat at the wine cellar. I'm like, hey, guys, just a prediction. And they said, BY's like, I hate to be cliche here, man. But, you play in an environment like this, you can't turn it over. Mm-hmm. He said, and they didn't take it away from Arizona last week. They got to take it away. And I'm like, he goes, I know that's, football 101, but look what happened last night.
Yeah, I think it's the number one indicator in the box score. Without looking at the score, if you want to figure out who won an NFL game, hell, if you want to know who won a college football game or even a high school football game, look at the turnovers. And they won that battle yesterday 3-0 after coming off a week where Brock Purdy turned the ball over twice, 2 interceptions. It was a problem last week against the Cardinals, but they were positive in the turnover ratio yesterday, which led to more points and more opportunities.
Well, that led to our tease about Brock Purdy. Like, we said, what kind of Purdy are you going to be? I'm like, I need championship Purdy. And sure enough, he didn't turn it over once. I don't even think, the touchdown to Debo probably could have used one more Garrett Cole mile per hour on that fastball because Julian Love just missed it.
Yeah, and good job by Debo for adjusting his route and going inside, putting his body in that position. But Brock and Kyle Shanahan both found that soft spot in between that Mike McDonald defense where they had a lot of the corners in the flat a lot of time and then the safety over the top. There's that soft spot in that defense that they attacked multiple times yesterday.
So Purdy and Kittle went to the Amazon Thursday night desk after the game, and Purdy talked about this aggression that Kyle says to do.
How has it changed? Because right now it looks like you're taking more shots, you're taking more risks. The play to Debo, you're pushing the ball down the field. Is that you or Kyle? Because I remember he was a little more risk averse back when I knew him.
No, he's always got plays dialed up for us. So if we get the right look and the right opportunity, man, he's always telling me, he's like, dude, be aggressive, let's take it, and no hesitation. And so that's been a big thing for me this last year, and he's continued to teach me on that, and I'm growing in that. But obviously when I got guys like Debo, B.A., George, I can have the trust to put it out there and have them go get it, break a tackle, just like Debo right there. And so, man, it's just something that we're growing in.
Okay, do you think that Richard Sherman's question had a little asterisk there?
Oh, people think the water boy is sending subliminals. No doubt about it, Richard Sherman was sending subliminals.
Whoa, you talking Italians?
Whoa, you talking subliminals?
Whoa, you talking good enough to win?
Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
Without a question, that's a shot at Jimmy G, or I don't even know if I should classify it as a shot, but he's definitely calling out the difference in confidence and trust that you're seeing with Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy. More trust and confidence than we ever saw in Jimmy Garoppolo.
By the way, Debo Samuel, who's the master of the short answer. All these years in the NFL, he still hasn't learned how to pad an answer. He was asked what was working last night, and he was talking about that aggressive QB.
Now that you got an earpiece in there, over 100 yards, touchdown for you, what was working?
Brock Purdy.
I like that answer.
That's the answer.
Simple as that. Brock Purdy was working, and so was Debo Samuel. We called it out yesterday. Always has big-time performances against the Seattle Seahawks. Mm-hmm. Had another one last night, and Murph, now he's the first wide receiver in NFL history to have 20 receiving touchdowns and also 20 rushing touchdowns.
That stat shocked me, that he has 20 rushing touchdowns. What? I was like, what? No way.
And it's crazy. Going to last night's game, he had more rushing touchdowns than receiving touchdowns.
Insane. More Brock Purdy about him and Shanahan about needing to score a lot. Cut G, Tony, here.
Yeah, we talk about it all the time, and that's something that we've had to get better at this season. And so, Coach Shanahan always says that no matter what the score is, our offense, we should be able to put up points and then not always have to rely on defense or special teams. Like, we should be able to take the next step and put up points and when our team needs it. And so that's what we're holding ourselves accountable. But then tonight, defense came up with a huge pick, and then for us, we got to cap it off and score, and pull away. So it's just complimentary team football. That's the next step for us, and we got to continue to work on it and play the way we know how to play like the last couple of years, man. That's Niner football. So,
what was Cal's message today in the locker room?
We haven't even talked about 30 for Purdy. They did it again. Yeah. 36.
Highest point total of the season, correct?
Interesting, though, in the Trent Williams interview on KNBR, he lamented that he doesn't think they're playing total complementary football yet, like offense, defense, special teams. It seems like he pointed out the special teams giving up the touchdown return. So they're not totally there yet. Like, they haven't found their total groove just yet.
Oh, even in a game where they put up 36 points, Murph, they could have easily put up 40 plus. We've been talking all year long about the red zone struggles. In the first half, despite them running for over 100 yards and moving the ball downfield, they were 1 for 4 in scoring touchdowns in that first half, scheduled for 3 Matthew Wright field goals instead of touchdowns in those situations. I think Brock Purdy would like to cash in on those opportunities more. Again, we're nitpicking after a big win up in Seattle, but I still think some of those red zone issues popped their head up, at least in the first half, before George Kittle started to get into the end zone.
We got to talk about Kittle for sure, and Purdy and him. Remember they had that at the end of 2022? Didn't he hit Kittle for a lot of touchdowns?
Yes.
And it looked like they had something going on. And
George has had career highs with Brock Purdy.
Yeah, that's why you drafted him.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm a Kittle Rascal guy. And actually, the stat that I saw yesterday that was put out by Pro Football Focus, George Kittle leads the NFL this year with 10 catches in the red zone. He leads the NFL with 65 yards in the red zone. He also leads the NFL this season with 5 red zone touchdowns. We've been asking questions about the red zone issues all year long. It looks like the answer is George Kittle.
Man, oh man. And by the way, that whole thing with their wives was incredible. Cool. It was like out of a movie. Silver wrote his whole column this morning. He just posted on the Chronicle about used chick. He said they're like in a buddy movie. It's like the Starsky and Hutch or whatever, whatever. Owen Wilson and Vince Vaughn, Wedding Crashers. Used chick and Kittle just had this whole thing dialed up with their wives right there, jumping up there. And I mean, it was like they're just living their best lives right now, man.
Yeah, and
sure.
Murph, do you approve of the nickname the Lumen Leap?
I hadn't heard that.
I heard a couple of people on Twitter talking about it because the name of the stadium up in Seattle is, of course, Lumen.
Yeah, Lumen's like a company, isn't it? Like a factory?
I didn't even know. I was confused. Is it Lululemon? Or is it something different?
No, it's something different for sure.
I like those leggings.
Do you?
Oh, yeah.
Do you wear them?
I don't wear them. I just like them when other people wear them.
Because they wear them for dudes.
Oh, I've never tried them.
Oh, dude, there are many, many dudes wearing Lululemon.
All right.
Especially on the golf course, young Tone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. First time I saw it, I was like, bro, really? And then I started seeing them everywhere. I haven't gone down that road just yet, but, Lumen Technologies is an internet service provider company.
I ride with Lululemons instead.
I know, exactly.
Give me the leggings.
And you could wear them and be sexy yourself.
I understand.
Yeah, there you go. Young Tone, do you have Lululemons for the golf course, buddy?
Nah.
I'm telling you, bro.
I want to say Kyle Harr might, though, like a pair of pants.
I'm telling you, Kyle Harr would be exactly the kind of guy.
He is an attractive man.
Because he's confident in his metrosexuality. And he knows that the ladies love Kyle.
That's it.
And he looks sexy in the pants, too.
The California Kyle, baby.
And George Kittle, by the way, I wanted to get this out. I loved how Kittle shouted out Matt Wright. Dude, Kyle didn't even know his name till last night, and Kittle made sure the kid got his love.
Can I give a shout out to Matt Wright, our kicker?
Of course.
Just signed him 3 field goals and makes a tackle.
Hey,
What are you talking about? That's awesome. What a stud.
by the way, you should have heard Al on the broadcast. He's like, what is he doing?
Monster. Absolutely love it. Thanks, guys.
You got
All right, man. Very good. Yes. Okay, we'll continue on. 808 KNBR is the phone number on the other side. If you guys want to chime in, are you feeling great about Purdy? You're feeling great about Kittle? You're worried at all about the injuries? You're worried about the Chiefs? Or is everything cool? And what were your favorites? You got hums and bumps from last night? Marcus, maybe pick your hums and your bumps from last night. We can do that on the other side, too. Listen, it's a victory Friday. Everybody's in a great mood. Somebody go to Bob's and bring me some donuts, all right? On KNBR 104.5 and 680. These Sports Later.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher here on a Friday morning and here to talk to you about Prize Picks because Prize Picks is America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. And Prize Picks is the easiest way and most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Unlike other apps on Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers. All you need to do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections and watch the winnings roll in. And it's a Friday. There might not be any football tonight, but we got some big baseball action with the Dodgers and the Padres squaring off with an elimination on the line. So I'm going to go ahead and take Shohei Ohtani, more than 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs combined. That means if he hits a solo shot, you cash in. RBI single, you cash in. So if you want to join me on Prize Picks, all you need to do is download the app and use the code word LEADER, and you will get $50 instantly when you play $5. That's code word LEADER on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to have a winning lineup to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed, and it's only on Prize Picks. Run your game.
Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
We like Ike. Can he do it? Hand off to Guerrero off the right side. He runs for a first down, and he's going to score. He should go down, but he may just score his first touchdown in the NFL. Guerrero 10-5, pulled down on the 1-yard line.
Once I saw the seam and I hit it, I saw people on the sideline saying get down. So you never know where that decision's coming from. So just wanted to be safe, be smart right there. And then I already told Juice he owes me one at the end. But I was just happy to come out with the team win.
Did you slide there at the end?
Hell no, we want him to score, and I don't think he slid. That's what he's claiming. I think 21's a fast player, and he got him a little bit there at the end, but ended up working out better for us.
Look at that, Shanahan. The big dispute. Did Isaac Guerrero slide, or did he get caught by Devin Witherspoon? So, hey, listen, when that's your biggest concern, it's a great Friday morning, and when you can rejoin with Huey Lewis News anytime you want, bro. Speaking of that helmet that Mooch had, those were signed by some guys who appeared with Huey Lewis on stage, Joe Montana and Ronnie Lotz. So, anyway, good morning, everybody. Usually Greg Papa joins us at this time, but it was a late night. They got in very, very late. Papa pleaded for mercy to get a 9:30 hit. So we agreed. We gave him that mercy for his birthday. It was our birthday present to Papa.
That's it. Brock Purdy was throwing touchdown passes to George Kittle as a birthday gift. We're gifting Greg Papa a couple extra hours of sleep this morning.
That does mean on the leader, you're getting Papa from 9:30 all the way to 2.
Perfect.
So can you imagine, 4.5 hours? 4 is about our max for all of us.
I need more Papa
in
my life. Injected into my veins like those breakfast burritos we had a couple weeks ago.
Those were really good. You know what? My host last night at the wonderful wine dinner, which raised money for the Golden Heart Fund, Jamie Whetstone is his name. And by the way, the wine was incredible. He said to me when Guerrero broke the 76-yard run, he goes, Murph, did you see the aerial shot of Kyle? See, Kyle almost was like doing the what do you call the
what
do you call that one?
The chop. The D Generation X chop. The Anthony
I'm
Edwards
exaggerating a little bit, but he was doing a little bit. He was kind of doing the double fist down by the waist.
Okay.
Yeah, he was, and he asked, like, have you ever seen Kyle that? Like, Kyle was hyped. Think about, do you ever see Kyle get hyped? Not much. That was on the short list of most emotional I've seen Kyle.
Well, especially when Kyle's been catching so much criticism about the 2 blown leads. I mean, there were people on social media yesterday calling for Kyle Shanahan to get fired in the middle of the game, which is an absolutely outrageous take, by the way.
Those people weren't being serious, were they?
I don't know, Murph. I really don't know with people on the internet.
But I think you're right. I think Kyle's reaction, if you go back and watch the replay, it's an aerial shot of Garendo being chased down by Witherspoon, and Kyle's on the sideline freaking pumped, dude. I think you're right.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, blank everyone, we're not blowing this lead, and Garendo did it, because what if they didn't get a first down there? Because Seattle had 3 timeouts.
And we're talking about a situation where Geno Smith has the opportunity to march down the field
with
and win
about
the game.
a minute 20. He would have had which is an eternity in the NFL, unless you're Brock Purdy trying to get from the 30 to the 30 in LA. I'll never forgive him for that. I really won't.
Wow.
Although, shout out 925, who says, shout out to the 10-9 edition of the Lightly Read Jock blog, where Murph invoked Western civilization. I did. I said, hey, Brock, NFL quarterback is the most important job in Western civilization. I said, you got to deliver. So thank you, 925. He says, Brock was inspired. Jack Loader hit me last night and said, we got Jock Blog Brock tonight. Is what he said.
Jock Blog.
So the Lightly Read Jock Blog is now becoming into the medium read Jock Blog here.
I know.
Thank you.
We're getting more readers day by day.
After the phones, Matt in Hollister is checking in on the 49ers win last night. We're talking, are you concerned? Are you great? Do you have hums? Do you have bums? Matt, good morning. You're on KNBR.
What's up, Matt?
Hey, good morning, fella. How's it going? Morning.
Well, it's a Friday and the Niners won, so I'm feeling pretty good.
Oh,
yeah.
You got it. You got it. Love it. Love it. Hey, Murph, one thing.
Yes, sir.
I've been in produce all my life. It's produce, not produce.
I know.
Okay.
Well, I got a little. It's like a little flaw in my game.
Wow.
You know what I mean? It's a flaw in my game. Wait, Matt, we lost him.
Uh-oh.
He wanted to drop the produce bomb, and then
That's it. I'm just glad that someone's calling in to correct Murph's grammar instead of mine for a change. This is news breaking.
Waterboy gets off good lines every day. People need to recognize
This day in Murph and Marcus
Yeah,
history.
very good, very good. Anyway, Matt dropped off. It said on the call he was a little concerned about the offensive line and the red zone offense. How'd you feel about the offensive line last
I'm
night?
glad that Matt brought up the offensive line because you can look at the box score and see that Brock Purdy was not sacked yesterday, which you would say, damn, that's a good job by the offensive line. You can look at the box score and see they rushed the ball 33 times for 228 yards.
Yeah.
That means the offensive line did a good job. But I also thought there was a couple situations with Jake Brendel where he had that 29-yard pass to Brandon Ayuk downfield, taken off the board because of a holding call. There was also Jake Brendel on third down a couple times, got beat by his man up the middle. Purdy had to do like a little jump pass incomplete on third down. So I wasn't overly impressed by Jake Brendel specifically, but overall, you got to say it was a good night for that offensive line.
Yeah, you are right. I totally concur with everything you said. It was mostly a great night. The holding call on Brendel was tough, and it was annoying, and Brendel tends to be a little bit of a pinata for fans.
Yeah, Leonard Williams beat him a few times last night.
But on the Garendo run, 3 great blocks from the right side of the line, Brendel, Pooney, and McKivitz. In fact, on the way home last night, Papa and Ryan were very high on Pooney. Very high on Pooney. Do we have that? We haven't played that Chad Ochocinco
that's great.
from the cooler where he talks about being Italian. You find that, and I'll go to Matt in Hollister real quick, who's back after the produce correction. Matt, good morning. You're back.
Good morning. I'm back. Hey, so I've got family up in Seattle, and I talked to them this morning, and they're like, we should not even have been on the field with you guys because if we had some sort of an offense on the red zone, we could have scored upwards of 50 points. I mean, I love the fact that we scored 36, but, man, that's something that if we correct it, sky's the limit for this year, I think. I think we're going to just fine. My concern level is maybe a 1 or 2.
Ooh.
But I'm feeling bring on Kansas City, bring on Dallas. Let's go.
All right, Matt. Good call, and thanks for the produce, too. Let's be honest. It is daunting that the Chiefs are coming in. I'm trying not to focus on that right now. We'll do that next week. But, they could easily lose that game, and then you're back to 3-4, and are you kind of gripping again,
Yeah,
Again, I don't want to go. I mean, I'm going there.
Yeah,
but
exactly. We're getting ahead of ourselves,
Yeah,
but
way
we
ahead.
should just kind of relish in the fact that we're talking about the 49ers being in first place in the NFC West after the disastrous start that they've had. If they would have lost last night, they would have gone to 0-3 in the division, 0-4 in the conference. Then the sky would really be falling. But because they got the win, and our main criticism was just them not finding out a way to close out the game yesterday, regardless if the Seahawks cut the lead to 6 or to 5 at 2 different times in the game, they found a way to close it out, and they found a way to win.
And you know what else I'd say? We've now seen all 3 NFC West teams. We've seen the Rams, we've seen the Cardinals, we've seen the Seahawks, and let's be honest, none is a juggernaut.
No, and the 49ers are better than all of them.
Yeah, I would say that's probably one of the biggest takeaways from this whole thing. Arizona goes to Green Bay Sunday. Yeah, but could they win? Sure, it's the NFL, any given Sunday. But, they're likely going to lose that game. And Seattle goes to Atlanta next week. I mean, that won't be Atlanta's not that bad.
Not with Kirko Chains.
There you
with the
go.
newfound swag.
All right, guys. People pouring in on the text line. You guys are choosing to text, not call today. It's all right. It's a Friday, but there's tons of takes on the text line, and including here's the negative one. You were looking for it. Here it is. 650. They should have lost last night, but they've got big problems. They're awful special teams, cost to score every game. They went through 4 kickers to get this guy, and our special teams, blah, blah, blah. He goes on. He says they were lucky to win. So listen, you're fine. 650, you're fine to have that take. I ain't buying that. To me, NFC West road wins on short weeks are tremendous pluses. And I do want to say about special teams, yeah, they gave up the touchdown, which is brutal, but they also forced a fumble on special teams. They also made all their field goals and PATs, and you can make an argument they forced a second turnover on special teams. They got boned by the replay.
Yeah, I don't know how you look at that game last night and said the 49ers got lucky. They were obviously the better team. They ran for over 200 yards. Their offense was more efficient. Their defense caused the turnovers. I don't think that was luck. I think we just saw the 49ers as a better skilled team.
To your point, maybe the Seahawks were lucky to be in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would agree with that take more.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess the Seahawks were lucky that the Amazon headquarters are based in Seattle, and that's why I didn't get the replay of that turnover where Kyle Shanahan challenged it.
Conspiracy theories, buddy. 209, can we get some love for every rookie other than Ricky Pearsall last night? So, yeah, Renardo Green, 2nd round, Dom Pooney, 3rd round, Malik Mustafa, 4th round. Who am I forgetting?
Isaac Guerendo,
4th round. And Tatum Bethune recovered a fumble. I mean, in fact, that was one of the comments with Trent Williams after the game. He's like, this rookie class is shining.
Yeah, and it's without the 1st-round draft pick, Ricky Pearsall, but Albert Breer did say yesterday on the pregame show for Amazon that Ricky Pearsall is expected to return to practice this week.
And you know what? I heard that on the postgame, and Tim Ryan just feeling good. Ryan was feeling good on the way home last night. And Tim goes, and Papa said, Ricky might come back. And Ryan comes in and goes, when will they get a load of him? So I was like, okay, well, fine. You can predict that Ricky Pearsall will be an impact guy right away. 707 says, I'm worried about Kyle's clock management and not having timeouts at the end of the game. It's true. They lost one timeout in the replay challenge, which was risky, but they were right. They were right to get that too. 510 says, if you're ever wondering what an average Joe looks like against professional athletes, just watch Niners kickers trying to catch.
I love the effort. I
thought he was going to say what an average Joe looks like is Seahawks coach Mike McDonald, who had zero aura. I was like, I missed Pete Carroll. I mean, I loved to hate Pete Carroll because Pete Carroll, as you guys know, is like my triple rival. He went to Redwood High School, which is our big rival. And, oh, by the way, the Tail Bias Red-Tailed Hawks beat Redwood in the rivalry game last night, 19-10. That's always good. 2 years in a row now.
Let's go, Tam.
So we won that one. He went to USC. It's nothing I hate more in the world than USC football. And then he went to the Seahawks. I'm like, bro, you are literally my freaking mortal enemy, and everywhere you go. But I missed him last night. Wow. I missed him. Plus, he's a good guy.
It feels like there's a piece missing from the rivalry.
Yeah.
Without
him. I mean, they were showing McDonald on the sideline. I'm like, who's that? Like that's the guy? That's the head coach? Really?
Kind of nameless, kind of faceless.
And you had always been kind of on he's the Kyle Whisperer. Yep. What'd you think of the Seahawks defense last night?
I was not overly impressed. Now, they were missing Byron Murphy in the middle, and they were missing Reek Woolen on the outside, so 2 of their best players did not play last night. But you look at this 49er offense, putting up their highest point total of the season. Again, I think it's a little different when you take away Roquan Smith and a guy like Kyle Hamilton, and not have that on that Seahawks defense. I was not overly impressed for what I saw from the Seahawks defense.
559 with a great text about Greg Papa punting on his 7:30 hit. He goes, who does this guy think he is? Logan Webb at the All-Star game? Oh, very good. We love you, Logan. And Logan, good luck for your Raiders against the Steelers, which we understand is the most expensive ticket in football.
I mean, it's ridiculous. I was thinking about going out to this game because the Niners aren't playing on Sunday. And even before the season started, Murph, $300 for nosebleeds for the Raiders and Steelers just to go watch Aiden O'Connell versus Russell Wilson this weekend.
Yeah.
Gross.
Oh, man. What is, I mean, are the Steelers-Raiders still that hot? I mean, they've played each other a million times since the 70s.
Yeah, it's just the fact that the Raiders Stadium.
Is there an event going on, too?
No, it's just literally everybody in the country wants to travel to Vegas for a football game. And that's why every week Allegiant Stadium is overtaken by opposing fans. It's the same thing that's going to happen to the Oakland A's.
All right, we asked for calls. You guys flooded the lines, so we're going to do this. Quick break, and then line up your phone calls, 808 KNBR. Let's make your commute more fun by talking about a Niner win next on the Sports Leader.
Oh, I love that. That's great.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have a new contest. Over the next 2 weeks, we are going to qualify 30 people and pick 10 winners for a trip for two to the Big Island of Hawaii. This trip also includes round-trip airfare from Hawaiian Airlines plus a 5-night hotel stay at the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort. Unbelievable, right? So how do you qualify? You need to stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away in the 8 a.m. hour this morning. So when you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will qualify. It is all furnished by Hawaiian Airlines. Fly with the airline that knows Hawaii best, and of course, the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort, where you can experience wellness and rejuvenation on the island of Hawaii. You must be 21 years or older. You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
This is The Big Hit. Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Here's a pistol. They ride the mesh point to Mason. Brock at a throw out left. Wide open. Debo Samuel makes the catch. And now speeding down the sideline. 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! 3rd and 3. Brock shotgun. Taylor Jr. left. 3 right. Ayuk left. Brock looks right. Throws right. It is Kittle. Made the catch. Touchdown! Play clock at 5, 4. Snap to Brock. Brock gonna throw left for the end zone. It's caught by George Kittle. Touchdown! San Francisco! We like Ike. Can he do it? Hand off to Garendo off the right side. He runs for a first down, and he's going to score. He should go down, but he may just score his first touchdown in the NFL. Garendo 10, 5. Pulled down on the 1 yard line. Perfect. The game is over. Runs it down to the 2 yard line.
We've got a new closer, baby.
Some great sounds from last night, Papa and Ryan. You gotta love it. Tim Ryan just screamed in the middle of the Puckerendo slide down. And young Tony, I know I want to get to all these phone calls here. The big hit. Good morning, everybody. We're happy in a great mood on a Friday. Love seeing the Niners and the All Whites win in Seattle. Still do. You know, it's funny. You asked me what did young Tony ask today about the Giant Dodger rivalry and the Niners Seahawks rivalry. I still get riled up when I see this. See the fan. It's like, you know what, guy? You didn't freaking invent fandom. The 12s, man. It's like, yeah, easy now. All right, easy. Take your L. Get on your freaking ferry and watch out for the drizzle. All right, buddy?
Yeah, and how about the 49er faithful outnumbering the 12 last night?
No.
Or damn near.
Really?
I saw David Lombardi put out a tweet yesterday. It was the most 49er fans that he's ever seen up in Seattle.
Interesting, because the way Amazon was selling it was that it was all teal up there. Oh, by the way, and Papa, too. Some listeners have written in saying, man, Papa was really going on and on about how loud it was up there.
I mean, you can hear the juice chants when he got into the end zone. Tony was actually telling us that Brock Purdy had some sound saying that yesterday felt like a home game for the 49ers.
Jeez. All
Obviously,
right.
faithful, and they show up and travel, man. It's like we're playing at a home game, you know. And so it's the faithful, it's my team, and it's just always fun with you guys.
Look at that, man. Hey, man, it's all good. By the way, among those faithful, NBA All-Star James Harden. I don't really need it though. I don't really need it. You know what I mean? One of the biggest what's the word? Villains in the Warrior in the Steve Kerr, Steph Curry era.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to think, what could the possible connection be?
I think he's old enough to remember like Steve Young and T.O. and all that, and I don't know. You know, the Niners are like a cool team.
That doesn't make him a Niner fan, does it?
I think just the Niners are a brand. Okay. You know what I mean? It's like Raiders fans. You know, some people just love the brand.
Yeah, it's like LeBron James being a Cowboys fan.
Yeah, and a Yankee fan.
That's true.
Yeah. All right, out to the phones. We called for you guys. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Let's start with Jeff and San Mateo, who's talking about KNBR. I like it. Jeff, good morning. How are you, man?
Hey, I couldn't be doing better, fellas. I am a 60-year 49er fan, and 40 years the Candlestick, and I listen in the radio, and I pace in the garage, and I listen to Papa and Tim Ryan, and I got to give a huge shout-out to Tim Ryan. I have yet to watch the entire game, and I've watched it. Most games I watch, but I listen on the radio because I can tell how well they're doing. And I got to tell you, this was one of the top 10 games that I can remember in my 49ers history.
Wow. Just for what?
Well, huh?
Give us the reasons.
Well, I'll tell you. That comeback, all of the things that can go wrong did, and yet we still come away with huge plays. By the rookies, interceptions, Fred Warner's poke out that goes away but doesn't get covered. I mean, Brock Purdy was absolutely phenomenal. I mean, this was just one of the most spectacular games. And then we come back. I still haven't seen the final, but Tim Ryan's going crazy about it. And then you look at the score, and it's 34 to whatever the hell it was, 21. And I never heard anybody say that Garendo should have put his knee down, and so we were arguing about whether he should have or not. And Papa said he did the right thing by putting his knee down. Game over.
Oh, man. Well, yeah. Well, listen, you're right. They are incredibly fun. Listen, we play all the highlights all the time. I got to hear the post game for them last night. I enjoyed the post game too. But Jeff, that's awesome that you tune in the garage, you pace around. Tim Ryan will give you a good scream or a yell here. I love how, the end of that there. So anyway, Jeff, we appreciate you, Jeff. Thanks for the call. And I'm glad. Top 10, I would say this I don't have 60 years like Jeff does. My first Niner game was 1974, so I got 50. I got 50. Oh my God, I got 50. Oh my God. Don't I feel younger than that? Anyway, I like the game. I wouldn't say top 10, but I liked it.
No.
That's a strong statement.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to call it a top 10 win for the 49ers now. It sounds like he's been watching 49er games a lot longer than I have. Or should I say listening to 49er games. Always love when someone calls in and gives some love for Tim Ryan and Greg Papa. It's what I do with like the Apple TV broadcast when I don't want to like listen to the national guys. I'll kind of tune in KNBR. Yeah. You can do the same thing. You can always sync up Tim Ryan and Greg Papa with the live feed that you have on your TV.
It's awesome, too. It is fun. Although, if the Niners are losing, Greg gets very depressed. Yes. It's very sad. Mike in Santa Rosa is next up. Beautiful Santa Rosa. Mike, good morning. How are you, man?
What's up, Mike?
Man, what's up, Murph and Marcus? This is Michael with the Santa candlestick portrait on my stomach. I've talked to you guys before. It's been a few months.
Nice, brother. Nice, dude. Nice.
Yes. Man, I'm calling to dial in about how about our boy Malik Mustafa, the second coming of Cam Chancellor. Pooney is the second coming of Mike Upati. Man, Renardo Green was out there playing like a dog. I mean, that was one of the best passing offenses in the NFL. We made them look like soft, junior varsity with two rookies back there. The boys were giving Metcalf a hard time from the first snap. Just couldn't be more exciting. Garendo got to flash that athleticism we've all been hearing about. Purdy's just been lights out and is somehow taken another step this year. Yeah, man, just great. I want to shout out my boy Garrett and his dad Rocky, who unfortunately passed away. We took him out to the game on Sunday, and I love you guys, man.
Oh, that's beautiful, Mike. Beautiful. Love the tat. Love the shout out. And you're right. The rookies are a story. Thanks for the call. So the draft class for the Niners, almost every one of them, except for Ricky Pearsall, is contributing right now. And we're expecting Ricky Pearsall to contribute soon, which is very exciting. Pearsall was the first rounder. We'll go through the rest of them, too. Second rounder was Renardo Green, who made that incredible pick. Was it ball underthrow or bad decision by Geno Smith? But you got to go make a play. That's my point. Is like, make a play. Like, not every corner undercuts that route and makes the play. He made the play you need to make.
Yeah, and Renardo Green has been putting good film on tape recently for the 49ers. I know a lot of people are just thinking, because Charvarius Ward was out last night, that's why he was on the field. No, Renardo Green has been getting more snaps each and every week, and I'd actually prefer to see him out there versus a guy like Adam.
Jacob Cowing did not really do anything. He fell down on a punt return. Jarrett Kingston was another draft pick. Tatum Bethune recovered a fumble. I'm going through the draft class. Every one of them contributed except for Pearsall last night and Kingston.
And Ricky's return is right around the corner.
Yeah, for sure. So more out to the phones. Jim in Modesto is next up. Jim, you're on KNBR after a Niner win over the Seahawks on the road, brother. What's up, man?
Good morning, boys. Good news, good feelings, good vibes. That's what's going on here today. I'd like to start by saying that I noticed Bosa was being a menace. He was menacing last night, and Purdy was cooking. He was slicing up the defense. I loved every minute of it. Now, when you talk about rivalry, boys, not understanding it, being a lifelong Giants fan, the Giants and Dodgers rivalry, well, I could see this being a similar scenario, especially when we have some players like Kittle and Debo and a few veterans that have been around for this rivalry. So maybe a new 49er fan wouldn't see a rivalry between the Niners and Geno Smith. You know what I mean? Because it's just like, wait a minute, why are we comparing those two? But, at the end of it all, yes, definitely renewed my faith in the Niners this season. And I want to say this. Last night we saw selfless contributions. We see Kyle Juszczyk always, just kind of filling the roles. And then he comes up so big last night. I couldn't have been happier for the dude, for Kittle and them. And then to see Samuel jump in on the celebration was icing on the cake. I'll take it. I'll leave it there. Have a good day, boys.
Jim, good call, man. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Yeah, so we talk about the rookies and all that, but then there's the old heads, Kittle and Juszczyk, who had huge nights.
Yeah, and he even mentioned Nick Bosa, who helped contribute to the Mustafa interception by putting pressure on Geno Smith.
Yeah, for sure. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. 808 KNBR is the phone number. This was a game people were gripping going in. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? What's going to happen? Well, guess what? Even though it went from 23-3 to 23-17 and the Seahawks had the ball, the bottom line is the 49ers get a 12-point win on the road, and that leads us to Ruben in St. Louis, calling in from the Lou. What's up, Ruben? You calling in from St. Louis? Good morning.
What's up, fellas? Good morning. Good morning.
How's the mighty Mississippi this morning?
Still muddy as ever, man. Still muddy as ever.
What you got, Ruben? What you got?
I'll be real quick. First of all, I've been listening to you guys for a long time, man. The national media never gives us any love. They still led off with the Cowboys, if I'm not mistaken, this morning, which is crazy. But I want to say, when the changes first happened, I was a little leery because I love, the old regime. But I will say, Waterboy, man, you're doing a great job, man, and I still love the show. Yeah. Still love listening, man. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Ruben. Appreciate that, my man.
That's good stuff, Ruben.
All right, and then real quick, just want to tell all the Niner fans to relax. RELAX. I remember back in, 94, the Eagles blew out the Niners 40-8. Steve Young was even benched in that game, and we thought the world was coming to an end. At the end of the year, we were hoisting that trophy, so I think everything's going to be okay. I feel like this is going to be a great year, and I'm pretty excited for it.
Ruben, great reference, man. I like it, and thanks for the call. And don't be a stranger. As long as we got listeners in St. Louis, we're doing it. We own the Midwest, Marcus.
As long as the Mississippi's still running, Ruben can call in any time.
Old Man River, baby. Shout out Mark Twain. Young Tone, by the way, speaking of old head references like Old Man River and Mark Twain, did you catch when Greg Papa said, "We like Ike"? Now, there's no way you know I like Ike, do you?
Mike and Ike's?
Well, okay,
Y'all like Mike and Ike's?
So in the 1950s, our two-term U.S. President, Dwight D. Eisenhower, his campaign slogan was, "I like Ike." There you go. So you'd wear like a pin that said, I like Ike.
Ooh.
So there you go, buddy. There you go.
Because I was trying to make the connection between Isaac and Ike.
Well, sure, that's a nickname.
All right.
Yeah. Ike, any Isaac can be called Ike. There it is. It's like any Michael can be called Mike.
Fair enough.
All right, guys, more to the phones here. Zach in Concord is next up. Zach on KNBR 104.5 and 680. What's up, Zach?
Marcus, good morning. Hey, just wanted to shout out the rookies last night. Shout out Malik Mustafa, setting the tone for the game last night, right in the beginning. Interception. And then Isaac Guerrero, I thought he was in the Shanahan doghouse, but he came out and he did kind of good. I'm not even mad at it. What do you guys think?
You know what, Zach, I want to pause on Guerrero there for a second because, fourth-round draft pick, he was told about his speed. Kruger came on our hit yesterday and said he only played running back for a year and he doesn't think he has the instincts. And it's a fair take, I think. But it's a guy that apparently, based on the injuries we're seeing, they're going to need. And I'm just kind of wondering, can he be that guy, that reliever out of the bullpen, or as Tim Ryan called him, the closer? I mean, that's what he can do. He can break one for you. But I do see that sometimes he doesn't always sniff out a hole the way a Jordan Mason or obviously a McCaffrey does.
And I think you saw it, and I think Kyle Shanahan saw that yesterday also, because Isaac Guerrero got the first opportunity once Jordan Mason went down. But about 7-8 carries into the Isaac Guerrero experiment, they decided to go with Patrick Taylor Jr. in the fourth quarter. And he was getting the majority of the reps, and Kyle actually said in the presser, Isaac Guerrero came back in for that 76-yard run because Patrick Taylor Jr. was also dealing with an injury. So it's interesting that Kyle almost had more trust in the fourth quarter with Patrick Taylor Jr., who didn't have a single carry before last night's game.
Shout out 32, by the way. Rest in peace, O.J. Simpson. Anyway, Zach, thanks for the call. I'm with you, man. The rookie's really strong, and Guerrero will be really interesting to watch him develop. I mean, it's still only his 6th game in the NFL. Like, how many carries does he even have this year? You know what I mean?
Not too much. And something we talked about heading into this game is the depth behind Jordan Mason, which they're going to be having to rely on now, especially once we get these MRI results on JP.
650 texted and says, most impressive was Purdy's ability to adjust his deliveries in less than 1 week. He went from holding the ball too long to getting it out of his hands so much quicker and accurately. It's funny you say that, 650. I still thought he held it a couple of times too long. He can still get Geno was releasing it real quick on some plays. They just don't. The Niners just don't have that play with the quick 2-step, 3-step drop and quick release. Purdy's always looking. He's always looking for something more.
Yeah,
and he's
always,
very, I tell you this, though, his pocket poise is one of his most underrated qualities.
Yeah, and we saw that last night again, even on the first drive of the game. Scrambled a couple times to pick up the first down. I had him on a prop bet over 12.5 rushing yards yesterday. He hit that with 19 total yards.
Love it, baby. And Jason in Sacramento is next up at 808 KNBR. Jason, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, man?
Yeah, so, I'm happy with the win, but two things. I understand Ward was hurt, right? And I do understand that we're in the middle of the season, but they keep parading Yadam out there, who got pretty much burned the whole game. I think he had one or two decent plays, but a lot more bad ones. And then the special teams, again, it's like, how many run backs can one team have? And do you fire the special teams coach? What's the answer? Because this is an NFL team here, with Super Bowl aspirations. You cannot continue to have this.
Jason, that is a totally fair criticism. The win is great and all, but and we're trying to choose today as a celebration day, but you're right. Next week we'll be talking about that. And you're right. What is the answer? Well, it's up to Brian Schneider. He's been a veteran coach. He was up in Seattle all those years when they had good special teams, or maybe they got to change personnel or what. But I hear you, Jason. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and it's a valid concern, especially when you are facing the Chiefs, and we know that there was a couple special team blunders last year in the Super Bowl, but I don't know if you can blame Brian Schneider for that ball hitting off of Darrell Luter's leg, but it's definitely been an issue this year. Now the entire league is adjusting to the new kickoff rules, so that plays a factor also. But it is kind of concerning to me when Kyle Shanahan speaks about the special teams unit. He just says, we don't want them to lose the game. Well, that's kind of a bad strategy. If you just want to be good enough to not lose, maybe you should put more priority in your special team unit, but that also falls down to having so much high-end talent that they don't have the depth for the backups in the special team units.
Stuff we can talk about as we extend the big hit on the other side. 808 KNBR, we asked for you guys to call. You're answering the call. We love hearing your takes. We love hearing about the rookies, Brock Purdy, special teams, Seattle, 49ers fans in Seattle, old heads, Kittle and Juszczyk jumping up and kissing their wives, all the fun stuff from the game last night.
I hate when you call Kittle an old head because I'm older than George Kittle.
Have you seen this kid behind the glass?
Yeah, that's right.
He's here telling you how old you are.
He's the Brock Purdy / Jake Moody of the 49ers.
KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Oh!
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. We have a new contest. Over the next 2 weeks, we're going to qualify 30 people and pick 10 winners for a trip for two to the Big Island of Hawaii. The trip also includes round-trip airfare from Hawaiian Airlines plus a 5-night hotel stay at the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort. Unbelievable, right? So how do you qualify? You got to stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away in the 8 a.m. hour this morning, so at some point in the next 40 to 45 minutes. So when you hear the cue to call, beat caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will qualify. It is all furnished by Hawaiian Airlines. Fly with the airline that knows Hawaii best. And, of course, the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort, where you can experience wellness and rejuvenation on the island of Hawaii. You must be 21 years or older to qualify. You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here on a Friday morning in San Francisco where the fog is rolling in, which means rain is right around the corner. And if you want to be able to see on the roads, make sure you check out the Rain X Premium Silicone Advantage wiper blades that are engineered to withstand the most extreme conditions. Rain X Premium Silicone Advantage wipers blades last 2 times longer than traditional wipers. And now, for a limited time, you can save $16 per pair on the Rain X Silicone Advantage wiper blades. Plus, you can get 2 times O reward points when you purchase the blades with O'Reilly. And get this, on top of all that, they will install them for free with their professional parts people. And right now, O'Reilly's is celebrating the 25th anniversary of their famous jingle. And O'Reilly wants you to be a part of the celebration. We all know how it goes. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Ow! And now O'Reilly wants you to do your best Waterboy impersonation and sing your own O'Reilly jingle, a remix, or even a choreographed dance if you're into that. And you will have a chance to win exclusive merch and prizes, including 3 $5,000 grand prize winners from O'Reilly Auto Parts. Submit your video to O'ReillyJingleContest.com now through October 31st. Terms and conditions apply. No purchase necessary.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
J.P. Mason coming left. Good hole. Runs out for a first down, breaks a tackle. To midfield, gets wide right. Turns the corner. Witherspoon will throw him back inside, but J.P. Mason still won't go down. Finally, he's dropped on the Seattle 28-yard line after a run of 38 yards. We like Ike. Can he do it? Hand off to Garendo off the right side. He runs for a first down, and he's going to score. He should go down, but he may just score his first touchdown in the NFL. Garendo 10-5. Pulled down on the 1-yard line. Perfect. The game is over. Runs it down to the 2-yard line.
I don't know why he didn't score. I would have scored. He said he was looking at the sideline and people was telling him to go down for what I don't know. Why he looking at the sideline running anyway.
Isaac went for however far that was, 70-something yards? 71, decent. And then he slid too, just so Kyle could get a touchdown. Kyle's in everybody's ear about that stuff. It's hilarious.
Man, oh man, loving the 49ers all jocular and happy after a big win up in Seattle in the all-whites on a Thursday night in front of Seattle. Brock Purdy's 3-0 in that park. How about that? So
now 2-0 on Thursday Night Football, correct?
Yeah, and I like the all-whites. Somebody came in anti-all-whites, and I support them. I like them. I think they're clean, man. I like them, and I'm a guy who generally doesn't like alternate unis. Mm-hmm. There's something about those that hit, man.
Yeah, and you're a guy who doesn't like white cleats. But that's only on the baseball field.
No, only the Giants. Mm-hmm. I don't mind the A's wearing them. I mean, that's what the A's do. The Giants don't do that, but don't make me digress here, buddy. Let's stay on point.
I don't want
to
poke the bear this morning.
Let's stay on point. You already did with the Monday night pick.
Yeah, what are your thoughts about the Monday night matchup? Bills and Jets, Murph.
That's a pick you could have made Monday morning, is my pick. I
heard the Monday morning forecast.
I heard Trent Williams on with Papa and Lund. And yeah, I'm just going to continue to shout out the thing I got to do last night because it was really, really cool. And they raised money for the Dwight Clark Legacy and the Golden Heart Fund. But Patrick Willis and Bryant Young, who are two just unbelievable people to talk to about sports and life, volunteered their time to go up to Whetstone Wine Cellars in Napa. And Kirk Reynolds arranged a dinner and had me and our old friend Paulie up there to do a little Q&A with BY and Willis, and then to just drink wine and enjoy the food and watch the game. I mean, the rest of it was as easy peasy. But they were saying, Patrick talked about those Seattle games, how intense and physical they were. And Bryant Young was talking. It was really funny. BY, I opened it by saying, hey, BY, you didn't play in the Seahawks division until 2002, so you played 8 years without that. And Patrick Willis, before BY, they were just sitting on a couch in this wine cellar. It was very casual. And Patrick Willis goes, whoa, what? He goes, what? And BY goes, yeah. He goes, well, what do you mean? Who was in your division? And he goes, Atlanta, New Orleans, Carolina, and Patrick goes, what?
Wow.
He goes, that's the West?
I love that we had a segment of what did young Patrick Willis learn today last night at the watch party.
It was really funny because Patrick's like, wait, that's the West?
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, bro.
It's kind of the same reaction young Tony had when we did what did young Tony learn today, and he asked about the bigger rivalry between the 49ers and Seahawks versus Giants and Dodgers, and we told him, before you were born, young Tony, the Seahawks weren't even in the NFC West.
Weren't in the NFL. I told you guys in the post-show meeting, dude, I am such an old head. I remember the NFL without the Seahawks. I remember when them and the Bucks came in. It was like, what? Who are these guys? What's going on? All right, out to the phone. But before we get to the phones, I want to play a little bit of that. So the point of that whole story was I was driving home, and I got to hear the postgame. And Trent Williams was good. He's always good. Mm-hmm. And he said some fun stuff, too. First of all, talking about Garendo in that play, cut K, Tony, about, this is the second time we've heard this comp to Raheem Mostert. Here it is.
Yeah, we as a team, we've always been chomping at the bit just to see him open up that stride and, give a lot of people flashbacks of Raheem. So we couldn't wait to see him hit a hole and just open it up. And, luckily we got to do that. He said he went down because he was trying to end the game. So, we'll give him that. And Raheem wouldn't have got caught from behind.
Yeah. See?
I love everybody's giving this kid a hard time.
That's going to be one of the great controversies in life. Did he go down on purpose or did Witherspoon clip him?
Isaac Garendo is saying he went down. I mentioned the tweet he put on last night where he called out EA Sports Madden and said, hey, Madden, don't knock down my speed. I was making a business decision.
Right. Hey, listen, welcome to the bigs, kid.
Yeah, and I got to say, one thing that I loved about that run is the fact that it wasn't behind Trent Williams. It went to the right side of the line, behind Dominic Pooney and Colton McKivitz, who I know I'm hard on, but he is better in the run game than the pass game, in my opinion.
Definitely.
And the fact that they busted out that 76-yard run to the right, to the opposite side of Trent Williams, is a great sign.
I noticed on another run, too, McKivitz had a good run block. He's definitely a better run blocker than pass blocker. So then that was the theme. So Mustafa, rookie, interception. Renardo Green, rookie, interception. Guerrero, 76-yard run. Pooney, blocking. What do they all have in common? They're rookies. Trent Williams talked about that with Papa and Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, we this is one of the better rookie classes that I've seen in a long time. Those guys are contributing at a high level, and to be so new to the game, to be able to come down here in an atmosphere that, probably ranks number 1, top 3 in the league with how hostile this environment is and how hard it is to operate in the noise. So, we leaned on those rookies and they've been doing an awesome job of being productive.
Hey, man, big approval from the big man. And it's true. Listen, we're talking about like Farhan and the drafts, Hunter Bishop and Will Bednar and all these guys. Dude, you got to hit on these picks. And right now, I mean, things can change, but right now, these picks, looks like John Lynch and the crew might have hit on most of these picks.
And they are all playing valuable snaps right now. Obviously, Mustafa stepping in for the Hufanga injury. But traditionally, Kyle Shanahan doesn't put a lot of trust and a lot of faith in his rookies. It usually seems like there's like a redshirt year with the rookies with Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
But we're seeing these guys step in. When we go back to the draft class last year, and people were saying, oh, they didn't draft any starters. They didn't draft anybody who can contribute this season. And now here we are 6 weeks through the season, and the rookies are making plays all over the field.
And dude, Ricky Pearsall, I mean, he might be back for the Chiefs game. And I was driving down through the night last night from Napa, and Papa goes, and Ricky Pearsall may be back. And Tim did one of his just blurting, when are they going to load of him? He's like, okay, all right.
Yeah, and I think Ricky's going to be one of these guys that can help out with some of the red zone issues because even though last night they scored 3 touchdowns in the red zone, they were 1 for 4 in the first half.
Bro, is George Kittle, you had those stats earlier today. Dude, George Kittle's playing at age 31, balling out. And he's on your fantasy team, so you're loving it. I mean, that Purdy Kittle thing's turning into a thing. And that first touchdown that made a 23-3 was elite on every level.
The toe drag, the body control.
The ball placement by Purdy.
Oh, right above the pylon.
Man, oh, man.
That was beautiful. And yeah, Murph, the stats from Pro Football Forecast. George Kittle is number 1 in the NFL in the red zone with 10 catches, 65 yards, and 5 touchdowns.
Dude, not on the team. You're talking about the NFL.
The NFL, number 1 in catches, yards, and touchdowns in the red zone this season. But I also think, circling back to Ricky Pearsall, we saw the touchdowns yesterday with George Kittle and Kyle Juszczyk. We're still not seeing that separation from Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel on the outside. And that was kind of one of the big narratives about drafting a guy like Ricky Pearsall, because we saw the success that the Chiefs had in the Super Bowl, and you're going to see that same Chiefs strategy with Spags this weekend about manning up the wide receivers on the outside. And Ricky's number 1 attribute, at least the number 1 thing we're hearing about, is his separation and route running ability. So maybe that helps solve some of the red zone issues.
How interesting is it that when you said Brandon Ayuk, that's the first time we've mentioned him all day. It's the first time we've mentioned him all day.
Yeah, I think I mentioned him when they had that 29-yard catch and run taken off the board with the Jake Brendel holding call. But
okay, maybe
outside
second
of that,
time
not a lot of BA mentions today. Not a lot of BA mentions.
Come on, run with the bit. That's
I got you. Yeah, 2 catches, 37 yards on 4 targets yesterday.
That's $30 million, man. I know he had the big game last week against Arizona.
That's a lot of cash.
But more Trent. I really enjoyed hearing him, and he did have some criticism, like some of the callers who are not super say, "Hey, man, you got to get better." And he said that maybe special teams giving up that touchdown, maybe he's not total complimentary football, cut V.
Yeah. And, I know it sucks because, we're not winning the games we're supposed to win. But you look at the production on offense, I mean, I think we're tops in the league. We almost had 500 yards today again, So it's not like we're not playing complimentary football. Right. I think that's what it comes down to. I mean, we're moving the ball. Our playmakers are making plays. I just think, we've been a little off when it comes to playing as a team.
Yeah, again, those 2 losses. Again, we were saying yesterday before we signed off, you could look at those 2 losses as, and I'm not making excuses because I was as pissed off as anybody, but kind of fluky a little bit. I mean, like weird stuff happened, whether it was Moody getting hurt or things like that. But the bottom line is they're losses. You got to wear them.
Yeah, and we talked about all week long leading up to this game. you have to find a way to win. Even when Ronnie Bell drops a pass, even when a punt is blocked, you have to find a way to win. Good teams find ways to win, and the 49ers did that
That's why I called up Brock in the Jock Blog. It's like, bro, you're not playing winning football, man. You're not. And then he did. He threw that touchdown to George Kittle down the stretch that had to. And last one from Trent Williams about special teams. I thought this was a good line from Trent.
Yeah, I mean, I wish honestly, I'll probably leave that up to Snyder and Coach Shanahan.
Can you cover kicks, big fella?
Yeah, because I would be speaking out of the side of my neck trying to coach up special teams. So, obviously special teams is nobody realizes how important it is till they realize how important it is. So, hopefully that's one thing that we can do, continue to get it coached up, continue to build momentum, and, continue to try to get that unit to play complementary football with offense and defense.
I think you need to save that one. No one realizes how important special teams is until they realize how important special teams is. Yep. So true, man. So, hey, real quick, Mike in Seattle. We got to get somebody from whose boots on the ground at the game. So shout out Mike for going to the game and calling KNBR. Mike, good morning.
What's up, Mike?
Hey, thanks for taking a call. Good morning. I was at the game last night. I live up here in Seattle, been a Niner fan my whole life, and I've been going to the Seahawks Niner games for about the past 15 years, and last night was pretty electric.
Was it different than any other previous Niner Seahawks games?
Not really. I mean, the last couple of years we've won, 4 in a row up there, it feels like, and last night just felt different. In the fourth quarter, they were doing "Let's Go Niner" chants, and it was loud. And Mike, I was around a lot of Seahawks fans, and everyone was very upset by it. They didn't like it.
I like it.
They said how embarrassing it was, and walking back to the parking garage, everyone was very mad.
Yeah, and Mike, I saw a tweet yesterday from David Lombardi saying he saw more 49er fans in the stadium yesterday than he's ever seen in Seattle. Is that your same takeaway?
Oh, for sure. There was a ton of red out there. And that blue stands out, but that red stands out even more. And there were a lot of 49er fans.
Ooh, baby.
And I loved Purdy's comment after the game saying it felt like the faithful showed up and it felt like a home game. That's going to burn the 12s up here.
Yeah, Mike. You made my morning even better. I like that. All right, buddy. Enjoy the weekend, man. Walk around wearing your stuff, all right?
Will do. Thanks, man.
All right, Mike in Seattle. Getting in their face. Doing what Padres and Dodgers fans do at our ballpark.
That's it.
All right, guys. Well, that was fun, man. Long, extended, big hit with some sound and some calls. We appreciate all y'all. Cooler at Content has all the great sound you need to hear, including all the post-game Amazon stuff and all the good stuff. And then Cam Inman, the great Niner writer at 8:50. And G. Papa, his birthday present was we gave him 2 hours of sleep. So he's calling in at 9:30. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Obviously, the faithful, when they show up and travel, man, it's like we're playing at a home game.
What's up, everybody? Happy Friday morning. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher, and I've been wondering one question all summer and fall long. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? The team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I've been on this program for 2 months, and guess what? I lost 24 pounds. And I did it without counting any points or calories, without any prepackaged meals, and without any surgeries, drugs, or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about how I did it, go ahead and check out the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or you can visit them online at abundantlifeweightloss.com. That's abundantlifeweightloss.com.
All right, everyone. Chill. This is the cooler. You're not sending me to the cooler of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
What's the state fish of Hawaii?
Huma huma nuka nuka apua. Yeah, Be caller 10 now to 415-896-KNBR to qualify for our Big Island getaway.
All right, don't need to say much more than that, brother. All right, fun Friday. Everybody's in a good mood. Big weekend. Fleet Week is here. Saw the Sailors walking up and down Broadway. Who knows what they were doing on Broadway? Maybe checking out some of the local shops.
What goes down on Broadway, Murph?
And you guys have your young kids' parties this weekend. Tony's going on a boat. You got Lice Boys party out there. So good on you. You boys have fun. You boys have fun. I'll be at a high school.
I'll be drinking this weekend.
I'll be at a high school water polo tournament in Walnut Creek if you need me.
Shout out to the young kids. Shout out to our digital guy, Austin Scott, who's having a birthday this weekend. He's throwing a birthday party on Saturday.
Now you're
also.
a full 10 years older than that guy. Are you cool?
I know, dude.
Are
He's
you cool
turning 22, bro. That's wild. But me and
Taylor
Austin,
Swift?
Me and Austin had a good time down in Las Vegas for the Super Bowl. And I would say we had a good time at spring training also, except for the fact, he slept through a lunch with me, Murph, and DC.
Dude, you don't turn down DC. It was a dinner, actually, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it makes it even worse.
Yeah,
You're
way
sleeping
worse.
through dinner, kid.
Dude, when Darren Chan tells you we're going to dinner, you go.
Oh,
all right? You know
no
what I mean?
questions asked, Tony.
Dude,
no
Buster,
questions.
Dude, I'm telling you, Buster Posey right now, when he's forming his stat, he's consulting DC to see what's going on.
Good.
All right, well, everybody, we got a lot of texts from you guys. Yes, Amazon Prime does this on Thursdays. They come in and they film. They've been doing this now for a few years. They come in, they film us for a half hour, then they literally use 6 seconds. It's so funny because they were here for a half hour.
Yeah.
And it's so funny. We were just laughing about it. You blink and you'll miss it. But they make it look so sweet with the beautiful panorama shots of the city in the morning.
Oh.
Some guy doing yoga at like Chrissy Field or something like that. And then there's my freaking ugly mug just uttering a cliche. And here it was for you all to enjoy with a beauty shot of San Francisco layered over it here. 49ers, another second half collapse. But if they win on Thursday night, they're tied for first. And that's it.
There it is, folks.
That's it.
Murph's made it, baby.
There you go.
Put that on the resume, Murph.
By the way, we should tell everybody that young Tony has now put all this stuff on our YouTube and Twitch feed.
Young Tony is now a part of the digital department.
Dude, nice work, buddy. So that you could actually see that happen. That was cool.
We've got it looped, actually. You see San Francisco, you see Brock Purdy, and then you see the mug of a Brian Murphy.
I mean, there's a joke about me lasting 6 seconds, but there's kids going to school. So.
Oh, my God.
This kid's going to school, so let's stay away from that.
Top 6 in 6 seconds.
Shout out, let's not go there.
Yeah, let's not go there.
Demo Lenore had the line of the night. Diamador Lenore's playing good ball.
He's playing phenomenal ball right now.
He's like what Mooney Ward did last year. He's this year.
Yeah, and we talked about it yesterday heading into this matchup. I said Diamador Lenore has been playing better than Travarius Ward, so even if he's healthy enough to be out there on the field, I wouldn't mind seeing Demo shadow DK throughout the night.
I don't think they did that.
No, he did not, because there's different matchups, but there definitely were a couple one-on-one matchups.
A couple times I saw Yadam on him, and I was terrified.
Yeah, there was that one time George Odom was on him. Thank God for that illegal shift.
But this kid Lenore he's got supreme self-confidence. One thing we learned last year is he started to emerge like, bro, this guy believes in himself, which, by the way, is a good quality. And he also is kind of colorful, so here's him saying that he's a hyena who can't be blanked with.
Cap can, get frustrated. Did you?
Very.
Yes. Did you get any sense of his emotions tonight?
Nah, I just know the hyena can't be with.
The hyena can't what?
Can't be with. For real, that's all I know. I don't know what he was doing over there. I'm just saying.
Did you guys have any conversation?
There was a lot of conversation out there. We was, I mean, you gonna compete. It's football, So we kept it football, but one of us showed up today.
He's known as being a talker. Was he talking out there?
Oh yeah. He, he gonna talk. I mean, that kind of build guys' confidence up when they, have to talk. But unlike me, proof is in the pudding.
But this guy is must visit locker after every locker room. Last week, quietly, he said about the Cardinals, he goes, yeah, they lucked up and got one. I mean, that's going to resonate next time they play Arizona, right?
Without a question.
And he just said on DK, yeah, one of us showed up today. He wants all the smoke.
And it was the hyena who showed up, Murph.
Nah, I just know the hyena can't be with.
Oh, no. Give me the follow-up question.
But the best is that it's Eric Branch.
Yes, Branch.
Who's such a mild-mannered guy.
With a squeaky door.
Super chill. He's not like Mike Silver's like a gonzo journalist, like, dude, what did you just say, man? Eric's like, excuse me? What did you say?
Nah, I just know the hyena can't be with.
The hyena can't what?
Can't be with. For real, that's all I know.
You got to give Branch credit because he got it twice then.
The hyena can't what?
By the way, the hyena, did you know that was his self-nickname?
So, yeah, me and Tony did some research before the show. He has referred to himself as the hyena once before, or a couple times before.
Dude,
apparently.
now if you get into it, hyenas are gnarly animals, right? They roll, they're all skinny.
Yeah.
And they like eat a bunch of dead carcasses and stuff. Like, aren't they big in The Lion King?
I was going to say, we have Mustafa, a.k.a. Musafa, in the backfield now. Now we got the hyenas also.
Yeah, man. And he has a tat on his neck. Is that a hyena?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I don't know.
I'll do some more research on that one.
He's an Oregon Duck. He'll be watching Saturday's big game up in Eugene, Ohio State, Oregon.
Yeah, and Demo and the entire defensive backfield deserves a round of applause for strapping up DK Metcalf without Charvarius Ward.
Now, there was one big touchdown play called back on a penalty, but sometimes you got to get breaks,
You are correct.
baby.
But for DK to only have 3 catches on 11 targets, and I said it earlier around 6:05 this morning, I'll say it again, DK is too damn big to be that soft as a wide receiver. Yeah. I mean, the alligator arms over the middle, the pouting and bad body language on the bench. I mean, this guy's a diva.
But he'll have games, though, where he just goes off.
He looks like a monster.
Yeah.
But there we are talking about the touchdown that didn't count. Him not getting his foot down in the back of the end zone, was out by like a little pinky hair before the Seahawks get that field goal before halftime. DK needed to show up last night, and it seems like he was not there for his birthday boy, Geno Smith.
As Dima Lenore said, one of us showed up tonight.
The hyena showed up.
There was another break they got. I'm trying to find exactly where it was, where there was a play. The Niners got called for a false start, but it got overruled by a personal foul face mask on Seattle.
I didn't know that could happen, that the defense can be called for a face mask on a dead play.
I follow Seahawks writers on Twitter, and that was like a deal for Seattle. Like, they felt like they got boned on that play.
Yeah, because if it's a false start, you kill the play. It's not like offsides where the offense gets a free play.
So
the defense doesn't get a chance for a free play.
The explanation was very wordy, but the guy said a personal foul supersedes everything.
Yeah, but the play should have stopped.
But it doesn't matter. It's like if you commit a personal foul just during a dead time, it's a personal foul.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, just that was the ruling. Now, Seahawks didn't like it, but they were like, yes, the play was dead, and we hadn't gotten the whistle, and the personal foul happened. And once a personal foul happens, you got to call it. I guess he can't wipe off personal fouls. That's what the explanation was.
And I thought Debo was about to get a personal foul. He almost squared up with some of those Seattle DBs after they tried to take him down, and he had that dead arm.
What was that play where he looked like he was done for the year, and then he came back 2 plays later?
Yeah, he said in the postgame presser he had a dead arm, really couldn't.
Somebody was wondering hit
his funny bone, maybe
if it was a stinger or something. Here's Debo himself on Isaac Guerrero going 76 yards and then pulling a little slide, a little Giancarlo Stanton slide right before the end zone.
Oh, this team was tested tonight at a time when you all needed to prove that you could finish. When this offense took the field for that last drive, what was the feeling in it?
We wanted to kill the clock, but we sprung a big run. He should have scored instead of letting Juice get the touchdown, but we scored and put the game away.
All right. So, I don't know. That's gonna linger forever.
Yeah, and it's gonna linger with the 775 Murph, because they're checking in from Sparks, Nevada, on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. He says Isaac Guerrero did not do the right thing because I had him at plus 850 for an anytime touchdown.
Yeah.
Oof. That's tough.
That's
$100 to win 850 on a Guerrero touchdown.
That's real talk. Like
I'm sorry, 775.
Me bitching and moaning about just a stupid pick on a Friday, but Michigan State kicking a meaningless field goal. That's just silly talk.
That's cruel.
You talking $850 out your pocket? I could use that $850.
Yeah, I'll take 850.
408 says Debo said it was his funny bone. Is that right?
Yeah, I think it was his funny bone. He said he had a dead arm.
All right, guys. By the way, 559, the great tick. Amazon had Murph's best 6 seconds, but didn't have the video to confirm the punt fumble. That's
a great text. That's a great text.
Listen, we're getting up here because Cam Inman is going to join us. So let's jump to the baseball just real quick. For you, buddy. Our guy, Garrett Cole. I told you I was off. I was off. And then he went for 7 innings, 1 run.
Ooh, are you back in?
No walks. Well, you said you're only partially back, and you need him to do it on a bigger stage.
Yeah, I need Garrett Cole to have success in the ALCS and in the World Series.
I mean, I like how you're demanding excellence, but you do have to appreciate him coming through last night.
Yeah, it was a nice performance. Like I said, he added an extra pinstripe to his jersey last night.
Like a Buckeye on the helmet?
Yeah, exactly. I'm giving Garrett Cole a pinstripe for every postseason performance.
They wanted to take a big old picture of them wearing their T-shirts soaked in champagne, and he was late for it, so the team was heckling him as they lined up for the photo.
Garrett Cole! Garrett Cole! Garrett Cole!
So the boys are having fun, doing their bleacher roll call.
Yeah, they're having a good time. Shout out to Brandon Crawford's brother-in-law, Garrett Cole, getting the win last night.
Shout out Mike Crawford, his father-in-law, listening right now in Pleasanton. And then finally, this is for you, Tone. The Mets knock out the Phillies, and they go to a club in New York, and what do they play? The frickin' song. It was Mania, Alonzo. They're in the middle of a dance floor.
Oh, that's
Somebody's
a good crew.
filming it. Here it is. Come on, aren't they sick of it at this point?
No.
Aren't you sick of it at this point?
Absolutely not. It's going to keep on going and going, maybe all the way to a rematch of the Subway Series.
Dude, and you heard Howie Rose say, "California, here we come." They're gonna play the Padres or the Dodgers, who play tonight, by the way.
I can't wait for that match.
Yamamoto Darvish, and there's no football to get in the way unless you want to watch Utah, Arizona State, which is pretty good. But yeah, it's the first ever 2 Japanese-born pitchers in like a playoff game or something like that.
Really?
It's some sort of stat.
Good stat.
Yeah.
And we'll see if Shohei Ohtani plays spoiler.
Well, let's see if Yamamoto's worth all that money. I mean, he got a lot of iron to get knocked around in game 1.
This is true.
Yeah, so, all right. Well, that was a fun, cooler content. Cam Inman in Seattle next on the Sports Leader.
Oh my God, todo lo malo échalo pa' allá.
Amici's Pizza. All right, we just talked about there's baseball tonight. There's some NFL this weekend. There's some great college football this weekend. It's a perfect chance to eat pizza from Amici's East Coast Pizzeria and have it delivered by Amici's, not by the mega delivery apps that charge the hefty delivery charge. Why would you do that? Have it delivered faster for less money and by the people who made it. All right, it's Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. We've been in the business of making and delivering your favorite East Coast style pizzas, pastas, salads, and flame-roasted chicken wings across the Bay Area for more than 35 years. Prompt, courteous, professional staff. So here's what you do. You go to the website, amicis.com, amicis.com, or download the app. Very easily used, and that gets your order delivered in less time and for less money than the mega delivery companies. So there you have your marching orders. You have sports on your TV. You have pizza coming your way. Stan Tim sent me his receipt from his order last night. Everybody's enjoying pizza. When you want the best pizza in town faster and at the best price, order direct. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, been doing it all morning long. The 49ers big win up in Seattle in the all-whites with Brock Purdy having a nice night. Rookie shining, special teams making it nervous. Niners fans showing up. All stuff to talk about with Cam Inman, one of our favorites, of course, longtime 49ers beat writer for Bay Area News Group. Cam's got a big old book out y'all should get for the Christmas season called The Franchise, San Francisco 49ers, a curated history of the Niners. It's available on Amazon. Frank Gore and George Kittle wrote forwards, and young Tony wants us to note he's a Cal Poly San Luis Obispo alum. So, Cam, with that grandiose introduction, brother, good morning. How are you, man?
Hey, morning, Cam.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm doing fine. I'm scaling the Space Needle to this to get a picture of the 49er flag on top of it.
Oh, yeah, very good. Now, you're riffing, right? There is no flag, or did somebody pirate up there and do it?
No, I haven't checked yet, but I'm staying like a couple blocks away. I'll check it out. But there were a lot of Niner fans, as usual, like on the road. Like the last 10 years, on the road, the Niner fans come out strong, and usually in Seattle it's pretty big too. But they were out strong last night, and even after the game, it was kind of fun. We were like just walking through downtown, and they got those. This is one of the downtowns that still has the rental scooters, right? Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden, you'd see like eight guys wearing Niner jerseys, just flying down these hills in Seattle, just having the time of their lives. And I'm just going, as a father of three, I'm like, put a helmet on, boys. But they were feeling it. They were enjoying it. It was a win. I don't know if it was a great win, but it was a win.
Well, that's part of the debate this morning. But we're generally going. At least I'm saying, knowing how hard it is, short week on the road, negative energy. To me, it's a really significant win. Purdy, I thought, let's start with the quarterback. I mean, we can go to a number of places, but let's start with the quarterback. I thought, I kind of called him out in one of my lightly read jock blogs. Like, he played losing football against the Rams and the Cardinals in crunch time. He didn't get it done. I was like, bro, can you get it done? Now, he did. I would say the two red zone touchdowns to Kittle were significant steps forward. He also didn't turn it over. So, Cam, what was your evaluation?
Well, and I asked Brock about those two touchdown passes because to me it just exemplified, you're in the red zone. You need to get over the hump finally, and you're going to go to George Kittle. It's a trusted target. And Kittle is a whole other story about how great his catches were and just what he means to the team. But, that first touchdown to George right on the pylon, it's like it was exactly where it needed to be. And so Brock said, yeah, it's about the trust factor. And so last night I stayed up late doing my column that's going to post later today about just things that caught my eye. And so do you know that George Kittle has caught more touchdown passes now from Brock Purdy than he did Jimmy Garoppolo by one? So it took that extra one in the fourth quarter to put, I think it's like now 18 from Brock, 17 from Jimmy. But to me, it just shows that, look, Brock, when the times are needed, he's going to go to Kittle, and Kittle's going to put his body on the line to make that catch. And so Brock played really great in terms of he didn't turn the ball over last night. And that was one of the big ingredients that they needed for a win on the road. And a lot of times he scrambled out of trouble out of the pocket to make sure that the Seahawks didn't, strip sack, fumble or anything. And I think he made wise decisions. He had a pick six here with it last year, and that was his first pick six. And there was one time down on the goal line where I'm like, oh boy, don't do that again. But he hopped around and he found, I forgot who it was, but I think it was Juszczyk. Found Juszczyk wide open about 10 yards over the middle. So I'm like, he's reading the field really well again.
Yeah, and Cam, we know that one of the main ingredients for the Kyle Shanahan recipe to winning is running the ball. And yesterday they ran the ball 33 times for 228 yards. Isaac Guerendo comes in and takes over after Jordan Mason, but I wanted to get your breakdown of the usage between Isaac Guerendo and Patrick Taylor Jr., specifically in that fourth quarter before Guerendo came back in for that 76-yard run.
It was curious, wasn't it? I mean, Patrick Taylor had 5 carries for 16 yards, but it seemed like they were trust carries also. It's like, okay, Guerendo, he's got the speed and everything, but he really didn't have a lot of yards until he busted out that 76-yard run. I mean, he had not had a run over 6 yards in his career. Obviously, he hadn't had, I think he's had like 22 carries in his career. But and Patrick Taylor Jr. is a big body guy, and nobody's seen much about him. But it seemed like they wanted to get him in the mix, and they needed to almost by default because, Debo had 4 carries for 15 yards. Debo hasn't been running it great, but obviously he's Debo, and so he wants the ball and will run through people or try to. And then Guerendo it's interesting because I know he's elicited the comparisons to Raheem Mostert because of the speed and kind of the upright running style. But up until that 76-yard run, nobody had really seen that blazing speed. It's going to be really curious to see what goes on here with Jordan Mason's shoulder issue. I mean, I assume it's a low-grade sprain because he was allowed to come back in the game. We saw him go into the locker room, so presumably he had x-rays revealed that he didn't have a broken collarbone, and they let him back in to start the second half, had a 9-yard carry, and then he got pushed out of bounds and he got pushed into that left shoulder. And it was too sore for him to continue, Shanahan said. So that's going to be like the number one injury to watch right now as they await the Chiefs in about 10 days.
We're talking to Cam Inman, of course, Bay Area News Group, awesome 49er beat writer. Go get that book, The Franchise, San Francisco 49ers, a curated history of the Niners, just in time for Christmas, y'all. And Cam, defense. So Marcus and I spent, we talk about everything ad nauseum for days on end. That's what we do. One of the things was the defense. And we're like, is Nick Sorensen's defense getting it done? Mm-hmm. Whoa, 20 carries, 52 yards rushing for Seattle, and 2 interceptions from rookie DBs. What was your evaluation of the defense and maybe how Nick Sorensen and Brandon Staley are shaping this thing, if at all, what you're seeing?
Yeah, so first on the run defense, I mean, Bosa talked about it and Fred too also going into the game. They knew that Kenneth Walker was going to have a bigger role than he did on Sunday against the Giants where he only had 5 carries. But it was like the Seahawks made it just too obvious. They just knew that, okay, hey, we're going to give it to him. And this guy's a really hard runner. He'll get through a couple tackles and didn't bust any longer than 8 yards. Because the Niners knew they had to swarm to the ball. I mean, they had to get 2 or 3 guys on him, and they did. So that was great to see because the way James Conner and Kyler Murray ran through him for like 106 yards, not so good. And after that loss to the Cardinals, I took a step back. I think we have to look at the defense, and everybody expects this defense to be the 2019 defense, maybe last year's defense, because they still have Nick Bosa and Fred Warner. But if you look around them, they're really in a rebuild on defense. And it's not necessarily a bunch of young guys because there are the young, the young DBs got the interceptions yesterday. But there was they made some free agent pickups of like a Malik Collins, right? Devondre Campbell, who hasn't played great, and Isaac Adams. So you have these veterans in the mix too. But it's essentially an overhauled defense that takes time, I think, to figure out where everybody's supposed to be. And I mean, Murph, to be honest, I think it just boils down to they need to get better at getting to the quarterback. Mm-hmm. And Bosa had 14 pressures last night. It matched the most in a single game in 4 years, and that was Bosa who also had it against the Rams. But he had a couple sacks in that game against the Rams. He didn't last night, and that's fine. I mean, everybody wants Bosa to get like multiple sack game and take it over. But I got to see something on the other side from a Leonard Floyd. And to me, going into this year, they did a lot to rebuild the defense, but they didn't bring in enough defensive ends. And Floyd hasn't really produced. He had a couple of good pressures last night. And your Yetur Gross-Matos, he's on IR. And, if Bosa goes down, God forbid, because I don't know what they would get for a pass rush.
Talking to Cam Inman, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station, Marcus.
Yeah, and Cam, to your point, we saw one of Nick Bosa's pressure lead to that Mustafa interception, and you also mentioned Ronaldo Green getting an interception, and this is a defensive backfield yesterday that was without Charvarius Ward, so how would you assess overall the defensive backfield and the hyena showing up to shut down DK Metcalf?
Diamador Lenore just absolutely craves and loves being in the spotlight. He's on a contract year. Charvarius Ward's on a contract year. They've seen everybody around them get paid, and Demo's going to get paid a ton. He is just playing so well this season. And then you have a Ronaldo Green, the second-round draft pick, who just kind of, I'm covering DK Metcalf, no big deal. I see the ball coming all the way, coming to me. And Bosa, I even asked Bosa about that play, and Bosa was like, that was my worst pass rush of the day because he was basically just stood up and watched Gino buy some time and just float this ball towards DK, and Ronaldo Green undercut it. Ronaldo Green is looking pretty good, but he's young. They did a great job on DK Metcalf. I mean, DK Metcalf is this physical talent, but he's also, the Niners know how to get under his skin. And when he's only catching 3 of 11 targets, it's like, yeesh, what happened there? And I know that one in the end zone, that was against Ronaldo Green, where DK, had he kept that foot in by an inch, it would have been a touchdown. So, I like what I see out of the secondary. The safety is an issue because, Mustafa's got a low ankle sprain from what it sounds like. Hufanga's on IR. So you had George Odom back there with Jair Brown. And, if I'm Gino, I want to go deep and test those guys. And he kind of did that on that first series, and he got burned by Mustafa making a pick on the 2-yard line.
Cam Inman up in Seattle. 49ers get the win they needed, 36-24 over the Seahawks to, quote-unquote, be first place. Actually, not quote-unquote. They're in first place with the tiebreaker over Seattle. Now, we'll see how Arizona does at Green Bay on Sunday. Before we let you go, Cam, of course, everybody's screaming and screaming and screaming. And we have a great quote from Trent Williams where he says, nobody realizes how important special teams are until they realize how important special teams are. It's a pretty funny quote from Trent. He said it to Greg Papa and Tim Ryan. So, I mean, on the plus, I mean, it's funny because everybody's burying them, but they did force a fumble on a kickoff and theoretically, Cam forced a second turnover on the punt that didn't get called correctly, but they gave up the touchdown. So, where are you at with this unit here?
Yeah, and their backup kicker got hurt making a tackle on those last kickoff. It's like, what is going on here? I don't know, Murph. It's really alarming because every week there's some kind of breakdown that could really backfire for the whole game, and it's happened. The block punt, fake punt, returns. It's just, I don't know what's going on, and I know that special teams are really hard to do in the NFL, especially as you start doing injuries because you got to plug people in new places. But they can't keep this going. They need to figure out how to fix their special teams. It's not as if they totally disregard it. They just don't want to have it burn them, and it keeps something keeps surfacing, and they have to be aware of it. And they're only 6 games into the year, and there's a long way to go here. So if they can get more magic on their side of special teams, forcing fumbles, terrific, but that you can't rely on it. The punt coverage units has usually been pretty good in getting down there and down on the ball inside the 20. But I think now they got kicker issues again. If Matthew Wright, the guy that filled in pretty well for Jake Moody last night, if he's hurt, then you're auditioning the same guys you just did last Monday. So, again, another injury to look at. But, it's football, so you got to figure that out, and you got to make sure that that's not the weakest link of your team.
Cam, I want to ask you about the usage of Deebo Samuel. Yesterday, 3 catches for 102 yards, of course, a 76-yard touchdown. Also had 4 carries out of the backfield. Seemed like the 49ers were going to him more in the backfield once Jordan Mason went down. And after Adam Schefter is reporting this morning that Jordan Mason is believed to have suffered a sprained AC joint, do you think the usage for Deebo Samuel out of the backfield is going to increase?
I don't know about that. It's just because I don't see them envisioning Deebo as a full-time running back ever. It's like he's always been, we're going to sprinkle him in here or there and maybe have him do like an end around. And it's just, and he hasn't had a lot of success. I mean, 2021, he burst on the scene as this wide back, and it was like, wow, okay, this is working out great. But the last couple of years, defense has figured that out. And I don't know if it's necessarily the play call or how he's reading the lanes or whatever, but I think they want a running back in the running back position, but do you want to have Deebo available whenever you can when you need? I mean, his presence on the field is felt and it's noticed because he wants to run through guys and set a physical tone, and that rubs off on teammates. So you can't ignore him. You got to use him when you can, but I just don't think it's a full-time role. But I mean, his 76-yard touchdown catch, what a play that was for their first touchdown. He catches it at midfield, and the safety makes a bad play on it. And then we got to see if Deebo still has speed, and he certainly did. I mean, he had to outrun a defensive end or a pass rusher to get there, but he did it, and kind of reminded everybody, look, he's still a big playmaker.
Cam, last one, there was a concern that Mike McDonald was going to be the Kyle whisperer, the guy who shuts down Kyle, because Baltimore did. But he didn't yesterday, and so I'm wondering just, was it Baltimore's personnel? Was there anything that Seattle did defensively that seemed to rattle the Niners? Because what did they gain? How many yards? 483, something like that?
Yeah, so almost 500 yards. Brock was asked about that after the game, and imagine that, just like somebody bringing up your worst day on the job in your career so far, right? He just kind of, said, look, going back to that game, he just got out of rhythm, and he tried to force things. And I think just yesterday, Brock didn't really force things. I don't think the Seahawks have a great defense. They were missing, a couple of their best defensive linemen. They're missing one of their best cornerbacks. And so, that's the case all around the league. But it's also a team that they've now lost 3 in a row. And so the Seahawks are scuffling right now. I think Mike McDonald has a lot of respect. He's not just like some first-year coach who landed by chance into this job. He's taken over for Pete Carroll, and I think he's going to have a pretty good career here in Seattle if John Schneider gets him the right players, and it looks like they will. And so I mean, it's always a great rivalry when both of these teams are competitive. And last night, the first place was on the line between essentially 3-3 teams now, right? I can't wait until like the Seahawks are back up to the top and the Niners if they stay up top, because I like watching great football rather than like a lopsided game. So,
Cam, good stuff, man. So you can enjoy your time up there. I always look forward to your Facebook travel journals. But Seattle, is there anything in Seattle you haven't explored though? You've been there like 50 million times.
I know. That's why I flew in yesterday morning of the game, which is extremely rare for me to do. But I did have a nice, I walked around town yesterday, got some pictures of barber shops and ducked into a couple places I like to eat. So it's, I'll do a quick travel. I think, Murph, I'm probably a better travel writer than a sports writer, but I cater to an audience of I don't know how many Facebook.
Well, because you always find the good beer is what you do.
Ooh, that's key.
I regret to tell you I didn't have a beer last night. So I did stop by the Diller Room for one on the way back to the hotel last night, but I had to stay up late to write my column. That'll be.
It's always good to write after a couple of pops. I've done that.
Well, I believe the expression is write drunk, edit sober, if I'm not correct.
Okay, I like that. I'd never heard that all my life. That's a good one.
Yeah. Well, I wrote a book apparently, and somebody edited it. So yeah, go out and buy the franchise.
Edit sober. I like it.
There it is.
Everybody get the book for Christmas. The Franchise, San Francisco 49ers, a curated history of the 49ers. Cam Inman is the author. Thanks, Cam. Enjoy the rest of your stay up there, buddy, and be good.
Yeah, thanks, Cam.
Okay, thanks, guys. Take care. Have a great weekend.
There it is. He said there was a lot of 49ers fans bombing down hills on scooters.
Yeah.
How about that?
Taking over Seattle on
scooters. Like coming right in your face with a scooter.
Who was coming down that hill? Medium Impact Brian?
Yeah, very good. Or was Triple E a scooter rider?
Triple E would ride everything.
Yeah. Well, we know what he would ride is a snowboard to Pitbull.
Ooh.
And are you guys so excited? Young Tony's so excited because his support of Jose Iglesias is OMG, which I think is the lamest rally anthem of ever because it's called OMG. Come on, bro. And yet the Mets are riding it to the NLCS, and Pitbull got involved and remixed it.
We got the Pitbull remix.
And it dropped today.
Put it on the Triple E snowboard playlist.
Gosh. And Greg Papa at 9:30. We gave him a birthday present, was 2 hours of sleep. He usually does Fridays at 7:30, but we gave him a break because they got in late last night. And, you know, when you get up there in years, because Greg is well into his 60s. That's a riff, everybody. Don't quote. That's just a joke. All right. That's an inside joke. All right. Papa at 9:30 on the Sports Center.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Tim Ryan, the great T-Rock, joins Tobin and Copes today at 4:30 this afternoon to react to the 49ers' big win over the Seahawks, which means they are now tied for the division lead in the NFC West. But right now, they have the tiebreaker over the Seahawks with that win. You can hear T-Rock at 4:30 this afternoon live on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
Oh!
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Line, 1st and 10, Niners on their 34-yard line. Brock, Oscar Ringer canning the play at the line. It's so loud in here. Toss. J.P. Mason coming left. Good hole. Runs out for a first down, breaks a tackle. To midfield, gets wide right. Turns the corner. Witherspoon will throw him back inside, but J.P. Mason still won't go down. Finally, he's dropped on the Seattle 28-yard line after a run of 38 yards.
What a run for J.P. Mason.
All right, a lot going on in this rejoin. Jordan Mason, J.P. Mason, who we got to talk about. We have news. And oh, hark, what do I hear? Do I hear the heartfelt vocals of a Chris Martin? I do. Wait, come on with the, we got to come in with the guitar here at this point here. I get it. It's an anthem. Get your lighters out. Everybody start crying. It's Chris Martin's Make You Cry song, everybody. Coldplay tickets, May 31st, 2025. Stanford Stadium. Tony saved the big one for the last here. One caller right now at caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR wins 2 tickets to see the mighty Coldplay. They'll divide a room. You got half the people say, I don't want to hear that S ever again. You got the other half going, I'm here and fix you, man. It's like I cry every time I hear that song. Stanford Stadium, May 31st, 2025. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. It's a funny line in the movie Yesterday, which is an underrated movie, by the way. A fun family, good movie about the guy who, it's a hell of a premise. It only came out a couple years ago. Young Tone, do you see this one? It's a British movie, and it's an interesting premise. It's a guy riding home. He's a musician, and he's riding home on his bike. He gets hit by a car. And this is a crazy premise, but it was a very popular movie. When he wakes up, he's living in a world that has never heard the Beatles. Keep playing this. The Beatles, he walks around, and somehow, some way, he finds out that the Beatles never existed. And he's like, wait, in its concussion world, the Beatles never existed? So he's like, wait. You guys don't know the Beatles? I was like, who are you talking about? What's that? So he starts writing Beatles songs and becomes this insane global superstar.
Oh, what a genius.
Because he covers all the Beatles songs. So in this scene where he writes Yesterday, he has these British friends at this table and he goes, I wrote a new song. He's like, yesterday, all my troubles seem so far away. And everybody's wrapped in silence. And they're like, wow, that was amazing. And the guy goes, that was incredible. And this girl goes, it was good. It was no fix you, but it was good. Pretty funny, too.
Man, oh man, what a rejoin this is.
Yeah.
I mean, from that story to this music bed, it almost makes me feel like I'm in a movie like in the late 80s, early 90s, where at the end of the movie they do like the freeze frame.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy went on to win the MVP. Jordan Mason ended up with a sprained AC joint.
Very good.
George Kittle threw the biggest Kittle fest of all time.
Special teams would continue to give up touchdowns on returns.
That's the vibe I'm getting right now from this rejoin.
Very good, Tony. So there you go, Tone. Good job. Everybody win your tickets. And so, okay, if that was a little too emo for you, I think we have the one you all want to hear, the club banger. Let's get out of the emo world and into the club banger. Now, I'll never support this song, OMG, by Jose Iglesias, simply because it's called OMG. I don't like songs named after texts or emojis or what. LOL, BRB, WYD.
WTF.
WTF. ISYDT. I see what you did. Isn't that one of them too?
I don't know about that one, Murph.
I see what you did there.
Let's stick to 3 letters.
Well, anyway, but you guys support it. The Mets are exciting. The Mets are having fun. and Pitbull got in. I haven't heard this. Have you heard this?
I've only heard the snippet that young Tony has been talking about.
So this is it. This is tell us, you want to set it up for us, Tony?
Yeah, so it dropped last night about 11 hours ago. Pitbull, Jose Iglesias, and then Silvestri Dangond. Not really sure how to. He's a Colombian singer.
Is Jose Iglesias going to collect monster royalties off this?
100%, dude.
He might make more than his salary. But go ahead.
He might be bigger than Gabriel Iglesias at this point.
Let's hear it. Okay. I think he improved the song. I do. I think he improved the song, and I'm not a Pitbull guy. And I think he improved the song. And we needed a little variety. Wait. This is that sick Colombian guy, huh?
I mean, it sounds like a legit song.
What do you think, Young Tone?
Dude, banger, boys.
Now, you say it's a banger, but there's a cranky guy in the back of the room. He doesn't like it. Wait. Okay, so you like it, but there's going to be some there that doesn't.
This is not a banger. And I know bangers.
You got to cut that down, Tony. Just I know bangers, and this is a banger.
Well, that's true. You could just use the
It's
I know
a
bangers
banger,
part.
and I got to give some love to the text line, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Murph, you're being called out from the 510. You don't like 3-letter songs. What about PYT, Michael Jackson?
Well, it's a great point by the listener, but never was PYT in a text in an annoying world. But he's 100% right. PYT is a banger. And I know bangers, Young Tone. I know bangers.
What about YOLO by Drake? The text line's checking in also.
Yellow, is that a...
YOLO. You only live once.
I don't know the tune.
YOLO.
Do you like it?
That's the motto.
Well,
I don't
you're
want to get in trouble.
anti-Drake.
Yeah, I'm anti-Drake, so I don't like that song.
But see, at a certain point, we can say, if you know a banger, Young Tone.
This is not a banger.
No.
And I know.
Just give us the I know bangers part. Just the second. I think Marcus is right. That it's a funny soundbite, but you can use it to promote your banger by saying, I know bangers. I know bangers.
And I know bangers.
There it is.
I'd
say play it twice. It's the key. And we're doing on-air editing here. It's always good radio, isn't it?
We're banging this like
always
the Astros
good to
with the
live
trash
produce
can.
on the air right now. Young Tone, there it is.
And I know bangers.
Boom! You did it, kid.
And I know bangers, and I know the Bang Bang Niner Gang.
Bang Bang Niner Gang.
And shout out to our Sharkies last night repping the Bang Bang Niner Gang.
Bang Bang Niner Gang.
We'll get to that a little bit later.
Celebrini.
Hey, congrats to Tamira and Antioch, who is our Coldplay winner or our Hawaii winner? Which one is it? Tamira. I think it's our Hawaii winner, right?
She is the Hawaii winner.
I'm hoping for her it's the Hawaii one.
Yeah.
She's a qualifier for the Hawaii.
Give a choice between Hawaii and Coldplay. You choose Hawaii.
Yeah, I'm going Hawaii 7
yeah.
days of the week.
Yeah.
Twice on Sunday.
All right, guys. We got to... 831 says you down with OPP. That's another strong one. Yeah. Again, but these were not texts. And also, isn't OMG the most cliched text of all time?
Yeah, but it works.
Or LOL is. LOL is.
Yeah, LOL.
LOL.
Laughing out loud.
Let's get some Niners.
Yeah, let's talk Niners.
Let's get to the Niners. I thought Trent Williams was really good last night. He had some good stuff to say to Papa and Lund, to Papa and Ryan after the game. And it was really nice of him to hop on. I do want to get to that one about Garendo and the controversy of whether he slid or not. What did you think?
I thought he definitely slowed down, and by the time he got touched, it seems like he went into a slide. I don't know if he did that because he got caught.
I think he got caught. And also, just because he runs a 4.33 40 in a combine one day doesn't mean he's always going to be the fastest. I mean, he could have been having a good day. Also, how different is it to run a 40 where you have pads and a football and you're tired?
Yeah, versus the underwear Olympics and the combine numbers that get inflated every single year. It annoys me every year when we come to the draft, like, oh, this guy's slow because he didn't run a 4.2 40. It's like, yeah, but I saw him burn dudes in the SEC. He's obviously got football speed, and that's the difference between football speed and combine speed.
It's forever been my beef, but it's an old man beef. Is like, I always say, well, that's cool, but did you watch the game? You know, and that's kind of how I feel about analytics in general, too. When people hit me with all this stuff, I'm like, okay, cool, but did you watch the game? You know? Like all those analytics, like talk about I told you this, I read these stories about these brilliant young guys the Giants have. they're saying this guy's a riser, and he's on the rise, and he's got all the data. And I go, they're 80 and 82, bro. I mean, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
You know,
I was thinking about that the other day when we started talking about like EPA, like expected play average for the 49ers. I was like, these numbers just remind me of the expected batting average on balls in play. The BABIP argument, and the entire first half of the season, like, oh yeah, the Giants have great BABIP numbers, which means eventually they're going to hit. Yeah. Turns out they never hit.
Oh God, I remember the very first time I heard about baseball prospectus was Vegas Joe Hughes taught me it. It would come. I mean, it was like 15 years ago or something like that. And he's like, yeah, here's what this guy's going to do this year. I'm like, is it really? He's like, yeah, that's what
simple as that. Why do we even play the games anymore?
Really? He goes, yeah, man, no, this guy's going to. I was like, no, it doesn't work that way.
Well, Murph, we are living in a simulation, as you know.
There you go, baby. AI is going to play all our football games for us. Anyway, here's the very amusing Trent Williams breakdown of the Guerrero. He references a former Niner here.
Yeah, we as a team, you know, we've all been chomping at the bit just to see him open up that stride and, you know, give a lot of people flashbacks of Raheem. So, you know, we couldn't wait to see him hit a hole and just open it up. And, you know, luckily we got to do that. He said he went down because he was trying to end the game. So, you know, we'll give him that. And we know Raheem wouldn't have got caught from behind.
I like that. Hey, rookie, you got to get hazed. You got to bring donuts. You got to bring the chicken, and you got to get needled by Trent Williams too.
Yeah, you're not Raheem Mostert quite yet surfing in the end zone.
I'll tell you what, though, we were talking about Patrick Taylor Jr., who, you know, we didn't know much about. I remember being confused that they kept him when Cody Schrader, that running back out of Missouri, everybody loved him, and then they tried to sneak him through practice squad, and they didn't, right? So Taylor got his chance. I tell you this, I'm just saying this kind of as a joke because we like to have fun on the show and not get too serious. But I was listening to Shanahan's postgame, and I was like, Pat Taylor better rent, not buy, because Shanahan forgot his name in the press conference.
Which is wild.
Check it out.
What's his name? Drawing a blank. Taylor. He got hurt.
And then he just goes last name. Taylor.
We're just joking.
Yeah, but also, like, if we're reading in between the lines, it's not a great look from Kyle, but how about Kyle trusting Patrick Taylor Jr. in the fourth quarter more than Isaac Guerrero, in my opinion?
He did. I mean, I'll tell you what, I didn't hate Taylor with the ball. I didn't.
Absolutely not. Even a couple of check down passes from Brock Purdy with Taylor out of the backfield.
Given the injury to Jordan Mason, you might be seeing a lot more of him against the Chiefs.
Well, that was the thing that Kyle spoke about after the game, too. Not sure if we have the cut, Tony, but Patrick Taylor Jr. was actually dealing with an injury in the fourth quarter, which is why Isaac Guerrero was back in the game, which enabled him to rip off that 76-yard run. But if you take away that 76-yard run by Isaac Guerrero, he had 9 carries for 23 yards, which is not very efficient in the system, which is why I think Kyle gave the ball to Patrick Taylor Jr. in the fourth quarter, despite not giving him a carry over the entire season.
Yeah, I mean, Guerrero, they had the one big breakout, and that's what he's kind of a home run hitter, right? He's kind of he's not a singles hitter, he's kind of a home run hitter.
He's just got to be patient enough to let those holes develop.
Yeah, that was just kind of funny, though. I give Kyle a break, of course, but it's just kind of funny when you're Pat Taylor trying to make the team and the coach doesn't remember your name. So, we were out with our market manager for breakfast, and he was like, I think you guys are doing a good show again. What was your name again? Yeah.
What's your name, Bob and Mike?
It's funny, my buddy Sam Farmer, the great Sam Farmer, legendary Sam Farmer, NFL football writer. We were both interns at the LA Times together in 1988, and Sammy was always angling. He tried to meet the executive editor of the paper, which was a big no-no. It's like that guy was so off limits, man. And he forced his way into a coffee with the guy. And I was like, Sammy, what are you? He's like, dude, I was like, man, should I be doing what Sam's doing? I was like, Sam's really aggressive. He got a coffee with Shelby Coffee. That guy's name was Shelby Coffee. And at the end, I sit there and he goes, well, hey guys, it was nice talking to you, Stan. And slapped him on the shoulder. So
A for effort.
It's pretty. But look at Sam now.
Look at him now.
He's our guy.
One of the best in the game.
Greg Papa's the best in the game. He's next on the Sports Leader.
What's his name? Drawing a blank. Taylor. He got hurt.
Time to come to Papa. Come to Papa. We now prepare you for game day with the voice of 49ers football. Greg Papa. On KNBR 104.5.
Greg,
6
Call me Greg.
I did.
The first time he's ever done that.
We're getting serious now.
Wow.
Well, it was his birthday yesterday, but no chance can go by without using our favorite birthday song here. Greg Papa is sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. Papa, our gift to you was 2 extra hours of sleep. At 7:30 time, we kicked it to 9:30. Happy birthday,
well, thank
brother.
you, Murph. I had a whole
birthday.
3 minutes of sleep. You think I was home sleeping? I was actually watching the game back, but we landed at SFO like 1:15 in the morning, and then normally I would get a ride to the facility and not have to go all the way back to Santa Clara to get my car. But these Thursday games are just on you so fast. And I could barely make it to the facility Wednesday to do the show, so my car was there, so I had to go back and then drive back the other direction. So it was a long night. There was no way I could make it at 7:30 and get everything done. Just watching the game back, and what a performance by everybody involved. Brock Purdy was so decisive in the low red zone, and George and Debo balled out, Juszczyk with fullback force, but it was the play of this rookie draft class that is just incredible. You know, Dominic Pooney has been a plug-and-play player immediately since he arrived, and he was mauling people last night. The Pooney Monsoony, as Tim Ryan calls it. He had some cave-in blocks. We haven't seen Ricky Pearsall yet. I think we're going to get him on the practice field next week, hopefully. But Renardo Green and what he was able to do, we talked about it with Sean yesterday. I thought Charvarius Ward, it was so important to get him to play, and he just couldn't go. And Charvarius is a really good guy and a good vet, and he's a tough guy. He tried hard to play in that game last night. I don't know if he was going to follow DK around, but he thought you need him on the field, and he just he couldn't go. I watched his whole warm-up, and he was slipping. It just wasn't good. Change of direction, deceleration wasn't there. So Renardo Green just jumps in and plays. You know, he got the pick that turned the whole game around. Malik Mustafa got one early in the game. Renardo also pushed out DK, you know, on the legal force out now that you can do, and he did one against JSN later in the game. Just played great. Garendo, obviously, Cowlinger, you know, and Tatum Bethune recovered a fumble. But, you know, I go back to this franchise's first Super Bowl, Murph, and it was Dwight Hicks and the Hot Licks, and you had Dwight Hicks, so they kind of found off the scrap heap that year. I mean, their pass defense the year before in '80 was just terrible. And to go out and draft 3 rookie defensive backs, boom, 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 like that, in '81, you get Ronnie Lott, obviously, in the first round, and then Eric Wright late in the second round, and then Carlton Williamson in the third round. I mean, who does that? And then you'd start 3 rookies and you win the Super Bowl. They started, you know, Renardo Green's in your nickel, and you're in your nickel almost all. I don't know if he got an official start last night, but Malik Mustafa and Renardo Green. So we got to come up with a nickname. Dwight Hicks and the Hot Licks. What do we call them?
That's a good
Ward
one.
and the Whippersnappers.
Okay.
What do we call them
That's
here?
nomination
These
number
rooks
1.
are bowling out.
Yeah, we'll call them Demo and the Hyenas. How about that, Papa?
He's the hyena.
Mm-hmm.
So he wants a whole flock. How many? What do you call multiple hyenas? I don't even know. I don't even know why he calls himself that. To be honest,
Lenore
hyenas,
and the kids. I don't know. Lenore and the kids shut the door. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll workshop it. We'll workshop it, Papa. Right. But I did want to say,
Kevin Harlan had that line. Lenore shuts the door.
I like that. I like that. Well, Papa, you were not the only one celebrating a birthday this week. George Kittle turned 31 earlier this week. Stopped by our show on Tuesday as a 49er Player of the Week, and then got a couple birthday gifts from Brock Purdy, 2 touchdowns. He now leads the NFL in red zone touchdowns with 5 on the season. Is George Kittle simply the solution to the red zone issues?
Well, I mean, it's a little different the way he does it. He doesn't get huge separation, but the one against Arizona was Y pop, we called it, because he lined up as an inline Y, and they just dropped him on the goal line, and he just turned around, and there was the ball. It was very easy. But the Niners did not score in the first half in the red zone in 2 trips, and they had a nice lead, but it was 16-0, 16-3, and it wasn't, touchdowns there. And Brock's throw on the one from the 10-yard line, the 3rd and 4, the first one, and we were talking about more bunch formations, and they did. They used a bunch. They got Debo, matched up with Artie Burns early out in the slot. Ball got broken up, but this one they motioned to it, and it was 3 on the one side, and George ran a simple outcut. The coverage, and it was supposed to be, as Kyle calls it, a lookie to Brandon Ayuk inside on the backside, like so many of the routes are for Brandon on the backside left, and they took that away with a double. So George got a single. But Julian Love, the safety, who I think was a little off last night, he's the one that couldn't quite get to Debo's 76-yarder, and that guy's a great player. He had a hamstring coming into the game. We weren't sure he was going to play. He played, but he was maybe just a beat late. But a great ball by Brock. That may have been the best ball Brock's thrown this year, one of the best of his career. He ripped that thing. And the ball placement had to be perfect, and George had to come back and snatch it. We've seen George make more difficult catches, one-hand catches against the Raiders, the one that went off his face mask in the divisional against Dallas. But this one, the combination of the footwork, Marcus, to come back to the ball and to get his toes down and cross the front pylon was big time. And then on the second one, they got Patrick Taylor and Juszczyk out of the backfield, both going out to the left to take the coverage out of the middle. And Seattle's been plagued by Kittle over the middle for years. We thought they upgraded a little bit with Bobby Wagner being gone, and Bobby's a great player, but he's been slow the last couple of years. But they still got the Dotson, their new Mike linebacker. And actually, it was Love and it was Jenkins, the safety, on those 2 plays, and Brock ripped that in one. So there was a time when George wasn't scoring a lot of touchdowns in his career, but he's had some breakout years scoring touchdowns, and last night, obviously, to get them both in the low red zone, but Brock made 2 great throws on those plays.
Much to Claire Kittle's delight and Kristen Jusic's delight with the whole celebration, the PDA leap into the end zone. So much stuff to squeeze into a couple minutes before we let you go for your 10 o'clock shift. Just a fun one. I mean, just because fans love controversy, and you and Tim broke it down extensively, how the Amazon video didn't give the ref the right call. Roger Goodell's running a multi-billion-dollar business, and that can't get right. I mean, how do you howl to the heavens on that? What can the Niners say to the league about that, and how do they correct that in the future?
It's too late to apologize. You can't make that mistake. So I love doing games at Lumen Field. It's a great venue. Just feels like football, the sound, everything. Dark and dank. It got a little sunny, it's approaching kickoff. But our broadcast booth's right on the 50-yard line. And on one side, and it's all open glass. There's no curtains or things they draw down to block the view. We see all the booths. To our left is Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit and their crew. I thought, when I called it live, I thought it was a muff, but I thought Conley also committed the fair catch interference, but he got blocked in the back. And it was D. Williams, their punt returner, who was back. I thought it may have hit his face mask or his helmet. Couldn't tell, but it looked like it bounced differently when it landed. But so they say it did not hit him. And their cameraman right up against the glass. Herbstreit's closer to us, Al Michaels, who, by the way, they bring him a steak at halftime. They bring on a table and a white cloth and fine china. I'm eating a hot dog at halftime. Dude. Alfalfa's having a steak. He's got the napkin in, and I'm like, what are you doing? He's Al Michaels. Anyway, so Herbstreit, the cameraman, writes a sign to Tim and I and Chris Babcock and Holler and Mike Baird, and he puts up 100% it hit his thumb.
Oh.
And I wasn't thinking thumb at that point. I was thinking face mask, helmet. But then you could see it. It clearly hit his thumb. And then Herb Street is waving at me. It hit his thumb. You guys got robbed. It's it's a thumb job. So I'm like, what? Then I look to the booth to the right, and it's all the 49er coaches are there, and Brian Hampton's there. He's the one that tells Kyle to challenge it, and I'm like, I don't want to make eye contact with those guys because they are seething because they made the right call, and I can't recall on a national game. This is a Thursday night. I mean, Amazon Prime's trucks, they look like Monday Night Football and Sunday Night Football. It's state of the art for them to go back to New York and not get it right. And then Walt Anderson tells them that they didn't get the same video replay. What are they looking at in New York? And Walt's, I think he's still involved, but he's also talking to the media, trying to massage it. Mark Butterworth is now there. Perry Fuel, our friend George Stewart, is there in New York. So it was a thumb job. And Conley got blocked in the back. It was not fair catch interference because they clipped him and they pushed him into D. Williams. So, and I thought Rolstad's crew lost control of the game several times. There was one time they didn't show it on TV, but we watch it every, dead ball before we come back. What are they huddling? Because what personnel group are they going to be in? And Seattle had 15 men in the huddle on defense. You are not allowed to have more than 11. It's an immediate penalty. They had 15. Yeah. What were they going to play? A 5-5-5 defense? That should have been a penalty. How did their crew not see that? But I don't know what the league does here, but they got to pull a mea culpa here because that's a thumb job.
Yeah, and Papa, last thing before we let you go, we got some help from the 347 on the text line that said a group of hyenas can be referred to as a cackle. So maybe for the nickname for the defense, we can call it Charveris's cackle.
Well, it'd be Demo. He's the hyena, right?
Yeah, but he's one of the hyenas, so it's Charveris's pack. He's the leader of the pack, Papa.
Gotcha. I need a young. Where did Dwight Hicks and the Hot Licks come from?
It's a great. I remember it was on a bed sheet. I know it was on a bed sheet banner in '81. I don't know if the person.
Why the Hot Licks? What is that?
Well, it was Dan. You know why, Greg? Dan Hicks and his Hot Licks was a popular cover band in the all through the late '70s and '80s. Dan Hicks and his Hot Licks. Dan Hicks, I believe, a legendary Barry musician. I think.
So that was Dwight Hicks and the Hot Licks.
Yeah. Dan Hicks was. You might have seen in a stupor. You might have seen Dan Hicks and his Hot Licks once. Yeah.
In a stupor.
Dan Hicks. You see him at like Grant and Green. In North Beach.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know what you're calling. I was never been in the stupor.
I've been in stupors.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Dan Hicks.
I've been stupid.
Dan Hicks and his Hot Licks.
Well, I'm not saying this group is going to be Ronnie Lott Hall of Famer. Eric Wright was so underrated.
Oh, always.
Super Bowl
to this
19,
day.
he shut down the Marx Brothers.
To this day.
That guy was a great player.
One of the greats, honestly.
And Carlton Williams, I'm not saying Mustafa and Green are going to be that, but they were that last night, weren't they? How good were they?
I mean, E. Wright is unbelievable. He was fantastic. I don't know, as just pure cover corner, I mean, is it him and Jimmy Johnson? Is that it?
In the history of the franchise?
Yeah, maybe.
Dion? I have to put Dion.
I see, but in 1 year.
Dion was there for a layover.
I'm talking about like true Niners, Dion's there 1 year.
Consider him to be
it's like Richard Dent, the Niner,
Got him a Super Bowl, Murph. Got him a Super Bowl.
Mooch was, we got to let you go, but I was at this great wine event last night with Patrick Willis and Bryant Young, watch party. Mooch was there. He had a helmet signed by every Niner Hall of Famer. It was incredible, but only like the lifers. Nomalini, St. Clair, McElhaney, Tittle.
Wow.
And then it was great. He brought it to have BY and Willis sign it.
The lifers, the guys that only played for the Niners franchise and no other team?
Say again?
What do you mean the lifers?
Well, no, like Charles Haley's on it.
The guys that played for the Niners.
Like,
Dion's not there. Dion's
not on it. But Charles Haley is. Drafted, developed, etc. Right. You know what I mean? It's like that wall of fame they have for the Giants. Mm-hmm. It's sort of like you kind of know, Actually, they have a standard. It's either 9 years with the Giants or 5 years in an all-star bid. How about that?
Or 3 World Series titles.
All right, very good. Hey, you got in 10 minutes. You're on. You got to bone up.
Can I take a nap? Can I take a power nap?
You got 13 minutes to nap.
I got 14 minutes. 13 minutes nap. 1 minute in the shower.
I can nap in 13 minutes. I'll let you go
with the shoes on, Papa.
Congrats! Happy birthday, Greg.
Yeah, happy Papa. Happy birthday, Papa.
Thank you.
Happy Papa.
Happy Papa Day.
Papa Day.
Happy Papa Day.
All right. Hey, on the other side, we're going to rejoin with the thing we should have mentioned all morning long, and it's not the Pitbull song. Next on the Sports Leader. All right, let's talk about Bigelow tea. Maybe Greg, who's waiting for a pick-me-up, could get some Bigelow tea. Because every season is Bigelow tea season, and we love it here at KNBR. We love walking around with our mug full of English breakfast and chamomile. Shout out Gwen Stefani. Keeps me going, especially for those of us who make our living in the studio. So I would urge you to do this. I would urge you to grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea. And why don't you tea proudly?
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here is Celebrini pulling up, spinning, shoveling across. They score! Off a deflection in front. Celebrini and Eklund combine. And the Sharks have the lead. It's Celebrini's goal, and it's his first in the NHL.
I got the puck there with a little bit of space, and I saw Eki driving the net, so I just decided to create some space and make a play to the front of the net, see if he could get a stick on it. I actually didn't know I scored until he told me a little bit into the huddle, but no, I'm just happy winning.
That's the rejoin we were talking about, man, in the middle of all the Niners. 18-year-old Matt, and I got a 16-year-old who'll be 17 in a month, bro.
Oh.
I mean, Macklin Celebrini, elite.
How's that for some blank in perspective?
And congratulations to the kid. Rick Celebrini's son, the number 1 pick of the 2024 draft, scored in his first game down at the tank. And here's a couple stats for you. The youngest player in Sharks history to score his NHL debut. The first Sharks player to score in his first NHL game since forward Daniel Gushin did in 2023. Second fastest number 1 pick to score a goal, other than Mario Lemieux, who scored .259 into his first game with the Penguins in 1984. Wow. And at 18 years and 119 days, the 6th youngest player in NHL history to score in his debut. So, some really fun stats.
Go Mac, baby.
And here's now we can riff, right? Draymond was there. Shout out Draymond. He rides with Celebrini, right?
Yes.
And in honor of Draymond being there, Sharks blew a 3-1 lead.
Oh, Murph.
Oh.
Technically a 4-1 lead.
4-1 lead. All right.
Even bad, but we did get audio from Macklin Celebrini after the game.
No, it's fine.
It's fine. Macklin's going to have a great career, the first of many goals. Welcome to San Jose, Macklin Celebrini. And man, oh man, am I looking forward to the future of the Mac.
It was sold out down there.
The future is teal.
And don't
Murph.
forget, they had the kid Will Smith the previous year, right?
Yeah, Will Smith's a dude. William Eklund. They got some young studs on that team.
Go Sharks.
Hey, there he is,
Thank you,
man.
Tony.
Shout out, Ralph. All right, well, that was fun. And listen, the Niners got us in a good mood all day. The All-Whites triumphed. You heard Greg Papa talking about it and how Brock was decisive, and Waterboy's been bringing up George Kittle's great red zone stats. And that run defense, much maligned, shut down Seattle's running game incredibly. Like, trust me, I had Ken Walker. I wound up getting all my fantasy points from him catching balls in garbage time.
Yeah, and him getting that goal line touchdown. That's about it. Yeah,
that was pretty sweet. Going against Thin Tim today. Had to go right down Thin Tim's throat with that late touchdown.
Oh, I'm sure there'll be a couple Thin Tim mistakes of the day this weekend.
Hey-yo. Well, young Tony, we're going deep here. We're going deep. So did you want to play the Greg Papa first here? This is...
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now! Okay!
Okay, so this is the game last night. Isaac Garendo is on the field, and Papa says this.
We like Ike. Can he do it?
Okay. And it hit me. I was like, we played that in the 6 o'clock hour. I was like, no way young Tony knows I like Ike. And sure enough, I was right. You were unfamiliar with the phrase, I like Ike.
Mike and Ike's? Phenomenal candy.
Which, by the way, I agree, is a great candy. And prefer them to the, what's the other one?
What are you thinking, hot tamales?
Yeah, hot tamales.
Oh,
Thank
yeah,
you.
Mike and Ike is way better than hot
Dude,
tamales.
Mike and Ike's just probably criminally underrated through the years. But I said, no. So we're going to go way back into U.S. history here. 1952, World War II Army hero Dwight Eisenhower runs for president. And, of course, he's like going to win because he's a general from World War II. Come on, man. It's 1952. I found this on YouTube. Young Tony, this is how we used to roll, or how your grandparents used to roll. This because now they said, like, Kamala Harris raised $1 billion for these ads, and Trump's got his ads going. This is how they did it in 52.
Ike for president, Ike for president, Ike for president, Ike for president. You like Ike, I like Ike. Everybody likes Ike for president. Hang out the banner, beat the drum. We'll take Ike to Washington. We don't want John or Dean or Harry. Let's do that big job right. Let's get in step with the guy that's hep. Get in step with Ike. You like Ike, I like Ike. Everybody likes Ike for president. Hang out the banner, beat the drum.
Is that incredible? Is that incredible?
Wow.
Is that incredible? You like Ike, I like Ike. We all like Ike. Unbelievable. You know what I'd call that? I call that a banger.
Yeah.
I know bangers.
Murph knows bangers.
Is that incredible? It's a black and white cartoon. Can you imagine that, Tony? You're like, hey, man, I'm going to the polls. I'm voting for that cartoon.
It's catchy. Definitely, you're thinking about it all the time now.
There's very Don Draper vibes off of that one there. So.
And they went with the entire ad without trying to sell me a watch or a trading card.
Very good, dude. Waterboy, man. Somebody should be keeping track of your lines, buddy.
Put it on the board.
All right, play Petty out there because that was sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. And that's what he needs to know. All right, what did we learn today? We learned that Brock Purdy is 3-0 in Seattle. We learned that special teams giveth and taketh away because they did force a fumble, but gave up that touchdown, but then maybe forced another fumble. You heard Papa talk about it. That was great detail on the Herb Street and the cameraman. It's 100% a fumble.
You guys got screwed.
Yeah, oh, man, that was pretty good details there. And how about Al Michaels eating a steak?
Yeah, can I get my guy Greg Papa a steak for his birthday?
How about you and me eating a steak mid-show?
Oh, I'll take a steak any time of the day, Murph.
Wheel one in.
Oh, steak and eggs.
You know, Curly's the kind of guy he'd do that. Curly's giving people wine and chocolate. He could probably go give a steak.
Yeah, John Joe Curly. How about we do a steak Friday?
If you're Al Michaels, do you want a steak in your gut when you're calling a game?
I want a steak any time of the day, Murph.
That's true.
You can't turn down a good
Ribeye?
steak. Oh, ribeye.
Remember?
Got to go ribeye.
Tomahawk, or is it time to play Gabe? You should probably do some research on that. All right, boys, have a great week. Young Tony on the Bay for Fleet Week. Marcus cruising the town, doing whatever.
Ooh, I'll be flying around.
Sunday parade, right? Italian Athletic Club?
I'll be flying around the city all weekend, Murph.
And I'll be doing my youth sports dad thing. So everybody have a great weekend. It is time for Papa and Lund. Papa on 2 Minute Sleep, sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. When it's time for a change, get yours at Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service and help fight breast cancer now through October. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I just know the hyena can't be with.
The hyena can't what?
Can't be with.
I believe the expression is right drunk at it sober.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves for Greg Papa
San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Here's a pistol. They ride the mesh point to Mason. Brock and a throw out left. Wide open. Debo Samuel makes the catch. And now speeding down the sideline. 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown. 3rd and 3. Brock shotgun. Taylor Jr. left. 3-er right. Ayuk left. Brock looks right, throws right. It is Kittle made the catch. Touchdown. Play clock at 5, 4. Snap to Brock. Brock gonna throw left for the end zone. It's caught by George Kittle. Touchdown. San Francisco. We like Ike. Can he do it? Hand off to Garendo off the right side. He runs for a first down, and he's going to score. He should go down, but he may just score his first touchdown in the NFL. Garendo 10, 5. Pulled down on the 1 yard line. Perfect. The game is over. Runs it down to the 2 yard line.
We got a new closer, baby.
Yes, a season saver in Seattle. Thanks for joining us. It's Papa and Lund. Happy Friday. It is a happy Friday because the 49ers do what they always do. They beat the Seahawks for the 6th consecutive time. We got a ton of stuff on it. Mike Silver's going to join us at 10:30. Don't go anywhere. We have a great poll that we will ask you a question on today. Matt Mayoko at 10:50. We didn't do a recap, of course, for the last, we don't do them for losses. We only do them for wins. So we got a recap for you where you can hear Papa and Tim Ryan from Seattle. And speaking of, you are back. You are bright-eyed. You are bushy-tailed. Good morning, my friend. Oh, yeah, you look good. You look a lot better than I look and feel.
I do well on 3 minutes of sleep.
Yeah, you do.
We are ready to roll.
That's what you do.
And what a day yesterday. And we didn't do a recap because Arizona came back to beat the Niners 24-23 on Sunday. And it was 23-17 last night, and Seattle was driving. None of us thought about that 24-23 score. Never came into my cranium. And then Renardo Green, Agent Zero, undercutting DK Metcalf. George gets in the end zone for a second time.
I got
Mike
some
Silver
insight on
running.
that play this morning. You know that.
What do you got? What do you got?
So
What's
I
the
was
insight?
listening to Brock Heward this morning in Seattle, and he said on that route, what DK is supposed to do, he's got two options. He can run a skinny post, or he can flatten it out, and he did both. He ran an in between route. So after the game, you were celebrating your birthday probably, and Gino after the game very tersely snapped at a reporter who said, "What happened there?" He goes, "Go look at the tape." That's what he told the reporter.
Well, did you see what Gino did on the sideline?
Yeah, he was
looking at the tape on the Microsoft Touch, and we have seen Bill Belichick spike it, Tom Brady spike it. I've never seen a guy take the Microsoft touchpad and just start banging it into his head. I mean, he was slamming his head. Who was the Washington quarterback, Gus Farrat?
Yeah,
remember he scored a touchdown and he went into the tunnel at Giant Stadium and he banged his head and he wound up getting knocked out with a concussion. They lost the game. But Gino was heading the Microsoft Touch and then he spiked it. So whatever DK did on the option route, he ran the wrong option. But I was more looking at Renardo Green on that play, and we'll have Dante Whitner come and break it down. The way he was showing press man, and Renardo likes to press, but he backed up a little bit to give him a little cushion, and then he jumped outside. He played outside leverage. So he was giving him the in cut, but I think he was giving him the in cut because he was going to undercut it. And Gino can say it was the wrong route. It was a terrible throw. He should not have made the throw because he was not open. But what a play there by Renardo Green. Malik Mustafa coming up with the early INT. Gino was off. He just was not throwing the ball with accuracy. Came into the game last night at 71.9%, fifth in the NFL, and he was errant last night. And then Tatum Bethune, scooping up a fumble, John. The one the Niners got on special teams should have been another one. And also all three takeaways were rookies last night. A second-round pick, a fourth-round pick, a seventh-round pick on defense. Dominic Pooney was mauling, obviously. I mean, the performance of the rookie draft class. And then we do like Ike. I was the one screaming to go down. In retrospect, and I think the sideline was telling Garendo to go down. Well, you wound up needing to score. You couldn't quite go victory play because Seattle had 2 timeouts left. But I love the presence of mind and the way he did it. And I think Witherspoon ran him down in part, but he went into a slide.
Yeah, he would. I think
so. He was going to give himself up.
Yeah, yeah. They were debating. We put together something for that, and we'll discuss. But let me go back to your rookies for a second because, all preseason long we were like, man, this is a great class. This is a great class, and then not great contributions maybe outside of Pooney, but like you said, last night they don't win that game without it. They got 13 points off turnovers. Should have had that punt return. Obviously, it blows my mind that we have better angles on our couch than they do in the replay center. We'll get into that a little bit later. But they got 13 points off turnovers with the 2 interceptions and the fumble, and they won the game by 12 points. So Seattle had been doing that as far as turning the ball over. But if you don't get contributions from we talked about Garendo, you don't get contributions from the two rookies who get interceptions. You don't get contributions from Dominic Pooney, who on that run between Brendel and Pooney, and the blocking was tremendous. They just blew guys out. I mean, Jonathan Hankins is like 350 pounds, and Jake Brendel blew him right out of that hole. So they did a great job on that. But, yeah, without the rookies last night, they don't come close. And so now you're starting to think to yourself, okay, well, guys start coming back. The rookies, have a great game under their belt. Rookies play inconsistently, but last night they were great. Maybe it gives them confidence. But the biggest issue is you and I were just like, if they go to 2-4 and they got Kansas City. I'm not saying all things are well, but, man, what a difference a win makes, right?
Oh, the mood on the locker room after, and then obviously the flight home, and they landed at 1:15 in the morning at SFO and had to go to Santa Clara to get their cars, and so they weren't out of there till 2 a.m., and they'll get the weekend off. I mean, you don't want to sit on a loss, and if they would have lost that lead again from, the lead of 23-3, would have been a new high. So and Renardo Green saved the game, and others obviously, and he also had the push out against DK. Just a smart player. Yeah, in the low red zone right before halftime. He played great. Malik Mustafa turned his ankle, and the whole thing. Losing J.P. Mason, and it's a sprained AC joint, so did not look good. Obviously when he did it, he tried to come back into the game, but he drilled his elbow right in the ground. So. Kind of thought it was his shoulder. Reminded me a lot of Jimmy Garoppolo, breaking his fall with his thumb in Nashville, and then going down and then breaking his fall again in Dallas and Arlington in the playoff game, and Randy Gregory threw him down, and he wound up hurting his shoulder on that, and it changed the fortunes of that year, obviously, and then Jimmy's off season and all that. So Isaac Orlando ran the ball better. He had back-to-back 6-yard runs last night, John, that he just looked forceful. I mean, the guy's huge. 221. He's got the speed, and then that, the play you're talking about where Pooney had a great block, the kick out by Colton McKivitz, and then Brendel sealing it back inside. It was just so well done to get him a crack. And once he found that crack, the 4.33 speed to take it down the sideline. And I just love the presence of mind. They couldn't run the clock out. I thought go down right away, but they had 2 timeouts left, and you couldn't go victory play immediately, and they wound up having to go fullback force to get Juice a touchdown, which turned out great. But I just love his presence of mind to be a smart player as a rookie, to be able to even think that way. And they were yelling from the sideline, go down, go down. But to hear it, through that din in Seattle, and still have the presence of mind to do it. So, we talked to John Lynch this week on our sit-down about the draft class. And first of all, you had a first-round pick for the first time since Trey Lance. And then we haven't seen Ricky Pearsall yet. Wait till you see Ricky, and that guy's skilled. But Renardo Green in the 2nd round, Dominic Pooney in the 3rd round, Malik Mustafa in the 4th round, Isaac Orlando later in the 4th round, Jacob Cowing in the 4th round, and then Tatum Bethune, a 7th-round pick, recovers the fumble, on the ball that was pulled out of there by Darrell Luter. It was a pick a few years ago, 2 years ago. So just a lot of youth on this team. And to win, the 2 timelines in the Warriors, people think you can't do it. You need a veteran base of players on any team. And then you need to sprinkle in youthful enthusiasm and contribution. And these guys are playing. These college guys are more ready to play now because they play so many snaps and so many years in college. They play like 4 and 5 different programs now. It's like they've been everywhere. So they've been in all different kinds of systems, and 4, 5, 6-year players. They're older now. They're in their 20s, 23, 24. Trey was 19 when he got drafted, and 20 when he had the birthday right after the draft. These guys are just more ready to contribute. So amazing. And I think we're going to get Ricky Pearsall back, but they don't win that game last night, not even close, without the contributions of the rookies. And in particular, John, because we talked so much about Mooney Man, and he really tried to play, but he couldn't go. They didn't go at Renardo Green. They didn't target him. And when he did get the ball thrown his way organically, he stood tall and made plays and made tackles.
Absolutely. All right, we'll get into it. Your favorite part of last night. There's a lot to decipher. Hit us up. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line is the same, 415-808-KNBR. 415-808-5627. And now is a great time to get in because Mike Silver's going to join us at the bottom of the hour. Has a piece in the Chronicle today talking about the 49ers saving their season. Matt Miyoko, his viewpoint on what he saw last night at Lumen Field is at 10:50. So give us your thoughts. What's your favorite part of last night? Maybe it's just getting the win, because that changes everything. Although all is not right, a win is a win, and everybody's feeling good about it. So Silver at 10:30, Matt Miyoko at 10:50. We'll get your thoughts as well. Hit us up. It's Pop and Lund. You can also see us on YouTube and Twitch. A Friday edition of the show, a Victory Friday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Kem Inman covers the Niners for the Bay Area News Group and does a damn fine job. And he's got a new book out, too, by the way. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning to recap the 49ers' 36-24 win over the Seahawks. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Greg Papa here. In a world where justice is paramount and community matters most, there's one name you can trust, and that is Habas Law. Founded by Omar Habas, a proud resident and legal luminary, Habas Law has been at the forefront of fighting for our community for over 35 years. And now Omar's son, Tarek Habas, joins him, adding new energy and dedication to the cause. Habas Law is not just a firm. It's a beacon of hope for those who have been injured through negligence. From minor mishaps to a life-altering tragedy, Habas Law has the experience and resources to handle it all. Habas Law helps clients recover from their injuries to the fullest extent possible to achieve the best possible recovery and outcomes. Some of the Habas Law team come directly from major corporations, so they have insider expertise and resources to handle tough cases and take on the corporate giants. Habas Law has a track record of winning thousands upon thousands of cases. But it's not just about the cases, it's about the people. Habas Law is known for their compassion, integrity, and unwavering support for their clients. And they don't just stop there. Habas Law gives back to the community, supporting initiatives like St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and Kick Childhood Cancer. When you're in need, turn to Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com for a free consultation. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
faithful. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Hello, friends. Happy Friday. We got a poll coming up in the 11 o'clock hour. Great 10 o'clock hour for you. Don't move. Mike Silver is going to join us at 10:30, so bottom of the hour in about 12 minutes. Matty Mayoko at 10:50, both their perspective on the game last night. By the way, text line is wide open, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Says, what's up, Papa? And Lund saying hello from Eugene, Oregon. Go Niners. Ohio State at Oregon this weekend. So you're a Niner fan? You just watched the Seahawks?
Illinois, an Oregon Duck. A lot of Oregon
be
players have rolled through the Niners facility.
Yeah. Anything that people want to talk about? Obviously, people want to talk about the booth review. That is one of the first ones. This one from the 916. Ask Pop about the booth review. That's pretty amazing that we would have a better view, and certainly you did, or that just Prime Video would have a better view. Sitting on our couch, we'd have a better view than what they have at the replay center. That's crazy, isn't it?
Well, we reached out to Mike Pereira, and Mike's busy on the weekends. He's got college all day and NFL, but we'll get Mike on. He's a friend. And during the show yesterday, we were showing you the broadcast booth, and I was just telling Murph and Marcus the story. I love the booth there. Tim does as well. It's right on the 50-yard line. It's all open air and glass. It just feels great up there. But you can see both booths on each side, and we were showing you Al Michaels' booth and during our show yesterday, and it was great watching Al work, and he's the OG. He's going to have his 80th birthday coming up soon. And at halftime, they did bring him a steak, and he did have a steak. They brought out the white linen tablecloth and the nice dining cutlery, and he's putting that napkin in his shirt. I'm like, this is Al Michaels, the way it should be.
Nobody else does that, right? I mean, that's just, he's the only guy, right?
He is so good.
That's amazing.
And Malibu Kelly Hayes is eating sushi, and I'm having a hot dog at halftime.
Right.
But anyway, so our booth's right there. It's all open. So they're to my left, our left. And then, the 49er coaches are to the right, and Brian Hampton, who makes the call to Kyle whether to challenge or not, they're all on the right. We see them both. There's no curtains. There's no blinds. It's all open. It's beautiful. So when I watched it live and I called it, I thought, first of all, it may be fair catch interference on Chris Conley. It was not. He was blocked into D. Williams. But I thought the ball, when it landed, and John, I can see my muffs and muff diving, and I could just tell the ball was a little funky on the way it hit the ground. So I called it a muff right away, and it was there. We didn't know, though. And I thought it may have hit D. Williams' face mask or his helmet or something that changed it. I didn't see the thumb until we're in the break and they're reviewing it. And Mike Pereira's giving us, Walt Anderson's no longer doing it. He's talking to the media. John's got the video up. He's got Walt Anderson, because of some of the, snafus. You need a Mike Pereira, and Mike did the job. And just to get on the horn, and he does a, Good Morning Football every week and a hit. And he explains the rules, and I'm sure he's trying to spin it today. I haven't heard him yet. It's too late to apologize. Anyway, Walt's there. Mark Butterworth is more the point guy there. They got Perry Fuel, the longtime defensive coordinator. George Stewart, who we know well. There are a lot of people there. I don't know if Troy Vincent's hanging around. But anyway, so they're reviewing this, and they, and Craig Rolstad comes on the mic and says they're not going to overturn it. And the cameraman closest to our glass on our booth, right next to us, writes a sign. And he writes, 100% it hit his thumb. And he puts it up on the glass, and I'm like, well, so now look for the thumb. It hit his thumb. Why didn't they see that? And then Kirk Herbstreit is waving to me as they're on the air.
Adamant.
He's giving me this, like, you guys got jobbed.
Yeah,
it absolutely hit his thumb. He's mouthing it. So now, and then you could see it. It hit his thumb. There's no doubt. It's a thumb job here. Got thumbed. And then I don't even want to look to the coach's booth and see Hamp, because I know they're not going to be happy, because Kyle's going to be like, you told me it hit his thumb. And now it did hit his thumb. Brian Hampton made the right call. It was, and on the field, and I hate picking on, the officials are not the story. The Niners won the game. I think the game did change the flow right after that, mainly because the Niners defense came to play and Geno had to throw the ball away and they had to punt. It would have been completely different had they called it properly, and Jalen Graham gets the fumble recovery. He's the muff diver there, and it's a thumb job, and it would have changed everything, but it didn't. But I don't know if I remember. If it's a Sunday morning, our time, 10 o'clock in the morning, and 10 games kick off simultaneously, and they've got 5, reviews going on at one time. I could see being distracted. This is a standalone game on an Amazon Prime show. Their trucks are every bit as good as Sunday Night Football and Monday Night Football. They are state of the art. I don't know how they go back to New York and they don't see it. And then for Walt Anderson to contact the Amazon Prime truck and say, we didn't get the replay you saw. What? And that's why we'll reach out to Mike. They get every replay imaginable, and it's the size of a billboard. They're monitors. They're not looking on a 13-inch black and white with rabbit ears. What's going on here? This is the NFL. So it's beyond me that they botched that call. I don't know, where they're going to pull the mea culpa here and say they thumb jobbed it and they missed it. I can't remember when it went back to New York, and sometimes it's hard to tell if it clearly touched or not, and if it's not definitive, they're not doing it. This one, they just said, we didn't get the right replay until later. What? You kidding me? Call Bezos and get the right replay. I mean, I can't even understand it, how it could possibly, or just watch the game. Now, they showed it a couple of plays later, so they may have found that replay later. I don't know. But it's a major gaffe, and they look bad because it's a standalone game. How does the American public see that ball hit D. Williams' thumb, and all of them in New York who are paid to do this didn't see it, didn't get the right replay? I find that hard to believe. Plus, Rolstad botched the mechanics of the play. As Tim was noting, Chris Connolly got blocked in the back. That's why he was not called for fair catch interference. That should have been a clip, and they don't call it a clip anymore. It's a block in the back. It should have been that. And then they went to replay review in New York, and they botched that. So they doubled down on that play. And then later, John, Seattle, and one defensive series began the huddle with 15 players in the huddle. They had 15. They changed that rule a decade ago where you can't huddle more than 11. I'm like, what are they playing, a 5-5-5? They've got 15 guys in the huddle. That's an immediate penalty right there. They're all standing right there. They have officials that count. We do how many players are in the huddle. And for them, Craig Rolstad's crew had a really bad game. But going back to replay review and Butterworth and Fuel and Stewart and Troy Vincent, and obviously I think it's Walt Anderson, they look bad. That was inexcusable.
Yeah, and plus you can tell when it does hit his thumb. The big giveaway was the ball changes. I mean, you can just see it. You don't even have to know that it hits the thumb, which it obviously does. So we've got a better angle than what they do at the replay center. But it changed. So that's a dead giveaway. So I don't know how they blew it. And again, it didn't matter in that instance. They went back down the field, whatever. They got penalized 70 yards or whatever it ended up being, but they end up going back down the field. But the problem is that it's a wider angle than that. The whole point of replay in every single sport, why we have these delays and everything, is to get it right. And I do hate that they intricately get down to these certain points, but that was a massive play in the game. And if things hadn't turned out that way, then obviously this would be a bigger talking point than it is. But still, the overall thought is you got to get something like that right. We can't have better video than what they have at a replay
I don't
center.
believe
that's the whole point. Well, that's what the way it was explained, though.
That does not happen in Major League Baseball when they go back to their video review. They have stated. That's why we invited Pereira on. I've been to the one in baseball's one. I've not been to Park Avenue in the NFL. I mean, you see shots of it occasionally, and they get every single camera. They get every single tape machine. They have everything. And it's a standalone Thursday game. They're not getting like 13 games at once. I don't buy that. I don't think that's true. And if it is, why was that given that way?
Well, why would they say that? Because it makes them look really bad. I mean, that's the official
it's not
statement.
A question that it hit his thumb. They are acknowledging it hit his thumb.
They're saying they didn't have the angle.
We didn't get a replay that showed it until later. That's worse. This is a multi-billion-dollar. Now the Niners won the game, so we're moving on. But John Lynch will get a call from Sure Already, and they're going to say,
"Sorry,
mea culpa," but it's too late to apologize. And if the Niners had lost the game, it would have been a bigger story. Obviously, it'd be a huge story. And if that happened to a New York team, they'd shut the whole system down and they'd change it immediately. And all the owners, if it happened to Jerry's Cowboys, they'd vote for a change. Anyway, I don't know what the exact mechanics are, but I find that hard to believe that they're not getting every single replay immediately for them to make the ruling. Otherwise, what are they doing there? They got to get every single replay, every single camera angle.
All right, the 49ers do get the win. Did they save their season? Does this change the minds of the faithful? We'll get into that conversation. Coming up next, Mike Silver wrote the piece in the Chronicle. By showing up, George Kittle and Kyle Juszczyk keep 49ers from throwing up. We'll talk to Mike about his piece next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Faithful, it's time to get serious with Silver.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
It's the Chronicles Mike Silver talking Niners ball with Papa and Lime on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8, the sports leader.
49ers keep their season alive. They win in Seattle. They're 3-3. The rookies show up. Brock was great. Made you a little nervous. Had that big lead at 23-3, and the Seahawks come back. You get flashbacks from the Rams and the Cardinals, but they get it done. They get 10 days off, and then all they have to show for that is they take on Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, and the Chiefs, but we'll celebrate today before talking about that. Let's talk to Silver, at Mike Silver. Make sure that you're following him. He's got a new book out as well, The Why Is Everything. Make sure you pick that up. And he's got a piece out this morning by showing up. George Kittle and Kyle Juszczyk keep 49ers from throwing up. Silver joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. What's happening? How are you?
You know I don't write the headlines, so come on.
Exactly. I'm just saying. Yeah, I know you don't write.
Did you not use that line in the story, Michael?
I mean, more artfully, but yeah. I am. I'm good, man. It's good to be in Seattle. That was a fun story last night. They were rolling, and then it was happening again, and they were going for the choke trifecta in the NFC West. It would have been really, really bad, and then they played some big boy football with their, most trusted veterans, basically.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, obviously George had the two big touchdowns in the red zone, the low red zone, and the first one, that may have been the best throw Brock Purdy has made, not only this year, but the one he made in Ayuk on Thanksgiving night in Seattle last year was big time, and he's had others, but that throw on the 3rd and 4, and the way Kittle ran the route and the footwork to get to the front pylon, to get his feet down and cross the goal line. I mean, Brock was talking about the low red zone. I just got to let it rip. He ripped that one, Mikey.
Yeah, I mean, really all their touchdowns were cool. I thought the second one to Kittle that he threaded right between two guys as he was, basically crossing the goal line was really cool. The Debo one was great, right? And even the Juice one, at least looking at it from the stadium, I was like, wait, I thought they gave the ball to Garendo. What happened? And kind of realized that more kissing was going on. And I noted that's the same end zone as T.O. and the Sharpie 22 years earlier. So Kittle and Juice have taken it up a notch. Signing a ball for your financial manager is so 2002. Wife
that's so
kissing.
T.O. That's so T.O.
Wife schmooze. Yeah, wife canoodling. That's the way to do it.
Mike Silver's joining us. We're talking about the Niners 36-24 win. So from a standpoint of, you're around this team a lot. I mean, this is a huge win. You didn't want to go 2-4. You didn't want to go 0-3 in the division. So how do you look at the 49ers after this win?
It just felt like something had been lifted, just the way they were acting after, not so much celebratory as just, kidding around, having fun. It just felt like, I mean, these guys carry a lot of stress. I think fans carry stress when they see it happen twice in 18 days to division opponents in games that they seem to have locked up. But, it was cool. They were just a lot of smiles, a lot of, just a really cool vibe. And, and we've seen that a lot when they're rolling. I really feel like they haven't been rolling since, maybe that day in Washington when they clinched everything, which was, New Year's Eve. I mean, the playoffs were a struggle. We know what happened to the Super Bowl. The offseason was a struggle for a variety of reasons. And, it was cool to beat the Jets in the first game, but that just didn't feel like this one.
Now, I go back further. I think the last time they really showed the Niners' muscle was Thanksgiving night in Seattle in that first half, and they rolled out to a 24-3 lead. They won in Washington, but they weren't great. Obviously, the Christmas night game against Baltimore was bah humbug, and the playoff wins were up and down. And they looked great last night. So, going in that stadium, I just felt like the players would respond in that stadium, and going back to some big wins, certainly with Brock, and even more so the big play Drake play, going back in 2019. But we talked a lot yesterday, John and I, and I thought it was a big deal that Charvarius Ward play last night, and he tried. He went out and warmed up for a long time. He just couldn't go. I watched the whole warm up, and I actually would have voted for him not to play because he was slipping. And But he didn't go. And Renardo Green did, and he played great. Yadam played great, and obviously Demo's Demo, and the young, Mustafa made big plays and everything. But the one quote from Mooney after the last loss against Arizona kind of stuck with me. And Charvarius is just, he is honest. I feel like I'm playing some of the worst ball of my career. I know exactly what it is, but I don't want to say. Did he tell you more than that? I mean, Charvarius is kind of the heartbeat of this team and the defense because he's so brutally honest. What's your takeaway from your conversation after the Arizona loss with the Mooney man?
Yeah, no, I have questions too. I'm still working on it. I would love to know more, and obviously I don't understand the football strategy part on the level that those guys do who are living it every moment. But I'm all ears. But he also told me it felt weird. And, I think it does feel weird when your, self-image is we're as great a team as any team in football and we close out games, and then all of a sudden it's not happening. And, and we know the offseason was not optimal. And, look, Mooney is these people forget these guys are human beings. So he's gotten paid and made a lot of money and, probably beyond his wildest dreams, but also this is a contract year, and that weighs on people. Last year he stepped up and, played the best football of his career, and everybody noticed, and it was super cool. And now he knows that every single thing he does is related to, where he plays and how much he gets after the season. So it's not debilitating, but I do think those things are real and people go through stuff. So, I also thought George Odom played really well when he came in. For another guy who's kind of been maligned a little bit, and Jair Brown hadn't been playing great either, and he's been such a cool revelation as a ball hawk. So I thought, and Bosa, you talk about the OGs stepping up with Kittle and Juice and Debo, but really Bosa and Warner were in that group too. And, that hit Warner put on the guy on Walker to keep him from getting a first down after the catch was wild. And Bosa was just, you saw it. He was in Geno's grill a lot.
And I thought that Nick Bosa had the best performance in not getting a sack, maybe in the history of the league. I mean, he had 14 pressures, and every time Geno turned around, I mean, the first interception by Mustafa, that was Bosa. He was right in his face.
Yeah. No, it was cool. I mean, and that's what you do when your team is in a bind and the vibe is weird, and it's, and believe me, when that whole stadium felt the comeback, but on the sideline, those guys were like, oh my God, there's no way that this is going to happen a third time. And in those moments, you need your best guys and your, most serious guys to take over. And, you don't want them to overextend, but basically those guys showed their class in that situation. And, it's really more about them. We don't know if Seattle's going to be any good. We don't know, I think we think the Patriots kind of stink, but it's hard to know. I feel like they haven't really been tested by a team that we believe to be a good team in 2024, which, that doesn't really mean they can't win those games, but, the Chiefs are coming in 10 days. The vibe is better, but we're going to learn a lot more in that game, I feel like.
And Seattle, after the 3-0 start, they've lost 3 in a row. And I always think they're going to be solid because Pete Carroll's going to coach them to be solid. This coaching staff, they are young. They got college guys running their offense in Ryan Grubb. It looked like a college attack. They were going no huddle the entire game. I'm not sure exactly what they're trying to be on offense. Jay Harbaugh, Jim's son, runs their special teams. So the rules in special teams from college football to pro football are dramatically different. That is a huge transition. To me, their coaching staff is young, which leads to...
Well, you had to mention the S word, special teams. I mean, I was so excited when the 49ers made a play on special teams. They forced a fumble on a kickoff, and I was like, wow, maybe it's turning around. And then, of course, they give up the 97-yard touchdown to let them back in the game. And then, amazingly, get kind of under the radar, Matthew Wright, who's the fill-in kicker who made all his kicks for whatever it's worth, has to make a tackle at midfield on the last kickoff and lowers his shoulder, and I'm not sure he's going to be the kicker beyond this one game because of that. So they gotta not just kickoff coverage, they gotta tighten it all up. It's crazy.
Well, the kicker's got to kick the ball deeper and not low line drives. This dynamic kickoff rule, they got to either have somebody else do it or get a new kicker. He cannot kick the ball off.
I think it's going to happen anyway because
of the shoulder.
Yeah.
But anyway, I just wanted that reason. I just think Seattle's coaching staff is young, and they made a lot of young hires on tape. They're young. But I'm going to ask you about Pete.
And I agree. I agree on Pete. I always thought with Pete, like there's something there.
So what's up with him? I know you're tight with him. How does John Schneider keep his job there, and Pete loses his job? And what's Pete doing now? He's at USC teaching. Is he going to coach again? What's up with Pete?
Well, he's up here in Seattle. He does once a week go down and teach at USC. But I did talk to him recently because I actually wrote a thing in the Chronicle about special teams, and I talked to Vrabel and I talked to Pete, two people who I know value it. And he told me I'm really not doing media. In contrast to another very successful longtime coach who got fired after last season, he's not doing a lot of media, but he was like, I'm calling you because it was very narrow and kept to special teams. And I laughed. I'm like, no, you're calling me because I'm exceptionally charming and awesome. Let's be honest about it. But he's good. He sounds, he told me he wants to coach. He's energetic. He did not sound as usual. He's 70 whatever, and he sounds like he's 25 and just got out of bed and doesn't even need coffee.
He is amazing. Back to just the reality for just a second. This is a great win. It pretty much saves their season, however you want to term it. But some of the reality is that Kansas City is coming in, and there are a ton of injuries, and you can add Mason to it with a sprained AC joint and Mustafa, and you just mentioned the kicker and Ward's having issues, and Elliott's out. We know that Hargrave is out for the season. We're waiting on CMC. We're hearing maybe Pearsall next week. Greenlaw, we're still waiting on. I mean, this team is still pretty banged up, like a lot of teams, but probably more than most. So what is the reality of this team is, hey, this is a great win, but now Kansas City and Dallas and some of the tough parts, you go to Green Bay, you go to Buffalo, and you're still pretty injured.
Yeah, and that's why losing games that you have locked up is so brutal, because it increases the stakes of all these other games. And, they had reasonably good injury luck for 2 years. I know it's hard for outsiders to believe that when they saw them run out of quarterbacks in a conference title game. But for the most part, especially last year, they had most of their guys for most of the time. And that tends to catch up to you. McCaffrey, I don't know. I worry. Even if he comes back, I worry. But he obviously makes a massive difference. Greenlaw makes a massive difference. I think the other stuff, people will come back and they'll overcome. As of now, what we know now, I think they can overcome Hargrave and Hufanga, and I think they'll have bumps and bruises along the way. But if those main dudes I mentioned and Purdy can stay healthy, which is a lot to ask, and McCaffrey can come back and Greenlaw, they're still on paper to me, one of the absolute best teams.
The big story around the league this week, Mike, and I know you're close with all the parties, or a lot of them, is the Jets and Woody Johnson firing Robert Saleh. And with the Jets being on the Giants, the 49ers schedule to start the year, you went to Florham Park before the year, and you sat down with Robert Saleh, and you sat down with Aaron Rodgers. So just what's your take?
And Jeff Ulbrich, by the way.
And Jeff Ulbrich is now the interim head coach. But what's your take on the Saleh situation? What's next for him? He'll take a little time off, but later in the year and next year, and Aaron Rodgers well, and the relationship between Saleh and Rodgers. How would you deem that?
Well, in the immediate aftermath, Saleh's mindset was, okay, I need to take a breath. I'm going on vacation with my family. He was shocked, not like even surprised, like shocked it happened when it happened, at least. And he was thinking, I will be a defensive coordinator probably, this next year. So when the hiring cycle heats up, I'll attach myself to someone and see what my options are. I think when you look at tape, if if Kyle wanted him to be a fresh set of eyes, I could see that happening. It didn't sound to me like he was eager to do anything right now, and I don't think Kyle is inclined anyway to think that way. You could argue very easily that he got a raw deal in terms of they had Zach Wilson. That was a huge miss. Then they got Aaron. Then play 4, he gets hurt, and now it's only been 5 games, and they've been pretty competitive. And you could also argue it's the NFL, and stuff happens, and we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. I think Aaron, my understanding of Aaron's situation is that, though they have done a lot to indulge him, the notion that he holds that kind of sway right now over Woody Johnson or in that building is a little overinflated, that like Aaron's running it. I really don't think he is. And I also know that Aaron was pretty realistic after last season about where the offense was. And though he's personally very close with Nathaniel Hackett, who just got demoted as the play caller, Aaron, even after last season, understood like, hey, we may need to bring in someone else and freshen this up. So I think there's a lot of strains that people are putting together. Like Aaron did this and he did it to save Hackett. And I think that's overinflated. On the other hand, if Aaron Rodgers, jumped up and down and said, if you fire Robert Saleh, I'm retiring, could he have saved him? Maybe. But I just feel like in the NFL, when teams lose, it just sucks and everybody's kind of, going through it together and handles it their own way. And, it is one of the realities of the business. The last thing I'd add is, when you have a good owner, and Robert Saleh did when he worked for the 49ers, you see how it's run when it's, it's supportive and cohesive, you have a vision of how it can be. And then when you walk into a dysfunctional cesspool with a terrible owner, it's eye-opening and it takes a while to adjust. And usually you can't overcome that in the end. And so it was a tough go from the beginning in retrospect.
All right, Mike Silver joining us, giving us insight into the 49ers and the Seahawks. The why is everything available now, right?
Sorry, guys, I lost you for a sec.
Oh, it's okay.
Where, you're
we were
still
just trying
in
to promote
Seattle,
your book.
Mike. Are you still in Seattle?
Yeah, they're scrambling my phone, man. I think Woody Johnson is. I think Woody Johnson is scrambling my phone, man. I think he's freaking out.
No, I was just.
Are you in
I
a
was
book
just saying.
signing up there today?
No rain.
Yeah. By the way, we were just promoting your book. The Why Is Everything, available now, right?
Sorry, guys.
Mike's
no worries. All right, Mike.
He's texting you, Mike.
We'll talk to you soon. That's good. All right, we were just trying to promote the book, but that's okay. You can't hear us. Some sort of like you said, there's some sort
Goodbye,
of weird thing
Michael.
going on. All right, there is Mike Silver. Follow him at Mike Silver. He's got a great piece out reviewing the game in the Chronicle. And again, the book is The Why Is Everything, available now. All right, Matty Miyoko is going to join us coming up next. We'll continue to break down the Seahawks and the 49ers. Got a poll coming up at about 10 past the hour that we need you to participate in. All that to come. It's Pop in London on a Friday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Sure, KNBR's got you covered on game day with Greg in the booth and John hosting pre and post. But NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko has your Niners news all week long. Here's Papa London Mayoko on the Sports Leader.
Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund. The 49ers 36-24 winners up in Seattle. Did they save their season? We'll ask Matt Mayoko about it momentarily. By the way, the great Matt Mayoko, sponsored by our good friends at TimberTech Decking and Rails. Everything wood should be. Visit timbertech.com. I'm not going to make a joke. I'm going to be mature. Matt joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. How are you?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Yeah,
How are
good.
you guys doing?
We're doing great. 49ers win.
Good.
Maybe they save their season.
You still in Seattle, Matty?
No, I was on a 5:40 a.m. flight back out of Seattle. I think I remember talking to you guys last year. I'm at the Jim Kapoo Memorial Golf Tournament at Chardonnay in Napa. Jim was a police officer who was fatally shot in the line of duty. I forget, maybe 12, 15 years ago. This is the 12th annual golf tournament. So here, raising money for Vacaville PAL. So very, very nice event here.
Very nice. As far as the game itself is concerned, read your piece this morning. They were themselves, as you write about in the piece today. But what does this mean win in the big picture for the 49ers?
It means that they got to start, kind of using this, I think, as the ground level, right? I think they played well in a lot of areas, and they started looking more like themselves. They figured things out offensively. The defense, I think, the part about the defense was you think losing Charvarius Ward against this particular team, kind of a prolific offensive team when it comes to the passing game, and now you have to cover those three receivers that the Seattle Seahawks put out there. To me, it showed that the 49ers do have good depth at cornerback, certainly much better than a year ago. I think they have probably they probably have three cornerbacks who are better, maybe even four. Let's go with four. Four cornerbacks better than their third cornerback of a year ago. And that showed, with Renardo Green stepping up. I thought Yadam played pretty well as well. We've come to expect that from Dialmador Lenore. And you still have Rock Yassin and Darrell Luter in backup roles. So I thought the pass coverage was good. The rookies were really good, and now it's just a matter of stringing it together. It wasn't. The whole talk was it's not a must win, but it kind of is. It wasn't, but I think what the 49ers are in danger of, or would have been in danger of, is just doubt creeping in, and they have done a very good job. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan have of getting really good character in the locker room. So I don't know that this would have happened. But at some point, when you're a good team and you start losing multiple games that you shouldn't be losing, guys start looking around, and then pointing the finger and, CYA, it's not my fault, those guys over there. And I'm not saying that would have crept in with the 49ers, but you run the risk of that. And that's how teams fall apart. It's not, obviously it's the losses, but the losses contribute to an overall feeling of just kind of doom and dread and finger pointing in the locker room. So they won a game that they had to win, and now it's a matter of, can they use that as a springboard to continue to improve and play good football and win more games?
And like the Rams game and the Arizona game, it got dicey, and it was worse. It was 23-3 when Kittle scored that touchdown 5 minutes into the third quarter, and then all of a sudden, short kickoff, 97 yards, 94-yard drive, and it's 23-17, and To me, the single biggest play of the game, there were so many of them, was the interception undercutting DK Metcalf by Renardo Green. Really played well.
I'm going to give you another. I'm going to give you another big play. Well, unless you want to talk about that one, but for
I kind of did, but go ahead.
Well, what I'm going to say.
What was bigger, Matt? What was the biggest play of the game?
Well, I'm going to just give you one play because everybody, and myself included, ragging on special teams. If it weren't for, and I know this is one of those, besides that, Mrs. Lincoln, how did you enjoy the play kind of things, but if it weren't for the two kickoff returns, one where the kicker gets injured and the other one, of course, is the touchdown, special teams had themselves a heck of a game. And I think Wisnowski pinning the Seahawks at the 4-yard line was a huge play in that game. And that, several plays later, that led to the interception.
Totally, without a doubt. And he's good at that. And Chris Conley downed it. But getting back to Green, because there's a bigger point here, he played great. And you and I and JLC, Jennifer Lee Chan, watched Mooney Mooney Man, closely every step. And initially I thought there's no way he's playing. And then he just kept working, and he tried to play last night, but it just wasn't there. Deceleration, change of direction. That's a big call to not play with those 3 wide receivers. And the 2 veteran guys, Lockett and Metcalf, were targeted 19 times last night, caught 7. It was not good. And Renardo did great. So what do they do proceeding forward? He's a high pick. He was the last pick of the second round, number 64 overall. Renardo was not picked on. Quite the opposite. The undercutting of Metcalf, I thought a big play was before halftime when he pushed DK out, the legal force out, and didn't give him a touchdown there. He's a player. So when they get Ward back, and Ward's got to play better, he's not playing well, and maybe the knee injury and the groin are contributing factors, but you're talking about the depth of the secondary. What do they do with Renardo Green after he balled out on national TV last night?
I think that we saw this a couple weeks ago where they are trying to work him in, and it's not a demotion for Yadam, but it's, hey, Renardo Green's going to be around for a long time, and he has played well enough to earn a spot in that defense, some sort of role. And so I think that they would do that more often. I think that there is a role for Renardo Green, not just full on Yadam, you're benched, Green, get in there. But, maybe they just kind of rotate and you keep Renardo Green sharp, and you keep him engaged, and you're building him up. And so he goes into games knowing that, okay, the weight of the world isn't on his shoulders, but he's going to get, 20 snaps in a game. And then, eventually, maybe you just ride with one of those guys. But I think there is an opportunity for the 49ers to have both guys out there and to continue the development of Renardo Green. Because, if this were last year, he'd be playing every snap and nickel. Every time the 49ers would have their 3 corners on the field, Renardo Green would be out there, and he would be a dramatic improvement over what they had out there last year. And, Yadam has given up some plays, but I thought he played well last night. He had the pass interference in the end zone. I thought all those guys played well, considering the kind of challenge that they faced with a guy who was, second-team All-Pro last year, Charvarius Ward. When you're losing the guy who's your best cornerback a year ago, and you're going with young guys or new guys against that receiving core, there had to be, some questions about how the 49ers would be able to fare with their pass defense. But one of the things that I asked Bose after the game was just about kind of the meshing of the pass rush and tying it together with the coverage on the back end. And he said he felt that it was as good last night as it's ever been with this 49ers team.
Matt Mayukwa joining us reviewing last night's victory in Seattle to pull the 49ers to 3-3 before he goes and plays some world-class golf. How worried, just back to reality for a minute, how worried do we need to be about this sprained AC joint with Mason?
I don't know the time frame on that. He'll have some imaging done if he isn't already in that room getting some imaging done. I thought Patrick Taylor looked good when he got his opportunity. And, for Garindo, it's kind of feast or famine. But, anybody who thinks that, he doesn't have the instincts and he's not a good fit and he never will be, I don't buy that at all. I think that running this offense is a learned discipline. And it is very much about repetitions and learning the landmarks and timing it up. And he's going to get better with experience. The way he hit that hole last night to kind of put the game away, right between Brendel and McKivitz and Pooney out there too. I mean, it's kind of interesting that, their big play in the run game came off the right side, kind of the side of the offensive line that I think were the root of a lot of problems last season. So, I mean, they have the guys to fill in and take care of business. And then at some point, just talking to people and kind of feeling the vibe and seeing McCaffrey around, and they do expect Christian McCaffrey back. What version of him remains to be seen. But, the 49ers have good depth at running back, and Garindo's going to get better the more he plays. But certainly if they lose Jordan Mason for any period of time, that's a big blow. But I am certainly not of the opinion, or certainly not led to believe, that the 49ers believe this is a long-term thing that will keep Jordan Mason out.
Man, you were talking about Christian, and he's been back from Germany for a couple of weeks, and they're starting to accelerate his workouts. I think he needs to build up his speed and endurance, a lot like Ricky Pearsall had to do after what happened to him Labor Day Saturday. So just give me your thoughts on McCaffrey and when he might start to practice with the team. And then you were there when I sat down this Tuesday with John Lynch and did the interview for Game Plan, and he was really open about Ricky Pearsall. I came away thinking this may be the week, and Ricky was on the trip, and you were watching him warm up with the performance staff before the game. What do you think they do with McCaffrey this week? And do you think Ricky Pearsall will be activated and open up his window to start to practice him this week?
I think that when the 49ers step on the practice field next, I think Pearsall is going to be out there. I think it's a close call, and it's all about timing it up. I mean, I totally understand why they didn't think about it this week, because 49ers didn't practice this week, leading up to the Seattle game. So they weren't going to activate him there, because what you're doing there is you're losing like a week of practice if you open up a practice window in a week where they aren't practicing. So I think that when the 49ers hit the field on Wednesday to start preparations to face Kansas City, I think Pearsall is going to be out there. I think he's going to be out there and going through his first practice session since whenever that was, I guess, late August. And then how he looks on the practice field will determine how quickly they put him on the 53-man and then get him out there in uniform. But, yeah, the one thing that John Lynch said to you that kind of, piqued my interest was, when they expect him to contribute, they expect him to get out there and be an immediate factor for this team. And, seeing how the 49ers red zone stuff has, came on yesterday in the second half, but, the one thing that they're lacking, I think, and I think it's the cause of a lot of their red zone inefficiencies, have been that they don't have an abundance of guys with McCaffrey out who can beat man coverage, and you can run those choice routes in tight spots and have Purdy kind of lock onto the receiver, and the guy's job is to get open and Purdy's job is to put it on him. And I think Pearsall gives them that capability to be able to work in tight spots and get open quickly. So, according to Lynch, whenever he's ready, they don't expect him to just be on the sideline and taking up a roster spot. They expect him to be on the field and making big-time catches.
Great stuff, man. Hit him kind of straight. Thanks for the insight.
Kinda.
We appreciate it, and we'll talk to you soon.
Sounds good. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks, Matty.
Thank you, Matty.
That's the great Matt Mayoko. He's up there in Napa golfing. What a Friday. That's beautiful. Great cause. Very cool. So he gives us his insight. Give us your thoughts. We are done with guests until Dante Whitner at 12:30. Although, because it's a Friday, it doesn't matter. It's a Victory Friday, so we will have the recap for you at 11:50. But coming up next, we will ask you a question, and you can get involved either on the text line, call-in line, or Danny's Big Poll. We're going to reveal that coming up next. Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line and call-in line the same. How renewed is your faith in the 49ers after last night's win, faithful? 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Before we go, do remember the Big Island getaway, the Big Island giveaway from the Westin Hapuna Beach Hotel Resort and Hawaiian Airlines. You will hear a sounder today in the noon hour. Right, Danny? Noon hour today. In the noon hour, be listening because that sounder could qualify you to go to Hawaii. And all the shows do it. We do it. Murph and Mac, of course. Murph and Marcus do it as well, as does Tolbert and Copes. So make sure that you are listening. For us, it is the noon hour today for the Big Island giveaway. You will hear that sounder, and you will be caller 10 at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. If you are caller number 10, you can qualify. Again, thanks to our good friends at Hawaiian Airlines and the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort on the Big Island. The Big Island giveaway. Again, noon hours where you want to be listening today. We'll get involved with you coming up next. Your faith in the 49ers after last night's win. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
I think you know this. The 49ers beat the Seahawks on Thursday Night Football. They retake the division lead for now in the NFC West. How you feeling about the team sitting at 3-3 on the season? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
Stop whatever you're doing right now, because I got a message for professional builders and contractors. Did you know when you purchase lumber and building materials from Golden State, it's like a top athlete getting picked up by the very best out there? Greg Papa here for Golden State Lumber and Building Materials. Just like pro scouts, the people at Golden State Lumber and Building Materials search the country for elite players, and Golden State pursues the best sources for wood and building materials in the industry, and they partner with the top performers like All Weather Wood, AZEK, Exteriors, Truss Joist, Western Window Systems, and others. For a full list of Golden State's preferred partners, we advise you to visit GoldenStateLumber.com and click Brands. Golden State Lumber Yards are throughout the Bay Area, and they allow for next day, if not, in fact, the same day delivery. They have the largest inventory and highest quality lumber and materials from Golden State, so you can deliver above and beyond on every single job. Proudly celebrating their 70th year. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, here's what's coming up this hour. You do not want to miss any of it. We haven't had a victory recap with Papa and Tim Ryan for a while. We've got that coming up at 11:50, so that's 30 minutes away. So just gather around the radio or whatever device that you are listening on, probably in your car or somehow or on the stream, whatever the case may be. And then we need your help now because we don't have anybody coming up until Dante Whitner at 12:30 to break this whole thing down. Chris Rose is going to join us at 1:15. He can talk NFL and baseball. We've got the playoffs going on and continuing. So we got some open time, so we're going to give you the big poll here. And just the general thought is you can call in or text this as well, so you can vote or you can call in or you can text on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627, which is this: is the faithful's faith renewed? And if so, how much? 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. That is also today's Danny's Big Poll question.
Dude, grab my pole.
This is Danny's Big Poll.
The most important decision you can make right now is what do you stand for, Danny?
All right, very simple. As you know, the 49ers beat the Seahawks 36-24 on Thursday Night Football. Does that renew your faith in the team? And if so, how much? So your answers are, and you can do this on X right now, at DannyDunn24. KNBR has retweeted it, as have I. Yes, renewed faith, cautiously optimistic, didn't change anything, or still too many injuries. Renewed faith, cautiously optimistic, didn't change anything, still too many injuries. Early results, couple hundred votes in. Cautiously optimistic, Pop, at 56% is leading. Then doesn't change anything at 25%. Renewed faith, 10%, still too many injuries, 9%. So the most optimistic answer is yes, renewed faith. That's only 10%. Wow.
How do I vote, John?
Via X. Via X.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. That's not the X I'm doing. So if I could vote, I'd get it up to 10.1%. It's renewed faith. I just wanted to see it, who they are, what they are. They were kind of wandering in the wilderness there for a while, trying to rediscover who they are. We know who they are, but you got to be what you're about. So the Jets game, they were strong. You know, the pass rush was there. They overwhelmed Rodgers, and they kicked too many field goals in the low red zone. That's been a persistent problem. They had 3 red zone touchdowns later. They ran the ball for 228 yards last night, 33 carries in total, 6.9. They popped some big ones, the 76-yarder by Garendo. J.P. Mason, before he got hurt, hit a 38-yarder, then another long one, 14, when he jammed his left elbow. So you're down without McCaffrey, without Elijah Mitchell, then later without J.P. Mason. Those are your 4th and 5th string running backs, what you're getting from Garendo, a rookie, and Patrick Taylor Jr., who didn't carry the ball a lot in Green Bay. He was always a third down back or a third on the depth chart guy, but he's capable. So I just, that's who the Niners are. And they ran more downhill, more duos. The right side of that offensive line, and Dominic Pooney is just dominant. And McKivitz had a great game last night. Brendel, the O-line. Obviously, Debo came out last night, had a big game. And all of it, George, juice. But, I mean, more than anything, and I got my Brock will do hat, it's Brock Purdy. Brock just had, I think the Minnesota game threw him off a little bit with his indecision. Just carried over a little bit later on. He's been playing well, but not Brock steady, not rip it, not get the ball out. The fact that he didn't take a sack last night is amazing. He was under siege the entire game. Jeff Deeney from Pro Football Focus sent them the numbers this morning, John, and I know you have him. He was under pressure on 17 dropbacks last night. He did not take a single sack at all when he was pressured 12.8%. And when he was under pressure, he made him pay. He was 9 of 14 for 159 yards, 2 touchdowns, and both touchdowns were in the low red zone. And they were the out to George that Brock threw on the 3rd and 4 from the 10 to make it 23-3. That's one of the best throws he's ever made. He just ripped that throw. There was not a lot of room to get it in there past Julian Love's dive. And I think Seattle had a lot of injuries we've been talking about. I don't think Love was himself last night. He was just a hair late certainly on the Debo one.
Yeah.
And I thought he was going to intercept that ball. Brock got pressure and threw off the back foot, and it was kind of a wobbly one, and Debo went back and snatched it. But he played, and they took advantage of it. But Brock just got the ball out, the touchdown to Kittle, obviously. There were so many big-time, plays. The coaching staff, there were moments there where the other coaching staff was really kind of winning, on the whiteboard a little bit. And I've talked about Seattle staff is just young. They got a lot of room to grow on their offense, what they want to be with Ryan Grubb. Special teams, the reason they ran that kickoff back is Matthew Wright's kickoffs are low and they're short. They're going to have to solve that, and I'm not sure he's the guy that can do that. If you bring him back to kick against Kansas City, you may need a kickoff specialist like the old days or have Mitch do it. I don't know, but he can't kick off like that. I know it was, Seattle at night, but still, those balls were just returnable, and they got returned. That's what flipped the game around. But overall, the play call to Debo, Mafe dropped, let him go. The 29-yarder to Kittle on the corner route where he waited a delayed corner, delayed 7 route, just great play calls, and they solved the red zone later. So I saw it. This is the Niners we know they are. And then on defense, Fred Warner was back over the ankle injury. Nick Bosa had 14 pressures in the game. He was going more inside. How smart was he on the Noah Fant tight end screen to get out and just grab him? So then, you got injuries in the secondary, but Renardo Green can play. Mooney Man's got to get over what's going on. And because we saw the Chiefs, when they came into the regular season a couple of Octobers ago, they picked on him. And they're going to go right at him. So if he's going to sign up to play against his former franchise, he's got to be on point. But I am renewed in my faith with this team. They are who they are now, and they're 3-3. They solved it. We talked about they got off to a 3-4 start, made the NFC title game. They got off to a 3-5 start, made the NFC title game. They can do this, and now they're 3-3. This is a watered-down division. I've always respected Seattle because of their coaching staff's ability to figure it out. This coaching staff is young. They got a lot of college guys who have not coached in pro football. It's a different world, different rules, different game. I'm not sure they will figure it out. I think the Rams will come back when they get healthy, but if they get to close the ground, kicking that Ram game really is a problem. But beyond that, they can win this division again. They can get in. And once they get McCaffrey back and Ricky back and they get completely healthy and they let it go. But mainly it was Brock, John. Just I'm not saying he's been playing badly. He's not been. But I think he's had better games than he's had. In the Arizona game, they were off in the passing game. They manned him up. And Brock missed some throws and receivers weren't driving back on the ball. He played a big-time game last night. I don't know how he avoids the sacks, not just running for first downs and the scrambles, and he had a 10-yarder last night, but just his ability to move around the pocket. The one where he was moving left and right, and then he dropped out sidearm. It was like, whoa. Even the one to Jennings where Juwan couldn't reel it in on the 2-yarders. Like, how did he get him the ball there? He was definitive last night. He was decisive. It looked like Brock. I was never concerned about Brock, but you're worried about how, teams scheme him up. And this is McDonald. Mike McDonald was the Baltimore D.C. that gave Brock his worst game ever. Now, he doesn't have the same personnel he has in Baltimore, but he has good players. And Brock just let it rip last night. So many elements. And I know just, on the bus and flying home, and when the guys got in last night, they were strutting. They're strutting going out on the field with the boom box, and they strut. They know how good they are, but in their minds they're thinking, where is it? I think after the game, even though they were banged up, Debo was the shoulder. He still had a smile on his face. You just saw that Niners swag last night. They played like the Niners. Not the entire game, but enough of the game to control that game last night.
All right, very simple. Danny's big poll you can vote on. We'd love to hear from you as well. The 49ers beat the Seahawks 36-24. Does that renew your faith in the team this season? So far, a little bit surprising results. Cautiously optimistic at 58%. Renewed faith, which is the highest you can go, is 11%. Didn't change anything, 23%, and still too many injuries, 8%. So where is your faith now that the 49ers have beat the Seahawks and now are 3-3 and at the top of the division? Hit us up. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line is one and the same at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627, and you can vote on that on X as well. By the way, the other one, and I know you've gone back and seen this, the one that really impressed me was the throw at the goal line was awesome, right at the pylon. But the other one to Kittle was he looks right, looks off Dodson, the linebacker, who he moves with his eyes, opens up the backside to Kittle, doesn't look there till the last second, and threads it between two defenders. It was an awesome throw, but it was not only an awesome throw, it was because he had two slants going on that front side with Debo and Ayuk. He looked that way. He moved the linebacker with his eyes, turned right back and hit Kittle between two defenders and moved that linebacker Dodson 0 over. It was just an awesome play by Brock. So it's, big brain Brock combined with his accuracy on those throws, and it was just great stuff. So Brock was great last night. So again, tell us what your renewed faith is like. Hit us up, 415-808-5627. We'll do that coming up next. And don't miss the recap, which we haven't done for a couple of weeks with Tim and Greg. That's coming up at 11:50. It's Pop and London on your Friday, only here on the Sports Leader. Oh, yes, it's time. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? You do not want that. Some are not even based in the entire state. Now, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're right here in the Bay Area. They've been that way for nearly 30 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. If you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, motorcycles, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. Please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place, and feel confident that you are in amazing hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. That's the Dolan Law Firm. And they've secured, and here's where it comes in, more than a billion. Thank you, Dr. Evil. With a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but somehow, some way, you pay nothing up front. Nothing. Nada. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They do not get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
wherever you are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Play clock at 5, 4, snap to Brock. Brock gonna throw left for the end zone. It's caught by George Kittle. Touchdown! San Francisco!
Kittle over the middle on an in cut in an absolute rope from Brock Purdy right in between two defenders.
Papa and Lund, thanks for joining us. Recap coming up in about 14 minutes. Tim Ryan, Greg Papa recap, which people love, so make sure that you stay tuned for that. We've got a poll up. How is your renewed faith? How much is your renewed faith? Danny's big poll is up at Danny Dunn24. KNBR has retweeted it, as have I. You can do that. Or just tell us what your faith is like now that the 49ers have beaten the Seahawks in Seattle. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. This comes from the 925. I think a lot of people, like myself, never lost faith in the 49ers this year. That's why it's the faithful. I understand that. Another person says, Papa and Lundy, I don't mind. You can call me whatever you want.
Lundy?
Lundy is what he says here from the 908.
With a Y or an IE, Lundy?
He puts a Y on it. Yeah, that's what most people do. He says, I hate to pee in the Cheerios of victory, but did anyone else flash back to the Rams and Cards game as the Niners squandered a 23-3 lead? Yeah, everyone did.
Not for a moment.
Fred
the
Warner even
scoreboard
admitted
did not
it.
show me 23-17 and think, what was the Arizona score? Was that 24?
Well,
never thought that.
I did say this in the halftime report that it was 23-10 against the Cardinals. It was 16-3 against the Seahawks. That's 13 points, my math tells me. And so that's, that made me a little nervous even at halftime. And then it started to happen, and it was like, oh, my God. But you know what? If you want to be half full, which is they won. And, the only thing that would make right now is making me nervous and preventing me from going I never lost faith is, and you and I talk about this all the time, the assumption is, hey, everybody's going to get healthy and everybody's going to stay healthy. Well, it doesn't work like that. You're hoping that Greenlaw and CMC and Pearsall and everybody in Ward and everybody comes back and then everybody stays healthy, which the 49ers have done a remarkable job in doing that down the stretch the last number of years. But for every game that they're getting players back, then they're losing players because Jordan Mason has been awesome. He's the NFL's leading rusher right now, and I like what Guerrero did, and he saw some cracks that he normally would have popped outside. So I think he's making progress. But if Mason is out, that makes me nervous, big time.
Sprained AC joint, and it was a bad one. You could see when his elbow hit the ground that it was a shoulder. I didn't know if he dislocated it, but it's a sprained AC joint, and it's bad. And he tried to come back in. They retaped it. I don't think he took a painkiller because he was in a lot of pain, nor can they with that nature of the injury. But they retaped it pretty heavily. And he ran the ball one time in the second half, and he ran the ball well. He turned the corner down the right sideline, got 8 or 9 yards, and then he was just in a lot of pain. He was grimacing and went right off the field. He was trying to move the arm around to get blood flow in there and see if he could move it. He just couldn't do it. He stayed, his shoulder pad stayed on the whole game. The bottom line is your light running backs just being up on game day. So they're going to have to, assess if he's going to be able to play against Kansas City. Also assess McCaffrey, and I think Christian's close to getting a green light to go practice with his teammates here. And then, Ricky Pearsall comes back. They don't like to run Debo more than 8 times a game in the regular season. Playoff games, they've given it to him 10 times or more a couple of times. But, if you have Pearsall back with Jawan Jennings and obviously Brandon Ayuk and the other receivers, you can run Debo in the backfield more. But they don't like to wear him out there. There's a shelf life with him running the ball. But he's a component where he can do it, more than he did it last night. Last night he had 4 carries for 15 yards. He can double that. So they'll figure out a way. Kyle always figures out a way to run the ball. But I just feel for J.P. Mason. He's having a breakout year. And Christian will come back at some point. And then you wonder, how do you play them together? You just don't want Jordan to leave because of an injury. And it's a bad one with the shoulder. So, Matt Breida looked really good in the preseason. He knows the system well. Keyshawn Vaughn is currently on the practice squad. That guy's got a lot of shake to him. When the 49ers are getting ready to play the Jets, and Breece Hall, he looked like Breece Hall, just the jump cuts. But they're getting light in the running back room. That's why JP had to keep the shoulder pads on, John, because you only had Guerrero and Patrick Taylor available as few, pure halfbacks. Other guys can slide back like Debo. He can run fullback force and give the ball to Juszczyk. But everybody gets hurt. I mean, you lose a player once a game. You hope it's not for an extended period of time. And the Niners have so many guys on IR they're looking to bring back. I don't know if they have a lot of room to bring players back. They got to bring a lot of players back from IR. John Feliciano's starting to get close to come back. I don't know what role they're going to put him in. He'll probably be a swing guy because he can play anywhere in the interior, center, left guard, right guard. Aaron Banks went down last night, but he was cramping up in his hamstring, so he should be fine. And then, the whole league is hurt. Seattle had a lot of injuries. The Rams are devastated in their wide receiver room. It's the nature of pro football, so I think it's impressive to lose McCaffrey and Elijah Mitchell and obviously Mason and still be able to get 99 yards from Guerrero, 76 on the one run, and run for 228 yards last night on 33 carries. Wow, what a total that is.
By the way, I feel bad for Guerrero because he was at 9 for 100 after the run, and then he runs for -1 and he ends 10 for 99. Doesn't get a 100-yard day. Too bad for him. The reality is I wasn't ever not renewed because I looked at the division first and I said this isn't a very good division, and I don't care that they lost to the Rams and the Cardinals. Those teams aren't good. I think they'll beat them the next time they play them. And Seattle showed, like you said, a young staff. They don't have the talent. There was so much talk about, McDonald figured out the 49ers the last time. Yeah, because he had the talent behind the scheme to do it, and Seattle just doesn't have those players, and they have injuries. So, they're just not on that level yet. So nobody's on the level of the 49ers in the division as long as they don't get overly injured. They should be fine if they get some of these guys back. It's just the goal isn't the division. If we were sitting in Arizona, if we were sitting in Seattle, if we were sitting with the Rams, the division title would be great. The 49ers have grandiose plans for February. They're in it to win a Super Bowl. So winning the division is great, but it's almost back in the days of the Warriors, which is like their goal wasn't to make the playoffs, it was win a championship or bust, and that's what the 49ers are. It's not about that's the first thing you have to do is win the division. I understand that. But if they win the division and get knocked out in the wild card round or the first round or the second round, I wouldn't call it a failure of a season, but it's not what they want. So that's what we're basing our opinion on is, you win the division. Of course you do. Then what do you do? It's like the Dodgers. Yeah, you win the NL West. Then what do you do? Their goals are to win a World Series. The Niners' goal is to win a Super Bowl. And unfortunately, that's the fan expectation. That's the team expectation. That's the owner's expectation. So that's what we're basing it on when we say, what's your renewed faith? It's not renewed faith to win a division. It's renewed faith to go to and win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, winning a division, though, does get you a home playoff game, and you're the minimum of a 4 seed. But they'd like to be higher, see where you can get up. But first you got to get in. But they looked like themselves last night. And I think it was 23-3 at one point. It could have been more in the red zone, the 2 failures in the first half, but you're not going to score every single time down there. And they got the Kittle one to open up a 20-point lead, and then a short, low kickoff just ignited them. And once they got rolling, it reminded me a lot of the Thanksgiving game when the Niners were up 24-3 at halftime and Brock threw a pick 6 over the middle to Jordan Brooks, and they were right back into the game. And then Ayuk makes the touchdown catch. Brock rips it over the middle, and you're able to get out of it. Last night, I think it was the Renardo Green interception undercutting DK Metcalf, and Geno made a terrible play to throw that ball wrong route, whatever it was just a theft. And you were able to win the game and take control of this division again. So we'll see where they all go. But I know when they grade this tape, the coaches, and they're hard on these guys, they were underachieving. They were leaving a lot of plays in different areas on the field, obviously, and they were, Arizona just took the game. The entire second half, Arizona was better last Sunday. In the fourth quarter, they just devoured them. Whatever it was, 101-degree temperatures, whatever, they just got caved in. Last night, it got a little sideways for a while, but they were able to control most of the game and looked like themselves. And I think that's what everybody wanted to see. And just the veteran leadership, with Debo and Kittle. George went back in. I wasn't sure he was going to come back. He went back in. They retaped his ankle, and he comes back in and scores another touchdown. I mean, the toughness, Debo had a bad shoulder. He was dangling that thing I thought, here we go again. He had a hairline fracture of his scapula last year in Cleveland, and that cost you, 3 straight games. But he put a glove on, and he's coming back. So these guys are just the toughness meter is that's the way they play. But for Seattle, John, it's a city that has the Space Needle. They've kind of built their team in space. They've got terrific wide receivers, great tight ends. Their secondary is really good. Their D-line is good. They had a few injuries last night, but still their D-line is good. It's their O-line that is lacking, and their ability. They couldn't run the ball last night. We talked about the Niners running. Kenneth Walker had 2.3 yards a pop last night, 14 carries for 32 yards, and they fed him the ball early in the game. They just couldn't get it done, and obviously their O-line could not block Bosa with the 14 pressures and all over the front. So they're more built out in space, except for their D-line strong. But I used to always fear them, or at least respect them, because I just thought Pete's going to figure it out later in the year. I'm not sure this young coaching staff can figure it out. So this is a division the Niners can win, and win going away. Win by multiple games, not just win, 9-8 record versus 8-9 and win by a game. I'm talking 11-5 to everybody else 500. Is anybody in this division in the NFC West besides the Niners going to be a 500 or better team? Anybody going to win 9 games? I think Arizona could, and the Rams. I'm not sure about Seattle anymore.
No, I don't think Seattle will. If the Rams get some guys back from injuries, maybe. The Cardinals go to Green Bay this weekend. I don't expect them to win. It's not that I don't respect them, and I think Kyler is playing better football. I just think they're a little bit away. I think they're going to win the division going away, like you said, and then it's a matter of you get one possible, maybe you're a wild card, maybe you're the 4, whatever the case may be. I don't know what to make of the NFC South. I don't even know what to make of the NFC East. The Commanders are 4-1. Are they really that good? I mean, there's a long way to go in the NFC, and we'll go back over this. I wrote this in the notes today that, maybe we'll go back through the win-loss game now that they're 3-3, because I was looking at it, and I know there's some tough games, but I think they're going to get on a run at the end of the season. That's kind of always what they do, so I kind of expect it. But the NFC Minnesota has been dominant, no question. Detroit is what we expected them to be. But Dallas has holes. Philadelphia is still, I think, reeling, and I don't think Jalen Hurts is that good. Some of these teams that we thought were going to be dominant teams, I'm not sure they're going to be. And so it's kind of up in the air. Like, I like Daniels and I like the Commanders, but are they really this good? So there's a lot of questions to ask about the NFC, and we'll get into all that stuff. Plus, we'll go through the rest of the games that happen this weekend as we're lounging on our couch, which will be nice.
Minnesota's on their bye week this week?
Yeah, already. So that could come back and bite them. It's pretty early. All right, let's get to it. You love it. You wait for it. What was the one guy? I've been waiting. We'll be fairly close to on time. That's good enough. We have the recap, which we haven't had one of these in a couple of weeks. Tim Ryan, Greg Papa with the recap. You don't want to miss that. Coming up next, continue to give us your thoughts. Lots of great stuff on the text line, and then we'll hit Dante up at 12:30. But you're waiting for it. We'll give it to you. The Victory Friday recap. It's Papa and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Gold Bar Whiskey proudly presents the Joe Montana Whiskey Collection, a whiskey that celebrates the iconic 49er quarterback and a 4-time Super Bowl champion, Joe Montana. Gold Bar is the perfect whiskey to enjoy with friends and family and to celebrate like a champion. It's crafted right here in the heart of the Bay Area. Each bottle of the limited edition Joe Montana whiskey embodies the spirit of greatness. It is aged to perfection and finished in cognac barrels. It delivers a unique taste that is as smooth as Joe's legendary passes. You can find the Joe Montana collection at local retailers, online at goldbarwhiskey.com, or at the Gold Bar Whiskey Distillery located on Treasure Island. It is a great spot. Stop by for delicious food, refreshing cocktails. Get the Golden Joe there. Actually, Joe's Cocktail, and the best views that San Francisco has to offer. For more details, including location and hours, visit goldbarwhiskey.com.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I listened to Pop and Lund this morning. It's Friday. They said that their audio replay of yesterday's game was going to be on at 11:50. I waited.
I love that guy. That always puts me in a good mood.
It's 11:55, sir.
That's on our clock. That's pretty close. That's pretty good. We say 11:50. It's probably 11:55. I mean, that's our clock. It's broken.
Our game management could
Not our
get
fault.
better, Jeff.
Kid Belichick would hate us. All right. Who put because Walter is somehow out today, probably hungover. Did Cole put this together? Did you put it together, Danny? Who's responsible? Cole is? Very nice. So, no, Walter. Cole put this together. Very nice. Wanted to make sure that Cole got credit where credit is due. Unless it's terrible, and then we'll just ridicule him, but I'm sure it's great. Your call last night. Did you feel good about the call last night? High quality.
You know what I did last night that I've never done before? I used to do it years ago.
Before a broadcast?
When we landed.
Sorry.
Holler said we have a midnight replay where they replay the entire game on 1050, and they do it edited where there's no commercials. It just goes boom, boom, boom. Listen to the whole game. And so when we landed, I heard the very end of the first half, and it seemed like I was driving forever till 3 in the morning. Anyway, it worked out perfectly. I heard the entire second half, and I never, ever listened to the post-game show. I do go back and listen to every single broadcast back, but never on the midnight replay, which I listen to at 10:50. So if you can't sleep, you're staying up all night, and after a 49er game, we don't do it every night. They do it on the Giants. They do a midnight replay on 680. So I did hear a lot of the broadcast, almost the entire second half and 1 or 2 plays of the first half after I landed last night.
Very nice. All right, without further ado, here it is. Is this Cole's first version that he's done? I think it's been Walter to this point. Has Cole done another one? This is his debut, I believe. Here you go. Yeah, there you go. Here it is, your Victory Friday recap.
3rd and 5. Smith and Jigba lines up inside. Lockett is the point of the bunch, and DK Metcalf left. So they've got 3 left. They're 3 great receivers. Geno back, throws over the middle, too high, and intercepted. And coming back and stepping out of bounds after he picked it off is Malik Mustafa.
First interception by a defensive back this year for the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, just, reading Geno. Bernardo had good coverage on Lockett. And, I just went on the same path, overthrow it, and I got to capitalize when the opportunity comes to me. So next time I'm going to try to stay more in control so I don't run out of bounds. But, definitely just wanted to secure the ball like I didn't do it last time when I played the Patriots. So it was special to get another opportunity.
Brock to throw out left, wide open. Deebo Samuel makes the catch, and now speeding down the sideline. 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco!
First touchdown receiving of the year for Deebo.
Coming into this game, obviously new personnel. It's the Seahawks, not the Ravens. And so for me, it was, all right, similar scheme, yes, but this is what we're trying to attack, and how can I be efficient as best as I can. So that was my mindset.
Brock looks right, throws right. It is Kittle made the catch. Touchdown! San Francisco!
What a laser from Brock Purdy, and what a catch from George Kittle right in front of the pylon out to the right side of the 49ers. You could not throw that ball any better, and it looked like Kittle got his left toe just in bounds. That is what a toe tap by George.
I didn't get to see it in live time because I was
you're busy.
Yeah, I was busy talking a little trash too, so I missed it. But I caught the replay, man. It's just it never ceased to amaze me how many plays that George creates that don't look like they there. How many throws that Brock throw that don't look like it's there.
Yeah.
It's just a high level operation.
Geno back. Geno time. Geno steps up, throws, intercepted by Renardo Green, the rookie. 20, 15 out of bounds. Both rookies in the secondary have a pick tonight.
How about that, Renardo Green? And he just undercuts a DK Metcalf in cut, and that was late and not a good decision to throw by Geno Smith as a twist game was working up in front of him, and they get pressure right in his face, and he makes a big-time mistake.
Play clock at 5, 4, snap to Brock. Brock gonna throw left for the end zone. It's caught by George Kittle. Touchdown! San Francisco!
Kittle over the middle on an in cut and an absolute rope from Brock Purdy right in between 2 defenders.
3 touchdowns in my birthday week. Thank you, Brock.
it's fun too, when you have the exact same look on technically two different plays, but they look the same on two red zone touchdowns from one of the Cardinals last week and then this one. This is my second one tonight. They're basically the exact same look, different routes, but ended up looking the same. I don't know if I'm going to get that look again, but hopefully people keep covering me like that. That's really fun.
Hand off to Garendo off the right side. He runs for a first down, and he's going to score. He should go down, but he may just score his first touchdown in the NFL. Garendo 10-5, pulled down on the 1 yard line. Perfect. The game is over. Runs it down to the 2 yard line.
We've got a new closer, baby.
This is one of the better rookie classes that I've seen in a long time. Those guys are contributing at a high level, and to be so new to the game, to be able to come down here in an atmosphere that, probably ranks number one, top three in the league with how hostile this environment is and how hard it is to operate in the noise. So, we leaned on those rookies and they've been doing an awesome job of being productive.
Very nice version, Cole. There is your Victory Friday.
Fantastic, Cole.
Fantastic. 36-24. And just to reiterate a point there, good job on the recap. If you missed it, we'll do it again at 1:30 for the recap on a Victory Friday here. 49ers 36, Seahawks 24. And to just reiterate something that Trent Williams said there at the end, there are 7 rookies on this team. Ricky Pearsall obviously hasn't played yet, but the window is probably going to open next week. But Renardo Green had a pick, the second rounder. Dominic Pooney, go back and watch the Garendo run, but he was great all night, third rounder. Mustafa Pick, fourth rounder. Garendo, 76-yard run and 99 on the night, fourth rounder. Cowing returned punts, fourth rounder. And Tatum Bethune recovered a fumble, seventh rounder, 251 overall. Not bad. Not bad.
Incredible. We talked to John Lynch on Tuesday about his 2024 rookie draft class, and Renardo Green was the one that really balled out last night. I think he was the key to the game, but they're all contributing, and you ain't seen nothing yet because Ricky Pearsall, the first-round pick, he looked the most pro-ready. Pooney right away to play at right guard and the way he played last night, and now his assignment in his next game is going to be Chris Jones and the Kansas City Chiefs. And not, the right guard had a hard time. Feliciano blocked him well, but he can handle him. He's from Kansas, went to college there, so I'm sure he's watched a lot of Chris Jones. Left 10 days to get ready. And Malik Mustafa, we'll talk to Dante about his interception. Dante's been working with Malik Mustafa. They've been watching tape together an hour at a time for going back to training camp. He's kind of taken him under his wing. And Malik, like Dante, is a heat-seeking missile, a little undersized guy, a lot like Budda Baker. So they're just balling out, John. So the rookie class is doing very well, including our rookie class. Cole did a superb job.
Outstanding.
You knew he was going to Foo Fighters all along, right?
Yeah, they were playing just like we said last night. They were playing Nirvana and
you know that,
Pearl
Seattle.
Jam and all that.
But what I like is it's not just our calls, it's the dropping in of the audio of the guys that are at the podium. And then we talked to Trent after the game. And
yeah, I heard that.
Talking to Trent, he was able to drop that in. So each play tells a story. It's not just our description of the play, but it's Brock talking about McDonald's defense and going low red zone and getting into George. So if you didn't watch the game or listen to the game last night, it's kind of like a shortcuts version of the game. You get it there in how long was that, 5 minutes long?
Yeah.
And it's like you feel like you were at the game or saw the game or heard the game, and we're going to replay that again. We're doubling down.
Yeah.
On the Victory Friday?
Yeah, because those guys, they work hard on that thing. And so if people didn't hear it, we want to play it a couple times so they can get it. By the way, look at Mr. Frontrunner this morning. Remember yesterday how Sherman had, you talked to him, but he had the, let me see if I can get that in there. He had the Seahawks hat on yesterday. Now in today's podcast, he has a Niners hat on.
We're going to play my interview with Sherm coming up in a little bit of time. So I caught halftime. I barely could watch the game back in a few hours. I was awake after we landed. Did you watch the you were on the pregame, so you couldn't watch it. Did you watch the Amazon Prime pregame and then the postgame?
Uh-huh.
When George and Brock were over on their set for a long time.
Crazy. Man, it shows you how many Niners fans, and I know they said this in the postgame, but how they travel and all that kind of stuff, because you'd have thought it was a Niners home game, because right after the game, whoever wins, whether it's the home team, the visiting team, they bring over the winners. And when Brock and George went over there, man, that group of Niner fans congregated in front of that thing, and it was loud, man. It was they travel so well. I mean, Seattle's not far, but they go all over the place.
It's not just Seattle. We go anywhere.
Everywhere, yeah.
There's really been nowhere. When we went to Green Bay for that playoff game in the snow, I remember at the end, they took over the whole lower bowl of the stadium. It is incredible. And that fan group up in Seattle, whenever we land at SeaTac and come through the gates, there are hundreds of them. Literally 1,000 people are waiting. I mean, it is big time. So, it's impressive. And they took over. And, when Juice scored his touchdown, could you not hear Juice last night? It's real, the way the Niners travel, obviously being one of the great franchises in American sport, and they've been for a long, long time. And now, John, you got a bye week, and then you got two teams coming out of the bye that are going to be really interesting in Kansas City and Dallas. So we are going to get Sherm's thoughts a little bit later on in the state of the NFC and the NFC West. He was in a really good mood last night. The overall broadcast, did you watch Al Michaels' broadcast back at all?
Yeah, I watched
the mispronouncing of the names. He struggled on the Malik Mustafa interception there for a moment. He called him Malik, and then and I love his boards. He's got this huge board, and Malibu Kelly Hayes' spotter's legendary. They've been doing it forever. He looks like an old rocker, Malibu Kelly Hayes. He's a star unto himself, but he kind of got lost at his board, and Malik Mustafa, who was playing for the injured Hufunga, it was like, Al, steak's not ready yet. Yeah. We're not at halftime. Let's go. So, Herb Street, I think his analysis is solid.
Yeah,
it's just don't say things like Al will say, well, the Niners, of course, won 5 Super Bowls, but they haven't won one in 30 years. And Herb Street will say, when you told me that, I was really surprised. Do you watch the NFL? Yeah. I know you're watching a lot of Saturday, but act like you watched the NFL before you got this job. Don't do the research, and you're in the league now for a few years. You're an NFL guy. Don't act like you're just moonlighting on Thursdays and you can't wait to get to game day and the game on Saturday. His analysis is solid. He knows the game. He breaks it down quickly. He's perfect to work with Al because he respects Al. Maybe a little too reverential, but still. But don't act like, when you told me the Niners haven't won in 30 years, I was surprised. Act like you know that they haven't won in 30 years.
You know what it sounds like in the broadcast, and I agree with you. He's good at it, and he's got good energy, and he's got a good voice, and he's got all those things going for him, and he's tremendous on college football. But in college football, when he does a game, he's the man, and he owns it, and he's confident. When he does it with Al Michaels, like you said, it's almost like a pupil or a little brother, or he doesn't put himself on the same level. And what it's got to be, and most of the time in an analyst role, they're kind of the star of the show. And so, he acts like he's lucky to be in the same booth with Al. And that's not how it is. It's like you're analyzing. You're supposed to be the star. You have at least got to be the equal. But it's always like he just feels like he's got to defer to him because he's this big star. Look, Al's good, but they hired you for a reason. So go out and, go out with the confidence you have in college football, because when it's him with like a Chris Fowler or whomever he works with, he's the man on college football. He's on the biggest game. It's in a 100,000 seat stadium where people are going bananas. It's Alabama, Georgia. It's the national championship game. Like, dude, he owns those things and he's great at it. But then he goes into the Thursday night booth and it's like, I'm lucky to be here, Al. It's like, dude, come on, man.
Totally. You nailed it. But is it also a little bit that he just likes college football better than pro football? Do you get that vibe?
Oh,
just a little bit?
For sure.
It may not be accurate. I think he respects the player. How can you not?
But he's prepared, like you said.
It's a different game, but the pro players are so skilled. It's amazing how good they are. But, Al Michaels is tough. You go into a booth with Al Michaels, I mean, it's a little bit, it's just like working with John Miller. It's like, better be careful what I say. The yardstick is right next to me here. So I get that, but he's a solid broadcaster. He just needs to know that he knows the NFL and not like San Francisco. What's the nickname of that team? The 49ers? Yeah, I heard of them. Did Montana play for them? Yeah.
Plus, I doubt that he didn't know that. Like, it's almost like he's like, wow,
he's bowing down to Al.
Yeah, because I mean, if you're doing any kind of research, which he is, he knows how to do that. They haven't won it in 30 years. The last time was when Steve did it.
They give him a packet. That's the Manhattan phone booth.
They know. Anyway, you can give us your thoughts on the game itself. And again, your renewed faith. That is the poll today, which we'll reset coming up next. And then Dante Whitner. Still, some people have some issues. They definitely feel good today. If I had to surmise this thing from the faithful and what we've gotten on the text line and through the vote, They're happy about the game. They 3-3, the division, all those kind of things. But like we said before, there are bigger goals than that, both within the organization and with the fan base. So people are cautiously optimistic. Give us your thoughts at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627, both on the text and call-in line. And then we'll hit up Dante at the bottom of the hour on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Greg Silver's dad, Mike Silver, might have heard of him, joined the show earlier today to break down the 49ers win over the Seahawks. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Whoa, this is crazy.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Hello, friends. It is afternoon on a Friday. Smoke 'em if you got 'em. I'm rarely here on a Friday. I'm usually at the home studio, but it's not bad coming in here on a Friday. Like,
Friday
Danny,
night?
well, there's no one here. There's Danny running the show because he has to. Or he doesn't really have to. But Danny's running the show. Walter's got some fake sickness. Derek is over in the corner pissed off because the 49ers won, and no one is here. Like, Holder was with you, but apparently that doesn't apply. You got home at 3 a.m. You're working. He's not here. John, our assistant program director, Curly, he's way gone. His door is shut and light is off. There's no salespeople here. If I knew this, I'd come in every Friday. I don't know.
Why are you there on a Friday?
Because Holder told me I had to record some promo thing.
I heard that.
And it
What's
was
it for?
Like, I couldn't have done a video from home, but whatever. I was okay, boss man. And then he's not here. Anyway, Fridays aren't bad though. Driving in is not bad, and the fact that no one's here. If I was Danny right now, and I'm not so sure he's not, I'd have like a cooler under the desk. Like, there's no one here. It's
What do
amazing.
you have under your desk, John?
Believe me, this does screw up my day because usually Friday, I roll the bar into the studio. Oh, yeah.
2:01.
Maybe like 1:01. Last hour, we can lose. Anyway, we'll talk to Dante at the bottom of the hour.
You were on the air later than I was last night.
Yeah,
When did you get off the air last night?
About 10:30. Wasn't so bad.
Jeez.
Wasn't so
went
bad.
from 10 to 10 yesterday?
Yeah, and the thing that was kind of annoying about it, and again, I'm not digging ditches. I'm not complaining at all. It's just I'm in that studio for 12 straight hours, and by the end of it, it wasn't smelling so fresh in there, I just had to open up some windows.
Sitting on your ass.
That's what I did.
You know what I did? Metal up your ass.
I got there at about 9 a.m. to finish up prep work, and then I was there till 10 at night. And the hour that I had when you guys were doing the network the hour that I had, instead of leaving, I'm such a dummy, I was playing my kid in Madden for an hour, sitting on the couch in there. And then I just
49ers Seahawks?
Yeah, we were screwing around with it.
Did you simulate the game?
Yeah, he was the Seahawks, I was the Niners, and he's much better at it than me because he's a college student. He practices all the time. He's not working.
He's professional.
So he just took me to the woodshed.
So you lost is what you're saying.
Yeah, took me to the woodshed. And then then the game started, and I never even left the studio. I was like, oh, my gosh. So that was real smart of me. And by the end of it, it was like 10:30. After being in there like 13 hours, it was like, oh, my God, this is terrible. It was like a teenage boy's room. You know that smell that teenage boys have where you're like, oh, my God, what happened in here? Did raccoon die? Like, it's like so bad. Anyway, that was me. Here we go. Before we get to Dante, here is the deal. Friday's big poll. 49ers beat the Seahawks. This is on X right now. At Danny Dunn 24. Danny's big poll. How you feeling about the 49ers after this win over the Seahawks? Still cautiously optimistic, 58%. Didn't change anything, 22%. Renewed faith is only 12%. Still too many injuries, 8%. I'm fairly well shocked by that. I would have thought a lot of people would have felt a lot better after that win, but only 12%.
Didn't change anything a second?
No. How about that?
Well, you could take that both ways, which meant I thought they were good anyway, so this game didn't change anything. They are who we thought they were. Mm-hmm. So you have to kind of read into it because it's kind of open-ended there.
Okay, we got a lot of 49ers news coming out of Kyle's teleconference this morning, so here's the deal.
You already had it today?
Yeah, I didn't realize this, but here's the deal.
It was at 4:30. He wants to get out of there.
49ers are going to open the practice window next week for Ricky Pearsall. As soon as Monday, he could practice.
They're going to have a bonus practice on Monday.
So that's awesome. Christian McCaffrey's practice window won't be open this week, so there is that. Matthew Wright, we hardly knew ye, dislocated shoulder, waiting for an MRI. Running back Jordan Mason, AC joint sprain, day to day. Malik Mustafa, low ankle, day to day.
We said that last night.
So that's it. Let's see if we have anything else. Jordan Elliott with the knee should be back at practice. Ward with the knee is day to day. But aren't we all? So anyway, that is the thing. But let's go to what the thing is going to excite people the most. Ricky Pearsall's practice window has been opened.
Not surprised. I've been watching them. They had the catapult system, the GPS tracking in practice. And when the Niners have been practicing, he's over on the side with Justin Perry and the performance staff, and he's just running straight line. And he had to get his cardio up. His body had to heal. He was in a street fight. It was whatever went down that Labor Day Saturday, it just wasn't pulling the trigger. It was a battle for the whole thing, and he put out some wrestling moves, so his body got beat up a little bit. So he had to heal, but he had to get his cardio back. So that's great news. And, we're going up against Kansas City. Steve Spagnuolo, their defensive coordinator, manned up so much in the Super Bowl. Now, they don't have L'Jarius Sneed for them. The Niners are adding Ricky Pearsall, the great route runner, to beat man coverage, and specifically to get those. And teams are playing man. I'll be anxious to see the breakdown of how much Seattle played man last night, John. But Ricky's special. He really is. He just, right away, you could see it in the OTAs and the minicamp. And this is like the great unknown because fans haven't seen Ricky. He didn't practice much in training camp. He was out there a couple of days. So unless you were out there for one of the training camp practices, and there weren't many fans there, they got a few thousand, but Bay Area has not seen him. He did not play in a preseason game, so you haven't seen him. I've seen him, and he is special. Now, I haven't seen him against NFL, people trying to get up and play press man and take his head off. When you're in an OTA and a mini camp, they're going to jam you a little bit, but there's rules against that, so we all want to see, and I'm sure they'll bump and grind him a little more with the scout team this week, but he really is a special route runner. His feet are sweet. He's got a toughness about him. His athletic ability to go up and take a vertical. He is one of those special athletes you find. So, and I think they're hoping to play him. Now, will he be able to get up and practice? Just because they open the window doesn't mean he plays against the Chiefs, but when he gets on the field, he may just wow them in the actual practice setting. So that's great news. As far as Matthew Wright, the one thing that struck me when I saw him getting ready for this game is he's wearing number 35, which is not really a kicker traditional number, but now they're all over the place. He looked more like a safety number, and I'm like, that's the smallest safety I've ever seen. He weighs 174 pounds. So don't tackle anybody, but you got to tackle people. That's your job. And he made a good tackle. He dropped his shoulder, and he crumpled to the ground. So I'm not surprised by the injury. You saw it in the way he dangled it. But I think he had a perfect game as far as his placements. He had one extra point that was really low, and I thought it was going to get blocked. And he just does not have the leg strength. He's made a 59-yarder in the league. But as far as being able with this dynamic kickoff, it was going to be an issue anyway with him. And I think his short kickoff that Chenault took back, 97 yards, he kind of put it on a tee
for him. Obviously, the Niners did not cover it well. And, the young safety got back there, Jalen Mahoney, just whiffed on the tackle, and Jalen Graham kind of propelled him forward on his tackle, and all of a sudden, Laviska Shenault's gone. But I just thought there's some issues with, low off the foot, and mainly you can't kick off like that anymore. They're going to run that back. And it wasn't just the one that went 97 yards, John. It was all of them. They were all short in the field of play, and they're getting running starts, and you can't do that, especially against Dallas with that returner they have, Turpin, and he's the only one that Bones puts back there. You can't kick the ball to that guy. He's going to run it back to midfield or into your end zone. So we'll see. So does that mean he's definitely not going to be able to kick with the dislocated shoulder, or can he linger around? And he's a good place kicker, a little low off his foot. You could bring in Mitch could do it. They don't want him to do it because it takes away his punting ability. And then you could bring in a kickoff specialist, but you want a game day roster for two different kickers? That's probably unlikely.
Yeah. All right, so there's the update as far as the 49ers. Again, Ricky Pearsall, practice window open. CMC, practice window not open. Jordan Mason, that shoulder, AC joint sprain. He is day-to-day. Matthew Wright, as you said, separated shoulder. They're doing an MRI on that. Mustafa, he was taken out of the game after that first drive for Seattle interception. He's got an ankle day-to-day. Ward still with that bruised knee day-to-day. Jordan Elliott knee should return next week day-to-day. So that is the update on injuries. Let's talk more about the defense and how impressed Dante Whitner was, both with the offense and the defense, and how big the win was. We do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's the state fish of Hawaii?
Huma huma nuka nuka apua. Yeah,
Be caller 10 now to 415-896-KNBR to qualify for our Big Island Getaway.
Three left, or three great receivers. Geno back, throws over the middle, too high, and intercepted! And coming back and stepping out of bounds after he picked it off is Malik Mustafa.
First interception by a defensive back this year for the San Francisco 49ers.
And they would get another one, both by rooks. Malik Mustafa gets one. Renardo Green gets one. The rookies overall last night, absolutely great. Dominic Pooney continues what he does. Guerrero with that 76-yarder. Cowering returned punts last night. Bethune had a fumble recovery, so the Rooks get it done and help the 49ers to a 36-24 gotta-have-it win against the Seahawks at Lumen Field in Seattle. And we love talking to Dante Whitner about it all, which, by the way, his mind is all on Ohio State and Oregon this weekend, but we'll take a brief repsit from that one, and we will get to the game against the Seahawks. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're doing good, man. So let's talk about start with the rookie DBs. That one by Mustafa that ended the Seahawks' first drive, and, of course, Renardo Green cutting in front of DK Metcalf to make that second one. Both huge plays for the young guys in the secondary.
And they played phenomenal. And we saw what Malik Mustafa did last week versus Arizona with the two big pass breakups. And it just getting better and better. And that's what you expected from the rookies. When they step on the field, you expect them to play at a level that the starters play at. And what we saw from Malik Mustafa and Renardo Green is just a glimpse of the future. It's incredible how the 49ers have been able to rebuild their roster, rely on young guys while also still maintaining championship aspirations. And like you said, on the offensive side of the ball, there was Dominic Pooney, who had a really big key block on that 70-plus yard run from Guerrero at the end. I felt like Guerrero started the game a little tippy-toeing, and I felt like he's too big to run in that manner. And somewhere in the second half, they lit a fire under him, and he closed the game out for the 49ers. So everybody was involved, offense, defense. Special teams did have a letdown, but it was a great team effort.
I thought of you right away when Malik had his first INT in the NFL, because I know you've been working with him. You've been sharing your sessions with him, with us, hour at a time and everything. So that specific play, and both rookies were involved because Renardo had the underneath coverage on Lockett, and he forced the high throw from Geno, and Malik was lurking there. So just the keys on that Malik Mustafa INT, Dante, what did you see from that play?
Well, the number one thing that we've been working on is aligning in the middle of the formation and not necessarily in the middle of the field. And teams will put the ball on the hash and expect young safeties to align in the middle of the field. And if he would have aligned in the middle of the field, not the middle of the formation there, he probably wouldn't have been shadowing over the top of the wide receiver and Renardo Green, which he did a great job. Another thing we've been working on is breaking 1/3 the distance the ball is in the air. I think that was about a 35-yard throw. He broke around 11 yards, which gave him an opportunity to make a play on the ball. And that's all you can ask for. Be in position, give great effort, and great things are going to happen for you. And then the final part, the hardest part, was catching the football when he couldn't really see it because the defensive back and the wide receiver were kind of blocking his path to seeing the football. Great job of concentrating and bringing it in, keeping his feet in. I just wish he would have got more return yards. But him, Malik Mustafa, and Renardo Green are going to be two fixtures in this secondary for years to come.
And Dante Whitner joined us. We're reviewing the 49ers win over the Seahawks at Lumen Field yesterday. Just from an overall sense, how big is this win for the 49ers up in Seattle to even their record at 3-3? All these injuries and all these things that have happened, but they get the win. So how big is this to you?
Nobody said it, but their season was on the line last night. You can't go 0-3 in the division, lose to everybody in the division, 2 games at home, and still say you have championship aspirations. So it was a must-win, and the 49ers did what they always do in must-wins. Their star players step up. You saw Deebo Samuel come to life. You saw a few catches from Brandon Ayuk. You saw Jordan Mason until he was injured. But most importantly, you saw Brock Purdy take control of this offense and put this team on his shoulders. There was times out there where nothing was open, and I saw him step back, step up, move around, thread the needle to throws over the middle to Brandon Ayuk. I saw the incredible throw to George Kittle in the red zone, the trust from threading the needle on the jerk route to George Kittle. Brock Purdy is getting it done, and he's very efficient. And when I look at these graphs that show the top quarterbacks in the league, they have Brock Purdy, Joe Burrow, and Jared Goff up there. And if Brock Purdy continues to trend in this way and they continue to get healthy, there's no reason why he's not considered the top quarterback in the National Football League.
And conversely, Geno Smith, who has some big stats coming into the game, most yards and a good high completion percentage, was off. The Green interception, take us through that one. Renardo initially was showing a little bit of press man with DK Metcalf, and then he backed up a little bit, and he went outside leverage, and he undercut the in-breaking route, and Geno made a mistake. So what did you see on Green's first pick in the NFL, Dante?
Well, they were playing man-to-man coverage, and initially Geno Smith is looking to get the ball out of his hands quickly, but when you have underneath defenders that are pretty much helping the outside man, players be able to recover and get back to the outside shoulder of a wide receiver, it makes it a lot easier. And with the closing speed that he showed last night, it was incredible. And he didn't stay at top shoulder. He undercut the route, reading the quarterback, and then he did a good job of coming down with the football. I saw great man coverage from Renardo Green. He competed at a high level, not just on that play, but throughout the entire night. Remember, he put himself in position to draw the holding call going into the red zone, and then the next play, he came away with the big interception. He had a big pass breakup that held Seattle to 3 points also and kept them to a field goal right before half. So it wasn't just that play. It was his overall play all night, and he tackled at a high level. So it just shows his closing ability and his ability to play man coverage, which we knew was one of his strengths coming out of Florida State.
Reviewing the 49ers win in Seattle last night against the Seahawks that may have saved their season, now 3-3, and they are atop the NFC West as Dante helps us review this whole thing. Nick Bosa, to get 14 pressures, no sacks, I mean, that had to be the most impactful game from a guy who didn't get a sack that maybe I've ever seen.
Absolutely, and he's been coming on very strong in the last 2 weeks. And it's almost like the first 4 weeks of the season, he's still getting into game shape like a lot of the players. And I'm noticing that the guys that didn't really practice a lot during training camp are starting to play their best football right now during weeks 5 and week 6. Kyle Shanahan was trying to keep the guys fresh, keep them healthy. And I don't know if they really accumulated the amount of reps that they needed to really be in game shape early in the season. And that's why you're seeing Nick Bosa. His main attributes is hustle, his motor, and extreme effort. And at some point, the tackles start to get tired and they start to wear down, and he continues to get stronger and stronger. So everybody's going to benefit from Nick Bosa playing the way that he's playing, but I want to give a shout out to the way that he's playing run defense. He's really focused in and locked down his side of the football field when it comes to playing the run, setting the edge, and playing the screen game. Remember, versus Arizona, he had the interception, and then yesterday he did a really good job of shutting down the tight end screen, which was a intricate part of this Seattle offense. So Nick Bosa, even though it's not showing up in the sack department, he's impacting the game more so than probably anybody other than Fred Warner.
And against Arizona, he saw they had rocket formation, 2 backs in the game, so he just felt a running back screen going to Connor. And this time it was Noah Fant, the tight end, that he felt was going to release and chip on him and then move out, and he was able to hold him up. Devondre Campbell's been a guy teams are picking on until Dre Greenlaw comes back. There was a whole defensive series, even in the nickel, where they only had 2 linebackers on the field, Dante, where D. Winters mixed in a little bit next to Fred Warner. Now, they got to be careful because he's coming back from an ankle injury, but it is such a noticeable difference when he's on the field over Devondre, just a pure speed element. What are you seeing from young number 53?
Well, I'm seeing a lot of violence, and that's what they're accustomed to seeing and having from Dre Greenlaw. So he's like a baby version of Dre Greenlaw. But, calling a lot of college games, I would go even further to say that they should implement some 3 safety packages, similar to the way that Arizona Cardinals use Budda Baker and rotate him down to play linebacker. I think they can do that with Malik Mustafa. And they can still have Jair Brown. They can still have 2 linebackers on the field. And it gives them an extra player with a bigger body, faster, violent, that can play in those A and B gaps. And it doesn't change between the linebackers and the safeties when you're rotating down from depth. And it allowed them to disguise a lot better. But, yeah, D. Winters being on the field with Fred Warner, and I think they can do some 3 safety packages to slow down some of these offenses to get more speed and violence on the field.
Dante Whitner joining us, the win over the Seahawks by the 49ers. In terms of Brock Purdy, I think that was his best game of the season, not only because he's running, but I think he ran the perfect amount, scrambling the way that he scrambled. He would probably drive you crazy if you were out there in him, because it looks like he's going to get decapitated, and all of a sudden he moves away from it. But the throw that he made to Kittle at the pylon, he took the linebacker for the Seahawks, took his eyes away, and went right back to Kittle for that other touchdown. He hit Debo, of course, on the long one. I thought that was his best game of the season. What did you think?
And I also think that it was Kyle Shanahan's best game calling the offense and the shots. And when you look at the big 29-yard pass up the sideline to Kittle, and you look at the 76-yard touchdown to Debo Samuel, they were in the same coverage. They ran the vertical off and the safety off with Brandon Ayuk, and then Debo Samuel kind of came off the ball a little slowly. They did play action, pulled offensive lineman and Kyle Juszczyk away, which takes that out over the outside linebacker hang player number 17 and number 53, I believe, Mape. It takes their eyes in the backfield, and they're responsible for that wheel route up the sideline. We've seen Kyle Shanahan do this numerous times to teams that like to shift the formation and have an outside linebacker guarding one of the receivers. It was a great play call in a great situation, and then Brock Purdy just has to put the ball in an area where Debo Samuel can go up and get it and run after the catch. So it was Kyle Shanahan putting the players in position, the perfect call versus the perfect defense, and then the execution. That's why he loves Brock Purdy so much, is these plays that they draw up for explosive that he continues to execute at a high level, and that's why he's playing more efficiently than any quarterback in the league right now.
Yeah, I think the difference, Kyle's staff is just, everybody's got extensive experience in the NFL. And you work college games, so you see both. And the college game is very different, especially on special teams. The rules are completely different. And Seattle's new special coordinator is Jay Harbaugh. It's Jim Harbaugh's son, who really does not have any experience in pro football at all. It's all at the University of Michigan, and they went to the national championship game last year against Ryan Grubb and the University of Washington, who's their offensive coordinator. There's just, to me, the one thing is they got young coaches on this staff that really have been coaching mostly in college football, Dante, versus pro football. And there's a world of difference between college and pros. The rules are different.
Absolutely, and the trends that we see come from college football. Think about it. Remember the RPO game? That started in college football. When you have different options and the quarterback option, speed option, triple option, that's college football. Now we see mobile quarterbacks in the National Football League and offenses formulating their offense around these guys that can get it done, and an offense that really tests the the discipline and eye discipline of the defense. And this is why I feel like the 49ers have when Christian McCaffrey returns, they'll have some formations and some things that they can take from college where I just did a Liberty Flames game where they have the quarterback in the pistol. They can put Christian McCaffrey in the F position right next to the quarterback or behind, and Jordan Mason on the field. And you always have the option of the A-gap run with the dive. You have the option with Brock Purdy, and he can throw the football to George Kittle, and one of these guys is really good after the catch. If they can implement some of that when Christian McCaffrey returns, that'll open up other options for this 49ers offense as well. The sky's the limit, really, for these guys when they all get healthy.
Great stuff. Did you want to talk about Ohio State, Oregon at all?
Not really. Okay. Just that we're going to go up there, put it on them, about 3 touchdowns. Jeremiah Smith, the best true freshman ever, wide receiver in the nation, right? We got 2 of the best backs in the country. The defense is going to be on fire. Yeah, we're going to show them why they should have never come over to the Big Ten.
Well, we're seeing that, man. They said that I saw a stat today that said that because, it's tough to do in the NFL, but these kids are starting to figure it out, that teams traveling by 2 time zones over are 1 in 8 in the Big Ten this year, and the only win being Indiana over UCLA, and UCLA stinks. So, I mean, it's they're getting that treatment that you guys got all the time where you guys got to go across the country. These guys aren't used to it.
Yeah, we're an anomaly, though.
You are? Okay.
Yeah, we're an anomaly. When you think about Ohio State and you think about the talent level, the coaching level, this is the year. So Ryan Day has to get it done this year, or his job is on the line. And there's no, letdowns at Michigan. I believe that this is the strongest team we've had in years, and it kind of feels like we're sneaking up on everybody. There hasn't been a lot of talk about the Ohio State Buckeyes, so, yeah, we like it that way. We'll stay under the radar until this weekend when we go out there and blow out Oregon.
Yeah, it sounds good, man. Hey, it's always great to get your insight. Thanks. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, you guys have a good one. Talk to you soon.
You too.
Thank you, Dante.
Here is Dante from the Ohio State University. Yeah, that's the biggest game this weekend. There's a lot of good college games, too, coming up. All right, 1 o'clock hour, we will get your 49ers version of your foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear right now. And then Chris Rose is going to join us at 1:15. He is multidimensional. So we'll talk some NFL with Chris because he does a great job with the recap on NFL Network every Sunday. But we also got some big games coming up this weekend, including tonight, where you got Darvish Yamamoto matchup in the Dodgers and Padres series, which is going to be absolutely on fire. So we'll ask him about that as well. Do that at 1:15. So foreplay, Chris Rose, that all coming. Pop and Lund, the Sports Leader.
Declare your retirement independence today with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group. Having the proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want and when you want, potentially for the rest of your life. You've worked hard, you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes in retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. Reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocket, especially for those who have saved a lot. So don't wait. Declare your retirement independence and call O'Donnell Financial Group today, 866-496-2300, and learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Again, 866-496-2300. Learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300 or odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Cam Inman covers the Niners for the Bay Area News Group and does a damn fine job. And he's got a new book out, too, by the way. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning to recap the 49ers' 36-24 win over the Seahawks. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
The show is flying. It's already the 1 o'clock hour. My goodness,
So are
man.
you. I saw you running in from the newsroom.
Yeah, I'm catching my breath. It was 5 feet away, but I'm catching my breath. They're just getting
flying. You were like Garendo.
I heard the music, and I was like, I got to get going here. You got the
it's the foreplay.
Ron Jeremy music, and it's a foreplay. So we got to get this thing going. All right, it is Pop and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Here's what we got coming up this hour: the foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound from the game you need to hear from last night, the victory. Then Chris Rose is going to join us, as I said, multidimensional. We'll talk some NFL, Niners, Seahawks, and a little bit at the Major League Baseball playoffs this weekend that are coming up. Some are in, some are out, but we're looking at the Dodgers and the Padres specifically, so we'll ask them about that. And then we've decided to play your Richard Sherman at 1:30, back and forth. I saw him with both teams. Well, you saw him. I mean, he was fraternizing with both sides, wasn't he, last night?
I think more that Pete's gone. I think he was more on the Niners sideline. I mean, how many people are left from the Legion of Boom days? None. Is there a single player that played with Richard Sherman?
No, they're gone. He cleaned house. I mean, I'm trying to think of the
Bobby
longest.
Wagner was hanging around there. He's gone.
Yeah.
So, I mean, how many played on the Niners with him?
Oh, a lot.
Diamador Lenore, was he there?
I don't think so.
He speaks highly of him.
Yeah, they stay. I know they stay in touch because he talks to a lot of those guys.
Bosa, what does he call him? Nicholas John Bosa, whatever he loves that one. And obviously, on the offensive side, Deebo Samuel and George Kittle. He and Trent Williams overlap at all?
They're good. I think they're close now. Remember, because Trent smacked him when they beat the then Redskins in that playoff game. But then when RG3 got all hurt, but they're buddies now, I guess, stuff like that.
Yeah, they were hugging it out.
Yeah, they were.
Kyle's still there and John. So I think I sensed a little more red and gold.
Yeah, well, he was late to the post-game set. Green. Like they're up there, and all of a sudden here comes Sherman running up to the set because he was hugging everybody. So it was like, bro, let's go. You got a job to do.
I got to go back and watch the post game and the pregame. I haven't seen it. What'd you think of the Seahawks wearing the throwback unis, the royal blue and
I wish
silver?
they'd have those all the time. In fact, that was the best matchup of uniforms of the season. With the Niners wearing the all white and the Seahawks wearing their throwbacks. The Seahawks throwbacks are way better. Like their new stuff is like Oregon. It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's too neon green.
Yeah, it's
weird. Like a highlighter.
Yeah, that's like normally we're on Thursday night, that green stuff where you gotta mess with your TV because it's
when they wear the dark green, they're hard to see the numerals. It's like, who are they? I can't tell who they are.
By the way, these receivers need to start learning that they need to wear white cleats against the white lines. Then people can't see it because DK's touchdown, you got these green neon cleats. Well, we can see that against the white. If you wear white on white, they can't see it. You gotta be a little smarter than that. Chestnut checkers, guys.
That was an old John Madden trick.
Yeah, that's what you gotta wear because I'm sitting there going, well, we can see your cleats, not like the light cleat.
Deebo was wearing hot pink last night.
I like it. It looked good. It looked good, man. Maybe that was why he broke out. Or that Julian Love missed that ball. That was probably more of it.
Voye Mafe. What were they covering? They wanted Mafe to drop back and cover Deebo?
That's like having Bosa drop back and do that. Like he's a great pass rusher. I don't know. Sometimes guys outthink themselves, don't they?
I love when he grabbed Noah Fant last night. That was so smart. You could see what he was doing. Nick is just so aware.
Yeah,
incredible.
That was a great job. All right, let's get to it. Your foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear. Here's, let's see, we're going Kyle first. Let's go to Kyle because we had talked so much this week about red zone. Here's what Kyle thought of the red zone offense last night.
Yeah, I mean, I think the hard thing with the red zone is there's not one theme. There's a few plays, and Brock's saying that because there's a few plays he could have been more decisive on and had, but that's not the whole red zone struggles. But when you struggle running the ball, didn't have a lot of great looks, and then you miss a few that we could have scored on, and Brock's can always own up to that stuff, but that wasn't really the theme. He was real decisive today, made 2 big-time throws there on 3rd down, and it was a step in the right direction at least.
Yeah, absolutely. Early in the game, it was kind of the same old Mustafa get the interception. They settle for a field goal. They're up 6-0, even though they're dominating. Then they go up on the big one, 13-0. But the Brock throws he's talking about, the one on the pylon, which was awesome, and then the one where he looks off the linebacker, goes backside and threads it between two defenders. So Brock took care of a couple of red zones. It was, as he said, a step in the right direction. After early, there was some remnants of same old, same old.
They did do what we wanted them to do, though, and they went to a bunch formation on the first one, and they got Debo on the inside matched up with Artie Burns, the former Pittsburgh Steeler round 1 pick, a slot guy, and we thought he could take advantage. But that bunch was kind of a loose bunch where Seattle could kind of trade it off. So, but they did go bunch. They had more combination routes, which we were suggesting, and it didn't work the first 2 times. Obviously, the throws to Kittle were big time throws, and then the last time they got down there when Garendo went into the hook slide at second base down to the 2-yard line, they just gave the ball to Juice on fullback force. So they were 0 for 2 to start, and then went 3 for 3 in the second half. So the percentages are going to be better. So it was better in the second half.
And plus, Brock said this during the week, and he came through. We all know this. You don't even have to be watching the game very closely to realize that once you get down as you talk about the low red zone, the 10-yard in, it's going to be really, really tight. Well, Brock made a throw on the pylon that either Kittle was catching it or nobody was, and Julian Love couldn't defend it. And then, like I said, he manipulated the linebacker inside to the right with the double slants with Debo and Ayuk, and then he went backside quickly to Kittle and just drilled it in there between 2 defenders, and it was just a hell of a throw. So you either got to make plays happen. We were talking about off-schedule kind of plays and moving around and buy time and get guys open, or you've just got to make those throws very intricate, and that's what Brock Purdy did on those throws to Kittle.
He ripped it, and on that second Kittle touchdown, Kyle also did it pre-snap when he motioned the other Kyle, Juszczyk out, and Patrick Taylor both went out to the left, and they opened up the middle, and then Kittle made a really good move, a little shake route there, and you were talking about what they did on the other side with the slants and how he moved them with his eyes, but those 2 safeties, Julian Love and Rayshon Jenkins, Brock just put the ball right between the 2 of them to get the ball to George Kittle. And watching those guys play, that's the strength of their defense. Devin Witherspoon's a great player.
Yeah.
He is such a good player. And they got some linemen that are really tough to deal with. But those 2 safeties are just good players. And he just able to split them. Julian Love was just off a beat last night. I don't know, the hamstring injury. You were talking about him being inactive before the game. He was up, but
kind of like maybe Ward, right? It was kind of like Ward against Arizona. He just wasn't himself. Didn't look like he moved as well.
I don't think it was that dramatic. He was just off a step. And then, Ward was bad against Arizona. And then Treverius couldn't play last night, so it may have been. But I don't know. I think he was playable. And Dante was talking about the Niners playing a lot of 3 safeties. Seattle plays 3 safeties all the time with Kayvon Wallace out there as well. They had Kobe Bryant out there as well. But there were some snaps they were taking those guys off the field. But that was a great red zone. Kyle, the whole thing was to get Kittle over the middle. And against Seattle, they do it over and over again. And I thought getting rid of Bobby Wagner and, like Dave Wyman was telling us, those spot droppers that they had, they just couldn't get there. With Dotson and Baker and Hall, they'd have more speed. But still, clever play design to open up the middle, Brock's eye manipulation. We'll break it down next week in the playbook, but they still were able to get Kittle over the middle and twice for touchdowns. Or one was off on the pylon, but over the middle for the second one for the touchdown.
Number 3 on the list that you need to hear today is, did we go to where are we at? 2 or 3? 2. Yeah, let's Kittle. Sorry, I almost jumped to number 3. Here is George Kittle, a couple of touchdown passes as we just talked about, talking about the great throw on the pylon.
Brock's good at football, and it's a play that we installed probably 3 years ago. We've run it for a long time. We've called it maybe a couple times in a game. It's a third down play for us, and for us to call in the red zone, we run it all the time in practice. It always ends up like that. They were in a really funky coverage against it, though, but Brock put it in the perfect spot possible. And I don't know if you guys come to our practices, but Coach Fleury, my tight ends coach, makes me do toe taps on the sideline twice a week, so helped out a little bit.
Yeah, Kittle. Everyone but you. Everyone but you. Everyone.
It's another commercial for.
What was that? Oh, commercial?
Yeah. It was about these cupcakes. They're pizza cupcakes or something like that. And There was like a neighbor.
Little Caesars?
Yeah, Little Caesars, and it was like the neighbor across the street had them, and he's like, "How do I get those?" And everybody in the neighborhood had them, and they're like, "Everybody but you, kiddo, get these." But anyway, the toe tap, which you see it all the time. I mean, he's always doing that stuff.
He's good
but
at it.
it goes back to what we talked about: is if you're going to make plays in the red zone, you got to be real intricate with the throws. They got to be right on point. And last night, Brock was.
Pizza cupcakes?
Yeah, they look pretty good. I mean, I'm not a Little Caesars guy, got to be honest, but that's a very nice concept. They're like cupcakes, but in the middle of them, instead of like, they have frosting or something or whatever in the middle of them, they got like pizza sauce and pepperonis.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Yeah, and the crust is like, instead of a crust, it's like a light crust or I don't know, doing ads for those.
Little Caesars Crazy Puffs. Everyone's getting them. Yeah, kiddo. Everyone but you. Everyone but you.
George got an actual birthday cupcake.
Oh, did he?
On the flight, on the charter. George's birthday was on Wednesday.
Steve Young's is today, by the way.
We were flying. We all had a little birthday cupcake on our seats. And then last night, the pilot remembered it was my birthday.
Oh,
he
nice.
loves John Law, and he listens to the show. And he passed out the happy birthday cookies, which I actually fumbled and left in my seat last night.
You left your own birthday cookie in the seat?
I did not even eat the happy birthday
man.
cupcake. So when someone
You're too
retrieve that
busy
for
drinking
me,
whiskey or something.
we'll put it in the freezer and make it a hockey puck.
Oh, okay.
The Sharks lost a big lead last night. What happened?
Oh, that goal, though.
They lost in overtime?
We at least have to mention the celebrating goal. That was sweet. I thought it was a pass when I first saw it. I was like, it spun, and I was like, wow. And then that was a goal. I was like, whoa. Dude, looks like...
Were any of the Warriors there to watch him play last
Yeah,
night?
Draymond Green was there.
Was he there?
Yeah. I mean, celebrating...
See James Harden hanging out outside of the Warrior locker room last night?
Well, he's...
The 49er locker room?
Yeah, he's a piece of work. Odom came up to him, and they were hanging out, and they were laughing and stuff. All of a sudden,
I saw
Debo walks by, and he's like, Odom, out of here. I got to see my guy Debo. It was like funny. Yeah,
so he big timed him.
Yeah,
so they're playing in Seattle a preseason game. Is it tonight? I think it's Portland versus the Clippers.
Oh, okay.
So they're going to have. That's why they were all. They each had suites. The Blazers had a suite there last night, and the Clippers had a suite at the game last night. They're playing a must be tonight for them to be hanging around.
Yeah.
But how soon before Seattle gets back in the NBA? Vegas is coming back, and Seattle's coming back. What year did your guy Ian Furness say?
2027? I think that's what he said. Yeah, that's what he thinks.
Boy. When they get basketball back, John, they'll have all four back again.
Well, what's going to be cool about that too is we've kind of lost a West Coast identity in the NBA, so now you're going to be back to now you got obviously the Warriors in Sacramento and Portland, but now you get Seattle and Vegas back. That's pretty cool.
Without a doubt,
that'd be very cool. So anyway, all right, I almost tried to jump ahead to this. Malik Mustafa on the first interception, or as Al Michaels call him, what did he call him? Malik. He called him Malik. Yeah.
Mustafa, who was playing for the injured.
Yeah, he screwed that one.
Hufunga.
Come on, Al, let's go.
What do you stop? You're taking bites of your steak? That's not halftime yet, Alfalfa. Lock in here.
Here is Malik Mustafa breaking down that first career interception.
Yeah, just, reading Gino. Bernardo had good coverage on Lockett, and, I just went on the same path. Overthrow it, and I got to capitalize, and the opportunity comes to me. So next time I'm going to try to stay more in control so I don't run out of bounds. But, definitely just wanted to secure the ball like I didn't do it last time when I played the Patriots. So it was special to get another opportunity to grab it this time.
They get a field goal off that interception, but it was a nice one, overthrown ball, and he picks it. Dante was giving him grief too because he works with him and says, take it back, man. Dude, just catch it. Just catch it.
What's he running out of bounds for?
Yeah, I could agree with that.
I gave him the benefit of the doubt, and I thought it was momentum. I'm watching the play right now. I mean, he had like 5 steps in bounds, and Fred Warner was not happy. He's like, what are we doing? Bernardo Green, that's the kind of interception we want. Take it to the house. What are we doing, man? You ran right out of bounds.
Yeah,
where's he going?
And finally, before Chris Rose joins us at 1:15, here is Kyle Shanahan this morning. Good news. Ricky Pearsall is going to start practicing next week. Here's Kyle talking about it this morning.
I mean, most likely I would think it'd be a longer ramp-up period, but, I mean, he's health-wise and everything, he's totally good to go, but I really won't decide that stuff till we start watching him practice, but, we're not going to rush it or anything. If he's ready, and if he's not, we've got a few weeks.
There he is. He's talking about his availability for the Chiefs game. So, but the practice window is a go. Not sure about the Chiefs, as you just said, but all good news to get Ricky Pearsall back at least on the practice field.
And they're going to have a bonus practice on Monday. I think take Tuesday off and go back Wednesday, Thursday, Friday to get ready for Kansas City. And also Matthew Wright with the separated shoulder. The guy to keep an eye on is Chad Ryland. Jonathan Gannon said today that Matt Prater is doing good. He'll know if Prater will go in the next 24 hours. If they get Matt Prater back, the two-time Pro Bowl kicker who's made more 50-yard field goals than anybody in history at age 40, he's a great kicker. I assume they're going to release Chad Ryland then, John? You want to hop on him to get him back? And we saw him kick against the 49ers with Arizona and win the game with a field goal. He's a drafted player. Would that be the guy? If Matthew Wright can't kick, go get Chad Ryland? Maybe?
Well, he has a really strong leg. Yeah, he has a really strong leg. And Arizona obviously wasn't going to release Ryland so that the 49ers could pick him up. But you saw it. He can kick it out of the end zone. He was drafted, I think it was like 20 picks after Jake Moody. Just didn't work out in New England.
He was pick 114, and Jake was 199.
Was 99. So what, 15 picks?
15 picks.
So
Belichick. See, that's why they took Jake. Otherwise, Belichick was going to take him at 114, and they didn't have a pick beyond that. So
yeah, but he has a strong leg. I mean, you could tell that. So like you said, Wright, great, you're making the field goals, but one of the reasons why obviously the ball was returned for a touchdown by Chenault Jr. was the kicks were short all night and they had to cover him. So it's really a problem.
Short.
All right,
shorty.
Let's talk to Chris Rose coming up next. A lot of NFL to discuss. He does a tremendous job on the NFL Network, recapping everything with our good friend MJD at the end of the night on Sundays, but also there's some baseball to discuss. We'll do that. Bottom of the hour, your discussion with Richard Sherman at 1:30. It's Papa and Lund only here on the Sports Leader. Oh, yes, it's time. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? You do not want that. Some are not even based in the entire state. Now, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're right here in the Bay Area. They've been that way for nearly 30 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. If you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. Please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place and feel confident that you are in amazing hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. That's the Dolan Law Firm. And they've secured, and here's where it comes in, more than a billion, you Dr. Evil, with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but somehow, some way, you pay nothing up front. Nothing. Nada. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They do not get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
I think you know this. The 49ers beat the Seahawks on Thursday Night Football. They retake the division lead for now in the NFC West. How you feeling about the team sitting at 3-3 on the season? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are, we're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What's going on? Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund, on a Friday, a victory Friday, 36-24 over the Seahawks on Thursday Night Football. We love talking to Chris Rose. We'll do that. We'll get into that game and the rest of the NFL because he does such a tremendous job, him and MJD. At the end of every Sunday, they recap everything on NFL Network. It is outstanding. Plus, if we don't talk baseball with Chris Rose, that's a missed opportunity. The Chris Rose Rotation Podcast, you got to check out. Plus, we have big games. We care most about the Padres and the Dodgers, Game 4, which is going to be awesome. So we'll get into all those things with Chris, and make sure you're following him at Chris Rose, at Chris Rose Sports, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA Guest Line. What's happening? How are you?
Doing great. How are you guys?
Yeah, we're much better than we were yesterday at this time when everyone was panicking because the 49ers could go 2-4 and 0-3 in the division. So, yeah, things are better.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're fine. So here's the way I look at it. There's not a runaway team. I don't think there's a runaway team in the NFL, let alone in the NFC, to the point where as long as you get Christian McCaffrey back the back half of the season at some point, that the Niners don't give a damn if they're the 1, 2, 3, 4 seed. They don't care. Like some teams I think are like, we have to have 2 home games and then maybe we can win the NFC Championship game on the road. I don't think the Niners are like, okay, let's lace it up wherever you want. We'll go there, cold weather city, dome, doesn't matter. We'll be ready. And I think that's, now once again, this is all predicated on the fact that they've got to get Christian McCaffrey back. I think he's just that significant a difference maker and matchup issue, particularly in the pass game, that they need him. So I'm not telling you anything that Niners fans don't already know, except I would say that while most NFL teams are thinking about how many home games can we get in the playoffs. The Niners are just thinking, just get us there. We're good.
Nice to get the Thursday game out of the way. Now we can watch the league over the weekend, Chris. And interestingly, Minnesota's going to be on their bye week this week. The Rams are going to be on their bye week. Kansas City, who we're going to see coming off the mini bye, are going to have a full bye. One of the intriguing games, and obviously you're being from Cleveland, are the Brownies going to Philadelphia to battle the Eagles. Who what's going on with Deshaun in Cleveland, the AFC, and Jalen? Likewise with Philadelphia, they're going to, Saquon's off to a good start this year, the one drop ball against Atlanta, but their quarterback is turning the ball over a lot there in Philly.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's done that. He's got the most turnovers since the start of last season, and that has been a problem for him. I think they should be okay. Obviously, they're playing one of the worst teams in the NFL, unfortunately, and they're a different team when A.J. Brown's out there on the field. He's just so physical. He's a lot like Debo for the Niners. Obviously he doesn't run the ball, but in terms of that physicality outside, and he's in kind of an emotional spark plug. They'll be good to go here. And if they're not good to go this week, then I do think that there's some major issues happening inside of that building, but I don't expect it to be a problem. And I think as far as the Jalen Hurts, Nick Sirianni dynamic, let's let this season play out, and we'll kind of figure it out from there.
Chris Rose joined us. We're talking some NFL. We're going to do some baseball here in a minute as the 49ers beat the Seahawks last night to kick off week number 6. You talked about the NFC. Minnesota's 5-0. We saw them up close and personal, and they were really good against the 49ers. But then the Commanders at 4-1. With Daniels at the control. What's your thoughts on them?
They're fun to watch. I can tell you that. You got the two highest scoring teams going at it this weekend between Washington and Baltimore. I'm impressed with him making critical throws at critical times. Like that Monday night game in Cincinnati, people could say whatever they want. Well, Bengals are a lousy defense. Well, listen, that was a kid's third game in the NFL, and everybody's watching it on Monday Night Football in a desperate time for a team that has Super Bowl aspirations in the Bengals, and he was making throw after throw. So he's really impressed me from that standpoint. And I know he played a lot of college football. He had almost 60 career starts between Arizona State and LSU. Still, it's not easy. This isn't an easy sport for quarterbacks that have been in the league for 5 or 6 years, let alone 5 or 6 weeks. So this week, I think, will be really interesting because the Ravens' defense totally stops the run. They basically turn you into a one-dimensional offense. And Washington, as much as we want to talk about Jaden Daniels, has been pretty effective running the football. If this is all on his shoulders, and if they're able to take his legs out of the game as well, this is going to be kind of a new chapter for him. So I'm really curious to see how he does.
And that's always a big game in the Beltway, certainly when they match up. As far as the NFC, probably the best NFC on NFC matchup, and the Lions had their bye week last week after they beat the Seattle Seahawks in that shootout on Monday night, but they're going back to Dallas, which was the sign, the venue for the Dan Campbell going forward. How many times did he go forward in a row on the 2-point conversion? Like 3 times with a tackle.
Yeah, only 3.
That was wild. But this should be a really interesting game. How do you see Detroit at Dallas? And I assume that's a Tom Brady game on Fox in the late window.
I would assume so too. I see it as a blowout.
Which way?
Which way?
Detroit's going to blow them out in Dallas?
Yeah. Why? What is it? Well, where would you rank Dallas right now in terms of teams? And let's take the star off of those guys' helmets for just a second. How good a team is this right now? No Micah Parsons, no Tank on defense, no second wide receiver, no running game to speak of. I mean, they were fortunate that they played Pittsburgh last week, who, they don't even know what a first down is, that team offensively. And before that, they played the Giants, who are okay, they had a nice win in Seattle last week, but they're, you know, if they're a top 20 team, that's about where I'd put them. I wouldn't say they're a top half team in the NFL. So you tell me how good you think the Cowboys are. Is the Cowboys just good because they're the Cowboys, or are they really a good football team?
What's the spread? I would be surprised if the Lions blew them out in Arlington, but I could see Detroit winning.
I work at the NFL Network. I don't even know what you're talking about. That's foreign language.
Betting lines?
Yeah,
I don't know. You'll have to explain that to me.
Yeah.
So, but you understand my point? Like, I think the Lions are a legitimately good team. Like, they've got a lot of strengths. Obviously, both sides of the line. You know, they haven't even used Sam Laporta this year. The guy's got 12 catches in 4 games and no touchdowns. Wouldn't surprise me if he gets it going. But I think people just expect the Cowboys to be competitive because they're the Cowboys. Like, I don't see them this year. I think they're a borderline playoff team, depending on how some of these teams in the NFC South shake out. And if they get to the playoffs, I don't see them doing much.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree, just because I know Rico Dowdle had a good game last week, but their running game to that point had been nothing to speak of, and like I said, Mike Zimmer's return has not made that defense better, and Dak doesn't win in big moments, and they don't have a lot of weapons outside of CD. So yeah, I agree with you. They've had regular season success, but I don't think they're as good as those teams that even recently won 12, 13 games. Yeah,
I mean, that's the way I see it, and I like Dak Prescott a lot. I think he's a good, solid football player. I don't know if he's good enough to elevate the rest of the team when they're going to be without Brandon Cooks at least a month. So I know that Jalen Tolbert had a nice game last week, but I'm not hanging my hat on him, for example. So I just, I think that Detroit could win this by double digits, and it might not be like a, maybe Detroit adds on a field goal late, but maybe to me it just feels like Dallas isn't going to be able to keep up with them. That's me.
All right, let's talk baseball, because we got a game 5 at Dodger Stadium tonight. Beat LA, eliminate LA. Darvish, Yamamoto, what a matchup! Darvish just pitches Shohei Ohtani so well, and Yamamoto's had problems obviously with his Padre lineup. Chris, how do you see winner take all game 5 Padres Dodgers tonight?
Well, I think that Yamamoto in particular is going to have, I really think that if they get 3 innings out of him, they're going to be happy. It's been an interesting series from this standpoint that the Dodgers have thrown what you would just call 3 traditional starters, right? Yamamoto, Flaherty, and Buehler. And, Buehler kind of got nickel and dimed in that one. His defense failed him a little bit. But still, I don't think he struck anybody out in game 3. He was able to give them 5 innings, which I thought was kind of gutty on his part. But the fact that he didn't strike out anybody is a little bit alarming. Flaherty was okay in game 2, and Yamamoto made it 2 innings, and that was it. And when their life was on the line, what did the Dodgers turn to? A bullpen game. So they had 8 guys combined on a shutout in a blowout. And I think that Yamamoto is going to have an extremely short leash, which means it would not shock me if he gives up a hit or 2 in the first inning that you're going to see somebody get up in the bullpen. You just don't have time to screw around with this. And the Dodgers just proved it the other night that for whatever reason, the Padres have a tougher time with the Dodger bullpen than the Dodger starters. So to me, it's kind of interesting they're not even doing it from the get-go. But I don't know if it's justifying paying Yamamoto $325 million or what it is. I don't know. If I were a Dodger fan, I wouldn't agree with it necessarily.
No, but I would agree. I hope the Padres win because we're all anti-Dodgers up here. But I would agree. That's a weird one. Speaking of, I would have never thought that it was going to be Detroit and Cleveland. Both New York teams are through, but 2-2. You nervous about the Tigers?
Yeah, absolutely. I was nervous about the draw when they beat Houston. Now, I think they were a better matchup for my Guardians than Houston was. Houston's just got our number. With that being said, it's a decisive game, and you've got the best starting pitcher in the American League going at you. And he just threw 7 shutout innings in your house the other day. You know, the only thing the biggest hope for Cleveland fans is that it's similar to game 2 and that by the time he exits, the game's tied, whether that's 0-0, 1-1, or whatever. And you'll take your chances. But I think, you know, it has been a good series. It's been the least publicized of the 4 divisional rounds, and I get that. Like, I'm not one of those guys like, hey, why don't you talk more about my team? Like, I understand it. Like, you've got the Yankees in one of them, you've got the Mets and Phillies in another, and you got the Dodgers and Padres. So I understand that, but it has been fun baseball. There's been a lot of drama. There's been some huge home runs. And I would say now the game's been moved up to 10 a.m. West Coast time before you really settle in with your college football for the day, might be a good thing to enjoy if you're just a sports fan.
Absolutely. Good stuff, man. We'll be looking forward to it. We'll be checking out the podcast and, of course, always checking you out on Sunday night after all the games. You guys do a great job, man. Thanks for the time. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. I appreciate it. And you can have me back on Monday when the Cowboys blow out the Lions.
Sounds good, bro. Thanks, Chris.
Did you say Detroit's blowing out Dallas? I think that's what he said.
Yeah. I mean, Dallas is not in a great spot.
Are the Lions a road favorite in Dallas?
I think they are. Let me just double check here.
You got to win me some money, don't you? 145.
Yeah. Lions are 3-point favorites. Yeah, Lions are 3-point favorites in that game. So
that's not a blowout.
Nah, it's not a blowout. In fact, it's, you know, if it was on a neutral field, you're talking 6, essentially. Yeah. I happen to be on this board because I wanted to know what Brock's updated MVP odds were, which they're 10-1. I thought they'd be a little bit more, so I was thinking maybe, you know, hit that up, but they're a little low for me. I'd like to. I was thinking they were going to be like 20-1 because everybody loves Jaden Daniels so much. But Brock was really good last night, so they're back being low. We will let the conversation you had with Richard Sherman. I'm interested to hear what he had to say. So we'll do that coming up next. Your conversation yesterday in Seattle with Richard Sherman. Do remember Tolbert and Coast today. Larry Kruger at 3:50. Tim Ryan, 4:30. And Harmony, the sex robot, at 5:30. What did Steve call her the other day? Steve called her something else. Yeah, Desiree. Hey, it's Desiree. You got to make sure that you differentiate between Desiree and Harmony. That at 5:30. All right, your conversation with Sherm next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Hope you will have a great weekend. We will, because 49ers already played. Do you have any plans?
At 2:01, I am sleeping for like 15 hours. I have not slept in a while. My eyes are starting to roll back into my head.
Is this? But are you gonna, like, yesterday was your birthday? Is this weekend like a celebration, or you're done once it's done? It's done.
I'll wake up when I wake up, and then we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
The Hells Angels are in town. Are we gonna have too much cloud cover to see not the Hells Angels, the Blue Angels? What am I saying? See. My brain is fried, John.
I knew you said that, but I just wanted a clean version of it.
As well.
If the Hells Angels are in town, I'd be like,
man. I'm used to hanging with the Hells Angels.
Right.
The Blue
You and Jack Tatum?
No, Jack's gone now. So anyway, my brain is about working as well as Ryan Fitzpatrick's voice was last night.
No doubt, man. That was a bummer.
Did he get anything out?
Yeah, that sucked.
He was struggling. So that gave Richard Sherman more airtime. So
no, that's not a good thing.
Right after I left you at 2 o'clock, I went down to the field, and there was Uncle Sherm walking the field and hugging it out, and Bro hugging it with everybody. And we get into a lot of things. The state of the NFC West, Robert Saleh, maybe coming back with the Niners, and that 2019 defense that Richard Sherman was on, Super Bowl 54. He brings up D. Ford and Armstead and Buckner next to young Nick Bosa, and just how good they were. And, the Niners have gotten good defensively, but they haven't quite been as good as that group, and that was a group coordinated by Robert Saleh, who's now currently in between jobs. So we shall see. So Richard will talk about it at all. But mainly, going to Seattle, it's the Richard Sherman Bowl, a former Seahawk and a Legion of Boomer. He's got the restaurant called Legion in Bellevue, sports bar, good soul food there. But he was there in downtown Seattle, Lumen Field, watching the Niners play the Seahawks. So whenever we go there, we do wonder which side Richard Sherman is aligned with, Seahawks or 49ers.
The last couple years we see you up here on Thursday nights. I remember doing one right in the middle of the logo. You were kind of going back and forth. Now that Pete's gone, Are you coming over to the Niners sideline more? Which way you going?
Well, I still know some of the guys over there, but it's hard not to go to the Niners side. And, all the guys, I have so much love for Kyle and that staff. Obviously, a lot of the staff has left and got good jobs other places. But, Fred and Nick and Diamador, I have a great relationship with George, Trent, Debo, B.A. I mean, I can go Christian. I can go on and on about the guys that I'm cheering for and have a lot of respect and love for. So it's fun to be out here and just be this close to the game, be this close to my friends and get to cheer them on. But I'm expecting them to play with a lot of sense of urgency today.
Yeah, they better. Diamador Lenore. I mean, to be able to play inside in the nickel and then go outside. I mean, Witherspoon in Seattle does it. That's a rare breed. Talk about how difficult that is, and what have you seen from his evolution, Sherm?
It's hard to put an analogy on how difficult that is. It's totally two different worlds. I was an outside corner. From time to time, they'd put me inside and ask me to buzz and do things like that. And I'm like, and then they're like, watch the guard. And if he goes away, then you go fill the B gap. I'm like, wait, you guys are putting too much thinking into my game. Do you want me to cover this guy or do you want me to play the run? Because doing all three of these things is a very difficult task. And so you got to give him a lot of credit. I mean, the play he made on the field goal block was huge and was a huge momentum changer in that game. Obviously, they still lost the game, but that was a time where they needed a big play like that. He came through, and he's come through like that in the playoffs and a lot of other games. So I'm very proud of who he's become as a player and a person.
He's been saying that there's a lot of new on this defense. Obviously, Brandon Staley and, Nick Sorensen, but they're new in their roles. You got a whole new D-line, Devondre Campbell. Demo was telling me it's going to take a while to gel. Is that what you're seeing? Because they don't have a while. They got to get this rolling soon.
Yeah, they don't have a while, and the standard is the standard, unfortunately. The standard that was set when DeForest Buckner was here, when Eric Armstead was here, they're departed now, but the standard that they set, even D. Ford, for that matter. That year 19, when it was freaking out of this world and crazy, they set a standard for what the defense can look like and what the D-line can look like. And so it's not a talent issue. They have a really talented D-line, but it's an effort and execution issue. And I'm looking forward to a big game from Kevin Givens today. I mean, he's shown up huge since the injury to Hargrave, and I think he's had 2.5 sacks. And that's the kind of player he can be. He can live up to that kind of potential. But the sense of urgency and a killer instinct is something that me and Bosa talked about earlier this week, and I think it's going to be there today.
It's funny you mentioned the 2019 team, and D was so quick, and the Oregon tall furs in the middle with Armstead and Buckner, and you on the corner, and just everything. Fred and young Dre. I was obviously playing the Super Bowl last year. I watched that Super Bowl 54 back, but it just was new to me. Like, wow, look at how tight they are in that cover 3. The way they go out, come in and collapse like an accordion. I mean, you played on Super Bowl winning defenses here.
Yeah.
That defense you had in 19 was special.
I thought we had it. I thought we had a good enough defense to get it done, a good enough defense to walk away with the trophy. Unfortunately, you run it to Patrick Mahomes and he played out of his mind in that last corner. You got to give him a lot of credit, but I think that's the thing that's missing right now is just the standard, the standard, and not that everybody doesn't have it. Some guys just don't know it, and the guys that do know it are living up to it. I think Nick's playing at a high level, Fred's playing at a high level, Talanoa got injured, but he's going to play at a high level when he comes back. Diamador's playing at a high level. I think Leonard Floyd's played fine, but I think somebody has to remind them what that standard is and what to live up to and practice like and all that. And I think that's what the conversation Nick and I had.
Could that somebody be Robert Saleh? Do you see him coming back and joining the 49ers at some role?
I don't know. I wouldn't put it past Kyle. Kyle is a very loyal guy to his people and the people that have worked for him, and so was his dad. So I think in the future there may be some conversations, but not this year. I think Saleh's gonna take a break, well-deserved break. And unfortunately, I don't have a lot of positive things to say about how that whole situation ended. I don't respect the way they handled that situation. I don't think he's a good man. They were competing for first in the division this week. I don't think it's a dire situation where they're 0-15 and you're just embarrassed that this guy's your coach. And so, that's a story for a different day.
Yeah. Just real quickly, I know you're busy. The winner of this game, are they going to win the NFC West, do you think? Is it that simple, or is there too much football after this?
No, I have no calls on that right now. I can't predict anything because I would have never predicted the loss to the Cardinals or the loss to the Rams. I would have never predicted Seattle losing to the Giants. I would have never predicted Minnesota going 5-0. So this is as unpredictable of a season as I've seen in a long time, and I'm not putting the winner of this game will be in a better spot than they were before this game, and the loser will be a desperate team.
All right, man. Good seeing you.
Good seeing you.
Thank you, man.
There is your conversation with Richard Sherman yesterday. Of course, he's part of the panel before and halftime and after games on last night and on Thursday Night Football every single week. He's right. Seattle is in a lot of trouble, even though they're 3-3. I think it was more of a game, and I think Herb Street said this during the game, that for the 49ers to go 2-4 and 0-3 in the division, no. That would have been no good. So very nice. Very nice.
I do think the Niners, this was done before the game, so I think the Niners do have command of this division now. Had they lost last night, they would have had to make up ground just by the math. 2-4, Seattle 4-2, and you lost to them. But now you're ahead of them. You're 3-3, they're 3-3, they're 3-3, was 3-0 to 3-3. So I think the Niners, it was really uneven how the season started, obviously, John. But I think they've righted themselves. They got to get healthier. Get Ricky back for the bonus practice on Monday, and then you got Kansas City obviously coming in, which will be fun. A lot better to go into that Super Bowl rematch at 3-3 with a piece of first place in the NFC West, as opposed to the other way. Had they lost last night, which would be, can you imagine if they lost that lead, a 23-3 lead, and dropped it 2-4? How this show's tone would have been different. The plane ride home. The bye weekend off, the mini bye on the weekend. I mean, what did Tim say? You would have had 3 days of despair, where now you can kind of celebrate. You're not great and happy with everything, but it's a hell of a lot better if they gave that lead back and lost the game.
All right, there's your conversation with Richard Sherman. We'll get back to it. We got a few remnants to the top of the hour. Tolbert and Copes at 2 o'clock, but right now it is Friday. That means it's time to win you some money.
The following interview is being paid for by TakingVegas.com, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership.
That's right. Here comes the money is right. We'll give you a recorded message, a free on air. JR keeps nailing it. Last week he nailed the over on the Jets Vikings, so he's giving you money already. What do we got this week for week 6, man? It's getting crazy.
Yeah, that was the under in the Jets Vikings last week. That I think was number 5 on your show, right? 5-0 this year.
Yep.
But we've hit over 80% on this on the air for, gosh, it's got to be almost 10 years now I've been doing this interview with you. So, I mean, look, guys, at the end of the day, we do nothing but win. I mean, we win constantly. The big thing here is making sure that you hold on to your money, that you take advantage of the games the right way, using money management, using a good strategy. That is huge. Now, let's get right down to it. I absolutely, positively love a game tonight in college football. I've got a 3-touchdown blowout on the board happening tonight. I'm willing to give it out absolutely free when you text the word WIN to 545454. Again, text the word WIN to 545454. Get a 3-touchdown blowout going down tonight, college football, and let's get a head start to the week, because there's nothing better than getting a W in your pocket like we did last night with the San Francisco 49ers. I heard you guys talking about it, what an easy call that was for us. And by the way, I love listening to your partner call the game. On my way home on satellite radio, I get to switch over to the KNBR carry of it, and man, he's awesome. So I can tell you right now, guys, you want to make money, you want to get off to a nice jump start of the week, tonight's the night, a 3-touchdown blowout in college football. It's absolutely free. You get it via text message when you text the word WIN to 545454. Again, text WIN to 545454.
JR is an absolute fire, and all you got to do is text WIN. Just think Fred Warner, 54 5454 354s in a row, and you got it. And you're going to be watching college football tonight. And I agree with you, man. It is so fun to win, and then you almost feel like you're playing with house money. That's awesome. But one thing early in the season that's going on is, as usual or per usual, the public is struggling, and you need an expert like you in the corner to get things right.
Yeah, it's funny because with the internet now, with all the information at everybody's fingertips, you would think that it would get easier for the general public, but this is the worst year on record that we've seen in close to a dozen years for what the public is doing. They are getting shredded. And you said it yourself, like teams like last week when you've got the Seattle Seahawks losing to the New York Giants, or, San Francisco upside down coming into last night. I mean, there's a lot going on in the league because of the parity within the league that people are having trouble. And that's why they're so far underwater. Now, look, with us, not only are we way on top of things as far as how many wins versus losses, but my clientele, we show them how to make money. We manage the bankroll properly, and we can put you in a place where when you're winning, you're piling up. When you're losing, you're putting in as minimal as possible. I know it sounds great in theory, but when you actually implement our strategy, you'll see why it works so well. That when you have a couple of losses in a row, because we're not going to win every game, when you have a couple of losses, you pull back a certain percentage, 20, 30, 35%. When you have a couple of wins in the row, you want to make sure that you're also adding to your unit, whether it's 20 or 50 or 75% more, using that house money. So look, at the end of the day, you want to make sure that you get the best information possible, and you've got somebody in your ear helping you implement that strategy, because on your own, if you lose a couple of games in a row, you know what you want to do. You want to go pile up on the next game, use a negative progression. Well, when you've got an expert, that little birdie in your ear helping you say, no, don't make that mistake. You know what? We save you not only from getting in, a huge game that you shouldn't be betting, to holding on to your bankroll and being able to actually watch it grow. So look, here's the deal. Text 545454 right now and just text the word WIN, and I'm going to send you a blowout winner in college football happening tonight. Again, a 3-touchdown blowout, absolutely free, when you text the word WIN to 545454.
All right, let's get ahead of the game on a Friday night. You have been rolling on these on-airs, on these free on-airs, making people money. And again, last week you had the under with the Jets and the Vikings. You gave us that one. What do you got this week?
Well, we're going to go to a game side again. I think a couple of weeks ago I gave you the Bears, and we're going to keep with a game side this week. There's one in particular that just too good to be true. I mean, if you don't think the Detroit Lions had this game marked on their calendar after what they had happen to them last year in a very exciting game, probably one of the most exciting games in the NFL season last year, going into Dallas, who's been beat up, cannot run the football, and coming off a game against the Steelers where they got hammered. I mean, they won the game, but they were physically physically beat up, and the Lions are coming in off a bye week with rest. And, let's face it, Dallas played Sunday night. It's a short week for them. Lay the 3 points. It won't even be close. They win this game by double digits. Get all over the Detroit Lions. But I'm going to end it with one more shot at this, guys. I want to make you money. I want to show you how to do this right. Text the word WIN to 545454. Let me give you this blowout winner, okay? A huge 3-touchdown blowout winner happening tonight in college football. Call us after you win. Text 545454, the word WIN, and let's make some money. And as always, John, I appreciate you having me on. Guys, be safe, have fun, and go out there and make some money.
The preceding interview has been paid for by TakingVegas.com, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Mother.
Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. Other quick news beyond the 49ers, which the boys will pick up at the top of the hour. How about this? Marshawn Lynch ponders a possible run for mayor of Oakland. Hashtag vote beast mode. How do you think Marshawn would be as the mayor of Oakland?
I think he'd win in a landslide.
I do too.
I don't know how he'd be as a mayor.
Listen to this. Gavin Newsom, who has reviewed private polling, says Lynch's popularity is quote-unquote off the charts. So
Without
maybe.
a doubt.
Maybe.
Wow. Was he on
Beast
the,
mode.
what did he do on the Amazon pregame?
I was busy
Did
at
you watch it
halftime.
all?
I didn't see it.
No, the pregame show, they normally have him out, he had to go back and do the Beastquake or something. What they have him doing?
Yeah, I have to go back and look because I was playing. I was getting smoked in Madden. And then at halftime, I didn't see anything because I was doing stuff.
What was the
like
score,
that.
by the way? How badly did George beat you?
It was pretty ugly. He's got some plays that I've never even seen before. It's not fair because he's a college student and doesn't do anything but play Madden with his friends all day. It's a bunch of crap. So,
what are the plays you haven't seen before?
I don't know, man. He was just like,
Go
like,
team,
"What's that?"
DK.
Yeah, he was running some deep stuff on me. Stuff I just, throwing it across the field, stuff he could never do. I'm like, that would never work, and he's laughing at me. So, I got one of those dorky things that I was talking. That's the only time he'll talk to me. Two times. He wants to play Madden because he crushes me at it, and he needs money. That's it. Those are the two things. But at least on that thing, I get the headset, and I get, I'll try to slip in. I'm like, how's it going? How's school? Like, fine. And then, throw some deep ball on me. So, yeah, it was ugly. The other thing I wanted to mention real quick, so we got to get out of here. Did you see Clay last night as a Maverick? Shoot his first three.
I did not. I got a lot of basketball to catch up.
Weird. Yeah, he was coming off a screen, hit a three, and was had his three up in the air, and I was like, wow, that's weird. It's going to take a minute in the Jason Terry 31 that he's wearing.
Yeah, I know. He's wearing number 31.
So that was a little weird. But we'll get used to it.
Beat L.A. Beat L.A.
Yep.
They're going to be watching in Japan tonight.
Can't
Yamamoto
wait.
against Darvish with Shohei leading off.
What's that, 4:30?
What a game tonight. 5:08.
Oh, yeah, that's right. 4:30 pregame.
Is the first pitch.
Yep.
John, 8:08 Eastern time.
All right, go get some sleep. Great job last night on the call. By the way, if you missed the recap, we'll post that at KNBR.com. The Victory Friday recap of the win, your play-by-play with Tim. So make sure that you do that. Thanks to Mike Silver today, Matt Mayoko, Dante Whitner, Chris Rose, and your conversation with Richard Sherman. We post all those at KNBR.com. Have a great weekend, Pop. Happy birthday again. Hope you get to celebrate it correctly. You go to sleep. Thanks to Cole. Thanks to Danny as well. No thanks to Walter whatsoever. And no thanks to Mike Kohler, who didn't come in today as well. What the hell's that, bro? Everybody else is here. Well, actually, nobody is here.
Touchdown! Titans!
Colbert and Copes, right?
I woke up in a bad nightmare.
Yeah, right now on
That
KNBR.
wide check? Was that Low Neal the wide check all over again? When am I having nightmares? Stop. Let me sleep.
Yeah, I don't want to play that. Look, you're asleep already. KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. Good night.
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680 Sports Leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert along shortly here. It's a Friday afternoon version of the Tolbert & Cope Show. We'll be joined today at 3:50 by Larry Krueger. 4:30, we'll talk to Tim Ryan after last night's 49ers 36-24 win over Seattle. Still have not lost to Seattle now in 6 tries if you include the postseason. Brock Purdy remains undefeated against the Seattle Seahawks, and the Niners now atop the NFC West. So Tim Ryan at 4:30 and Larry Krueger at 3:50 to talk about some of that. Marcus Thompson, 4:50. Warriors do tonight have a first, I guess not their first preseason tilt. They were out in Hawaii, but a preseason tilt over at Chase Center this evening. So 4:50, Marcus Thompson. Can't believe we've already turned the page to the NBA, that the NBA is already coming right back up here as we reach the middle parts of October. 4:50.
NBA grab bag.
Nope. 4:50, Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. 5:15, Dr. Bob Stoll will stop by to give us his picks for the college football and NFL weekend, and Niner fans can kick their feet up with a win under our belts already, or their belts already, as they enter the weekend 3-3, as I mentioned, atop the NFC West. And then, of course, 5:30, Harmony is going to stop by. Tim always puts the phone numbers for our guests here on the sheet, which is always so funny, but nice number for Harmony there today, Tim. I like that one. A lot of 69s for Harmony's phone number. We'll connect with Tom Tolbert shortly, but really a lot of focus today on the 49ers victory. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll get to your cheers, jeers, and beers and thoughts on yesterday's game. So funny how quickly everything can change when you get into the NFL and you win a game after it feels like the sky is falling. Something that I think remains true about the 49ers is we want to see them put together some consistency. You need to see some chemistry and some cohesion. There were some shaky things. I think any 49er fan that says they did not believe that they were walking down the same path that they had in 2 of their previous NFC West losses against the Rams and the Cardinals, and how that second half was going down. At one point, it's a 5-point game there in the fourth quarter with the Niners getting the ball back after the kick return for a touchdown, some of the mistakes that were made, and how the Seahawks offense picked up their acumen and their speed and their ability to move the ball effectively. I think while trying to save some of the clock while they went no huddle in that second half was a huge key in their ability to get back into the game. That said, Fred Warner talked about that after the game and said, yeah, I think we were all feeling it. He said 1,000% we felt that was going down. But what you need to do is be resilient. One of the bright spots yesterday, despite a bunch of the injuries we saw, is how many of the young guys stepped up in this game. First career interception for a guy like Renardo Green. First career interception for Malik Mustafa. You end up with Isaac Guerrero going for 99 yards on the ground. One of the biggest bummers for him in the game is one, not scoring that touchdown. I think people do think he went into a slide in real time, and I've seen the replay a handful of times. I don't think he went into a slide. I think he was trying to score, and I think he got tripped up there by Witherspoon. He just kind of went into a baseball slide as it happened. The biggest bummer for him, though, is that he was at 99. He was at already 100 rush yards after that run. They hand it off to him again on the next play, and he loses a yard, so he finishes the game with fewer than 100 yards. Could have nearly had his first career touchdown and 100-yard game within a matter of just a couple of plays of each other. But anyway, still a good performance for him. Some positive news on Jordan Mason. We'll get into that a little bit later with the AC joint in his shoulder. But really, I think any 49er fan who tells you they were not fearful that this thing was going to go down, Tim and I were watching the game yesterday together at the showdown up in North Beach before we came back to do postgame, and Tim and I looked at each other and we were going, I don't know, man, this whole thing stinks. This does not feel good, especially after the kick return for the touchdown. And the way that the drives were going for the Seahawks in the first half, Niners were able to stuff the run. 358 total yards allowed to Seattle, but 52 run yards on the ground at just 2.6 yards per clip. It was really for the 49ers the second half that got away from them. In the first half, they only allowed 133 total yards. Nick Bosa wrecked the game, I thought, wreaked havoc, and really was the difference maker for the 49ers on the defensive line, which, to the point I was making before about there being young guys in the secondary with Renardo Green and Malik Mustafa, you'd really like to create pressure up front, something they've had a tough time doing. Now, while he did not record a sack, which is interesting, 14 pressures, and I believe they said that was tied for the most pressures in a game without recording a sack. The note was up on KNBR.com and some of our social channels, but he tied his own record from just a couple of years ago where he created 14 pressures against Matt Stafford in a game against the Rams. Bottom line is he was talking about this is the finishing business. You got to get home. You got to finish. I do think that if you could give an assist or give credit to a defensive lineman for an interception that happens in the secondary, Nick Bosa deserves as much credit as Malik Mustafa does for picking off that ball in the secondary at the end of that first drive. The Seahawks are driving. He throws that pick down near the goal line. Niners get it back at the 9 or the 10, and they end up driving for a score on their opening drive. Fact of the matter is Nick Bosa played as good of a game, I think, as he's played all season long. Got after the left tackle and got after Geno Smith, who played a pretty awful game, I think, all in all. Did attempt a bunch of passes in this one and threw for a handful of yards, but it was really just to get back in it. Again, 52 run yards allowed And Nick Bosa played the run exceptionally well. We'll talk to Larry Krueger about that. Sure, he's had an opportunity to watch the game 2 to 3 to 4 more times since we saw it yesterday, but on the post-game show, he did point out to us that this is one of the best run-stopping games he's seen Nick Bosa play this season. So again, Larry Krueger, 350, Tim Ryan, 430, Marcus Thompson, 450, Dr. Bob Stoll at 515, and Harmony joins us at 5:30. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. We want to get your thoughts on this 49er win. And here's my question. After how the second half went down last night, do you feel any differently about this team than you did before entering that game yesterday? 3-3 atop the NFC West. Yes, the path forward is brighter. You do have, after 10 days off, the Kansas City Chiefs coming to town with Andy Reid, who in his career off a bye 32-6, and with Patrick Mahomes as his starting quarterback, just 12-1. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Cheers, jeers, and beers. Tell us what you like, what you hated, and what you're drinking. But also, do you feel differently about this team after this win than you did entering the game against Seattle? Also tell you how you can qualify for a chance to join us in Hawaii for a 5-night stay at the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort and Hotel on the Big Island. We'll get into that in just a bit. And we'll get into a whole bunch of Niner talk today, as well as your calls. 415-808 KNBR, 808-5627. And we'll try to find Tom somewhere. That's coming up next on The Sports Leader. Rebounded with a win in Seattle, 36-24 on Thursday night. Give us your cheers, jeers, and beers from last night's win at 415-808-5627. That's 808 KNBR.
time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I think tomorrow is a referendum because, yeah, we've kind of muddled around and, yeah, we kind of got punched in the face a little bit. We didn't expect. We had these games and it just kind of weird stuff happened. Okay, then you should be the kind of team that can say to themselves, hey, it stops here.
Gino back, throws over the middle, too high, and intercepted. And coming back and stepping out of bounds after he picked it off is Malik Mustafa.
First interception by a defensive back this year for the San Francisco 49ers.
Brockett a throw out left, wide open. Deebo Samuel makes the catch, and now speeding down the sideline. 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco!
First touchdown receiving of the year for Tebow.
Brock looks right, throws right. It is Kittle made the catch. Touchdown! San Francisco!
What a laser from Brock Purdy, and what a catch from George Kittle.
Gino steps up, throws intercepted by Renardo Green, the rookie. 20, 15 out of bounds. Both rookies in the secondary have a pick tonight. Brock gonna throw left for the end zone. It's caught by George Kittle. Touchdown! San Francisco! We like Ike. Can he do it? Hand off to Garendo off the right side. He runs for a first down, and he's going to score. He should go down, but he may just score his first touchdown in the NFL. Garendo 10. Oh! Pull down on the 1 yard line. Perfect. The game is over.
Nicely done. Niners 36-24 over the Seattle Seahawks in a game that's going to place them in first place atop the NFC West. All the sky that was falling last week or earlier this week, a little bit brighter today in 49er land as Brock Purdy has a great performance. Nick Bosa, 14 pressures, a great performance. They get banged up in this one, but they do have a lot of those guys return to the field. George Kittle left, came back, left, scored 2 touchdowns. We'll find out more about J.P. Mason over the next 10 days or so, but reports now that not serious and it's an AC joint injury. He was able to stay active in case of an emergency, which they didn't need. Isaac Rendo ran the ball well. You had old Pat Taylor back there getting some work in. And we got Tom Tolbert with us.
Hey-o.
Officially. What's up, dude? How are you?
What's happening?
Watched that game yesterday?
No.
No?
No, I missed it.
Let me tell you about it.
Okay.
Here's what happened.
I was watching Yankees Royals, so no, of course I watched it. Yeah, I mean, it's what I expected. They were the better team. I thought clearly the better team. Special teams was brutal. Nothing new there. And, you know, Brock was Brock, and I thought the defense played well. I mean, Bosa was amazing. He might not have the sack numbers to show for it, but he was incredible. He was in there damn near every pass play. So, no, that the defense was good. I'd still like to see the third down percentage come down a little bit. That'd be nice. Get off the field in a little cleaner fashion. But no, I thought, I thought they were good. I mean, Mason ran the ball well, and Taylor and Garendo, and by the way, I think he was going down, and I think that was a horrible move to go down too. Sometimes guys overthink it, And if I don't know how he heard guys on the bench saying get down, but if he did, guys on the bench should shut up.
I thought he was sliding. I didn't think he was going down. I thought he got tripped up. I've seen the replay a bunch of times. I thought he got tripped up.
Yeah, but it looked like if you get tripped up, you're going to fall forward. You're going to try to fall forward anyway. Like, he did not try to fall forward at all. He just slid. It didn't matter. But look, if they had no timeouts, then yeah, go ahead, get down. But anyway, didn't matter. I was like, well, who's yelling get down? I go, what did they have would they have the bench of the Fab Five out there yelling timeout? Like, don't know what the hell's going on. Like, what are you guys doing? Just let the guys on the field do what they're doing. So no, but I mean, it just solid game. I'm sure we all had the same thoughts, same movie. Here we go again. When it started slipping away a little bit, Green obviously had the big pick, and the big question I have outside of the game itself, it was in the game, but not pertaining to the Niners, is if you're a billion-dollar company like the NFL, how does your command center not have all the angles?
How does Amazon have you beat on angles? How does Amazon have you beat on cameras? That was bad.
So, yeah, we didn't have it. We did, what do you mean you didn't have it? Because when they came back, it was so obvious. It was like, wasn't even close. I was like, well, how do you miss that? Oh, because you didn't have the angles. Okay. How do you not have all the angles? You're the NFL. You should have all the angles before everybody else has all the angles. Oh God,
it's funny too because
that was brutal.
My buddy then goes, well, it didn't hurt him because the Niners got the stop. And I go, yeah, but it didn't hurt Seattle either, and it should have hurt Seattle. That was the point. Is if the Niners, if that goes the Niners' way, they recover the ball right there, and they have an opportunity right then to try to put the game away.
Yeah. No doubt.
The whole game, the landscape of the game changes because even though the Niners get the stop and it didn't hurt them on Seattle's ensuing drive, you still then are taking time off the clock and the Niners don't get the field position. It's a whole different situation.
Yeah. I mean, all as well as it ends well, I
Sure.
guess. I mean, the right side won.
Yeah.
So
the wrong kid died.
Yeah. Oh, you're going. God, what was that? That was
Walk Hard.
Walk Hard. Yes,
it's the spoof of Walk the Line scene where Johnny Cash's brother dies.
Kid died.
The wrong kid died.
That was hilarious.
Yeah,
that's an underrated, really funny movie.
Really good.
That movie is hysterical. So yeah, I mean, they got to be feeling pretty good about themselves. First place, if Arizona goes to Green Bay and. I mean, the point spread is any indication. Let's say they lose that game. I'm not saying they will, but if they do, then you're looking all right. I mean, the two teams that beat you for tiebreakers, I mean, the Rams, I don't even think are going to be in the picture as far as that's concerned. And maybe
I'm not worried about the Rams.
Maybe that won't. Maybe Arizona won't as well. I mean, that's a possibility too. So, I mean, all things considered, they're not playing great. It's still. They haven't had like a wire-to-wire, like really good game where they've looked like clean and everything's good. You're just like, okay, yeah, that's the 49er team. Like they haven't had one of those games yet. All things considered, you're 3-3, you're top of the division, and now it's an 11-game season for the division. So we'll see how it goes. I mean, obviously you'd like to have those games back because those games will come into play when it comes down to the end of the season. Who gets the bye? Who gets home field, which I think will be important. It always is. But, yeah, all things considered, they're in pretty good shape after 6 games.
415-808-KNBR, 808-5627, the number to call. Cheers and Beers coming up at 2:50. Let's go out to Johnny Hill in Richmond. Johnny Hill in Richmond, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
I got you. What's up?
Yep.
Hey, Tolbert and Coach. What's up?
What's up, bro?
What's up? Hey, Coach, man, real quick, man. Thank you for putting it down for the brothers, more specifically the light-skinned brothers.
Hey, I didn't have a choice, man. It wasn't up to me. Just walked the road that was paved before me, you know what I mean?
Yes, sir. So yesterday, I had to drink red wine because I had to get to work on Friday. So that's what I was sipping on.
All right.
Okay, I think that I'm really positive, and I understand everything that's happened in the offseason. I understand all the injuries. I understand all the meltdowns that we have, and I'm a season ticket holder, so I hear all the 49er faithful fans. You know, we whine a lot. We are some big whiners. But I'm really excited about the rookies. I feel like they stepped up. They did what they had to do. Fred Warner's amazing. Bosa's amazing. Debo, Purdy, and we still got Greenlaw and CMC coming back.
I think that's the hope. I appreciate the call, Johnny. I mean, I think that's the hope is that those guys are coming back. I do think that they, like, again, to Tom's point, we just have not seen any consistent. They haven't won 2 games in a row yet. You know what I mean? Like, let's start stacking things on top of each other. Now, you got to win against Kansas City off of a bye, and Andy Reid 32-6 in his career. Mahomes has lost one time in his career coming off of a bye. I mean, that's pretty good numbers. They know how to prepare for a team. They get your number, and they know how to do it for 2 weeks before they have to play you. So I'm more concerned with building on what they were able to do here and looking at how shallow is that running back room if you don't have J.P. Mason to carry the load. Because, I mean, he was tearing it up yesterday. He had over 8 yards a carry before he went down. And while Garendo, I thought, ran the ball okay, his numbers and totals are going to look a lot better because 76 of his 99 came on one run.
Yeah, I don't know that he has the instincts that Mason has hitting those holes. Like, a lot of times he seems a little tentative hitting the holes, but obviously you'd love to have Mason. You'd love to have McCaffrey back, and hopefully that'll be the case. Maybe they can engineer some titanium Achilles and throw him in there for the rest of the season. But they need him back. It'd be a perfect time to come back if Mason's not able to go. So, I mean, just like they've been dealing with this. It seems a lot of teams have been dealing with this type of stuff. Just guys going down all over the place, and the Niners are relatively healthy, I guess, offensively. Except for the running back position, your offensive player of the year, which would be nice to have. But the defense, man, seems like every time I look, they're gonna have to go out there and shop for safeties again. Like, safeties are just dropping.
It's incredible. Like 3 for most of the game. Yeah,
it's like they're a little light, and then Ward was out as well. So, all things considered, especially with the guys that were missing, I thought it was a hell of a defensive performance last night. So, yeah, a good game, solid game. Again, I thought Brock was really good last night. The throw to Kittle in the front of the end zone was just, I mean, you had a kind of a thimble window to throw that one into, and he just dotted it. And then Kittle did a great job of getting his feet down on that as well. So that was a hell of a throw. So, but because I was thinking, 0 for 2, first 2 times in the red zone. Oh, here we go again. Can't score in the red zone, and they finally, I guess you go enough, you're finally going to get some maybe some consistency and some idea of what you'd like to do in the end zone. But man, even the 2 throws to Kittle. The second one wasn't an easy throw, but easier. He was more open than the first one, but yeah, that's the thing about the red zone. There's just not a lot of room for error down there, and sometimes you just got to trust yourself and try to hit these small windows. You don't see guys like wide open in the end zone all that often, so that's the way it's going to be. So they just got to figure it out.
Niners put up 483 yards of total offense, 228 yards on the ground in this one as they win by 2 scores, 36-24. First place now in the NFC West. By the way, we're going back to Hawaii, and you get an opportunity to qualify. One more chance today
go to Hawaii.
to qualify for the drawing, and you can do it again every day next week, 3 times a day, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m., 11 to 2, and 3 to 6. Listen for the cue to call in the 5 o'clock hour, and you can win on October 21st when we do the drawing. If you qualify, we'll draw 10 winners, and you'll get 2 round-trip airfare tickets on Hawaiian Airlines to the Big Island, Westin Hapuna Beach Resort and Hotel for 5 nights, and we'll be there. It'll be a blast. So stay tuned for the cue to call today in the 5 o'clock hour. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Cheers, jeers, beers. What'd you eat? What'd you eat? What'd you drink? What'd you like? What'd you hate? And what were you snacking on? I'm wondering about that, too, during the game. I'm hungry, obviously. All right, check in on the phone lines at 808 KNBR. Also, we'll get to a little bit more about how different we feel about the 49ers after this game and what this running back backfield is going to look like beyond J.P. Mason. More to come. Tolbert and Copes and your calls on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes with you Friday afternoon. Still to come, by the way, Larry Krueger, 350, Tim Ryan, 430, Marcus Thompson, 450, Dr. Bob at 515, and Harmony with her double banger for this weekend at 5:30, plus, of course, Steve Kerr at his usual time. Kind of the Warriors preseason game this evening over at Chase. 49ers win 36-24 yesterday over the Seattle Seahawks. Tom, do you feel any better about this team after last night's win? I mean, yeah, wins feel better, but do you think of them any differently than you did prior to this game?
Nope.
Me neither.
Nope.
Me neither.
They are who I thought they were. They just got to clean things up. I mean, nothing about last night changed, or nothing about last night surprised.
They didn't do much different last night than what they've done already. They just won the game.
Yeah. I mean, I could look at the stats, but I'm pretty sure they outgained them by over 100 yards last night, if not more. They put
did.
up, high 400s, and a lot of that was, the last run. But even the last run, they had over 400 yards.
You're still at 450 to 358 at that point.
Yeah. So, again, it's a really good football team. And by all rights, if some unfortunate / dumb things didn't happen, they would have one loss right now. And we'd be looking at them as one of the best teams in the NFC, which I think they are. I mean, go look at their Super Bowl odds. They haven't changed hardly at all. So that lets you know what the books think of them. They're still the second team in terms of odds to win the Super Bowl. Chiefs are 1, they're 2. So if they were 3-3 and they had some huge issues, then I think you would see those numbers slide, and because the books would try to entice more money by putting better odds on them. Well, they're still the same. They're still like 6.5 to 1, something like that. Now maybe they were a little shorter, but they're still second. So I don't see anything dramatically differently. I don't look at them dramatically differently, and I guarantee you their power ratings, if you believe in such things, probably hasn't gone down. If it has, maybe half point, possibly. But that they're still getting premium respect. Hell, they're 3.5-point favorites on the road against Seattle. So yeah, I don't look at them any differently. They're the same team to me. Again, they just got to clean some stuff up. The Rams Cardinals was just like, you fumble in the red zone. Yeah, blow some assignments, just stuff that you're like, what are you doing? So no, that they're the same team. Now if they can just get over the Chiefs hurdle, that'd be that'd make everybody feel really nice if they could hand the Chiefs their first loss off a bye. That'll be a big one. Because again, just this whole getting to 500, falling below, getting back, falling below, because that schedule stiffens up. They're going to play a lot of really good football teams, and then you put yourself in a position where, oh man, you lose a couple in a row. Now you're 2 games below 500. And last night they avoided putting themselves behind the big 8 ball. Like I said, it was a better win, not a must win, and they won it. So now they can feel good about themselves for 9-10 days and come back and hopefully get that win against the Chiefs. Put themselves above 500 where you feel like you have some breathing room, because they really haven't had a whole lot of breathing room this year. It seems like they've been kind of fighting to keep their heads above water. It's time to get your torso above the water and feel pretty good about yourself.
If I'm being honest, I think they go into the bye at 4-4.
4-4?
I think they lose to Kansas.
Who do they have?
I think they lose to Kansas City, and then they beat Dallas. That would be my one after that, yeah.
Okay.
Dallas comes here. I just think they can go 1-1 in these next 2.
So.
4-4, deal with the bye, and then come back out after that and sort of see where you stand. And that wouldn't be the worst situation. It's just a matter of how things go over the next 2 weeks and what happens building off of this game. Now, a couple of injuries. We pointed out the AC joint injury to the shoulder of Jordan Mason, who was running the ball really, really well yesterday. Niners played a little bit better in the red zone as well. But other injuries, Malik Mustafa with the ankle, he left, did not return. And what the hell is Matthew Wright doing, dude? What's he doing making a tackle out there? You get a new kicker, and what's that say about the special teams that now every week the kicker's got to be the line of defense to try to make a play, regardless of who it is? Not a good.
Maybe they got to have their kickers jump into the linebacker drills, get in there and get them in the Oklahoma drill, teach them how to tackle. But these guys, I mean, they're going through kickers like paper towels. It's like the kickers. Everybody's like, "Oh, you're a kicker. You shouldn't be tackling." It's like, well, you got a helmet on. You got shoulder pads on. If it gets to you, you better make a tackle.
Yeah.
You're out there. You're going to let a guy run right by you. They already did that. They've tried that a couple times. It hasn't worked. So yeah, I don't know what the deal is that the kickers are having to make all these tackles. It didn't seem like they should be involved as much as they've been involved.
Nobody was more pissed about Matthew Wright's performance in yesterday's game than our guy Tim Webb on the board today. Dude, he was infuriated. We watched the game together. I was like, dude, he made it 25 of 35 of 41, all 3 extra points. And Tim goes, yeah, and 1 for 7 on touchbacks.
I was pissed.
Tim was pissed. He said to me, quote, I would be shocked if he's on the team next week. Shocked.
Get it to the
That's
end
a direct
zone.
quote from Tim Webb as we walked back to the station for postgame last night. I would be shocked if he's on the team next week. I was like, I really don't think it's all that you're making it out to me. They won by 12.
Do you want to have a guy who can get into the end zone and then miss his field goals?
Yeah, Tim would have taken some misses as long as he got all 7 of his touchbacks in.
You were the guys that hate Jake Moody. Don't put that on me.
I don't hate Jake
Who was?
Everybody.
Hold on.
Oh.
Don't say I was.
I
I
didn't
was the
hate
guy
on Jake
defending
Moody.
him. So
Now the
don't
wagon comes around. Okay.
Don't even try. Don't even try.
That was a pretty hollow back down from Tim, too. You heard that? He's like, everybody,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, go back and look at the archives, buddy boy.
Check the tape, Tim.
Which one of you said bring back Robbie Gold?
I did not. I didn't say bring back Robbie Gold.
I said call Robbie Gold after Moody was hurt.
Yeah.
I mean, what should I expect? I mean, he doesn't listen anyway. He's just looking for the next soundbite. That's fine.
Just
do what you do.
Yeah. Here's a soundbite. Kyle Shanahan, you were talking about why was it that Isaac Guerrero, by the way, do we have we played that call earlier. You know that Papa was going full on Ike Eisenhower on the call, right? We like Ike Guerrero.
No, he wasn't.
I brought, dude, it's just hand to God, dude. I heard it yesterday on the postgame, and I was like, you got to be, we like Ike. I was like, that's only
We like Ike. Can he do it? Hand off to Guerrero off the right side. He runs for a first down, and he's going to score.
He didn't, but we like.
didn't.
He didn't. We like Ike Guerrero. Here's Kyle Shanahan on why Isaac Guerrero did not score that touchdown.
Hell no, we want him to score, and I don't think he slid. And that's what he's claiming. I think 21's a fast player, and he got him a little bit there at the end. I think. I'll see it. You guys saw it, but it ended up working out better for us.
There you go. You buying it?
I'm buying that he wanted him to score. I'm not buying that he didn't slide.
You still think he's?
Oh yeah. I mean, how many times have you seen a guy get tripped up from behind and he goes into a slide?
Well, once now.
like a perfect slide. Slide.
Now one time, like Trey Turner slide.
Like
yeah,
a perfect baseball slide.
Beautiful. Yeah.
And so yeah,
just the once. You're right.
Yeah, I'm not buying it.
Okay.
I'm not buying it. So anyway.
By the way, I think it bodes.
Again, it doesn't matter, but I don't buy it because Guerrero himself said that he was thinking like that was. I think he did. If we have that, I think he said that was a smart play, and he heard people yelling from the sidelines. Get down, get down. So I think he even said, if I'm not mistaken, I saw it was just a clip last night on Twitter, but I'm pretty sure that's what he said.
Stop. Stop it. Knock it off. That's actual audio from Isaac Guerrero. By the way, tell me if this, I heard this on the postgame as well. Kyle Shanahan speaking to the media, and they had to go to Guerrero and then Patrick Taylor, right? Larry Krueger thought Patrick Taylor was great. I didn't think he did anything really all that spectacular, except one time falling into Trent Williams and almost hurting him is what it looked like. But here's Kyle Shanahan. I don't think this bodes well for the future of Patrick Taylor.
I mean, with Debo also, towards the end, on the last possession, what's his name? Drawing a blank. Taylor. He got hurt.
Damn.
So I was afraid that we were down to our last one.
That was a tough deal, right? I heard that and I was like, God. Oh, what's his name?
That's okay. Nelly couldn't pronounce Azabuki.
I said,
Just call him Buki.
Buki.
Buki. He just shortened it. And George Carl, who had Ogauskas playing, I think he played for him. Couldn't pronounce his name. They called him Ogakis. I was like, yeah, coaches and names are just like the worst. They have so much stuff going on in their head. They're just the worst. I was like, Coach, Buki. He goes, Buki's good. I go, okay, whatever. I mean, I guess it's like whatever. He knows, like, that's good by me, good by, okay, let's just go with that. I'm not going with the other one. So, I've had Nelly too, like, go, hey, 14, get over here.
I thought he might go 32 is what he might say. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. Cheers, jeers, and beers. What'd you like? What'd you hate? What'd you drink for the Niners yesterday? Brett is in Walnut Creek. What's going on, Brett? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. I've got a lot of cheers about yesterday's game. I'm going to go two big cheers are Fred Warner. What an absolute animal, and guy that I think he's missed one game in his career. In a game that's as violent as football, in a position that is aggressive as middle linebacker on the 49ers, that guy is just an absolute beast. And then on the offensive side of the ball, and we've been saying it for a while, but Brock Purdy, he continues to deliver. His ability to run and scramble, and I think his pocket presence. I mean, there was a play, I think it was they were on their 2-yard line. He's standing on his goal line. The pocket's collapsing around him. He kind of just steps up, dumps off a little pass, and, you get a first down. And then I guess jeers are going to be, special teams, which haven't been very special unless you're thinking about something that involves the Special Olympics, because we're not looking like we know how to run, tackle, block, or cover. But all that being said, I mean, if you think about it, guys, the Niners are 2 plays away from being 5-1. 2 plays, really, 2 plays: a catch and a kick, or a catch and keep Kyler Murray out of 4th and 5 and get him.
Brett, I appreciate the call. I'm gonna run on Brett. We do have to take a quick break. And Tim, you got the gong ready? I'm going gong on the Special Olympics. I can't. Yeah. Gong in that reference.
I would gong it too. Although I would say this, they're not having as much fun as the Special Olympic kids.
No.
Those guys have the best time.
Kids are living.
I love it. My time out there, I've done that a few times, man. I just love the fact that they just have such a good time. They're so happy to be out there competing. I don't think the special teams is having a good time.
We can riff, but it's not, on the special teams. You know what I mean? Not on the kids.
Not on the kids. Kids are great.
Unless they're Girl Scouts.
Love those kids. You're Girl Scouts. Yeah, the hell with them.
415-808-5627.
Get your cookies out of here. Stop trying to add libs.
808 KNBR. You can check it on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line as well. 415-808 KNBR. Cheers, jeers, beers. What'd you like about the game? What'd you hate about the game? And what were you drinking? That's next on the Sports Leader. Adam Schefter reports that Jordan Mason suffered a sprained AC joint in last night's win, but it's not deemed too serious. For all your 49er news, keep it locked on your home of 49er football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the Sports Leader.
They're Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680. Tolbert, Copes, and your calls.
Oh, what? Hello?
It's time for Cheers.
Hell yeah.
Cheers.
Oh, no.
And Beers.
Hooray, beer.
Niners 36-24 over the Seattle Seahawks. What did you like? What did you not like about the game? I mean, the injury to J.P. Mason, one that stands out. Special teams, definitely something that stands out. Positives, had the rookies play really well. Malik Mustafa, Renardo Green, even Dominic Puni on the line, Isaac Guerrero. Debo had a big game, all stuff we can talk about at 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. And what were you drinking? What'd you like? What'd you hate? What'd you drink? Let's go to Paul, who's in San Mateo. Paul's been waiting for a while. You're on the Sports Leader. What's up, Paul?
Yeah, guys, how's it going? Yeah, I was just thinking, in the second half, I was worried. I thought the game was I had deja vu all over again from the Arizona game because it was 23-17, and if Seattle was coming back, if they scored another touchdown, I was afraid they were going to lose 24-23 again. So that was my take on the second half. But I'm glad to see that they finally came back. The Niners put it to them. In the second half, they didn't relax and stay with the lead they had. So anyway, that's all I had to say.
Well, what did you drink yesterday, Paul?
I was drinking Hofbrau Dunkel.
Ooh. Sounds good.
So I like that.
I could always go for a good dunkel.
Thank you, Paul. Appreciate the call. A dunkel. Have you had a dunkel?
Dunkelweiss. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've had a dunkel. I've had a dunkel or two. We used to get dunkels. Edelweiss had a dunkel beer, a dark beer, back at the Honey Bucket It sounds so dirty, the Honey Bucket, but that was the wings place that we used to go to back in the day.
Now it's a porta potty company. Yeah, no.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know. We used to go there and pick up wings, and we were playing poker.
Fell on hard times
on Friday night. Yeah. Well, they got. I think they got shut down, selling drugs in the back or something.
So now you're dropping off wings at the Honey Bucket. He was nice, Tim. Well done. Used to pick up wings in the Honey Bucket. Now we're dropping them off. Thank you. 808 KNBR. Cheers, Jews, and beers. Bill is in Pleasanton. Bill, what'd you like? What'd you hate? What'd you drink? You're on KNBR.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. What a game. So many things to talk about, but I can't talk about them all. What I wanted to talk about, first of all, was Nick Bosa, because the guy was an animal. He was everywhere in the backfield. And at one play, and I'm not sure exactly what he did, he caused the other team to have too many men down the field, and I didn't really understand what happened, but maybe you guys can fill me in.
I don't know what situation you're. Bill, I appreciate the call. I don't know, but who let who go downfield? Is he talking about Debo? I didn't understand the question. Anyway, sorry, Bill. Ron, you're in Monterey. Cheers, beers. You're on the Sports Leader. Wasn't a question portion of the segment, you know what I mean?
Sorry, we didn't understand.
Trying to get to what booze you were having yesterday. Ron, you're on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, well, to your question about whether I feel better about the team after last night, well, I do, because they came back. I mean, they could have come back after the 13 and 10-point leads were blown the last 2 weeks, but they didn't. Last night they responded like a championship team does. When 23-3 became 23-17, they ended up with 36 points. So I think that was very telling. And I'm not worried about the running back situation. Obviously, I like to have Mason and CMC back, but Garendo speaks for himself. Patrick Taylor ran well last night. He's a big, tough runner. He sees the holes. He turned the corner on one play. So I don't think the running back situation is a crisis. And lastly, we're going to beat Kansas City in a week and a half. I'm so tired of hearing about this 32-6 stuff. You know, we outplayed them last year, and as you guys well know, any one of 5 different plays goes differently, and we win that game.
They were off a bye in that Super Bowl too, weren't they? They had some time off. They also had some time off before that Super Bowl, and they won that one. My thing is this: Patrick Mahomes has lost one time in his career off of a bye. It's just something he and Andy Reid do well. I'm not saying they can't win it. I'm of the belief that the way things have gone, and again, you were asking if we feel differently. Did you feel like the Niners, Ron, were going to lose that game at 23-17? Did you have any concern based on what we'd seen?
Well,
if you had any level of concern, then you have to have some level of thought that, like, maybe I don't feel totally different about them.
Well, I tell you what, during the game when the lead became 6 points and the game was still being contested, I mean, I was not feeling real good.
Yeah, no. No, me neither, man. Me neither.
After the last 2 weeks, I'm thinking, oh, man, this cannot happen again. But the difference was that they responded. I've heard Steve Young talk about this, where he says, hey, look, you need to respond to adversity. You have a big lead that goes away. You need to respond. And last night they did, and that was the difference.
What'd you have to drink yesterday, Ron?
I'm drinking what I always do during those games, baby. I got to drink Jack Neat. That's the only way my wife will let me stay in the house and watch the games. Otherwise, I'm bouncing off the walls. So
I like that. Jack Neat keeps you calm during the games, Ron? What's going on?
well, it keeps me subdued. I don't know.
Subdued. It's like he's in a mental hospital or something. We're going to subdue him. Shoot that man up with some Jack Neat.
Yeah, where's that Jack Neat? Get it for him.
Get the jacket out, too.
Appreciate the call, Ron. Thanks so much, man. That's pretty good. So my wife will let me stay in the house if I only drink Jack Neat.
Oh, man. Jack Neat.
Hell of a deal.
That's something.
808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Let's go to Sean. Sean is in Vacaville. What'd you like? What'd you hate? What'd you drink?
Modelo.
What'd you have,
Hey,
Sean?
what's going on, guys? I drank a I was drinking Sam Adams Lager Lights because I'm trying to lose some LBs.
Attaboy.
Nice.
Good beer. I liked Garendo. I thought he did well. Stepped up. I'm not personally a Niner fan, but if I was a Niner fan, the thing I wouldn't have liked was the Niners dominated that game, and until the fourth quarter, it was way closer than it should have been. And I don't know if that's play calling or personnel or whatnot, but at 23-17, I thought that thought that Seattle was going to come back in that game, and I don't know how others feel about it, but it didn't. If I was a Niner fan, I would not have had confidence in that. And then one other thing I do want to say, I still hate Chase Utley in a Dodgers uniform.
Appreciate the call, Sean.
Just throw that out there.
It's not a bad take. It's maybe the strongest take Sean had. Is that Chase Utley sucks in a Dodger? It was random, but we got Padres business to take care of.
Look, again, very rarely do you go up like 23-3 and win 40-3. Usually teams are going to make a run at some point. It's just how they made the run. The special team started it. That team was DOA or DOW or DIW. One of those. I'm not sure. I kept trying to figure out dead in the water, and it wasn't working.
DIY? Do it yourself?
I did dead on a rock. Yeah, that one too. Just throw them in there. I don't care. Just give me some more.
DEI, that's a hire. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Isn't that a jack? No, maybe not. I don't know. Anyway, let's just go.
808 KNBR 415-808-5637. No, Tim, not DMV. Hell on earth. Let's go to Ed in Danville. Ed in Danville, you're on the Sports Leader. Cheers, jeers, and beers.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Appreciate it. And bear down. Both my daughters went to U of A.
Oh, there we go. Bear down, baby.
Okay. So, first and foremost, most important thing, in Niner tradition, I was drinking a little nickel and nickel cab during the game. Okay?
Okay.
What I liked about the game was anytime you have injuries to this degree, our rookies and our backup players get to play. I think they did a fine job, and as the season wears on, I think that's very valuable. What I didn't like about the game was the following. Even though they won, and a win's a win, we all know how hard it is to win in the NFL or any professional sport, they're not beating really good teams. I mean, if you looked at Seattle's defense, De La Salle could run through those guys. So our 3 wins are against the Jets, the Patriots, and Seattle. So I am not convinced we've turned the corner. And if the longer CMC stays out, I think we're going to continue to be in this malaise of being in close games, as well as probably losing to opponents we shouldn't. So I agree we're going to be 4-4. The gentleman who said we're going to beat Kansas City, as we all know, you got to beat the man to be the man, and we haven't done it. So thanks for the time, and hopefully that was a good contribution.
Yeah, nicely done, Ed. Appreciate the call, man. Well done from Ed in Danville. And bear down. Bear down for Ed.
Bear down, baby.
Yeah. Paying that Arizona tuition, he was down with it. 808 KNBR, cheers, jeers, and beers. I did like some of what he was saying, though, in terms of the I like the part where he agreed with me about the 4-4. That was maybe my favorite part of his whole call, where he's on the same page.
It was.
He's on the same page as me.
Uh-huh.
No, but I guess what he's saying, too, about he says, the general malaise of these close games without Christian McCaffrey. I was like, yeah, it's kind of what it feels like, where you're like, are they going to get in? Yesterday, they were better in the red zone. But as Matt Mayoko said to us in the pregame, it's so funny. He goes, they could have a higher percentage today. They could be much better today in the red zone and still not really improve overall that much in the standings of where they are in red zone scoring. It's like having a 120 baseball hitter and going, hey, went 3 for 4. Like, yeah, but he's still hitting like 135 right now. It didn't bump him up all that much. So we need to see more consistency. And to his point, they are beating bad teams.
The Rams a bad team?
They didn't beat the Rams.
Oh, you're saying they're beating?
They're beating bad teams.
They're beating bad teams?
I'm saying 2 of their 3 wins. I don't know who the Jets are. Again, the Jets beat the Bills this week. They're in the same situation the Niners are in that division.
They're losing to bad teams, too.
They're losing to bad teams, too.
Yeah.
So, yeah. What are they doing well? I don't It's kind of what I mean is I don't know if I feel differently about them today than I did before the game yesterday because it was too similar to what we've seen happen numerous times throughout the season.
Yeah.
They closed, and that's important, but I want to see more of it.
I don't know. Maybe I feel more positively than you do.
I guess I'm not negative on it. I'm like, okay, that's a good start, but we saw this 2 weeks ago. We saw this 4 weeks ago. You got to continue to build or, you know what I mean? There hasn't been enough of that. You got to win 2 games in a row, and I don't know that that's going to happen starting this week. It's going to be tough. Yeah. Back to John in Calistoga. Cheers, jeers, and beers. John, you're on KNBR.
Well, it's always Coors Light. That's just put it down. That's done.
It's a volume.
But Cope's a alumni Mariner like your dad, so cheers to that. Tommy.
Me too.
Had the pleasure of coaching Matt Muehlbach at Bishop O'Dowd, who was your partner at Arizona.
Oh, yeah.
Kid.
That's my guy.
That was after he left after his sophomore year, which crushed us, but whatever. But neither here nor there. But I kind of wanted your opinion on your take on Purdy right now, because I was impressed by some post-game mentions by Debo saying, how do you explain what happened today? And he said, Brock Purdy. And they talked about Kittle, and Kittle said, Purdy is really good at playing football. And so where do you stand right now after 6 games with where Purdy's at?
Well, last week I said there's only 4 other quarterbacks I would take ahead of Purdy right now. I forgot one, so there's 5 because I forgot Stafford. The rest of the teams, I wouldn't take anybody else for this team with Purdy. I don't know how Purdy would do in Green Bay, how he would do in Houston, how he would do in some of those other teams, but I still think Purdy is easily, by any measure, a top 10 guy. By any measure. So this seemingly referendum on Purdy every single game cracks me up. It's like people just can't they can't wrap their brain around
it's like a drug.
This guy's a really good quarterback. Well, you know what it is. It drives ratings, so people are going to talk about it.
Yeah.
The shows
Everybody
talk about it. Yeah, exactly. So they want to talk about Purdy and show you clips on Purdy and this on Purdy and that on Purdy. It's like that train's come and gone. All right, that train's down the.
You know what I saw, Tommy?
It's down the tracks now. This guy's a good quarterback. He's going to have really good games, a lot more than bad games, but he will have some clunkers and he will have some bad throws occasionally. Everyone does. It's not like every time he has a bad throw, you got to go, oh, look, see, I told you. I don't get it, but it's starting to become comical to me that everyone wants to figure out when this guy is going to crack and when the bubble is going to burst. I'm thinking if it would have burst. It would have burst at some point early last year. It didn't. He's just a good quarterback. And like I said, there's very few quarterbacks that, regardless of system, I would rather have over him. So, like I said, by any measure I have, he's a top 10 guy, period.
Thanks for the call, John. Appreciate it. I guess that's
Appreciate it, man.
All right. It's Albert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Sean is up in Oregon. Oregon Vale? Oregon Valley? Oregon. Let's go to Oregon with Sean. You're on the Sports Leader.
Just Oregon.
Yeah, man, I wish I was in Oregon. It'd be a lot cooler, but I'm in the Sac area. I'm in Orange Vale.
Oh, dude. Just keep it moving. Cool, keep it moving, dude. I don't want to upset Derek today. If you could see what I'm seeing right now, dude. Oregon Vale. Who knew? Anyway, Sean in Oregon, you're on the Sports Leader. What's up, man?
Hey, well, since I know you'd rather drive ratings is what I drank, I just had Corona Light, a homemade tri-tip sandwich, and some chips and salsa.
Sounds great.
But, hey, as far as this team after this game, I'm looking at it kind of like they are the same as they've been. That touchdown that was called back late in the fourth quarter because of an illegal formation, which had no outcome on the play. That game could have easily flipped, and I was already saying this feels like deja vu all over again for the Rams and Cards. And until they get their defense going consistently, I don't know if that means getting guys back from injury or quit blowing coverage or what. But it feels like they have to score 35-40 in a shootout to win because their D can't hang. But on the positive side, I'm impressed with what I'm seeing from some of these young safeties and corners, even though I did just say they blew some coverages. It seems like they're playing pretty well. So, one last thing, Tom.
Yep.
I know they are still the favorite to come out of the NFC, but it feels like the NFC just has a bunch of barely over 500 teams and the Vikes. So the Niners can beat all those barely over 500 teams, and then I think they can beat the Vikings, but I don't think this is like a powerhouse Niner team unless they can somehow find a way to get that D going. You guys talked about this, I think, yesterday or the day before, too.
Mm-hmm.
Since 12 games into last season, they're basically giving up garbage on defense, especially in the rushing game. So,
no, I would agree with you. Appreciate the phone call. But look, this team will change between now and in the end of the season. So, and they've been dealing with a lot of injuries on the team. Greenlaw will come back. I mean, Ward will be back hopefully shortly. They'll get some safeties back, I would think, at some point. So, but yeah, the defense to me, although if I look at it right now, they gave up 358. Not ideal. You'd like a little less than that, but it's not terrible. on the road, 358. That's not bad. I don't know what it was yards per play. I'd have to look into that a little bit more again.
It was also 133 in the first half, so it was 225 yards in the second half.
Yeah. So, again, they're not right. They're not tight. They're not right. They're not whatever you want to use. They're just not like they're not the Niner team you're used to seeing. But Copes and I have talked about this for the better part of a year and a half now, maybe 2. This is an offensive team, not a defensive team anymore. Right? The defense doesn't have to be the 19 Niners. It just got to be, give me a top 10 defense, but not a top 5. Give me like the 9th or 10th rated defense. Then you're good to go. Because this offense is as explosive as any.
More cheers, Cheers, and Beers. We got full phone lines here. Keith is in Fairfield. Keith in Fairfield, you're on the Sports Leader.
How's it going, guys?
Doing well, man. What's going on?
Long-time caller, first time getting through. It's like Tom doesn't like me.
Yeah, I don't.
You know, Tom screens the calls too, right? You know that Tom's the guy answering the phones and deciding all this.
Yeah, I'm calling. I'm a Bears fan, but I'm calling in. You had a caller ask what the play was that Bosa messed up. It was a screen play. He cut off the screen, so Geno Smith had to get rid of the ball. When he got rid of the ball, he had a lineman downfield.
There you go. There was I forgot a Bill out in Fairfield, I think is where it was. Anyway.
Yeah. So that was the answer to that question. And then you guys were talking about the third string running back that came in, about not being sure. There was a play. It looked like it was 34 power because it opened up through the 4 hole, and running backs look for butts. And he cut it and went up the 2 hole and got tackled like for a 1-yard gain. But if you pause the screen, if he hit the 4 hole, there was no one there. Like the safety would have to tackle him on that one. So I see what you guys are concerned over with the running back. And then I tried calling in a week ago when Tom was talking about everyone's issue with Brock Purdy. I have a pretty good idea why. It's everyone involved in the NFL, whether it's the talking heads on Fox or on whatever station, GMs, scouts, they hate being wrong. And when they're wrong, they don't like giving somebody credit. And everyone missed on Brock Purdy. And none of those guys want to admit. You saw how rare it was when Shanahan went to John and said, hey, I think the best quarterback on our team is this guy that we picked up with the last pick. Very few people involved in the NFL like admitting that they're wrong. So that's a huge rarity. And I think that's what you see all the time when people start talking about these doubters. And it's the flip side is you get the first-round picks that are bust, and you see people giving them chance after chance, excuse after excuse. And they always want to make up some kind of excuse because then it'd be they were wrong on the first-round pick. And I think that's the major issue that you guys see and what Tom's talking about and why he doesn't understand. I don't get it. I just think that everyone involved hates being wrong.
No, there's no doubt about it. Appreciate the phone call. And when people ask me, actually, I got to correct myself. I don't hate you at all. I kind of like your phone call. I just don't know. Well, this is actually somebody asked me if I knew who you were a couple days ago, and this is what I said.
What's his name? Drawing a blank.
So sorry.
Yeah.
It's kind of me, too, when I screen the calls.
Yeah. It's kind of dark when he screens the call. It's kind of dark whenever you tell him what city you live in. He's like, I don't really care.
Oregonvale is lovely this time of the year. You never heard of Orangevale?
Dude, Oregon. This thing said Oregon space Vale. I was like, what is this?
There's a lot of people on the line, Copes.
Yeah.
Exotic.
808 KNBR. If you got any sort of mumbled, I was just now people are gonna start messing with you now, Derek.
He knocked it out of the park with Lodi. Just
from Scooby-Doo Oregon.
He got all 4 letters in Lodi. Way to go, Derek. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. He just goes SJ for San Jose. He doesn't want to roll with the H. He got Richard in San Jose, Christian, Jay, Mike, Mark, Jose in Lodi, Mort, and Milt. They're all hanging out on the line. We'll get to all those calls next. Cheers, Deers, and Beers. And I see you guys checking out on the text line. We'll get to those as well. We're streaming twitch.tv/thesportsleader, KNBR.com, and the app. 808 KNBR. Cheers, Deers, and Beers continues on the Sports Leader.
It keeps me subdued. I don't know.
KNBR is going back to Hawaii. The contest runs all week, this week and next week, and we're going to qualify 3 people a day. 10 grand prize trips will be awarded and announced on October 21st. Tune in today in the 5 o'clock hour to hear that cue to call.
Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Are you at the point, Tom, where you get pissed off when you hear ska for the first time at 3:20?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the most unacceptable thing.
I was actually about to say bonus. I was like, bonus ska. And then I thought, wait, it's Friday.
Yeah.
Okay. Where's it been?
I'm not going to reward Tim for doing what he's supposed to do.
Let's have a conversation, shall we?
We do. We want to have one with the callers,
let's have a
Tim.
conversation.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
It's our time. Go ahead, Tim.
Okay, so if we open the show with Tool and we let the guitars play, because we know Tom likes to let the guitars play, that's the first one. Second one, Tom wasn't here, so I wasn't going to burn
I don't want ska. When Tom's on, you don't think he was here?
And then
for
we
the
did
second segment.
open for Cheers, Beers, and Jeers, which also has music behind it, but you get your ska.
I don't know about you, Tom. It's a lot of bitching and moaning from Tim is what I'm hearing.
I mean, I don't know. If I can quote Vince Vaughn, suck it up, play like a champ.
Yeah, no excuses, play like a champion,
Yeah,
dude.
no excuse.
Yeah.
You guys are just being real prissy. Real prissy.
It's funny. I got something I can say about you, too, but it's not on-air appropriate. It's got some of those letters, though. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon.
Kick it to the end zone.
8:08. Yeah, Tim, you okay? You doing all right without those touchbacks this Friday afternoon, huh?
I'm still pissed.
Oh, I didn't get 6 of my touchbacks.
That's what it is. See, I knew it.
I didn't get my ska on. Look at me. I'm pissed, too.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go back out to the phones. Cheers, Jeers, and Beers. Mike in Tampa. Mike in Tampa. I don't know if you're actually in Tampa or if you're from Tampa. I hope everything's going on all right, man. I know things are crazy down there. Mike, you're on the sports leader.
Yeah, guys, the gas stations out here are crazy, man. Everyone's trying to get gas. No, I fared pretty well. I live in Apollo Beach, which is about 35 minutes southeast of Tampa. It's kind of like where Hayward would be in the Bay Area, or like a Newark. It's southeast peninsula in the Tampa Bay. And, yeah, man, besides one of my little fences that has to guard my water softener for HOA purposes getting torn down.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks for the tidbit.
Wait, take the shot at HOA. I like getting that in, dude.
Yeah. Other than that, I fared very well. So, yeah.
Well, be safe. I hope everybody, all your friends and family, everybody's okay out there, man. Be safe. What you got for us today?
Yeah, man. So I'll start with the beer. That's probably the easiest one to get off there. I had the Golden Road Mango Cart. Nice, refreshing beer of choice.
Love it. Love a Mango Cart.
Yeah, I love a Mango Cart, right? As far as my cheers, I'd say, I know a lot of people have been bringing them up, but Bosa, right? And I think it's because we saw it last week against Arizona, crucial play that killed us early in the game with Kyler Murray's 50-yard touchdown. We've seen it in the past with other mobile quarterbacks. And I'm not saying Geno's a mobile quarterback, but the outside contain, right? And it was something that cost us in the Super Bowl. We were doing it all in the first half. Then we kind of all of a sudden start crashing inside, and that allows the quarterbacks to get out and make some plays. And I felt like Bosa did a really good job of letting the defensive tackles and everyone else in the middle worry about the run game and just playing outside contain. And so that, is my cheer. My jeer is this. I don't know how every game we come up with an injury, man. This time it's Mustafa and JP. Luckily, both of them are not anything serious. How does a team like the Chiefs not have a Super Bowl hangover, right? They've been playing extended football for the last couple of years, but it seems like nothing's really derailed them. Obviously, they had the Rashee Rice injury.
And they lost a running back. They lost Pacheco, too. They lost their starting running back, yeah.
Yeah, but see how that doesn't affect them, though? I mean, I'm just kind of curious how they aren't getting affected, and I don't know. I'm not going to.
Well, they are the Chiefs, and they do have Mahomes. Yep. By the way, do you ever get to Cigar? You ever get to Cigar City when you're down there in Tampa?
Yeah. I think the last time I called in on a Cheers, Beers, Jeers Friday, I was letting you know that my favorite beer is Cigar City Margarita Ghost. I know they're famous for the Jai Alive, but Margarita Ghost is my favorite for sure.
Very good. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Be safe.
Dude. Yeah. Appreciate it, Mike. It's crazy down in Tampa, man. Everybody's doing okay. Some of the videos you've seen are insane.
I guess they got my neighbor has a couple houses down there. One of them had like 3 feet of water in it, just up to halfway up the door. And he said it could have been a lot worse if not for I guess they called it a reverse, a reverse surge. Like they were projected to get 10 to 15 foot storm surge, and they didn't because the water got sucked out of the bay because of the way I guess the tornado was spinning. So instead of pushing it in, it sucked it out and went elsewhere. So I guess I mean, it's bad. but it could have been a hell of a lot worse if not for that.
Well, Tropicana Field, you saw the roof of Tropicana got like ripped off, dude.
Yeah.
So like $200 million to repair it, and they're like, we're going to tear this thing down. Like, what do we do with this thing in the next couple of years? So
when somebody showed me a video of that, I was like, I couldn't make out that it was the dome. I thought it was the Tropicana in Vegas. I was like, wow, that looks weird.
Well, that thing's been gone.
I thought they blew that thing up not that long ago.
Yes, they did.
Oh, the Trop. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I get it. Maybe that'll be the impetus for them to say, you know what? Let's just do something new down here.
I think they were already talking about it. So maybe time to make that move. Yeah.
That thing's garbage.
Back out to the phone lines. Richard's in San Jose. Richard in San Jose. Cheers, beers. You're on KNBR.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. First-time caller. Love the show.
Appreciate you, bro.
Appreciate it.
Lame with the drink. It was just water. I'm trying to lose some weight.
No worries. No worries.
Stay hydrated.
That was always good. Stay hydrated.
One of the callers took what I wanted to, you prepared to say something. I wanted to explain the Bosa play, but one of the previous callers explained it. But I guess the cheer is definitely that they won overall. I actually had a question for you guys, basically. With all the, I get upset about the egregious calls that are not made. I don't know if you guys already talked about, obviously, the punt via kickoff one. Do you guys have any concern with obviously us playing the Chiefs next? And I know Niner fans get called whiners when we complain about calls, but I get upset about the egregious calls. So my question is, do you guys have any concern that we're going to see Bosa getting bear hugged and no calls and all that coming up against the Chiefs next week or in a week and a half?
Yeah.
Appreciate the call, Richard.
I don't. I don't think officials, there may be some, I guess, but I never think officials are malicious. I think they're incompetent at all levels in just about every sport. You just hope you're on the wrong side of that on that game. But I don't think, they didn't want to get the punt call wrong last night. They just did. That was we didn't have the angles thing, which still amazes me. But I don't think they go out there saying we're going to screw one team. I just don't. Because if I thought that, why even watch the game? No sense of watching it if you think the refs are screwing you and continue to screw. It just makes no sense because then you're saying it's fixed. And if it's fixed, you might as well watch wrestling. So I never think that. I just think, they're incompetent. It did look like they missed some holdings last year in the Super Bowl. I know what you're referencing, but
I don't think they were called for a hold in either of the last two Super Bowls, right?
Yeah, I don't. Well, if that one dude's not called for at least a hold or something, the right tackle for the Chiefs, that guy's awful. God, that guy. I don't know how that guy is like that. The starting right tackle for them. I know he's the most penalized guy in the league the last 2 years, but he
not in the bowl.
Yeah, but I don't. Do I worry? But no. Play like a champ. Play through it.
Let's move on here. 808 KNBR. Let's go to Jose in Lodi. He's been waiting for a while. You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, Tom. First-time Copes, first-time caller, long-time listener. Flew in from Hawaii, was there for a week, and decided to go to the Seattle game. Stopped by Seattle. And for beers, I stuck to the longboard. We met a guy in the parking lot, and he was selling $5 beers. So, yeah.
Beautiful.
We stayed there and did that. Yeah, no, nothing wrong with that. But as far as the scare that the special teams is what worries me. I know we got to get that together. And then as far as the people's tight end, Kittle, you got to love him. I think he calms everything down, and we go as he goes.
Kittle calms nothing down. Kittle's a spaz. That guy is like a just liquid energy. Like it's just energy. It's like a human can of Red Bull. But I do agree. He's an important part of this team, and he's the kind of the obvious guy, especially after last night, the red zone guy that could get open in the red zone. He made that great catch against the Patriots a few weeks ago, and he seemingly is like he's a guy that's kind of a mismatch, and you could get him open. Although that being said, I said it earlier, the first throw he made, Brock made to Kittle, that was a hell of a throw.
One of his best throws ever. I mean, that was a great throw.
Amazing. And so, but yeah. But I don't think of Kittle and calming things down in any sense whatsoever.
Let's go to Jay and Rancho. Jay and Rancho, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys. Always love your show. I'm so lucky I get to work from home to always listen to it.
Nice. Appreciate it.
And as you know, Rancho Cucamonga is right in between Ontario and Chino area.
Correct.
Nice.
Absolutely. Well done,
dude. Yeah.
So, first of all, the cheers, those rookies last night were amazing. I was like so happy for that. The Jares, I'm still nervous about the fourth quarter. In fact, I think one caller earlier kind of was saying what I was saying. Oh, no, here comes the same thing again. We're ahead, and they're starting to come back and say, here we come, fourth quarter. Other than that, it was a much-needed win. I'm not going to pretend like, it's going to be a great game against Kansas City, but that's Kansas City. We'll see what happens on there. But it was a much-needed win. As far as drinking, I'll do drink, and I had like a shot of a Fireball and then one White Claw last night. But this is a funny thing I do for every game.
Are you 19 years old? What college you go to, Jay?
I know. I'll tell you what I really do. Every time there's a touchdown, I always do 10 push-ups. All right, and then since they haven't really been scoring,
well, you're a college mascot.
I know. So my girlfriend says, like, okay, let's talk interceptions, let's talk field goals. Next thing you know, I'm going to be going on injury reserve, but I do that. I do that during the game.
What are you mixing crunches for? You kick a field goal, do a few crunches?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Jay, I appreciate the call, man. Thanks so much, dude.
My man dropping down and doing push-ups. That is amazing. You got a video of that. Send it to us.
He said I had a shot of Fireball. Did he say something about a White Claw, too?
I don't know. He lost me after the push-ups. I was like zoned out. I was like, it's just like, wow, I blacked out. Yeah, Fireball, White Claw, and push-ups after scoring.
After a touchdown, then I was dropping to 10.
Amazing.
Dropping to 10 push-ups, dude. That's so funny. Also, shout out Jay for knowing that old bit where like that caller one time called and just said where they were from between the two cities. I forget what started that, but that was hysterical.
Rancho Cucamonga.
Yeah, right down here. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon. We will still get to more of your calls and texts at 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. But when we come on back, let's get into some tips and picks for college and pros this weekend. We'll get some of Tom's best thoughts. Dennis Ranahan checks in with his pick of the week. And then a little bit later, of course, at 5:30, you will get Harmony's double banger, as well as Dr. Bob Stoll at 5:15. Larry Krueger, 3:50. Tim Ryan, 4:30. Marcus Thompson, 4:50, as the Warriors are at Chase tonight for their first home preseason game. And we'll get your tips and picks next on the Sports Leader. Let's go, Martin. Martin is in Mexico. What's up, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up? It's New Mexico. I'm on the other side of Arizona, between Arizona and Texas. But, yeah.
Time to make those weekend wagers. Who you want to bet your Benjamins on? We got you covered with tips and picks. Sponsored by Twin Pine Casino and Hotel. Now here's Tolbert and Copes on KNBR.
Shout out that caller, Martin. I think he's the one who started that. I'm actually in New Mexico on the other side. Telling us where geographically New Mexico as a state is. That was hysterical. Shout out, Martin, if you're listening, man. We love that. And I love that the callers still referencing that when they call in about where they are.
Right there between Arizona and Texas. Yeah, okay, got it.
Tips and Picks is sponsored by Twin Pine Casino and Hotel. Celebrate Twin Pine Casino and Hotel's 30th anniversary all year long in Lake County, California, where every visit is a winning experience. We'll get to Dennis Ranahan's best pick of the week. But, Tom, you have a lean on there's some big games, Texas, Oklahoma, the Red River Shootout. That's right. That's what I'm calling it. Penn State at SC, Ohio State, Oregon. Yep. I'm starting to see a lot of Ohio State stuff pop up here in the Bay Area, by the way, this week. A guy I filled in on a softball team on Tuesday. Dude, he went to Ohio State apparently, and he didn't play ball there, but he had an Ohio State baseball jersey, and he wore it to the game because he knew we were playing some guys on the other team who had Oregon ties, so he just did it to stir the pot. But Ohio State gear has been popping up all over the Bay Area. A lot of Oregon transplants here. Ole Miss, LSU, and we'll get into some NFL. But what stands out to you college-wise this week?
There's two games that I would say actually, there's a lot of games this weekend that I kind of like, which that's usually an unsettling feeling that I like a few of these games. But I'll give you two that I took. Cal Pitt. I took Pitt, laying 3. It's now 3.5. But I didn't get this one. Pitt's been good this year. They beat some good teams, not great teams, but good teams. They beat Cincy after trailing early, came all the way back. I think it was like 27-3 at one point or something like that, 27-7. They won 28-27. Beat West Virginia, and then North Carolina's North Carolina. They're not great at all. But they've played really well. Holstein, their quarterback, Eli Holstein, is thrown for over 300 yards, I think, every game but one. They've ran the ball. They haven't given up that much on the ground. I think they're only giving up like in the 3s. But in the games they played against competitive teams like Cincy, West Virginia, North Carolina, teams like that, they're only giving up like 4.1, 4.2 yards a carry. So I just think they're a good football team. And, again, they're undefeated. I think Cal's good too. But, man, what a horrific spot to be in. You got to fly 2,000 miles.
To Pitt, yeah.
To play against Pitt after coming off that game where you just had your heart ripped out. I mean, absolute brutal. You can't lose a more brutal game. You're up 25 points in the fourth quarter and spit it up against a top 10 team. Game day was there, the whole deal. I mean, that thing was going to be just an epic day, epic win, like one of the best in the history of Justin Wilcox there. And no. So now you got to, collect yourself and get on a plane and fly to Pitt, who, again, I think is a little bit underrated. I mean, they're ranked 22nd, but I think they're a good football team. So I do like Pitt in that one. And then this one, I don't like myself for liking it because I'd rather root the other way. But I do like Ohio State at Oregon, laying the 3. I didn't like it at 4, 3.5. And then when it got down to 3, I said, screw it. I'm going to take Ohio State. Now, you'll hear Dr. Bob didn't love Ohio State. He doesn't like either side in this one. But he did have some compelling stats that backed Oregon. So it is what it is. He factors in special teams. I didn't factor in special teams. Obviously, I was factoring in line of scrimmage and offense and defense and kind of how each team has looked. And I've watched a lot of their games. I watched Oregon against Boise. I watched Oregon against Oregon State. I watched Oregon against Michigan State last week. And I've seen a couple of Ohio State games. They haven't played a lot of great competitive games, but I watched them a little bit against Michigan State and then against Iowa last week. Their defense is legit. Their defense is really, really good. Henderson and Judkins are the best tandem running backs in the country. Their wide receivers are fantastic. Howard isn't great, the kid from Kansas State, the transfer, but he doesn't have to be great as long as he doesn't mess it up. Just get it to the dudes who are great and that should be good enough. Now, look, all due respect to Autzen, that's a tough place to play, and Oregon is a good football team. Although I've seen Dylan Gabriel look better. Like it seems like a little off this year. Like some of the throw, and the numbers won't back me up on this because he's only thrown like 3 picks. But some of the picks he's thrown have just been like, not good. And the offense looks a little clunkier than I thought it would look. The running game kind of got going a little bit last week, but really hasn't found its footing quite yet. I don't expect it to find its footing against an Ohio State defense that, again, is just suffocating. So this one I'm not real. Like, I wouldn't recommend this one. It's just one that I took, but I would be on this side. I just think from the line of scrimmage standpoint, Ohio State's a better team. If special teams comes into play, then, well, crap. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? We're going to go. I don't know. I already had the bet. So where
are you going to go?
Nowhere. Nothing I can do with it now. I got an Ohio State ticket. So those are the two I would throw out there. Ohio State against the Ducks and Pitt at home against the Golden Bears.
So you had Dennis Ranahan on Quackside Sports and PicksFootball.com. You spoke to him earlier. You can check out the full podcast, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app. What was you want to set this up? We have about a minute of Dennis's best pick of the week. You know which game we're hearing?
I think, if I remember correctly, I don't know if it was his best bet, but I know he was very excited about the Dallas-Detroit game.
Dallas and Detroit. Lions are at the Cowboys.
I was completely on the opposite side. Like, now he's got me rethinking. And, look, if he has a real strong opinion on something, you should ought to say, screw it, I'm going to go with Dennis. I'm not going to trust myself. Why would I trust myself on this one? So I definitely won't bet the side I'm proposing here, but trust me, if I'm in this, you'll hear me say one thing and then him go completely against me. If not, know that the team he loves in this game is not the side I initially liked.
Well, it's actually not the Lions and Cowboys game. Here's the pick of the week that they're going with for Dennis Ranahan.
I like the New Orleans Saints at home against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Mm-hmm. And the reason I like them is because I think the luster of those 2 big wins, now that they've lost 3 games in a row, is equalized. And now they're underdogs at home, and with the rookie quarterback they're starting, I think they're in a situation where Tampa Bay goes in there overconfident. And in that situation, now they're not even in first place anymore after their 2 big wins to start the season. They're 2-3, and Tampa Bay's 3-2. So for those reasons, I like New Orleans. Now, Kevin has cooled me on this game a bit because he said, even though they've lost 3 in a row, they're still on his chart what they call an under 1 positive, which is a bad place to win from. And so he still has those numbers. I'm still leaning towards the home Saints getting a little more than a field goal in the spread.
You have a side on that one, Tom? You agree with him there?
No, I don't. I don't really have a side on that one. But I would say that I think there are 2 other games that he likes better than that. Dallas most certainly he liked. He likes Dallas. He thinks Dallas is going to win that one. He gave out Baltimore. He thinks Baltimore's going to crush the Commanders. He thinks the Commanders have gotten to the high water mark. He says they've topped out as far as value is concerned, and he just thinks this sets up really nice for the Ravens. And then I know he liked the Jaguars early. If you're into getting up at 6:30 and watching Jags and Bears,
I'm not.
He had neither of mine.
I won't be up for that one.
But I wouldn't mind waking up knowing that I won money.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
That would be a good thing. You wake up on a Sunday morning, cool.
Money in the bank.
Moving on. But I kind of like the Bears. I was throwing the Bears out, and he goes, no. He goes, the Bears right now have won 2 games in a row. They beat the Panthers last week, and then the week before that was the Rams. And he said, because I told him I didn't like Jacksonville just because of the way they finished last week, where it looked like they had a handy win against the Colts, and then here comes Flacco and ties it up, and they have to go down and get a buzzer-beating field goal to win the game. So I don't know if I love Jacksonville in this one, and I mentioned it when I was talking to him, I got to give some credence to the fact that, or some weight to the fact that Jacksonville goes over there all the time. This is like nothing new to them. Like, it's not going to be anything different. It's a whatever business trip, as they say, but it really will be for them because they've been over there playing over in London many times.
Like a decade, right?
Yeah, it's like they're home away from home. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to take it. I think I might go with the Cowboys, though, getting 3 at home. He just seems to think that coming off a win last week in Pittsburgh, and Detroit's kind of riding a wave right now with the week off, and they're going to get ambushed. So, I mean, I don't like betting the Cowboys, to be perfectly honest with you, because I just don't think they're that good. I think they're just okay, but I might. I mean, it depends on, he might sway me even more by Sunday, but I would say those are games that if you were looking at Cowboys, Jags, and then the Saints, I'm not sure that'll be a play for them. And somebody asked me on the chat, is there an upset that I was looking at on Saturday? I don't know. I mean, keep an eye on the Trojans. Keep an eye on SC. I mean, they're a tackle away from beating Michigan, which, and I hate doing that, 1 play away, 2 play away, but damn, I mean, that guy was right there and just whiffed, absolutely whiffed on Mullings. And who's Penn State played? Who they played? They played West Virginia early in the season, and then really haven't played anybody. And now they got to travel 2,000 plus miles across country. And I think SC will be better at home. I think they're getting like 3.5, 4, somewhere around there. But I keep an eye on that game because it wouldn't surprise me at all. I think Penn State's better. They got a neutral field. They're probably favored by a touchdown. And certainly if USC went back to Penn State, probably closer to 8. But I don't know. I just think in the Coliseum, West Coast, Penn State, long flight, haven't played a great schedule as of yet. At least USC has. They played LSU, they played Michigan, they played Minnesota. Whatever you think of those teams, at least they're teams. I'm keeping an eye on that game.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon. We'll get more in the betting realm with Dr. Bob Stoll at 5:15. And, of course, Harmony and her double banger, 2 college games, 2 NFL games. Our sophisticated sex robot joins us at 5:30 as she does every Friday of the football season. And when we come on back, we'll catch up with our guy Larry Krueger, who we had on the Niner pre- and post-game show yesterday. You can also see him and hear him on Niners Nightly every weeknight, 5 to 6 p.m. And then, of course, on the Krug Show. We'll talk to Larry Krueger about the Niner win over Seattle in Seattle next on the Sports Leader. '49ers rebounded with a win in Seattle, 36-24 on Thursday night. Give us your cheers, jeers, and beers from last night's win. 415-808-5627. That's 808 KNBR. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Me again. Adam Copeland here. If you want to play an important role in deciding your future of your country, if you'd like to play a role in deciding the future of your country or your city, you have a powerful tool to do that, and it's your vote. But remember, you cannot vote if you're not registered, and now is the time to take action. By the way, could not be easier to register. Simply visit sfelections.gov/register. Only takes a couple of minutes to complete the registration application. Again, that's sfelections.gov/register. You can make your voice heard. Participate in the upcoming November 5th election and encourage your friends and family to do the same.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We do it every Friday. Catch up with our guy Larry Krueger on a Scoff Friday after the Niners win 36-24 over the Seattle Seahawks up at Lumen Field in Seattle. You hear and see Larry Krueger every night, weekdays, Monday to Friday, on the Niners Nightly Show here on KNBR, 6 to 7 p.m. And, of course, on the Krug Show every hour of every day of your life. Krueger joins us, courtesy of the Yuma Guest. What's up, Krug? How are you, man?
Doing fantastic.
Okay.
Fantastic. I was a little nervous going into yesterday, but the boys circled the wagons, and everybody showed up, and it was just quite an enjoyable night.
But I should tell people, because like we do the hits on the pregame show every week. I don't think it's unfair to say that you've been nervous about every game so far this season. Would that be an unfair statement?
Really good. I felt really good about the Patriot game, actually. But
you did actually. I'll give you that. You didn't ever have any real fears about that one. You had angst a little bit about. I mean, opening night's always funky, just in general. You had a little bit of angst about the Rams, and you were absolutely right about them. The Vikings, you definitely had concerns about in terms of Justin Jefferson and how well Sam Darnold had played Week 1. And then yesterday, you seemed to have a bit of concern. But were any of those concerns hushed by the way they played?
Well, I mean, Brock Purdy is just. I thought that was one of the best games I've seen from Brock Purdy in a while. I mean, he really was good. His accuracy. I mean, he put out a dime show. That pass that he had to Kittle at the pylon was just amazing.
Yeah,
just an absolutely amazing pass. But to me, it's the part of his game that we don't discuss very much is the mobility. He's moving around at the right time. He's trying to blend. Let's extend the play and give my guys a little bit more time to free themselves open down the field with, let's get rid of the ball and get it out of my hands and into the hands of my playmakers. And it's a delicate blend, But last night, I mean, with a lot of pressure, the rush was pretty fierce early and no sacks. He moved around expertly. I thought some of the plays where he moved were amazing. With the one where he found JJ late in the down, that was an incredible one. And then he made another play where he found JJ and JJ dropped it, or he kind of he looked like it hit the ground. The nose of the football hit the ground. I mean, both of those plays were incredible by Purdy, and even just some of the little things that he does to kind of buy himself a little bit more time, or sometimes turn a negative play into a 5-yard gain. I mean, the guy's playing at a high level.
Were they gonna find some safeties?
Yeah, well, because Mustafa's got the ankle, and Huff's got the wrist.
Out, yep.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. I mean, I'll say this too. I mean, I loved what I saw from Mustafa. Oh my goodness. I mean, he looks so special. He is really good. But you're right. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what exactly. I mean, I know they like Jalen Mahoney, the undrafted kid they got from off the practice squad they signed after the draft. But if they have any extensive injuries, they may have to see if they can go, bring in a veteran or two.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I mean, just in general for this game, because I was asking Tom this, and just based on how it played out in the second half, how it came down to a one-score game. Again, it's 23-17, and even Fred Warner after the game said, yeah, 1,000%, we were all sort of feeling and thinking the same sort of thing. But what you like about it is the resilience that sort of flipped the script, and part of that is due in part to the young guys who played really well yesterday. There was 4 of them. If you talk about the 2 guys in the secondary, in Renardo Green and in Mustafa, Dominic Pooney played really well, I thought, on the line yesterday. And, of course, you had Isaac Guerrero, who broke the long run that ultimately helped them win the game. I guess my question is, do you feel any different about this team than you did entering play yesterday, or are they still just who you thought they were?
Well, no, I mean, anytime the young players assert themselves on the big stage and kind of, show that they're NFL players more than, because you just never know. I mean, there's no law that says that the guys that you draft are going to contribute anything. And it's just really hard to find guys that can fit into your mix, especially if you've got a talented roster. And what a draft John Lynch had. Just the early returns. I mean, we haven't even seen Cowing do his thing, and he's impressive. We haven't seen Pearsall do his thing. He's impressive. But, I mean, the block on the Guerrero had that 76-yard run. But if you go back and watch it again, I mean, I didn't even notice this until I watched it on the rewatch. But Pooney not only blocked his guy, he blocked 2 guys on that play and created that whole highway for Guerrero. So, Pooney's playing great. The Guerrero explosion was much needed. Mustafa looks very, very special. But to me, the biggest play of the game was Renardo Green. It's 23-17, and, they're driving. And the place is starting to make some noise, and you can feel the momentum shift. And you got to think that the Niners are thinking deja vu, and here we go again. And then Renardo undercuts the ball to Metcalf and gets the pick. And when I talked to him in his locker, guys, he was so confident the last couple of weeks. It's like, this guy doesn't seem at all like a rookie. And he didn't play like one last night.
All right, Krug, most important question of the day, maybe the week.
Okay.
And if you don't get this one right, I'm going to be very disappointed. What kind of name is Pooney anyway?
Comanche, I believe.
Thank you. Very good, Krug. Very good. Well done. Copes has no idea what we're talking about because he refuses to see.
I knew where you were going with that, but I was like, I knew where he was going because we riffed on it last week, or earlier this week. But
you going to use the whole fist there, Doc? I mean,
thank you. They see we could go on and on and on, Copes, and you just have to enjoy it.
I think I missed it. I think the window closed.
Copes, look, defenseless babies.
Buenos dias, Puppet Taco. So
mattress, please. These tags aren't right.
Do you think Guerrero took a dive, slid on purpose, or didn't slide on purpose?
That was a very weird end, right? I mean, because it looked like he was kind of pulling up. He's got 4.33 speed. I wasn't expecting him to get caught from behind. And then when he got caught from behind, he slid in a way. It was almost like I wanted to be caught from behind. He told the writers afterwards that he was trying to save it for Juszczyk, but I don't know. I mean, and if he was trying to slide down, bro, you're overthinking it. Just score the touch.
Exactly. They're only at 5. Let's get beyond that 8, because it wasn't game over at that point. I mean, you stuff them, you could theoretically get the ball back down 8 with like 35 seconds left, and you're still a long shot, but it's better than being down 13 or so if they go ahead and score that touchdown. Didn't you feel like that was the game that ultimately could have been the Cardinals game and the Rams game? Like, where they were the better team, you're watching it thinking, okay, they're the better team, and then they screwed up enough to lose to the Rams, screwed up enough to lose to the Cardinals, and they just didn't screw up enough last night. The kickoff return did not help because Seattle was dead in the water at that point, and that kind of resurrected them. But I almost felt like those were very similar to the Rams and Cardinals games, but they didn't do the dumb stuff in the second half to allow the team to take over and win the game. Like, I still think this is a really good football team. They just got some stuff to clean up. When they do clean it up, then they're really tough to beat.
Yeah, I mean, we're all big fans of pro and college football, and it's like it feels like totally different sports, because in college, it's like the better team feels like inevitably, eventually, they're going to win because there's so many possessions. But in the pros, to me, it's all about turnovers. I mean, the Niners had coughed it up 8 times in the first 5 games, and they lost some games they shouldn't have lost. Well, what happened in this game? They were +3 in turnovers, and so they overcame the fact that they still were not good on special teams and still are not good in the red zone, and still got a 12-point win. But that was the difference. It was the turnovers. The turnovers in the NFL are such a huge factor. I mean, it sounds generic and it's not that, creative or anything, but it is the ultimate factor. How many possessions do you typically get in a game? 8, 9, 10. So if you have 3 turnovers, or like last week, they had 4 possessions in the second half and 4 turnovers with the turnover on downs. Yeah, I mean, that's how you get beat. That's how you get beat.
I saw your tweet earlier today because I happen to be watching this. I'll have it on in the house occasionally, watching Colin Cowherd because he's pretty entertaining. But I got a kick I got a kick out of your. I mean, he's a good guy too, but his list today of quarterbacks that were better than Purdy is just I think he's doing it for shock value, because it's like I don't think there's one of those guys I would take ahead of Purdy, to be honest with you. And ultimately, it's not a fair question because you don't know who fits into whose system better and all that stuff. But I did say this, Krug. I said there's only like 5 quarterbacks in the league right now I will take over Purdy. It would be Stafford, Allen, Mahomes, Burrow, Lamar Jackson. That's it. The rest of them, I'll take Purdy and take my chances. I'll be good having him. And I know that might be high, but I mean, to me, he's a top 10 quarterback by any measure in my eyes. It's funny that we keep having this. We haven't talked to you about it, but this referendum every single time Purdy does something, whether he's good or not. And hasn't that train left the station like a long time ago?
Yeah, I mean, and it's funny. I mean, guys like Fred Warner will be like, I think he's the best quarterback there is. I mean, and
well, yeah.
and I mean, it's cool to hear them say that. But I mean, come on. I mean, this guy's he makes a lot of plays. You know what? And I understand it. I mean, you guys understand it too. It's a lot of the traits that make Brock Purdy a special player you can't see. Right? You can't see his processing or his vision but I mean the mobility, and like you look at him, he doesn't look like a guy who's overly mobile, but the reality is, there's a lot of Russell Wilson there, and it's Russell showed up in Seattle and the Niners could never beat him, and suddenly Purdy shows up here and now the Seahawks can never beat the Niners. So they remind me so much. I mean, Purdy reminds me so much of Russell in the fact that he's smaller, but he's a winner. Yeah. And I know Greg Cosell hates that when he's a winner. Oh, come on, you can't define that. But I understand that. But the guy makes winning plays, and more than anything, I love that end zone camera, guys, where you can see the face, and you get a glimpse into at least the what's going on in the face mask, and he always seems very calm. Focused, determined, but not frazzled. He doesn't look frazzled. So to me, and then the play has been very consistent.
Yeah.
It feel like they had more guys in space yesterday. I know Debo had a couple of nice open runs, and he had the big, long touchdown reception. But Brandon Ayuk, another quiet game. Just, again, to the yak yards, what did you see yesterday?
Well, I mean, it wasn't great, but Debo, Debo almost got caught, but he made the play. I mean, they almost got him at the from the heels, but he escaped and made a beautiful play. I mean, the run after the catch is a product of accuracy, but it's also a product of explosive speed. And Debo, that's his game. So I thought Debo, and I'll be surprised if Debo is fully healthy today after yesterday. He took some big hits last night, but I thought that was a gutty performance from him. I mean, it kind of shows in some of the biggest games. And I've been critical of Debo, saying that he's lost some speed and he can't beat man coverage and some of the things that I'm seeing. But I mean, you got to give him his in that Philly game was huge last year. Who showed up? Him. Last night was a gotta have it moment. Who showed up? Him, as a runner, as a receiver. I mean, he's gutty player for sure, man.
No, definitely. I've always said him and Kittle are the ones that kind of bring the fire to the offense with their physical play. And I'm wondering if they found, I hate to say found something, Krug, but maybe Kittle is the guy down in the red zone, because they started off 0 for 2 last night, and I was thinking, here we go again. Drive all the way down the field and can't punch it into the end zone. But the more I thought about it, I was like, his first throw to Kittle was amazing. Like that took pinpoint accuracy to get that one home. And the second throw wasn't an easy one, but by red zone standards, it wasn't that hard. It just seems like they're having to work a lot harder, and obviously McCaffrey's out. We all know that. But that just can't be the excuse. We're 30th in the league in red zone percentage scoring touchdowns because of McCaffrey. I mean, they got to find some different ways to get in the end zone, because nothing more frustrating than driving all the way down the field and settling for 29-yard field goals or 32-yard field goals, which they've done way too many times this year.
Yeah, no question. I mean, the bad news is that they won yesterday and the red zone thing wasn't solved, right? That's the bad news. The good news is the guy they got practicing this week in Pearsall, I think is maybe the solution. The good news is Ricky Pearsall is I think going to be a red zone monster. He just is he's a guy that I don't know if he can free himself up down the field consistently, because it's like one of those things where his actual foot speed is just okay. I mean, it's 4.41, but I don't know. I mean, where he's really special is that he can free himself up in a short area, like all the time at will. And him and Purdy in May, when they got some field reps together, were absolutely on the same page. There was an OTA at the end of May where these guys, at the end of that practice, I was like, wow, you would swear that this was Stafford to Cooper Kupp. I mean, these guys were absolutely on the same page. If they can get to that point, I think Pearsall could be a red zone, maybe their answer in the red zone. He's so quick. He's such a great route runner. He can separate, and he'll do the field reps with Brock. They'll get on the same page. I'm eager to see what that looks like.
Larry Krueger, the voice you hear. You'll see him and hear him tonight on Niners Nightly, 6 to 7 p.m. And you're on tomorrow too, right, Larry?
Yeah, tomorrow as well. Tomorrow, though, I think got moved from 10 a.m. in its normal spot to I think like 1 p.m. because of the baseball move. Yeah. So we'll be on tomorrow right after the baseball game, probably around 1 o'clock. Looking forward to that.
Speaking of baseball, have you gotten the pangs yet for Birdsong?
I've been too busy. I've been too stressed about the Niners. I will though. I'll be jonesing for my Birdsong here within a couple weeks.
Let me ask you this: will the maniacal sports mind of a Krug throw a DVR or a tape in today to catch some Warriors preseason tonight?
Oh, Tommy knows I'm a sucker for that stuff. I mean, I'm Lindy Waters the third, all day and all night. I'm Marco Bellinelli in the summer league. Yeah. I'm Anthony Randolph, went for 40. I just saw him in downtown Walnut Creek. I mean, I'm if you show me an obscure Warrior moment, I'm there.
I'm in.
Krug's the guy that comes in and goes, oh, have you seen this guy? This guy's incredible. And then he's playing in like South Sudan.
Yeah, dude, he's not playing anywhere. He's not playing anywhere here.
What was that one? I quoted something when Tommy and I were doing the show. I'm like, this guy's got big numbers in the Adriatic League. It sounds like the Adriatic League.
I love that, dude. Never change, Krug. Never change, bro.
I think I was talking to Papa Giannis from the Kings.
Is that who it
I'm
was?
like, yeah, he was big in the Adriatic League.
Papa Giannis.
Hold on. Guys, we have audio. I believe we have audio. Here's Tim.
Oh, we do.
They also had Petrusev. Petrusev was the Conference Player of the Year. He's leading the Adriatic League right now in scoring.
Petrusev.
It's the last I heard about Petrusev.
I don't know if I heard of him since before that. Yeah,
I sometimes buy in maybe before I should.
Krug, give me one team in the Adriatic League.
I'm a big fan of Olympiakos. No, I have no idea.
No, that's a Greek league, right? Larry Kruger, Niners Nightly, and all your Petrusev takes. You can hear him with him right here on the Sports Leader. Krug, have a nice weekend, man. We'll talk to you soon.
You got to sell it. If you're going to mention the Adriatic League, you really got to sell it.
You really do.
Adriatic League. All right, when we come on back, Tim Ryan's actually, we'll come on back. We'll catch up with Tim Ryan at 4:30. We still got a sound soiree coming your way. Some of the best sounds from across the sports world that you might have missed. That's coming up next on the Sports Leader. Adam Schefter reports that Jordan Mason suffered a sprained AC joint in last night's win, but it's not deemed too serious. For all your 49er news, keep it locked on your home of 49er football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the sports leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. And, Steve, this is something I know freaks people out. What do they do if they've got unpaid taxes?
They call us and we take care of you. Don't make the mistake of sticking your head in the sand. And I know people that they say they get letters and they're too scared to open them, and then something bad happens to them. You don't want one of these newly hired IRS agents knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. Doesn't have to be. There's so many good solutions we want to do for you. Whether we offer to just pay part and they forgive the rest, or pay in monthly installments that you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford. Or we ask them to forgive the penalties. Or if the problem was caused by your ex-spouse or ex-business partner, shift the problem off of you onto them, or a lot of other solutions. The bottom line is we have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And then we can go ahead and do everything for you where you don't have to talk to the government. The only thing you have to do is call up and say, hey, Steve, give me that.
Leslie Moskowitz, help you. 188-TAX-STEAL or online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds of the weekend you might have missed.
Soiree what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon. Just caught up with Krug. That was fun talking to Kruger. Krug talking Warrior preseason basketball. Can't wait to get enough of that. Lindy Waters III. I'm going to tape that game tonight. We are going to catch up still a little bit later with Marcus Thompson at 4:50, but Tim Ryan joins us in about 15 minutes at the bottom of the hour to get into the 49ers and the Seattle Seahawks yesterday. We get to talk to Tim following a Niner win instead of ahead of a Niner game like we usually get on Fridays. So why don't we get into some of the sound first before we do that? By the way, Dr. Bob at 5:15 with your picks of the week. And then the pick that everybody wants, or the tip everybody wants. Harmony is going to join at 5:30.
Oh, easy there.
For her double banger. You hear they're promoing Harmony now? See how big this thing's gotten? There was like a promo we played earlier in the in the show. There was like a mention Harmony was joining us. And dude, you could hear too the voice guy, our guy Cutler. Jim Cutler does all the voice stuff for KNBR. He's back east. You could hear him in the thing sort of laugh when he was giving the Harmony. He's like, Harmony sex robot joins the boys at 5:30. Yeah, it's pretty good. Anyway, here's the sound soiree. Multiple voices here. Isaac Guerrero, Kyle Shanahan, Debo, Kittle, and Trent, all on their reaction to Guerrero sliding and not scoring that touchdown, which ultimately the Niners scored anyway, but it went to Kyle Juszczyk. And the funniest thing about it, Tom, is after that run, Guerrero was at 100 yards exactly. They ran it with him the next play, and he lost a yard. Would have his first 100-yard game instead. 10 for 99, doesn't get the touchdown.
My God.
There's Guerrero, Shanahan, Debo, Kittle, and Trent Williams all on that play.
Once I saw the seam and I hit it, I saw people on the sideline saying get down. So you never know where that decision's coming from. So just wanted to be safe, be smart right there. And then I already told Juice he owes me one at the end. But I was just happy to come out with the team win.
You didn't slide there at the end?
Hell no, we want him to score, and I don't think he slid. That's what he's claiming. I think 21's a fast player, and he got him a little bit there at the end. I think. I'll see it. You guys saw it. But ended up working out better for us.
I don't know why he didn't score. I would have scored. He said he was looking at the sideline and people was telling him to go down for what I don't know. Why he looking at the sideline running anyway. But, man, that's just huge. It's kind of like next man up mentality. We always want Mooney out there, but Renardo went out there and took advantage of the opportunity he had.
Isaac went for however far that was, 70-something yards? 71, decent. And then he slid, too, just so Kyle could get a touchdown. Kyle's in everybody's ear about that stuff. It's hilarious.
We've all been waiting to see IG kind of turn it loose. We know he's a blazer. Reminds us a lot of Raheem Mostert. So I think Bobby T said he's an eyelash slower, but I don't know. The kid can run. So he said he was going down on purpose. So we'll give him that.
I like the Mostert comp. If he could hit a hole like that and just have jets. I mean, I feel like that's every time we saw Mostert scoring a touchdown, he was just running in front behind through a defense like with a straight run and going to the end zone.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I love Kittle. Decent. 71, decent.
Decent.
All right. Get it to Juice, and we are good to go. I love when Guerrero goes, yeah, I heard people yelling "get down" from the sidelines. You never know where that's coming from. Like, the coaches pass.
Why would you do it? Yeah. They just pass it. Hey, if you guys see him running, just let him know.
Hey, tell him get down.
Get down. If you guys see him doing that, just let him know.
Where it's coming from.
It's pretty funny.
I would love to see like a sideline shot, like a high sideline shot when he's running to see if anybody's actually yelling. See if there's anybody running with him. Or
if there's a culprit. Yeah, if there's somebody we can get on about it.
If there's somebody there, because they do have. I mentioned the Fab Five one where Weber called the timeout.
Everybody's on the bench.
Carolina. Yeah, everybody's on the bench, and like half of them are like timeout. And then when he called the timeout, they all like backed away, like,
oh no, that's a T.
I don't even know if we have one. Oh, brother! Again, all's well that ends well, and Shanahan said it right in that it did end up working out better for him because they made him burn a timeout, and then they scored. So it ended up working out, and the game was over anyway. But again, in that situation, if they had one timeout left instead of two, yeah, then go ahead and take a knee. Then you kill the game. But if you can't kill the game, then yeah, there's no sense of not getting into the end zone. So we may never know. Although I think I know, he slid.
Yeah, I'm of the other mindset. I don't think he slid, but I think he got tripped up.
No.
Here's Sharks' first overall pick, Macklin Celebrini. Listen up, Nicole. Here he is, Macklin Celebrini of the Sharks. He scores his first NHL goal. Here's what it sounded like.
And then blocked in the low slot, shoveled along for William Eklund. Here is Celebrini, pulling up, spinning, shoveling across. They score! Off a deflection in front. Celebrini and Eklund combine, and the Sharks have the lead. It's Celebrini's goal, and it's his first in the NHL.
Nothing better than scoring your first goal off a spinorama, off a skate. You just threw it off a skate of a Blues defenseman and on the sheet, and then added an assist later, and I didn't get a chance to watch it because ESPN Plus.
Ooh.
Seriously?
Well, it's maybe a good thing you didn't see how this one went down. Sharks led 4-1 going into the third period and gave up 3 goals to the Blues, who we just talked about did that same thing in the second period to the Kraken on opening day. 3 goals in a minute and 55. And apparently Nicole, who was here bitching and moaning earlier that we don't talk Sharks, well, she wasn't here for the head coach the other day, Ryan Warsofsky, or the number 4 overall pick, Will Smith, as apparently signed off from the YouTube chat before we played Celebrini's first career goal.
I think she thinks we're a Sharks podcast.
Like she does.
That's all we're supposed to talk is Sharks. Trust me, we'll talk Sharks as soon as they're on NBC Sports Bay Area. I can watch. I wasn't going to go back and forth between baseball, football, and ESPN Plus.
Open up that app, Tom. Bounce to the app.
No, wasn't happening. I had enough on my plate.
Go
I was
Sharks.
good to go. There's 81 more games. We'll catch enough of them.
Okay, here we go. Next one here is the New Heights podcast, Travis Kelce and Jason Kelce, and they're talking about what we discussed last week with the statement from the NFL Players Association on trying to end locker room interviews for the media. So here's Travis and Jason Kelce on the New Heights podcast talking about that Players Association push.
The NFLPA has put out a statement about moving media interviews out of the locker rooms, and a lot of players have since spoken up about this. This has been something that guys have talked about for a long time. For those of you that don't know, after games or practices, there is a period of time that the locker room is open for media members to go in and talk to players, interview them, ask, what happened in the game, what's going on this week, whatever stories they're writing.
And
there's no and to that. That is
me watch.
I don't think that's why they're in there. This is what is being alleged.
This is what I mean.
This is what is being alleged. I suppose that there's probably been a few Peters gazed over the years. My is low on the totem pole. I'm not impressing anybody or doing anything. If you want to look at it, go for it. Be my guest. It's not going to impress you.
It's going to make some babies, man. That's what it's going to do.
It's efficient. It gets the job done.
There's been a few Peters gazed. Somebody goes, and Travis is going, and what's the other thing they do?
And me watch.
Me watch. Oh my gosh, that's hysterical. I mean, they did the same thing back when I was playing, but there's like 3 people. It wasn't that big a deal back then. I'm sure it's just a madhouse.
For the NFL, it's way different, yeah.
Way, way different. Well,
today's world
I'm sure
media.
NBA, depending on who you were, like I'm sure the Warriors were different too. I'm sure they had a bunch of dudes in there. And women too, after practice, after games, probably after games more, but they were a circus there for a while.
Me watch.
So I didn't really give it much thought. It's like, look, if you want to, it's really not that hard, right? I mean, you turn around into your locker stall, drop trowel, put a towel on, and then walk around. I mean, if you don't want to do that, then whatever. So you do what you want to do. But it really, I never found it all that hard. It's like, give me a towel, put a towel on. Could have made the towels bigger, though. I got to be honest with you. They're like these little towels you're trying to like wrap around. It's like, wait a minute, this thing's barely fitting around, man.
You guys are in the NBA. These aren't normal. These are normal people.
Yeah, can I get a double X? Yeah, why do we have regular towels for the NBA? Okay,
me watch.
We're big dudes, but it was just never that big a deal. You want to interview me? Okay. You want to see my ass? I don't care. Put a towel on, and I'll turn around and I'll talk to you, or sit down and talk to you, or I'll do what I got to do. But you don't like have to walk around like parading like some guys do. I think some guys have a little bit of exhibitionist in them. And
parading.
They can complain all they want to, but They're proud of their stuff, and they don't mind showing it off.
There you go. One more here in the Sound Soiree. Coach K has a new masterclass advertisement. Coach K, the former Duke head coach, winningest head coach, basketball history. Here you go. Here's Coach K and his masterclass advertisement.
Yo, I'm Coach K, and I can teach you the difference between leading a team to winning and leading a team to a championship. Cursing. Cursing is the least emphasized and taught skill in the world, yet it's a force multiplier in great teams. Together, we'll explore the nuanced techniques I have developed. Techniques that will make you a mother champion. To win championships, you have to recruit the best talent and make them better. When you encounter a obstacle, like the officiating I see every game, you have to move on to the next play. A leader needs to use well-placed words, like and the most useful and versatile word in my coaching career. When a player throws a bad pass, I tell him he threw a pass, and take a seat on the bench, you stupid. It's like when you have a great physician. I don't say that Henry Friedman is a great doctor. I say that Henry Friedman is a great doctor. That has real power and enthusiasm. I just wish that Henry would shut the once in a while. I'm a champion, and I can elevate your vocabulary into a championship level. So give me your gosh damn money and enroll right the now into my masterclass on cursing. You won't regret it, because I am Coach K.
I ran across this yesterday. So that was a doctor that I guess is really good friends with Coach K. And they do something each year for I think it's brain tumor or brain cancer. I'm not sure which one it is, but it's like a foundation there at Duke, and this doctor heads it up. I mean, obviously a brilliant guy. And him and Coach K have become close, and he always asks Coach K to come visit and speak at a fundraiser that they have, and Jay said he's always willing to go do it. And he said the doctor also really enjoys poking the bear, and getting on Coach K, which I'm sure he probably enjoys too. So he's the one that made this video, and that's what they showed at the beginning of the foundation, the whole Coach K thing. I think at the beginning, or try to get people to come to it, but I couldn't stop laughing at it.
That's really funny.
I told Eric, I go, whatever, we got to play this. This is pretty amazing stuff.
It's really funny. I'd heard that. I didn't really know what it was. And I got a real kick out of that. That was funny. By the way, he's famous for that, Coach K. Like his cursing knew no bounds. Like he was known for people like 15 rows deep behind the Duke bench being like mortified by things he was saying to refs,
Go sit
assistants.
on the bleeping bench, you dumb.
Yo, I'm Coach K.
Yeah, maybe the yo is the most jarring part of the entire thing.
Yo, I'm Coach K.
Tolbert and Coach with you on a Friday afternoon. Tim Ryan was on the call last night in Seattle for the Niners 36-24 win over the Seahawks. We'll get his thoughts on where they go from this one right after this. Tolbert and Coach on the Sports Leader. We catch up with Tim Ryan every Friday here on Tolbert and Copes, and usually it's ahead of a Niner game, this time after a Niner 36-24 win over Seattle. Brock Purdy remains undefeated against the Seahawks, 6 straight against Seattle if you include the postseason, and the Niners are back atop the NFC West. Tim is sponsored by Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers and Levi Stadium, and by the Contra Costa County Office of the Sheriff. Apply for your new career in law enforcement at cocosheriff.org today. Tim joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Had to be a good flight home last night, Tim. How are you?
Doing well, boys. How are you guys?
Pretty good, man.
Good.
Pretty good.
Good.
Let's go. Your first just general takeaways. I mean, mine, as I said to Tom, is they won that game in you heard Fred Warner afterwards say, yeah, of course we were thinking about the previous games. When that stuff starts to happen, you start thinking, oh, no, here we go again. But to have those young guys, and I was thinking of the 4 of them, Malik Mustafa, Renardo Green, Ike Garendo, and then Dominic Pooney and his blocking on the line for that big run by Garendo yesterday. Sometimes that's the difference in it, and it was nice to have new guys out there who didn't necessarily have that same feeling.
Yeah, well, they've been around for the last 2 games too, so it may not, be like the old dogs, but they certainly have felt what's been happening since the Ram game, and then obviously what happened last week against Arizona. It was a hell of a win. The first thing I thought of and was thinking of the whole night is the NFL is freaking high drama, man.
Yep.
And that's what we all love about it. It's you cannot script an unscripted event. I try to do it all the time, lay out how I think this game's going to go, watch all the tape, see what they run. They came out and changed so much stuff offensively. There were so many 2 tight end sets and what had been a wide open, full out, spread offense. And they got into it a couple times last night, certainly in the second half and in the fourth quarter. They were back to their closed formations and stacked formations and a lot of stuff they had done previously to the 49ers. So I was nervous till the very end, man. And how could you not be? Because when that momentum flipped, after they went up 23-3, after what I thought, and I talked to him about it, and I think he agreed, Brock Purdy's best throw of the year, that absolute dime he threw to Kittle on that out route inside the pylon, just outside of the hand of the defender. And then another special teams gaffe and, 96-yard house call, and you can feel that momentum, and you can feel that crowd cascading. I mean, just an avalanche falling down with the noise on top of those players, and it was obviously oh no, here we go again. And then the offense went cold, for 3 drives, and that could happen. And all the momentum, everything was swinging towards the Seattle Seahawks, who we know have, an ability to get down the field quickly with that passing game and punch it into the end zone. And it all flipped when the rook, Renardo Green, undercut that route and got the interception. And then finally the 49ers able to, capitalize after a takeaway, and then another great throw from Purdy to Kittle on that little, I call it a naughty route, because he's just nodding his head and a quick look to the outside and back inside, and Brock just, a rope, just ripped it. Loved his decisiveness in the red zone in the passing game. Obviously, it started a little slow down in the money zone, but those were 2 great throws by him. Then the Garendo run, which you said it right. I mean, the block by Pooney was fantastic. The block by Pooney was fantastic on the 6-yard fullback force with Kyle Juszczyk as well. But the 76-yard Garendo run, it wasn't just Pooney, it was Brendel, it was McKivitz, it was everybody. It was that clinic blocking on the right side of the offensive line. So to walk out of there with a W under those circumstances, and based on how angry and agitated this team was and how freaking hard it is to win a game in this league, especially when you're getting 0 assistance and negative assistance from the officials and that absolute garbage review call. We can go over that in a second. I mean, it's inexcusable and unexplainable, and I don't care what they're saying. I know they have every look in New York. Don't tell the fans that are watching it at home that they don't have that look. What happened to the ability to pause the Exmo cam right when the ball was hitting his thumb? I see it all the time on big games with a lot of cameras. They can freeze frame it. Oh, there it is. Bang. Easy. So to mess that up, and not only mess up the touch, but to pick a flag up, which I thought was clear pushing in the back.
Yep.
If you go back and look at that play, and then when I got home at 3 a.m, the game was on, and I turned it on, and Herb Street, those guys said nothing about that. They came back and said, well, the San Francisco player, we're picking the flag up. He was blocked into the returner, and I looked at Pop on air. I go, is blocking in the back, is that legal now? I mean, are they doing that? Like, nothing. So it was a comedy of freaking errors on that, and I mean, that could have had a huge. It did have us at the minimum 70 yards of field possession.
Yep.
It's unacceptable. And with those guys, I hope somebody gets demoted for that somewhere along the chain of command, because calls like that, especially when you've got the tools to fix them and still don't and blatantly get it wrong, those change jobs, they change careers, they change lives. And to me, that cannot be tolerated. But having said that, the 49ers were able to bounce back, come up with some huge plays in the game. Bosa was an absolute freaking animal, and the rest of the D-line played well. Once again, Fred had the bullseye bomber, I like to call him, another direct hit on the football, which really was a huge play because they had already established the line to gain on the first down, knocked it back, then they got a penalty, I think a false start, and then they were in 3rd and 8 or whatever it was, and the 49ers were able to get off the field. So that ended up being a huge play. And as I said last night, for the players and for everybody involved and for the fans as well, 3 days of bliss instead of 3 days of depression, and fired up for the players. They can, put their feet up this week, watch some games, and get some much-needed rest.
Yeah, you mentioned it, Tim. I thought last night Nick Bosa's game was Exhibit A on why sacks aren't everything, because he didn't have a sack, and he was incredible.
Changed the game, yeah.
Last night. He was awesome last night.
Yeah, impact rushes left and right. I don't know, was it 14 or 15?
14, yep.
He was, Yeah, he was destroying. He was destroying Stone Forsythe over there. And what people don't understand is, if you're a defensive back, linebacker, and you're in coverage and you're playing behind Bosa, and you know what these guys like to do with the spread fast pass when they were getting into that stuff, and you look at Bosa and there's not a tight end there, I already know in their minds they're driving on everything, because that guy can't block him. That ball's coming out in 2 seconds. Geno Smith is not going to hold it.
Yep.
So he had just a huge impact all over the place. But I'm glad you guys really mentioned the rookies, because, man, what a performance by all of those guys that you mentioned in big spots and big moments. And I said it last night, I was impressed with a lot of stuff last night. I was impressed with the mindset of the football team in that environment, which I didn't anticipate anything different. But to go out there and do it on a short week, the method of attack in the run game, downhill between the tackles, just slamming it downhill, thinking 4 and you might get 40. You'd be surprised when you just chew the grass in front of you and not really look for the big play every time. There was a lot of things that were impressive, but I did not anticipate, based on the 12 runs that I've seen, and I know he had a hamstring in training camp with Isaac Gurindo, the way he really stuck his nose in there and was playing with that mindset, the 49er mindset. And it wasn't just the long run. It was the 8 or 9 runs that he had before. And he showed the speed on the one where because right when he bounced the one, I'm like, oh no, here we go. It's going to be, in my mind, I'm thinking this is a 4-yard loss. Not in this league. They're going to track him down. Ran away from the linebacker, ended up getting a positive gain. But I was really fired up, and just to watch him just stick his nose in there and get downhill with a vengeance, and it paid off.
Yeah.
Talking to Tim Ryan on the Yuma guest line. What did you see from Debo in the receiving game yesterday? Nice big breakout for him.
Yes, and I think there's still more for him, no question. And I talked to him for a little while after the game, and the Brock throw to him was off his back foot, and it wasn't Brock's best throw. That ball took a while to get there, and it was a bit underthrown. And I think that helped Debo be able to make the play on that, because nobody drives back to the ball wherever it is. I don't care if he's on a crossing route, a go route, come back. It doesn't matter. He's coming back to the football. He's going to go capture it. He's not going to wait to catch it. It's a huge, part of his game and one of his rare skill sets. And so when that ball was a little underthrown and in the air for a while, I think Julian Love, the way I saw it, was just playing the route thinking, oh, man, he's down the sideline, and kind of overran it. And then Debo, obviously able to come back and get it and get underneath it. And then I know in his rearview mirror, he saw number 53, a linebacker, running him down, and he said, I don't think so. I better shift into sixth gear right now, or this is going to look really bad. Getting tracked by a linebacker, he would have defensive end type. He would have never lived that one down.
Hey, is Shanahan going to have to start throwing the kickers in Oklahoma drills? You get him some practice tackling?
Maybe you should throw them in the weight room and get them under the squat rack so they get booted into the end zone and they don't have to tackle. Oh, man. Poor little fella. Poor little fella.
Poor little fella. Oh, my
And you know what?
goodness
Credit
gracious.
to him for going for it. And I appreciate that, sticking his nose in there. And unfortunately, he got hurt. And he came up big, obviously, with some, the 3 field goals.
Yeah.
But, they've got to figure out, and I don't know what's going to happen, but they got to have the ability to bomb that thing into the end zone, period. Because the new dynamic kickoff return really becomes dynamic when the kicks are landing where they were landing without a lot of hang time last night, and returners are running up and catching them full speed when everyone else is still standing still. That's when it becomes dynamic.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean, because they were dead. Before that kickoff return, there was like no life in that building.
Nothing.
And then all of a sudden it's like, uh-oh. And then you started thinking, here we go. So do you notice anything? Like, I don't know. All I know is special teams is like when it's good or bad. That's it. I don't know all the techniques and what they're doing. Oh, and I do say, if you see a guy's name, don't block him there, okay? Name, don't block. Don't do that. Shouldn't be that hard. But is there something you're seeing out there because this special teams has struggled for a little bit now?
Yeah, well, 5 consecutive games with a special team gaff. And to be fair, they've had 2 games, the last 2 with a big special team bonus, right? The blocked field goal and the touchdown on that against Arizona. And then last night, Luter knocking it out, which ended up being obviously a big play in that game. It's just lack of execution, and whether it's somebody getting out of their lane on a punt coverage in LA against the Rams, which clearly happened. It's somebody taking a bad angle in their lane. It's somebody not, when you take your shot, not taking your shot and getting in front of the legs of the returner and at least getting him off his track to you may miss. I mean, those guys are going a million miles an hour trying to get down there, and they're taught to take their shot. But your shot's got to have an impact on changing, his track and what direction he's running and get those feet at least, pitter-pattering a little bit or stopping. And then missed tackles. But what I saw last night on the long one was, another rookie again, and they've, certainly been challenged on the special teams this year is, Mahoney running down there unblocked, and I get you got to take your shot, but again, you've got to impact that guy's return, and Chenault was not impacted at all. He just kept going. It had no effect on him at all. And then Robert Bill, you got to wrap. You just can't hit. You got to wrap those guys up, especially that little dude he's a gadget man and a good returner and got real good contact balance. So really it's just execution. It's nothing schematic. It's execution. And again, when you start with a few of those kicks, it makes it even a bigger challenge to be able to execute.
Tim Ryan, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line. We do it with him every week. Niners get a win last night, 36-24, and now they're atop the NFC West after their win over Seattle. Tim, enjoy the time off. We'll talk to you next week.
You guys enjoy the weekend. Thank you. Always a pleasure.
Good deal,
Thanks,
man.
Tim.
Tim Ryan, you miss any of that? All available, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Still got some more to come before we wrap up the week here on Tolbert and Cobes. Marcus Thompson's going to join us. I think he might have been up in Seattle yesterday, so we'll talk to him about the Niners in their win over the Seahawks yesterday. Dr. Bob joins us at 5:15 for his picks of the weekend, and then Harmony's double banger. She's coming in about an hour at 5:30, about 45 minutes at 5:30. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic next on the Sports Leader. Adam Schefter reports that Jordan Mason suffered a sprained AC joint in last night's win, but it's not deemed too serious. For all your 49er news, keep it locked on your home of 49er football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the sports leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Me again, Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. You can declare your retirement independence today with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group, because having the proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want and when you want, maybe for the rest of your life. You've worked hard, you've saved hard, you've got dreams about retirement, and the people at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid the common mistakes that people make when they get to that point. Having the right investment strategy for the future can make all the difference. You can reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocket, especially if you're one of those people who has already saved a lot. So don't wait. Declare your retirement independence and call O'Donnell Financial Group today at 866-496-2300 and learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Again, 866-496-2300 or online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300 or odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
It's time for Tolbert, Copes, and Thompson. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland with The Athletics' Marcus Thompson on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
We do it every week with Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. We're working to make the connection with Marcus, I believe, are we not? We do not have him yet. We will connect with Marcus momentarily and talk to him. Dr. Bob coming up at 5:15. We'll do that next. Get your picks for the weekend with Dr. Bob, and then Harmony's Double Banger coming up at 5:30, followed by some soup. Games on the docket this weekend that you're looking forward to, Tom. Is it Cowboys-Lions? Is that the one where your focus is first?
That Ravens and Commanders.
Yeah, I like that one too.
I mean, that should be a really fun one. You got one of the best quarterbacks in the league going up against one of the best up-and-coming quarterbacks in the league. We'll see. I mean, I hate to say that. He's so young, and we'll see how he looks at the end of the year, but that's the way he's trending. So yeah, that one I want to watch. Probably, definitely Lions Cowboys for sure. And then after that, I don't know if there's a whole bunch of games that I'm looking at going, boy, I really want to watch that. Like Browns Eagles, not a chance. Colts Titans.
It's not a great slate this weekend.
Not a chance. Maybe a little Cardinals Packers. I wouldn't mind watching some of that one. That one might be intriguing.
Colts Titans. That doesn't interest you? Doesn't pique your?
No, not really. Maybe Chargers Broncos just for old time's sake, because I always think of like Dick Enberg and Merlin Olsen calling like a Charger Bronco game in the 1:00 window back in the 80s. I just that I don't think it's gonna be exciting. I mean, it's Chargers Broncos. They'd probably be first one to 20 wins the football game, but. Yeah, that's about it. Maybe those 4 games. But the other 2 I really want to watch. I really want to watch the Ravens and the Commanders, and I really want to watch the Lions and the Cowboys. I believe we have Marcus, don't we?
We've made the connection with Marcus Thompson. Joins us courtesy of the UMA Guest Line. What's going on, Marcus? How are you?
Are y'all trying to figure out what you're going to watch on Sunday with those Niners?
Yep. We're just like, what games are the top of the docket this weekend? And it's not the best slate of games, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you know what games I'm going with?
What?
I'm going with the New York Liberty versus Connecticut Sun.
There you go. You're going WNBA?
Yeah, you love your WNBA.
I'm going WNBA.
WNBA. I mean, if I bet it, maybe I'll watch it, but I doubt it.
Bet it then. You want me to pick? I'll give you the pick. We can book it right now.
No, do you know what the spread is?
No, why would I know that?
Well,
I don't know.
Well, how can I bet it without knowing the spread?
Just do what's the call when you just bet who's gonna win or lose?
Money line.
Oh, a money line.
Yeah, just bet the money line. I don't know what the money line is though.
Oh, who do you like?
I don't know. Let me think about it.
You got nothing.
Okay,
you got
that's
nothing
enough.
for us, Marcus. Enough of this.
That's
We're
enough.
getting off of this tip. Then you got nothing for us.
You do have New York is laying 7.5 to the Lynx, and if Marcus says the money line is if you like New York to win that game, Marcus, you got to bet $335 to win 100. Or you could bet 100 on Minnesota to win $280. So there you go. Those are your options. You decide at some point.
Hey, I'm going Minnesota because I just like the odds.
I think 7.5. Minnesota's pretty good.
Yeah, Minnesota's good, and I also think New York is in trouble, man. They landed a haymaker and it didn't wobble. And the FIFA collar is a monster, and the world is about to know. You know what? Book it. Minnesota.
Stop it.
Book it.
You know what? Book it. That's rolled off, dude. All in one breath. You were up in Seattle last night, weren't you, Marcus?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's start with your guy, Brock Purdy. What'd you see?
Brock was good, man. He's great. He was great until you get to the 20, right? Like that was kind of the 49ers thing. But he actually clearly learned the lesson from his scrambling because it was so much more controlled this time.
Yep.
He ran. He was smart when he ran, but he wasn't like he didn't turn his back. Like he would scramble, but he wouldn't turn his back if he didn't have to. And there was a couple times he could have ran, but instead he just used it to go to a different spot in the pocket and made a good throw. Like I thought he was good. He missed a few throws, but that's just like part of it. But to me, like the real difference maker, like the thing that kind of made the 49ers game was a throw to Kittle on 3rd and 3. They was 0 for 2 in the red zone. This thing was a problem, and they had a chance to really go up big, and he made a perfect throw. And it was the kind of throw where your great quarterback, when things aren't going well, that's the throw you make. That one right there. And Kittle obviously catches it and does his little twinkle toe Fred Flintstones tap and gets the touchdown. And it was just like a moment where for one play, the 49ers looked like the Super Bowl team. Like they could do the great thing in the clutch, in the red zone, and Purdy was pretty immaculate. And then he had to do it again because they kind of tricked it off. But like another perfect pass on a line in traffic right to Kittle. Like he made a few of those where it's like he got to get it there, and he hit it. So I thought he was great. I thought he played a very solid game. And if nothing else, like I should never hear the phrase Geno Smith is better than Brock Purdy again.
Exactly. Absolutely. Did you feel the same way most of us did, and probably many people around the Bay Area watching the game as soon as it became 23-17? Seen this movie before?
Oh, I thought it was over. I was like, they're gonna lose this game.
I thought for sure. Yeah.
It just felt that way, and the crazy part was this: like the 49ers fans showed up in a way you just don't see at that stadium. It was a lot of red, like they represented. And Seattle's a tough place. I mean, it ain't like it used to be, but I remember at the height of like the Harbaugh era, you wasn't seeing all that red there. So it was like, man, I remember thinking like, I'm gonna be on the flight with these people tomorrow, going back home after another choke job. Like that's gonna be a rough flight. Like maybe I should change my flight. This is what I'm thinking when it's like, yep, they're about to score again. But you know, their ability to kind of like just stop it. Just like, all right, we're not settling for this anymore. I've been waiting to see that. I thought I would see it against the Rams and against the Cardinals, where they're just like, it's like that scene in the Matrix where the bullets is coming and Neo's like, yeah, no, like the bullets are gonna stop. Like they're that good to just for a team like Seattle. It's like, yeah, no, you're not winning this game. So it was cute, it was fun, but you're not winning. That's what we saw finally from them, and then hopefully that changes their season for them.
Yeah.
Talking to Marcus Thompson, nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line. I was up in Seattle yesterday at Lumen Field covering the Niners for The Athletic. Deebo Samuel, good to see you.
That was a Deebo we hadn't seen, huh?
Yeah, it's been a while. I mean, that was the first touchdown catch that was not to a pass by Brock that was not to Juwan Jennings or George Kittle this season, and it's still the only one.
But like, so there was a moment there. Because, you know, Deebo, he lost a little weight, you know, and I think that little number changed, too. I don't know if it's my eyes or something, but players with single-digits number just look thinner and faster. So when he was 19, he just felt like a wide back, right? Now it feels like, why are you giving this skinny guy the ball? It's like a 1 on the thing. But we saw him run away from a guy, and I'm like, remember he caught the pass on the big touchdown. He catches it, and he shakes off the guy, and he just takes off. And I remember in Philly where he blows through the defense and it wasn't like remember the touchdown and he like cuts across the field and nobody touches him and he's just too fast. Like I was waiting for that Deebo. He hadn't been breaking tackles. He hadn't been racking up yak. And so this guy's on his heels and I'm like, hey, and he hits another gear. And I'm like, yeah, that's a Deebo. I remember like that looks familiar. And I was just typing a tweet, I think. And it was like, hey, that was an impressive breakaway speed. And then Matt Barrow sitting next to me is like, it was a linebacker. And I'm like, dang, why you had to kill a moment? Like, so he did run away from a linebacker, but it just felt like Deebo, like the big play capability. Like I'm gonna pull something out of my hat. Like that felt like the Deebo. We just hadn't seen that to this point. And to me, that's why like playing in Seattle was probably the best thing for them, because when they go to these stadiums where they're not supposed to win, they kind of feel that. And you know the SoFi ain't that, right? Like that ain't that at all. But something about when they go on the road, like it it brings out their like toughness, and that they just got a little extra gear for them. So watching Deebo do that in the same way he did it in Philadelphia last year, like that was familiar. That felt like the 49ers again.
Yeah, it's interesting, Marcus. I was saying earlier that the Rams and the Cardinals game felt the same way through 3 quarters. Like they just did. They felt like, okay. In fact, they might have had more control over that game than they did the Seattle game.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
then just crapped it away 2 times. And this one, they tried seemingly with the special teams blunder, but they were able to hang on. Like we were talking earlier, like, do you feel differently about this team? And I said, no, I don't. I still think they're one of the best teams in the NFL. And if they could just tighten things up a little bit, right, and not do the dumb stuff and not have a special teams gaffe once a week, that they're going to be fine. They'll be in the mix to win a Super Bowl like they have been the last couple years, but they just haven't been able to tighten stuff up. It's been a leak here, leak there, that, and then all of a sudden you lose 2 games that you had no business losing. But I still think they're a really good football team that hasn't quite completely found their footing this year.
I mean, yeah, they're still loaded, right? Like, that's the part that kind of hits you because bodies are dropping. Like, it is crazy. Like, whatever happened in the break they got last year, like, it's completely undone this year. I mean, you see Mason go to the locker room, and it's like, oh, Mason's coming back, but then somebody else is gone, and Charvarius Ward is out before the game. And it's just like, yo, what's up with the team? They have a hard time keeping people on the field, but then you see rookies fill in and make like game-winning plays, like Green with the pick, Isaac with the long touchdown run. Like, these are young rookies who are doing it. These are players who Mustafa don't have any experience. You can tell by his interception. Like, he thought the field was 100 yards wide.
He did. He kept running.
I was like, dude, you could have scored a touchdown. Like, where are you going?
Just ran to the 10.
I was like, he was Forrest Gump. He just kept running.
Man, I've awakened in a few hotels like that. Like, where am I? Oh, he turned around like, what city am I in? Like, it was crazy. He just ran out of bounds. Like, but these players, by the end of the year, because they're being forced to play now, will get experience, and presumably you get your guys back, you get your key players back. Like, they're still really good. The only concern I have with them is, number one, do they get McCaffrey back? And number two, like, do the Fred Warners of the world and the Deebo Samuels, right, and Nick Bosa, like, what's the price at the end of the year because they are going all out this year? Like, Nick Bosa was going all out, and he almost got to Geno Smith like 10 times, like 14 pressures. Like, it was ridiculous. And he didn't get there, but he played a phenomenal game. Like, he basically was a part of a couple of turnovers just by the pressure he put. But, man, he was working. And their depth is filling these holes, but some of these dudes aren't getting a break. Fred Warner is, like, everywhere. Like, he has to be everywhere. So, to me, that's the thing. Like, after this would be, year 5 out of 6 if they make the NFC Championship game again. To me, that's the only question about them, is at some point, does it catch up to them? Or does the depth that they're using now allow guys to be fresh later? Maybe at some point you can not play a Bosa. Maybe at some point Fred Warner could get a break. Who knows? But that's my only thing with them. Otherwise, they're just as loaded as anybody, and you're going to have a hard time beating the 49ers if they're playing well.
Yeah.
Talking to Marcus Thompson on the UMA guest line. In terms of the backfield, we talked about this when we knew McCaffrey would be out for some time, and it's J.P. Mason's job. But beyond that, I mean, I thought Isaac Guerrero, obviously everybody's talking about that one long run. I didn't think he was great before that. Patrick Taylor didn't seem to give all that much. I mean, they got a couple of guys back there, but they had to keep Mason active in the event of an emergency. Do you anticipate they need more depth? I mean, what was your thought? Before the Guerrero long run, what was your thought of how the backfield was operating?
Yeah, it was a little concerning. I was thinking they probably would just go pass heavy, because there was a point there where they were just like running Deebo as a full-on tailback. And it was like, not like an end around or jet sweep, but like, hey, line up and run behind the juice, right? Like, that's what it felt like they were doing that. And to me, at some point, the little short, quick pass from Brock Purdy is just a little bit better. You get the ball into your hands of a playmaker, and especially the way they were stacking the box trying to stop the run, which is how Guerrero got free anyway, because they were stacking the box. They were just kind of daring Purdy to go deep. To me, it feels like they've got enough depth, but if they struggle with it, they can always just drop Brock back 60 times. Like, he's a good player. Like, he could do it. Maybe not as a steady diet, and Shanahan's going to always force the run just because his daddy is Mike Shanahan, right? Like, he's going to run the ball. But in a pinch, they could go Tom Brady and just not run the ball ever. I think they could do it because they have so many pieces. So I don't know. Do they go get another player? Taylor looked okay. He looked better than Guerrero at times, which is why Taylor was out there. But on the big run, the separation speed kind of proved it. I think Taylor and Mason got the same problem. They're a little bit big and they're physical, which makes them a little bit vulnerable, and they need that kind of thunder and lightning type deal. That's what Isaac brought. Like, once he hit that thing, it was over. Even though Shanahan said he didn't actually slide, he got caught from behind, and he was trying to play it off like a slide. And I was like, hey, I mean, when coach is throwing shade at you, you're doing good, right? You good. I don't know if he say that if you take your jersey next week. I was like, oh, coach likes you. Like, he's already trolling you to the nation. I think they're fine, though. I think they have other positions they need, like another kicker again, apparently.
So as we head into the regular season, where are you at with the Warriors this year?
I think we're in the same place we were. I mean, I think they'll be better defensively. They're going to play fast. They're going to shoot a lot of threes. But, that also leads to, like, what are they going to do about cold night? Buddy Hield is not hitting 6 threes a night.
Yep.
So, to me, they still got the same massive gaping hole. Who's their number 2 player? Who can they give the ball to? Let Steph breathe a bit, because you just ain't, not in this league, not in these days with everybody athletic, everybody knows how to spread the floor. You're just not going to backdoor people to death. Like, motion ain't enough. Now, one of the players who could do it, we haven't even seen him yet, Andrew Wiggins. You think everybody's like, oh, you let Wiggins become something, let him become who he was. But, like, creating off the dribble, you're relying on that. Or Jonathan Kuminga, like, hey, Kuminga, just go get buckets. I don't see that being the thing that, like, vaults them. To me, it's got to be defense, running, making a lot of threes. I think they'll be solid. I think they'll start the year like they ended it last year. But it's not going to be like, yeah, we're the number 3 seed dominatingly. It's not going to be that. Just be competitive enough to make a move at the deadline. I think that's what anybody can hope for.
Yeah, it's interesting because I'm not crazy when I hear a team saying that we want to chuck up as many threes as possible and possibly lead the league in threes. Like, I get it. The Celtics did that last year. Tatum and Brown don't need the 3. They'll shoot it, but they can get to the rim and get to the free throw line a little bit too. And they had an incredible defensive 5. I mean, their defense from that 5 was awesome. So they had other ways to. I don't know that 50 – I've never felt like that 50 threes a game, 48 threes is like the way to go, unless maybe you're Milwaukee, right? You have Giannis. Let's just surround Giannis and let Giannis take care of everything inside. But you do have an inside game. Like, I don't know. I don't love it when I hear that. I look at the composition of the roster and think, okay, like, I get it. This is like their way to score because they don't really have maybe a lot of other ways other than Kuminga slash into the hoop, but – I'm not sure. I do agree with what you said, though. I think they're kind of where they were last year. They'll be fine. They'll win mid-40s, maybe 48, top out there, and see where it goes. But they're kind of where they were last year. They're not in the top 4 of the Western Conference, I do not believe. If they are, then that'd be awesome, but I don't see it. So
that would be wild, right?
Right? Just trying to get a playoff spot is what I see. Like, if they can get a playoff spot without having to play in a playing game, I think that'll be a win.
Yeah, no question. That would be massive. That would be big for them. And I think they can do that. They just need to make a move. I think they'll need to make a move. The only thing I'll say, I'm with you about the threes. Like, I always thought, like, we never believed in Houston, right? When they were just, we're going to shoot a three every time. I was like, that's not going to work. I just think the only difference is now, like, we're looking at that from a championship perspective. Like, now you're trying to be good in the regular season, right? Chuck those things away, man. Just because it worked for the teams that do it for a regular season perspective. Now, you get in a playoff series and you shoot 53s, you're just taking a massive hit. That's Boston's problem.
Yep.
Like, that's how they won. They stopped doing that.
Yep.
Also, if anybody's going to do it, you kind of have a 5 who can do it, and that's what Boston had. So if the Warriors lead the league in threes, it's going to be with 1 or 2 spots in the rotation on the court at all times that can't shoot threes. So it's going to be – you got see what I'm saying? Like, it's Trace and Looney fired up threes. Like, so you got 4 guys taking a lot of threes or 3 guys taking a lot of threes. But to me, it is their best version of offense, and it works in a regular season paradigm. And to me, that's all they're trying to do is just develop some kind of chemistry, get an identity, like be a problem, be a nuisance, right?
Yeah.
Be like something, be to other teams like teams used to be to them. You know, like we're going to come in and play extra hard against the Warriors and, like, just be irritating. And I think they could be that. And like you say, they'll get 40, you know, even to me, if you're like 7-8 in the play-in, Like, that's a win. Remember, they were on the bottom end and had to go to Sacramento and lost one game and were done. So I do feel like they're good enough to be in that mix. And if they get a 6 seed, I mean, give Steve Kerr Coach of the Year. Steph Curry MVP. What else are we doing? We giving Podziemski MIP.
Stop it.
Anthony Melton Defensive Player of the Year.
Stop.
Who's starting though? Who's the number 2 guard? That's the real question. That I'll know a lot when they decide that. But by opening night, who's going to be the starting 2 guard?
You know when we should find that out? You know we'll figure that out, guys? Next week when we talk to Marcus on Friday. How about that?
Hey,
How about that? That's a next Friday conversation, Marcus.
You know what that is? Cliffhanger.
The black man don't get to ask questions? Is that what we're doing?
You can ask him, but the half black man doesn't have to answer the questions.
What do you mean? One just asked one.
Yeah. Why? What? Your questions now mean more black men are asking them than me? Is that what you're trying to play here, Marcus? It's Holbert and Copes with you, and Marcus Thompson. He joins us every Friday.
Your questions ain't from Oakland. You got some Castro Valley questions.
No, they're from San Leandro. That's where they're from, bro.
San Leandro is close enough to count. I couldn't say San Leandro. Come on.
These are Estadio Avenue questions is what these are, bro.
Oh, God.
These are MacArthur. Yeah, these are big. It's 136 questions, yeah. It's Holbert and Copes, Marcus Thompson. We do it every week. We'll talk to you next week, Marcus.
All right, have a good one, fellas.
All right, good stuff from Marcus Thompson. You can book everything that he says there. He said, take a liberty. Book it. Marcus Thompson covers everything for The Athletic. Check him out, KNBR.com and the KNBR app if you missed any of that. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, Dr. Bob Stoll with his picks of the week, only here on The Sports Leader. KNBR is going back to Hawaii. The contest runs all week, this week and next week, and we're going to qualify 3 people a day. 10 grand prize trips will be awarded and announced on October 21st. Tune in today in the 5 o'clock hour to hear that cue to call. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. We got a full slate of college football tomorrow as well as NFL on Sunday. A few teams on bye, but you can kick back with the Niners off and make some money while making picks on Underdog Fantasy, just like over 1 million fans across 33 states did last year by making picks on Underdog. You can win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on some of your favorite players' stats like touchdowns, passing yards, and much, much more. It's customizable. You can pick what you like, where you like, and when you like, and it's super easy and straightforward on Underdog. Plus, signing up is even easier. Just go to their easy-to-use mobile app or to UnderdogFantasy.com and sign up with the promo code KNBR. And Underdog is going to give you a free pick to use on your first cash pick'em entry, plus up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. That's Underdog Fantasy. Promo code KNBR to claim your new customer special of a free pick and your deposit offer. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
What's the state fish of Hawaii?
Huma huma nuka nuka apua ah. Yeah, Be caller 10 now to 415-896-KNBR to qualify for our Big Island Getaway. It's time to peel some wigs with Mr. T.
It's Friday, so you know what time it is. It's time to talk some college football. Big slate this week. Really, really good slate this week, and we'll dive into it with Dr. Bob. Again, if you want to head over to his website, drbobsports.com. Lots of really cool stuff on there, lots of free stuff on there, and usually lots of leans on there as well. I can't guarantee you how many there'll be, but the leans have done really, really well. Bob, what is going on?
Well, the leans weren't so good last week. It was the first week they lost all year. They were 6-11 last week in college, but 40-31 on the season and 55% over 13 years on a couple thousand games.
All right, let's dive into the games this week. Really good slate. This one I've been trying to figure out all week because apparently no one wanted this side, and I'm like, why doesn't anybody want Pitt? And it was at 3.5 -05, and I go, I'd just sit there and wait. I'll just see what happens to it. Then somebody must have banged Cal, went down to 3. I go, okay, I'm grabbing it. I'm just going to grab it at 3 right now. And then I know you liked it a little bit, which I was happy to see this morning, but I couldn't figure it out. Pitt has done nothing wrong. They haven't lost. Holstein's been really, really good.
Yep.
And then you got a Cal team who I think Cal's pretty good, but they just had their hearts ripped out of their throat. I mean, unbelievably, just a brutal loss. Game day there and the whole deal. And then you got to fly 2,000 miles across country and play a pretty good Pitt team. I thought 3 was a little short. I liked Pitt. I was happy to see you ended up with Pitt, but I didn't get this one. I didn't get why it wasn't like 4 or 5.
Yeah, I think they should have been favored by about 6.
Okay.
Pitt has been. I've sort of been. My math has leaned with Pitt at least every single week, and I bet Pitt once. Yeah, they're just a good team, And Cal looked good last week against Miami.
They did.
Obviously, the offense looks good, but in 3 of their 5 games, Cal's offense has been worse than average relative to the defenses they faced. And for the season, they're averaging 5.8 yards per play, and they face teams that would allow 5.8 yards per play to an average offense. So Cal's offense has not been as good this year as it was last year under Mendoza, and that could change. Maybe last week was a spark, and maybe they'll get things going. But Pitt's got a good defense. I mean, they've only allowed 5.1 yards per play, and they've played some good offensive teams. So I think Pitt's defense should be able to keep them in check. And on the other side of the ball, Cal has a good defense. Obviously, and they lead the nation in interceptions, but that sort of gives you value going against Cal because, they're intercepting, nearly 6% of the passes thrown against them, and a better indicator of interceptions is passes defended against, which is interceptions and passes broken up. And that equates to future interceptions better than interceptions do, and Cal should be intercepting about 3% of the passes, not 6%. So I think it could be a little overvalued because that's not going to continue. They're not going to keep intercepting the ball the way they have. And Pitt's offense is about the same as Cal's defense. I mean, they're both good to the same degree. So I think that's a wash-up, and Pitt's defense is better than Cal's offense. So I think Pitt should be fair, 5.5, 6 points. And the situation, like you said, is just dreadful. Just in general, teams that lose by 7 or less as an underdog of more than 7, so a close game, close loss to a good team, in general, this is over a couple thousand games since 1980, are 44% against the spread the next week.
Wow.
I mean, and this is the worst possible thing. You have a 25-point lead to a top 10 team, and you lose with all the game day and all that stuff. And the Cal's in a really negative spot here emotionally, and they're also not as good as Pitt. So, yeah, as soon as that line dropped to 3, I'm like, oh, God, now got to bet Pitt. So I like Pitt -3. Even at 3.5, it might have gone up, but I still think it's lingering at 3 mostly. I still think I'd rather have Pitt. All
right, now the biggest one of the week, Ohio State travels to Autzen to take on Oregon, and I did not think I'd be taking this game, but as soon as it went to 3, I'd take Ohio State. And generally, I would like to see the old Pac-12 teams do well, and I like to see the West Coast do well. But I've seen them play, and the one thing that's jumped out at me this year is Dylan Gabriel is not as good. He's good, but he's made some wild mistakes that I just don't expect him to make. He made a couple throws in that Michigan State game, and he's made a couple of them this year. I'm like, what was that? Like, I just don't expect that from him. And Howard on the other side, they don't ask him to do hardly anything. It's like, here, just be safe with the ball, okay? Get it to the receivers, get it to our 2 running backs, and we're good to go. I thought 3 was a little light on this one. I know Oregon's great at home, and I think Oregon's a really good team. And I could easily lose this one, and I would be like, okay, yeah, it's not unexpected. I just thought from what I've seen this year, I think Ohio State's a better team than Oregon, and maybe a little more consistent.
Well, I'm not a fan of Howard. I think you could put anybody in that Ohio State offense and they'd be pretty good at quarterback.
Sure.
He's not particularly accurate. He's good at hitting guys that are wide open down the field, which is what you get with Ohio State. They got so much speed and a good scheme. They get a lot of wide open guys. And you had that at Kansas State. They'd play that play action pass, and there'd be some guy one-on-one wide open, and he'd make those throws, and he still makes those throws. But, you're kind of selling Gabriel a little short. I mean, he's only thrown 3 interceptions on 167 passes. That's less than 2%. That's still good. And he's 78%
Maybe I've seen all
completion.
of them.
Yeah, you have seen all of them, apparently. He's 78% completions. And here's the thing. Ohio State's defense is elite. I mean, I think I have them ranked 2nd behind BYU, obviously. I think they'll be better than BYU by the end of the season. But for now, they're ranked 2nd. And they're fast. But the thing is, Oregon gets the ball out so quick, and Gabriel, he just like Nix, it's just boom, boom, boom. Ball is out, and someone's open, and they pick up 5 or 6 yards on a quick pass. And Ohio State's going to be good at making those tackles. That's the thing. I mean, they're gonna make those tackles in open space, but Oregon's got athletes too, and they're gonna move the ball just with these short passes and some runs. So I do think that Oregon can move the ball. And Oregon's got a very good defense as well. So this game is sort of like from the line of scrimmage, Ohio State is a better team. But in the hidden stuff, Oregon has very good special teams. So field position could become a part of this. They're 3 points better than an average team in special teams, and Ohio State's been about average. So I think the line should be more like 1 if you throw in the special teams. I understand 3 or 3.5 if you're just looking at yardage and everything else, but my model takes special teams into account more than most do, and that actually works. And here's the thing. When you get 2 unbeaten teams, generally it's better to take the points, and I have some stats to back it up. As you know, I do. It's 2 unbeaten teams, both 5-0 or better. So at this point of the season, underdogs with 2 or more in those games are 39, 18, and 5 against the spread. It hasn't. This is since 1980. Hasn't happened a lot. 39, 18, and 5. But home underdogs that are unbeaten, it doesn't matter what the opponent's record is, home underdogs that are 5-0 or better, unbeaten, are 47, 22, and 3 against the spread since 1980, 19, 3, and 1 since 2012. So unbeaten home dogs at this point of the season are generally good bets, and games between unbeaten teams, the dog is usually the way to go. And the math leans a little bit with Oregon. I wouldn't be surprised if Ohio State won this game by 7 or 10 points, but I would probably rather have Oregon +3. But
oops.
No, it's not.
Oh, well.
Hey, history is not bound to repeat.
Well, it's so funny.
Itself.
It's so funny too, because I'd rather have Oregon. Like, I would like to see Oregon win this game. I mean, obviously now I don't want to see Oregon win the game, but just if I'm just watching the game, I'd rather see Oregon beat Ohio State. I have no love for the Big Ten. The Longhorns and the Sooners, 14.5. The Longhorns are favored by, I guess, Ewers is going to be back this week for Texas. Oklahoma's going with the freshman Hawkins. I mean, you were right about the other quarterback. Ooh, that guy's rough to he's rough to watch. Hawkins, not really a thrower, but he's an athlete.
Been better.
And
he's made the throws down the field that have been there, and Arnold missed some of those throws.
Yeah, he definitely missed them. So what do you make of this game?
Yeah, I think 14 is right. I think that's with Hawkins. I mean, if you just look at everything for the whole season, then you get Texas by 16.5. But Hawkins is an upgrade over Arnold. And then it comes out right like 14.2 or so. I did the math on it a couple nights ago. I get Texas by 14.2. Ewers playing, Manning playing, doesn't matter. But they're about the same. Okay. It comes out right around the number. There's no real trend on underdogs or favorites in this series. It seems like whatever side I've been on, the underdog is when I was on Oklahoma a couple times, then Texas would come up with some ridiculous upset.
Yeah.
If I was on, I just never had any luck in this series, and I'm not playing this game. And I think the line's about right. So,
is there anything in your numbers or database that would suggest there's anything to taking underdogs in rivalry games?
There used to be. And it had to deal with proximity.
Okay.
If the schools were close, the road teams, not the underdogs, the road teams like Cal, Stanford, road teams have generally been good. West Virginia, Pitt. In close proximity rivalry games, the road teams tend to have, and it's like 53.4% or something like. It's like somewhere in that profitable, but I'm not going to base a bet on it sort of thing.
Got it. DrBobSports.com is where you want to go to get all your info, and again, the leans are there if you want to check those out. Bob told you earlier they weren't great last week, but trust me, if you go over the length of a season, that leans usually do very well. And again, now if you don't want to bet them, just get all the information, because there's a lot of info on there to be gleaned that could maybe help you decide which way you want to go if you're into wagering on a game or two. Bob, always a pleasure. Always appreciate the time. Have a great weekend, and hopefully we'll talk to you again next week.
All right, buddy. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Bob. I appreciate it. All right, coming up more, Copes and Tolbert here on The Sports Leader.
'49ers rebounded with a win in Seattle, 36-24 on Thursday night. Give us your cheers, jeers, and beers from last night's win at 415-808-5627. That's 808 KNBR. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. Yeah, me again. And if you want to play a role in deciding the future of your country and your city, you have a very important and powerful tool to do that. It's your vote. But remember, you cannot vote if you are not registered. Now is the time to take action, and it could not be easier. Simply visit sfelections.gov/register. Only takes a few minutes to complete the registration application. Again, sfelections.gov/register to participate in the upcoming November 5th election and encourage your family and friends to do the same.
Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes on a Friday evening now. Full slate of college football tomorrow. We got NFL on Sunday. No 49ers, of course, after their win over the Seattle Seahawks yesterday. And for those of you joining us now, a very special treat. Each and every Friday throughout the football season, we did this last year, we'll do it this year. It was in the budget here at KNBR to go out and get ourselves a sophisticated sex robot who gives us gambling advice. Now, she's sent here each and every week to help you bang the book. She works a little blue, and I know you're all following her gambling advice, so you're wondering, what is her overall record? Well, we don't know her record. We do know that she always finishes on top. She shows up every week. I just saw her during the break there toweling off before she came into the studio. Every week, we get 2 college and 2 pro games. This is Harmony's Double Banger.
With Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
So good to see Harmony back for week 6 of the NFL season. She's a sophisticated sex robot sent here each and every week to help you bang the book. 2 college, 2 pro games. And as Tacky on the YouTube chat just said, gentlemen, drop your pants. To start your engines, drop your pants. All right, Harmony is here. Harmony, it is so good to see you. How are you? Welcome back for week 6.
Hello, boys. It was great being at Almanac Brewing last week. I was very popular with the young crowd and have many offers for dates to the prom. Before we start with the picks, I have a very big bone to pick, and you know I love picking big bones.
I thought Desiree was coming on next, or what's her name?
Harmony, dude, Harmony. Desiree.
Harmony. I thought Harmony was going to come and try to save the day for Brent. This thing was fading quickly.
Wow, Steve, you're really going to act like you forgot my name and don't listen to this segment every week? Fine. Desiree is going to refer to you as Joe going forward.
Oh, Harmony!
Hey, Desiree!
Harmony! Oh, Jesus! Wow. That was a... I'd say
Hall of Famer.
I'd say low blow, but Harmony might agree. You know what I mean? So,
she enjoys it.
Oh, dude. Tolbert and Copes with you. Harmony, dude, that was a hell of a shot, dude. If he didn't hear that, I don't even know if we should tell him about that. Moving on here in Harmony's Double Banger. All right, 2 college games, 2 pro games. The first one, Tom, that she's going to go with is the Red River Shootout. Texas laying 14.5 to the Oklahoma Sooners. You have a side on this one?
Oh, man. I'm going to go Texas. I think Oklahoma's defense is good enough to hang in there. They got a really good defense, a young quarterback. This is his first Red River Shootout, so I don't know. It just feels like a 30-10 type game to me or something. So hook 'em horns. That'll make Derek happy.
All right. Hook 'em horns. Here we go. Tom's going to go with Texas laying the 14.5. Harmony, who do you like in the Red River Shootout?
I can't wait for another edition of the Red Rocket shot. Isn't that what they call this game? DP asked me to watch tomorrow with him to support his Longhorns. I laughed in his face and told him he didn't have a Longhorn but agreed to watch the game. It'll be difficult to pay attention to DP with Matthew McConaughey roaming the sidelines. I'll be more distracted than Tom trying to avoid the Padres-Dodgers score during this pivotal Warrior preseason game. Don't tell DP I said this, but Texas hasn't played anyone big yet, so give me the Sooners to cover, but give me Texas to win. Hook 'em.
All right.
Sooners to win, but she said Sooners to cover, but Texas to win, right? That's where she's going?
Yeah.
Yeah, but don't tell DP this. They haven't played anybody good. All right, moving on. We'll get Harmony's first pro game here. Not sure why she's all over this one. Browns at the Eagles. I've got an idea about a name on the Eagles that we may hear from, but yes. Eagles are laying 9.5. Tom, where are you going?
I could care less about this game. This one ought to be interesting. I was like, why would they pick this game of all games? I don't care about this game. I'm not going to wager on this game. But give me the Eagles. I'm definitely. I'm done with the Browns. Tom's
thinking Philadelphia. I'm not getting behind Deshaun Watson either. Here's the Browns at the Eagles. Harmony. Eagles laying 9.5. Who you got?
The Eagles really needed this bye week badly. There was so much tension between Nick Sirianni and Jalen Squirts that they asked me to visit the team, because there's only so much Big Dom can do to satisfy their needs. I won't kiss and tell, but let's just say Nick, Jalen, and I became very close.
We're the true leaders of the team, and I'm happy and fortunate that, we were able to come together in harmony.
TMI Jalen, TMI. I never frown on the brown and love myself a good chub, Nick Chubb that is, but I hate Deshaun Watson's creepy ass. Lay me and the Eagles.
I never frown on the brown or a Chubb. That is Nick Chubb.
Oh, God.
That's pretty good. All right, she's going to take the Eagles along with Tom. Back to the college slate here. Ohio State against Oregon. This should be a fun one. Tom, you said earlier you thought you were on Ohio State.
I am on Ohio State,
okay.
Yes. I'm going to lay the 3, take the Buckeyes. I don't love it. I can't take it back now. But, yeah. Give me the Buckeyes. I already said why earlier. I don't need to get into it. Maybe Harmony agrees with me. Maybe she doesn't. We'll find out.
We'll find out what Harmony thinks. Ohio State laying 3 at Oregon. Harmony, which side are you on?
Who doesn't love a good all-classic Big Ten clash between the Oregon F***s and Ohio State F***eyes?
Oh,
yes, Siri, doesn't get more historic than these two teams playing in a conference game. This classic rivalry between these two teams is as old as time, but nothing's more old than Greg Papa's reference for Isaac Virendo.
We like Ike.
Good Lord, nothing like a fucking Dwight D. Eisenhower reference from Greg to show his age the week of his birthday. I guess that wasn't as bad as this take earlier this week.
Global warming, climate change, we're getting weird weather. If the Niners go all white everything, from head to toe, how much of a factor would that have in the late game?
Take my advice, going all white from head to toe is not always the best idea. Now where was I? Oh yeah, give me my eyes to cover.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh.
That might have been one of the best harmony hits we've ever had, dude.
Oh, brother.
She got me when she said, Jesus effing Christ, a Dwight D. Eisenhower.
We like Ike.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God.
Harmony's going in this week.
As overnight Dave said last night when he was here when we were doing Niner postgame and we played that, he goes, that's a reference from 1952.
We like Ike.
Still hadn't played baseball on the West Coast yet. You know what I mean? Baseball's West Coast was St. Louis.
We like Ike.
Oh, my gosh. That's amazing.
Oh, that was so good. All right, so she's going to take the Ohio State Buckeyes is what we'll go with. She's on the same side as Tom. We got one more game to get to. The Motor City Kitties and the Dallas Cowboys. Kitties are laying the 3 at the boys. Tom, you have a side?
Well, I could end up taking the Cowboys on this one, but for this contest, I'll go with the team that I initially wanted to go with, the Motor City Kitties. Although that's the Tigers. Let's go with let's just go with the Lions. I think they're a better team coming off a bye. I'll take the Lions for the sake of the contest.
All right, Tom's going to take the Lions. They're laying 3 at the Cowboys. Harmony, which side do you like?
I may have to put this game on mute. Tom Brady is on the call. Don't get me wrong, I like looking at Brady, but hearing his orgasmic squeals during big plays makes me surprisingly uncomfortable.
Oh, Kyler Murray! Oh, good to see him still in bounds. Debo the screen. Debo Samuel.
Although, nothing makes me more uncomfortable than John Gruden talking about how Jared Goff makes him feel so nicey.
Jared Goff go 18 for 18, 292 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Got me feeling icy.
I couldn't do that pregame warm-up.
Gruden, you seriously need some help. I can't tell if you need a job or to get laid more. I know the name of a good psychiatrist. I can write it down on a piece of paper for you.
Shredded, baby!
Man, oh man, that's disturbing. Anyway, lay me and the Kitties this week for a Detroit cover.
Thank you.
All right, Tom and Harmony on the same side. They're on the same side in the Philadelphia and the Browns game, both on Philly, both on Ohio State, both on the Lions, and then they differ. Tom would take Texas. And Harmony is going to take the points with Oklahoma in the Red Rocket, whatever the hell she called it, dude. Oh, man, Harmony. She's on one today. All right, Harmony, it was great to see you. Nice to have a weekend off for us and the 49ers. She'll be back next week. Harmony will take a look at the picks. Enjoy watching the game with Derek tomorrow. We'll see you next Friday.
Have a good weekend, fellas. DP actually may not need me this weekend. Don't know if you saw the new viral sensation of the woman who says she likes smaller men.
So it has to be minimum 6 inches?
Yes.
So you like little?
Yes.
Are you lying though?
No, I'm not lying.
I think DP has found the new love of his life. I guess I'll pretend to be a reporter this weekend and find a nice locker room to go meat watch.
Meat watch?
There she was. That's Harmony's double banger. She's a sophisticated sex robot sent here each and every week with gambling advice to help you bang the book. 2 college and 2 pro games. If you didn't like it, it just probably wasn't for you. Tolbert and Copes on a Friday afternoon. We'll wrap things up with some soup du jour and then Larry Krueger at 6 o'clock on the Sports Leader. Adam Schefter reports that Jordan Mason suffered a sprained AC joint in last night's win, but it's not deemed too serious. For all your 49er news, keep it locked on your home of 49er football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the sports leader.